Hidden within the walls of a psychiatric hospital is a remarkably gifted young man whose secret even the head of the institution is unaware of. Li Si, a 17-year-old youth mistakenly identified as a psychiatric patient, actually possesses extraordinary intelligence and abilities. A well-intentioned lie turned him into a special patient at the Nanjing Mental Health Center. On a spring day, sunlight bathed the hospital's lawn as Li Si lazily lay in the shade beneath a clothesline. Like a mischievous child, he used a bedsheet to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, idly blowing at the butterflies and bees fluttering around him. As the sun shifted, he wriggled like a caterpillar to stay within the cool shade. Suddenly, a clear voice shattered the tranquility. Li Si. Li Si, the director is looking for you. Where are you hiding? Li Si rolled over and pulled a sheet over himself. A young nurse, dressed in uniform, looked around as she called out. When she lifted one of the hanging sheets, she accidentally stepped on another one lying on the ground. Startled by the sudden appearance of a ghostly white figure, she let out a scream. Moments later, the nurse, still shaken, saw Li Si rolling on the ground, laughing foolishly. Like a cat with its fur standing on end, she pounced on him, scratching him furiously. Rubbing the scratches on his arm, Li Si wondered why it seemed like the girl was the one being bullied when he was the one getting scratched. Women, he thought, are indeed strange. Half an hour later, Li Si entered the four-story building of the Nanjing Mental Health Center. In the director's office, a spirited, elderly man with graying hair sat behind a desk, calmly observing the young man before him. Despite wearing hospital attire, Li Si's tall stature and handsome features exuded an unusual vibrancy. Along the way, the nurses couldn't help but steal glances and chatter about him. The old director pointed at Li Si's hospital clothes and said, "Why are you still wearing those? I've told you, you're not a patient." Tilting his head, Li Si retorted, "Why am I not a patient? Everyone says I am." A young psychiatrist interjected, "Director, he's not a patient? He never does anything productive, always causing trouble. He even messed up an adoption ceremony recently." The director shook his head with a warm smile. "I've known him for years. I'm no psychiatric expert, but I know he's not mentally ill. He's just curious about everything, with a boundless enthusiasm. It's different from hyperactivity. It's a childlike wonder." He continued, "As for that couple, you know they weren't good people. Li Si might not socialize much, but he can distinguish between good and evil, almost as if he can see through people's hearts." Pleased with the praise, Li Si grinned at the young doctor, who turned away in frustration. The director's smile faded as he spoke earnestly to Li Si. "I saw Xiaojia with red eyes earlier. Did you bully her again? You don't have many friends here. She's kind and doesn't see you as strange. Don't tease her. You're 17 now. It's time to stop picking on girls." Seeing Li Si nod, the director paused, then said with a hint of guilt, "Li Si, you don't need to wear the hospital clothes anymore. We've received some new funding. There's no need to pretend to be a patient." Confused, Li Si asked, "Why not? By being a patient, I help the center get thousands of yuan each month. Didn't you say this helps many people?" "I think it's great." The director's guilt deepened. 10 years ago, to secure more government funds, he had turned the then 7-year-old Li Si into a special patient. For a decade, everyone, including Li Si, believed he was mentally ill. Though the director's intentions weren't selfish, it didn't change the fact that he had wronged a child. Li Si worked around the hospital, doing odd jobs without pay, but he didn't mind. To him, it was a way to help those truly in need. Faced with Li Si's persistence, the director felt conflicted. After Li Si left, the director told the doctor, "Remember, he's not mentally ill. He's just like you, a normal child from the orphanage. He's just had bad luck because of my selfishness." However, Li Si's uniqueness wasn't without reason. Born with a lack of emotional understanding, he struggled to grasp ordinary human emotions. Yet, his intelligence was astounding, and his learning ability far surpassed his peers. Through books and online resources, he mastered carpentry, welding, appliance repair, and even dabbled in network engineering. More mysteriously, Li Si often had strange dreams. In them, he traversed various worlds, from ancient battlefields to magical adventures, from martial artists to demon-fighting immortals. These incredibly vivid dreams endowed him with knowledge and skills beyond imagination. Initially, he shared these bizarre experiences with the director and his friends, but after being mocked, he chose to keep silent. At night, Li Si abandoned his odd meditation posture, muttering, "This doesn't work either. There's no such thing as true energy flow. Maybe, like in novels, spiritual energy hasn't revived, and we need some great catastrophe? Forget it. I'll just sleep. Who knows what I'll dream about tonight? It's all just a dream anyway." What Li Si couldn't see was a faint, fist-sized mark forming above his head as he slept. Before it could fully materialize, a gigantic, ethereal claw appeared and dispersed it. In a higher dimension, an angry roar erupted, only to be silenced by a cold voice. Leave. Li Si, why are you called that? I heard you chose that name yourself. On a sunny spring afternoon, in the courtyard of the orphanage, a young nurse named Huajia was kneeling on the ground, clumsily braiding a little girl's hair. She looked up at Li Si, who was hanging clothes to dry, and asked curiously. Li Si stood on a ladder, carefully draping freshly washed clothes and bedding over a high clothesline. Hearing the question, he turned his head and gave a faint smile. I don't really know my original surname. The orphanage picked one randomly. But yes, I chose the name Li Si myself. The caretaker used to call me Li Tiao Tiao. Huajia couldn't help but laugh. Li Tiao Tiao? That name suits you. So why did you choose Li Si? Li Si tilted his head, recalling. At the time, the caretaker told us the story of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. I thought Li Si sounded nice, but that story is about Zhao Gao. Huajia interrupted. He's the main character, not Li Si. What does Li Si have to do with it? Li Si shrugged. But Zhao Gao was a eunuch. I didn't want to be associated with that, so I chose Li Si, he explained. Why not Hu Hai then? Mainly because the caretaker seemed to have a good impression of Li Si, and that influenced us kids. Huajia looked at Li Si seriously. Li Si, you should be a good person. The historical Li Si was a selfish opportunist. Don't follow his example. Li Si scratched his head in confusion. An opportunist? I know what that means. But that doesn't necessarily make him a bad person, right? Being good to yourself makes you bad? Huajia patiently explained. Being an opportunist doesn't make you bad, but it can make you disliked. You should strive to be a good person, someone everyone likes. Li Si thought for a moment and then realized. Oh, I get it. You mean people already look at me differently. If I'm selfish too, they'll dislike me even more and interpret my actions negatively. Huajia immediately corrected him. You don't have a problem. You're normal. They're just jealous of how smart you are. Li Si nodded. So people prefer to be around good people because they can benefit more from them. I understand now when poor, one should maintain personal integrity. When rich, one should help others. A mischievous glint appeared in Huajia's eyes. Exactly. You're so smart and capable. Now, come down and help me braid Huan's hair. At that moment, the little girl's hair was a tangled mess, and the braid looked like abstract art. Li Si nimbly jumped down from the ladder, knelt beside Huan, and began to skillfully comb her hair. Huajia rested her chin on her hands, watching quietly as the boy's slender, fair fingers deftly created a beautiful braid. From a distance, the director of the orphanage watched the scene from a window, a contented smile spreading across his face. 6 months later, in the director's office, the old director looked worriedly at the silent Li Si. Are you really leaving? Li Si nodded and took a crumpled candy from his pocket. I promised Huan I'd help find her sister. A young doctor nearby couldn't hold back his anger. We're all upset about Xiao Jia's disappearance. We've already called the police. What can you do? You know nothing about the outside world. You can't even survive on your own. This isn't the time for you to cause more trouble. Li Si shook his head firmly. It's the police's duty to find people, but I made a promise. The director told me never to break a promise. I promised Huan. I may know nothing, but I can learn. I've been learning a lot online these days. I'm going to find Xiao Jia. In the end, no one could change Li Si's mind. Technically, he was already 18, an adult, no longer under the orphanage's guardianship. This meant he had to go out into the world and fend for himself. Eventually, he began to leave the place he had stayed for over 10 years, stepping into a society he had never encountered before. At the hospital entrance, the young doctor, Lu Cheng, sneered at Li Si while tossing him a bulging envelope. Here's your salary. Don't starve out there. His tone was strict but carried a hint of concern. Call if you need anything. Report to the police if you run into trouble. Save some of the money and only carry a bit of cash. Li Si listened quietly, not interrupting the doctor's advice. After a moment, Lu Cheng sighed. Li Si, stop being stubborn. I'll try to find someone to help. Before he could finish, Li Si stepped forward and hugged him briefly. Lu Cheng, thank you, he whispered. Li Si knew very well that this money was not his salary. It was Lu Cheng's own money. He returned the envelope to Lu Cheng, turned his back, raised his arm to wave goodbye, and slowly walked out of the streetlight's glow, merging into the night. An hour later, Lu Cheng, burdened with worries, was about to ride his electric bike home. Suddenly, he noticed a figure crouching near his bike. A bike thief, was his first thought. He looked around for something to use as a weapon but found nothing but a stack of medical records. As he bent down to search the ground for a brick, the person suddenly stood up and walked towards him. Lu Cheng stepped back in fear, raising the medical records, his voice trembling. I'm warning you. I know self-defense. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. I'm also mentally ill, so I won't go to jail if I kill you. Don't mess with me. The person ignored his threats and said in a deep voice, give me some money. Lu Cheng was puzzled by how the thief had switched from stealing to robbing, and found the voice familiar. He cautiously approached and, upon recognizing the face, burst out angrily, "Li Si, you bastard! What are you doing here scaring people?" Soon, the two were sitting in a nearby small restaurant. Li Si was devouring his food, while Lu Cheng looked at him with a sigh of resignation. "Li Si, come back with me. I know you're smart, but being smart isn't enough to make it in society. You have a condition. I know it's not an illness, but medically, it is. You lack emotions, no fear, no sadness, no anger. You do have moments of silly joy, but this condition can get you killed. Society is far more complicated than you think." Seeing Li Si remain silent, Lu Cheng grew frustrated. "What Judge treats you well, but does that mean we don't? Think about the director, think about your other friends. They all worry about you. Your world can't revolve around just Wajudja. Humans are social creatures. We don't live for one or two people." Li Si looked up with a determined gaze. "Wajudja is missing. I need to find her. I promised Xiao Huan. I took her candy." With that, Li Si took the 2,000 yuan Lu Cheng had given him and left again. Lu Cheng hoped that once Li Si ran out of money, he would come back, but he never heard from him again. Except for the director and himself, no one seemed to care, and life went on as usual. Of course, there was also a little girl who waited every day for news of Li Si. A year later, Li Si was curled up behind a mound of dirt, clutching an assault rifle. His big eyes were filled with confusion as he pondered how he had ended up in his current situation. Could Lu Cheng have been right? Was he really unable to survive out here? Was society truly this complicated? Why are there so many bad people? Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of machine gun fire suddenly ceased. Li Si swiftly rolled out, fired a short burst, and took down the machine gunner who was reloading 200 meters away. Then, like a fish, he quickly crawled to another cover, avoiding the retaliatory gunfire that followed. Clutching his rifle tightly, Li Si thought to himself, "I can survive after all." After Li Si left the sanatorium, he began to trace Xiao Jia's steps before her disappearance. Following half a month of arduous investigation, he identified several suspicious individuals, one of whom was Xiao Jia's nursing school classmate. This woman had also caught the attention of the police, with a unit stationed in the neighborhood keeping a constant watch. For Li Si, eluding the police was not difficult. The real challenge was avoiding the omnipresent surveillance cameras. He delved into research, checking recent power outage information from the Electricity Bureau, and meticulously planned his move. Armed with ample food and water, Li Si stealthily infiltrated the top floor of the target's apartment building. Utilizing lockpicking skills he had learned online, he clumsily but successfully opened a small utility room near the elevator shaft. There, he lay in wait for 3 whole days in the cramped space. By the evening of the 3rd day, his food and water were depleted. Feeling dizzy and with a stomach burning with hunger, Li Si silently cursed the Electricity Bureau, wondering if they had delayed the power outage. Suddenly, the entire neighborhood plunged into darkness. Li Si quickly consumed his last piece of chocolate and half a bottle of sugary water before slipping out of his hiding spot. Posing as a power maintenance worker, he approached the door of the target woman. "Open up, power maintenance." Li Si knocked and called out. The woman inside responded warily, "Power maintenance? Why are you coming to my place? Isn't the circuit box downstairs?" Li Si cleverly shone his flashlight on himself, revealing his power company uniform and ID badge on his chest. "There's a line running through your east wall that we need to check for damage. Please help us out. We only have 5 hours to complete the repairs. You don't want to be without air conditioning in this heat, do you?" Peering through the peephole, the woman saw Li Si's outfit. After some hesitation, she finally opened the door. Li Si headed straight to the spot he had mentioned for inspection, but in reality, he discreetly cut the apartment's power. The woman kept her distance, clutching an unknown object and her phone. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Si noticed that her phone screen was already displaying an emergency call, ready to be dialed at any moment. To divert her attention, Li Si intentionally dropped a glass marble. "What was that?" the woman asked, startled by the noise. "Damn it, it was a relay." Li Si feigned frustration and urgency. "Where did it fall? Do you have another flashlight? Help me out here. If we can't find it, our job is doomed." The woman turned on her phone's flashlight and approached Li Si. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose. "What is that smell on you? It's awful. Try spending 3 days in a tiny space. I guarantee you'll smell worse than me," Li Si complained. "Climbing stairs in this heat makes anyone sweat and smell." "Ugh. Found it," Li Si said, handing her an object. "Hold this for me." As the woman began to examine the object closely, it suddenly emitted a blinding light. Before she could react, another item was pressed over her mouth and nose. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar, dark room. A bright light shone directly on her face, making it hard to open her eyes. She tried to shield herself but discovered she was tightly bound to a chair, with strong tape over her mouth, preventing her from calling for help. A cold voice emerged from the darkness. Let me explain this situation. After you passed out, I tied you up and lowered you from the building without alerting anyone. It will be a while before anyone notices your disappearance. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions, and you will answer. You can choose to scream, but I will hurt you. You can choose to stay silent, but I will hurt you. Most importantly, if you lie, I will hurt you even more. First, let's be clear. I am not the police. Think back to how you got here. If you agree with what I just said, nod your head. The woman continued to struggle, seemingly not hearing him, trying to break free. Lisi moved behind her and clamped her left index fingernail with pliers. Feeling the cold metal, the woman struggled even more violently. Suddenly, her body tensed, and tears and snot covered her face. Lisi dimmed the light aimed at her face. On the table lay an ordinary pair of pliers and a piece of fingernail with flesh attached. Lisi calmly said, "You answered incorrectly just now. Now, I'll ask again. Do you understand what I said earlier? Nod or shake your head." The woman quickly nodded. Lisi stepped forward and ripped the tape from her mouth. The woman suddenly burst into a fit of crying, her voice filled with fear and despair. I have money. Please let me go. I can give you money." Her words were quickly muffled by a sob. Lisi, with a cold expression, reapplied the tape over the woman's mouth and said icily, "Wrong. You broke the rules. I said you answer when I ask. Anything else will get you hurt." As he spoke, he mercilessly pulled off another of her fingernails under her terrified gaze. "Do you understand the rules now?" Lisi asked coldly. "If you do, nod your head." The woman, tears streaming down her face, nodded frantically. Only then did Lisi give her another chance to speak. He moved behind her, placing one hand on the back of her neck. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she could only let out weak sobs. "Your name?" Lisi began the interrogation. "Diley," the woman answered shakily. "Age? 22. Measurements? 73, 53, 81. Diley struggled to spit out the numbers. "How many men have you been with?" Diley felt the cold pliers grip her finger again and, in a panic, cried out, "I really don't know. I can't remember. Please spare me." Lisi released the pliers, his tone indifferent. "Next question then. Do you know Huijia?" The woman shuddered violently and stammered, "Yais? Do you know where she is?" "No." "Is her disappearance related to you?" "No. No." Lisi slowly walked to stand in front of Diley, looking down at her. "You're lying. Your pulse and blood flow are speeding up. Unfortunately, you don't realize the seriousness of this situation. I'm going to hurt you badly." "No. No." Diley shook her head desperately. "I really don't know anything. I really don't." Her words were cut off by her own sobs. Lisi pulled out 2 iron nails and, under Diley's horrified gaze, drove them into her thighs without hesitation. "Don't worry. I avoided the major blood vessels," Lisi explained calmly. "See these wires? The human body's safety voltage is 72 volts, and this battery matches that. But this will be more painful than an electric shock. Let's start with 3 seconds." As the current flowed through her, Diley's body went rigid and convulsed violently. She not only wept and drooled uncontrollably, but also lost control of her bladder. Lisi knew his methods were cruel, but he deemed them necessary. To find Huijia quickly, he had to resort to extreme measures. He didn't have the luxury of time like the police. Most importantly, he could tell Diley was lying not because of any pulse changes, but because he had an innate ability to discern people's intentions, even detecting lies through their eyes. Half an hour later, Lisi left the small darkroom and moved on to his next target. He didn't kill Diley, but ensured she couldn't leave for the next 3 days. He had to act fast, leaving no time for others to react. 2 days later, Lisi discovered his final target had gone abroad on a trip. He had no choice but to follow, only to be betrayed by smugglers and sold to another country. Worse, he ended up in a death mercenary training camp. Initially, escape seemed impossible, but he soon found he could learn many things that intrigued him. This experience paved the way for his involvement in small-scale coups and battles. In this dangerous field, Lisi excelled, quickly attracting the attention of various mercenary groups eager to recruit him. However, his boss wanted to sell him for a higher price. "I am a killing machine armed to the teeth. In the blink of green light, you'll be drenched in blood. Make no mistake, this is my territory." In the vast open plains, a few Huey helicopters skimmed low, their massive rotors thundering above the rugged singing of a group of men. Lisi sat in one of the helicopters, clutching an assault rifle to his chest, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant sunset. His teammates roared out lyrics, and the fire support specialist slung an arm around Lisi's shoulders, urging him to join in. Lisi smiled faintly and started singing along. "I am a warrior, charging ahead. I am a fighter. This is my battle song." The helicopter soon landed at a makeshift airstrip. Amid the pilot's shouts, the men hurriedly grabbed their bags and jogged towards a nearby large warehouse. This was the rally point for their mercenary squad. A burly man in a French Foreign Legion major's uniform awaited them, flanked by a few men in suits. Seeing his brother's return, Major Quinn, cigar in mouth, stepped forward. Anthony approached and saluted, giving a brief report on the mission. Yes, Major Quinn. Our boys were very professional. Vassal's presidential guard didn't last 5 minutes. Pfeffer and Lorne were injured and have been sent to the hospital, but unfortunately, Dominic and Aranza didn't make it. He then listed the names of the other fallen comrades. Quinn made a cross over his chest, offering a brief prayer. May they rest in peace. I'll handle the arrangements. As warriors, the battlefield is the best resting place, isn't it? For these mercenaries, compared to the constraints and mundane life of the civilized world, this was indeed the ending they yearned for. After a moment of silence, Quinn clapped his hands and announced, "All right, your bravery and professionalism have ensured the mission's success. Now it's time to enjoy your reward." A man in a suit stepped forward, opening a silver briefcase filled with cash. Quinn laughed heartily. "Come on, boys. Each of you gets $10,000 in cash, and another 50,000 has been wired to your accounts. Tomorrow, we head back to Paris. This money will make the girls there warm up to you real quick." The men laughed and stepped forward to collect their rewards, except for Lisi, who leaned motionless against a forklift. After the others dispersed, Quinn called out to him, "Lee, come with me." In a makeshift office, Quinn, Anthony, and Lisi clinked glasses. Lisi reluctantly downed the fiery tequila. He disliked anything that could impair his nervous system. Quinn removed his sunglasses, revealing a scarred brow and a cloudy left eye, and got straight to the point. "Lee, you're an outstanding warrior. Anthony speaks highly of your composure and marksmanship. My third squad needs a precision shooter. Are you interested?" Lisi simply nodded in response to the offer. Quinn continued, "Don't worry about the company behind you. I'll buy out your contract. With your skills, you can pay off your debt in a year working for me. You should know by now what kind of person I am from our month together. Even while you're paying off your debt, I'll pay you a monthly salary plus mission bonuses. We're not like those homeless scavengers. We have long-term partners. This is an opportunity you should seriously consider." Lisi was well aware that Quinn's security company often collaborated covertly with the French government, handling some shady dealings. Thanks to Quinn's background in the French Foreign Legion, even after retiring, he maintained extensive connections. Lisi, by a twist of fate, was sold into a notorious paramilitary training camp known as the Death Camp. On the surface, this place appeared to be a training ground for mercenaries, but in reality, most people were merely groomed as cannon fodder. The training period was short, often less than a year, and these individuals were then sold off to conflict zones around the world, where they would eventually die in obscurity. In contrast, real mercenaries were usually retired soldiers who had undergone extensive and systematic training. However, the death camp occasionally produced exceptional individuals like Lisi. For these outstanding seeds, the camp would lease them out to extract every bit of their remaining value until their final breath. Unless a powerful mercenary group was willing to pay a hefty ransom to buy their freedom, this was their fate. Under normal circumstances, Quinn's offer would undoubtedly be the best way out for Lisi. But Lisi had other plans. He didn't want to be a mercenary for long and had already accepted his next mission. When Lisi declined politely, Quinn shrugged and said casually, "Kid, if you ever change your mind, you're always welcome here. You have a talent for this line of work. When the time comes, I can arrange for you to receive further training with the Foreign Legion." As he spoke, Anthony pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Lisi. "Here's an extra $10,000 in reward money. You deserve it. As for your company's share, we'll pay that as usual." Lisi knew well that rental personnel like him typically didn't get a share of the reward. Anthony gave it to him not out of kindness, but because Lisi had saved several teammates during the mission, including Anthony. While mercenaries weren't known for their moral integrity, they did understand the concept of reciprocation when it came to life-saving favors. After all, no one could predict when they might need their teammates' help again. A week later, Lisi returned to the death camp's base on a small island in the Luzon archipelago. The sprawling camp was hidden in dense jungle, surrounded by watchtowers and extensive minefields. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lisi noticed his roommate was gone. He immediately realized he was about to get a new roommate. Clearly, the previous one had perished in the South American jungle. These double rooms were specifically reserved for outstanding seeds and were a step up from the pigsties where others lived, considered a privilege. As long as they could generate profits for the company, they received some special treatment. But fundamentally, they were still cannon fodder, just premium cannon fodder. A few days after reporting his mission, a large meeting was convened. Out of nearly 100 people, more than half were ordinary cannon fodder, with only about 20 being elite like Lisi. The leader, known as the Beast Tamer, grinned menacingly and announced, "You are about to undertake a new mission. Regardless of the outcome, once it's completed, you will have paid off your debt to the company. And for you elites, there's a nice bonus waiting. Faced with this so-called good news, everyone's expressions suddenly darkened. They were well aware of the massive debt owed to the company, with Lisi alone shouldering a staggering $1 million. The company's sudden cancellation of the debt clearly revealed the danger of the mission. When the animal trainer pointed to Desya on the map, wails of despair filled the room. Only Lisi's eyes sparkled with a strange light. A month later, in the jungles of southern Desya, a figure disguised as an herb gatherer stood quietly. He glanced at his watch and then blew a whistle that mimicked a bird's call. Instantly, subtle rustling sounds came from the dense forest, as more than a dozen people emerged like ghosts, shedding their disguises. The contact person whispered a code phrase, and after confirmation, signaled everyone to follow. The group arrived at an abandoned ranger's hut. They quickly washed up, changed into the clothes prepared by the contact, and buried their original garments deep underground. Although they were all of Asian descent, not all were from Desya. Only 2 were native to Desya, but more than half could speak the language, albeit with varying accents. The contact pointed to their weapons and firmly stated, "You can't bring these in." The leader of the group, a Desya native named Peter Chin, who had changed his name to Chin Lu for the mission, argued reluctantly, "No way. How are we supposed to complete the mission without weapons?" The contact's tone was stern. "This is Desya, where guns are strictly prohibited. If your gear is exposed, the surveillance cameras everywhere will ensure you won't escape even a single county." Ultimately, Chunla had to abandon the weapons. They had another plan to acquire arms. Under the contact's meticulous arrangements, they infiltrated a tour group and began their journey inland. Lisi looked at the bustling and peaceful homeland, feeling a sense of estrangement. Unlike Chenlu, he had household registration here. In fact, the people from the death camp didn't know he was from Desya because he had initially spoken fluent Burmese. He had learned it specifically to find Huajia, but before he could use it, he was betrayed by a human smuggler. At this moment, Lisi could report them all and have them captured, but he chose to wait, at least until they secured the weapons. Then, he would slip away and complete his final objective, which required the support of firearms. After arriving in Luoqing, they waited for 5 days. Another team entering from the north was completely wiped out, unfortunately encountering border patrols. Even Lisi's team only had half successfully entered the country. The rest either stepped on landmines, were attacked by venomous creatures, or got lost and went missing. Soon, their weapons arrived. Everyone meticulously checked the equipment and learned of their next mission: to seize a hard drive. Lisi sensed something fishy, but it no longer concerned him. He planned to leave the group once he got his hands on the weapons. 2 days later, after thorough planning, they set off in vehicles. Their target was an armored transport vehicle, and their mission was to seize the item and hand it over to the contact before fleeing. Lisi intended to escape during the chaos of the battle. The 2 minivans drove smoothly, and Lisi, through the tinted windows, watched the surroundings cautiously. He found the mission absurd. These people didn't understand Desya at all. Even if they managed to seize the item, he doubted they could escape successfully. Suddenly, there was a traffic jam ahead, and traffic police started directing vehicles. As the driver cursed nervously, Lisi sensed something was wrong. A large truck blocked their target on the right, and another large truck was approaching from the opposite lane on the left. Lisi suddenly realized, large trucks were prohibited from entering the city center during the day. "We're exposed," Lisi exclaimed to himself, gripping his assault rifle tightly, and quietly chambering around amidst the honking vehicles. Just as the large truck in the adjacent lane was about to position itself, Lisi decisively opened the door, slid out sideways, and rolled under the same lane truck. Holding the gun with one hand, he provided suppressive fire at his reacting teammates while his left hand swiftly pulled out a knife, quickly prying open the manhole cover, and nimbly slipped inside. In a temporary command post, the commander suddenly roared, "Damn it! I knew this wouldn't work. What kind of fishing plan is this? What the hell can we catch?" He slapped the table forcefully. "All departments, move out immediately. Use lethal force if resisted. Ensure the safety of all surrounding civilians." Following the commander's orders, the operation quickly unfolded. 2 business cars at the front and rear of the target vehicle simultaneously started, slamming into the target from both ends. The sound of metal crashing was deafening, and the target vehicle was firmly trapped in the middle, unable to move. Next, several shooting ports suddenly appeared on the sides of the large trucks. A loudspeaker blared out demands for surrender, but the sound was quickly drowned out by gunfire. Bullets rained down, shattering glass everywhere. However, when the battle ended and the SWAT team began pursuing Lisi into the sewers, 10 minutes had already passed. By then, Lisi had already crawled out from a concealed manhole cover hundreds of meters away, quickly changing into plain clothes and stashing his weapon in a suitcase. He blended into the panicked crowd, quietly leaving the scene of the firefight. A week later, the situation took a drastic turn. Lisi, covered in blood, stood in the center of a shopping mall, surrounded by trembling hostages. Outside the mall, police loudspeakers continuously urged him to surrender, their voices echoing in the tense atmosphere. Reflecting on the days since his escape, Li Si knew his time was running out. Against the full force of the state machinery, even a so-called king of soldiers was nothing more than an ant. In his eyes, he was merely advanced cannon fodder at best. After escaping, he had driven straight to the city where his final target was located. He had been confident that he could swiftly infiltrate, kill the target, and leave undetected. But things didn't go as planned. It wasn't a failure of skill. The target was unexpectedly powerful. A kind of invisible barrier that could stop bullets was beyond anything he had anticipated. To make matters worse, a young man had casually thrown a knife that pierced Li Si's abdomen. He barely managed to escape the battlefield using a flashbang. But his whereabouts were exposed, and with his severe injuries, he was discovered within a day and ultimately cornered here. Li Si knew there was no escape, but he hadn't lost his mind to the point of harming innocent hostages. Soon, a voice called out, "My name is Shi Gongming. I'm the commanding officer on site. I'm unarmed and here to negotiate. Brother, please don't go off the deep end." A young man in a trench coat entered the shop, taking a few steps before seeing Li Si slumped in the corner, drenched in blood. Shi Gongming stopped, lifted his shirt to show he had no weapons, and turned around. Facing Li Si's gun, his expression remained calm, even smiling. "Brother Li Si, you're a good shot. I know you don't want to hurt anyone else. Even when you were fighting us, you avoided vital areas. We figured out why you're doing this, and we've looked into your background. You haven't killed anyone in the country, which shows you're still a good person at heart. I think we should talk. At least let these hostages go. They're innocent, aren't they?" Li Si weakly asked, "Have you found Huajuju's body? We're still trying our best. What about that killer with the strange abilities? How are you dealing with him?" "We'll handle it seriously." "How seriously?" Li Si sneered, coughing up blood and lowering his gun. "All right, you're one of those with strange abilities too, aren't you? It's rare for someone like you to tell a dying man the truth." Shi Gongming was silent for a moment before replying. "Actually, that scum is the rare one." Li Si waved dismissively. "All right, take the hostages and leave. I'm dying. Let me be alone for a while." Shi Gongming sighed and left with the hostages. Li Si struggled to unwrap a wrinkled candy, popping it into his mouth with effort. He grinned. "Hey, got a free candy." Soon after, Li Si's eyes slowly closed, and his breathing ceased. Li Si groggily opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar space, with visibility limited to just a few dozen meters. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in a layer of white mist. He tried to get up, but the stabbing pain in his body made multiple attempts futile. Looking down, he saw not only several gunshot wounds, but also a knife protruding from his abdomen. "Hey, is anyone there? There's a wounded person here, bleeding out," Li Si shouted, but his only response was silence. The space seemed vast, and his cries didn't even echo. A wave of fear surged through him, and various speculations flashed through his mind. Had he been captured for some dangerous experiment? Or was his brain extracted for some nefarious AI research? Whatever the case, Li Si realized that if he didn't address his injuries soon, he would likely lose his life within minutes. As he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, a grand and authoritative voice suddenly echoed, "Do you want to know the meaning of life?" Struggling to turn over, Li Si muttered, "Not really." After a brief pause, the voice spoke again. "Chosen one, do you wish to join the extreme evil space?" Startled, Li Si looked up at the mist above him, where a giant face had appeared. He blinked, forcing a wry smile, judging by the name. "Your company doesn't sound very legit. Do you offer health insurance? What about benefits? How's the pay? What's the commission structure? How many hours a week do you work? Do you observe public holidays? Let me tell you, I've been burned by shady companies before, so I'm not falling for it easily." Hearing Li Si's barrage of questions, the cloud-formed face sneered and let out a series of eerie laughs. "Little one, we don't have any of that. You'll work for us until you die, and the danger level depends on your own abilities." The face then formed a sinister smile, "And the reward is your second life. Is that a high enough price for you?" Li Si pondered for a moment, his expression serious. He took a deep breath and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood upwards, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, dream on. I'm not working myself to death with another 996 job. I'd rather be a free ghost than a working slave. Leave me be. I have a date with Ming Po's soup to pick a better life for my next reincarnation." However, Li Si's defiant act did nothing to shame the giant face. Instead, the blood fell back onto him. Seeing Li Si's fearless demeanor, the face remained silent for a moment before it started inhaling. The surrounding air currents formed a whirlwind, knocking Li Si off the ground. "Wait, I agree," Li Si hurriedly shouted, hearing the terrifying sound of the face gathering power. But the face didn't stop. It exhaled mightily, enveloping Li Si in a massive cloud. In the end, Li Si chose to join the extreme evil space. He was moved by the promise of an unknown entity grant him complete emotions, allowing him to experience all the feelings of a normal human. This was what Li Si had longed for. He wanted to understand what made him different from others and wished to be an ordinary, normal person. The giant face gave him a seed, one that would gradually allow him to develop normal emotions. Before Li Si could ask about the specifics of the space, he fell unconscious. When he woke up again, Li Si found himself in another world. It was similar to his original Earth, but it seemed he had traveled back in time. Fortunately, his physical condition was better than at his peak in his previous life, and all the knowledge in his mind was intact. This meant he could leverage his foresight to seize opportunities and become wealthy at critical historical moments. However, reality was not entirely rosy. Li Si discovered he was in the midst of World War II, with China Daxia undergoing immense suffering and transformation. Fortunately, he wasn't in China but in the then powerful United States. But this brought new challenges. As a person of Chinese descent, he wasn't welcome there, especially after Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. To the superficially genteel but inherently prejudiced gangs, Chinese and Japanese people looked the same, and they didn't bother to distinguish between them. Nonetheless, Li Si's specific location seemed to afford him some protection from discrimination. Facing this new world filled with opportunities and challenges, Li Si began to contemplate how to use his advantages to survive and even alter the course of history in this turbulent era. Unfortunately, this is the damn military. Li Si's nightmare had come true. His unit was scheduled to be deployed to the battlefield in a month. To make matters worse, their destination was Normandy, where the Allies were planning a massive landing. The most despairing part was that his unit would be attacking Omaha Beach, a place destined to be a bloodbath. Li Si gritted his teeth, convinced that this was the big-faced officer's way of screwing him over. His promising second chance at life was likely to be cut short by coastal artillery or MG-42 machine guns. He cursed silently, acknowledging that workplace bullying was indeed everywhere. Over the next month, Li Si threw himself into studying World War II tactics and amphibious assault strategies. His dedication to training, exceptional marksmanship, and outstanding physical fitness earned him the admiration of his commanding officer, even leading to public praise in front of the entire battalion. However, this honor came with a price. He was assigned to the first wave of the landing troops. Li Si mentally cursed the battalion commander's ancestors, convinced that this jerk was using him as cannon fodder because he was from Daxia. It seemed that even in a new life, he couldn't escape his fate as expendable. In the Higgins LCVP landing craft, the soldiers anxiously awaited their unknown fate. The violent rocking caused many to vomit uncontrollably. Some clutched crosses to their chests, offering the most sincere prayers of their lives. Li Si, on the other hand, held his M1 Garand rifle and muttered a prayer to the great God of workers, hoping to survive this operation orchestrated by evil capitalists and exploitative companies. Hearing Li Si's murmurs, his comrade James curiously asked, "Li, what deity are you praying to? Is it some guardian spirit from your Eastern culture? Can you say a prayer for me too?" Li Si glanced at him and retorted, "Aren't you a believer in God? What, now you think other deities aren't false gods anymore?" James cursed, "Bullshit. If it keeps me alive, I'd pray to the devil himself." As the soldiers tried various ways to cope with their nerves, the observer at the back of the landing craft suddenly shouted, 30 seconds. Get ready. We're hitting the beach." The roar of artillery and the rattle of gunfire grew closer. Shells exploded near the landing craft, tossing its occupants around. Bullets pinged off the hull, a relentless reminder that hell was just ahead, with both Satan and God beckoning to complete their annual KPIs. The platoon leader began shouting orders, "Don't drop your weapons. Ignore everyone else, head straight to the T9 sector. We need to secure it so the heavy weapons can come in. Staying on the beach is a death sentence." As the rear gunners opened fire, the soldiers lurched forward from the momentum. They realized they had reached the beach. The operator swiftly turned the wheel, and the front ramp of the landing craft slowly lowered. But before they could even take in the scene ahead, the Grim Reaper's scythe was already swinging. A hail of bullets turned the soldiers in the front row into Swiss cheese. As the unanimously chosen, honorable frontman, Li Si was no exception. Several bullets pierced his body, and he tumbled off the ramp, plunging into the frigid seawater. Li Si struggled out of the seawater, his lungs greedily sucking in fresh air. He leaned against an anti-landing obstacle, gasping for breath as he tried to shake off the dizziness from lack of oxygen. A quick check of his body confirmed his relief: no bullet wounds. It seemed the beginner's protection really worked. Apart from his health bar, Li Si noticed he had a white energy bar, now more than half depleted. This was one of the few supports provided by the giant face, a protective system capable of withstanding 10 bullet hits and some shrapnel. However, it wouldn't hold up against concentrated fire or a direct hit from a shell. He had no time to explore other features. His immediate priority was to get off this beach, which had been marked by enemy artillery. Soaked to the bone and burdened with heavy gear, he trudged through the water. Bullets whizzed by, and the beach was littered with corpses and wounded soldiers crying out in agony. Blood mixed with seawater, creating a grim, red tide. While moving alone temporarily kept him out of the machine gun sights, Li Si knew his luck would run out if he didn't find cover soon. The beach was riddled with at least 100 machine gun nests, forming a dense crossfire network. Once out of the water, Li Si bent low and moved quickly but still got hit twice. When he spotted a shell crater ahead, he dove into it without hesitation. Inside, several soldiers were already huddled, trying to make themselves as small as possible. Unlike the others who were crying out, Li Si sprang into action. He tore off the waterproof plastic wrapping his weapon and discarded unnecessary gear. After getting himself sorted, he cautiously peeked out to assess the situation, immediately drawing a hail of gunfire that sent sand flying around the crater. The other soldiers cursed him under their breath, curling up even tighter. Even though it was a brief glance, Li Si gained crucial information. An exposed machine gun nest had been reduced to rubble, likely by an airstrike. That position wouldn't be operational anytime soon. Li Si quickly calculated his route and rolled out of the crater. His movements, though ungainly, were swift and effective, making him look almost like a bizarre creature as he crawled toward his chosen position. Whether due to his odd movements or sheer speed, he managed to avoid machine gun fire. Upon reaching his destination, Li Si shook out his rifle to clear any sand from the barrel. He set up and aimed at a machine gun bunker about 80 meters to his right. He could sense that the gunner had locked onto him. The first shot missed not due to poor marksmanship, as Li Si could hit a target with iron sights at 200 meters. The intense movement and constant explosions had thrown off his aim. He shook his head and took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. The enemy's firing slit began to spew bullets, sending sand and debris flying. But this didn't affect Li Si's aim. A single shot rang out, and the machine gun nest went silent. Staying alert, he kept his sights on the position. 2 seconds later, the gunner attempted to fire again, but Li Si's shot suppressed them once more. Single-handedly, Li Si pinned down the machine gun nest, preventing it from firing. Soon, other experienced soldiers noticed his efforts and gathered around him, with more than 10 joining him in a short time. Realizing the enemy might call in artillery support, Li Si decided to change his position. A nearby soldier called out, "Hey Asian kid, where are you going? The whole beach is a slaughterhouse. This spot is safer." Li Si replied, "They're going to call in mortars. I need to find a new shooting position. You should move too." Having taken out several gunners, the new recruits arriving were clearly terrified, firing wildly at the enemy. This gave Li Si the chance to move. As he left, only a few soldiers followed him. Although the remaining soldiers understood Li Si's warning, their survival instinct made it difficult for them to leave the temporary shelter. Just as Li Si moved to a new position, the spot he had vacated was hit by several artillery shells, causing the soldiers who were there to be instantly torn apart. Now, Li Si found himself in an even more perilous situation, pinned down by 2 firing points with a seasoned machine gunner taking precise shots, making it impossible for him to lift his head. "No, we can't just sit here and wait to die," one soldier shouted. "Asian kid, we'll buy you some time. Can you take out those bastards once we lay down suppressive fire?" Li Si gave a thumbs up. The soldier took a deep breath and yelled, "I'll count to 3, and we all shoot together. 1, 2, 3. Open fire." As soon as the words left his mouth, the brave soldier sprang up, clutching a bar and unleashing a furious barrage at the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Si quickly adjusted his position and skillfully took out the 2 machine gunners. With remarkable calm and precision, he then eliminated the rest of the machine gun crews. Among the soldiers providing cover fire, only one was unfortunate enough to be hit in the neck by a bullet. The rest miraculously remained unscathed. Glancing at the severely wounded soldier, Li Si realized there was no hope for him and immediately called for the others to keep moving forward. They finally reached the side of a cliff, a blind spot for enemy fire. However, the bunker above them sporadically dropped grenades down the chute, keeping the danger ever present. After about 10 minutes, more than 30 soldiers from different platoons had gathered there. A lieutenant studied the map for a moment before cursing and tossing it aside. "Damn it! Where the hell are we?" "Sir, I think we're mopping the floor in Satan's bedroom," a soldier joked half-heartedly. Li Si picked up the map and pointed. "We're at position T7. The lieutenant ordered. "We'll breach right here. East Asian kid, you take care of the enemy's firing points while we blow open the barbed wire." Faced with a shortage of demolition charges, the lieutenant barked, "Then go collect some. If we don't breach this spot, once the machine gunners in those bunkers start firing again, we're all dead." In the process of gathering demolition charges and ammunition, they lost a few more soldiers but also managed to bring back some lost comrades, increasing their numbers. After breaking through to a safer position, only 17 of them remained. Occupying a trench, Li Si and the others engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. By this time, the beachhead had already claimed hundreds of lives, with armored vehicles and tanks meant for fire support reduced to wreckage on the shore. Under relentless artillery fire, establishing a foothold on the beach seemed impossible. The survivors were filled with despair, uncertain of how much longer they could hold out. By noon, more than 70 people had gathered at Li's location. However, lacking heavy equipment, they were powerless against the enemy's fortified defenses. The towering bunkers stood like iron walls, blocking their way. To make matters worse, they had to endure relentless mortar bombardments, with casualties mounting steadily. The specter of death loomed over them, ready to strike at any moment. At this critical juncture, a turning point emerged. Due to severe losses suffered by the vanguard, the Navy had no choice but to push the destroyers forward. This decision, however, meant that the destroyers would be more vulnerable to coastal artillery fire. Yet, without the support of naval artillery, the defenses here could not be breached. Amidst the constant enemy mortar fire, a newly arrived captain cursed in frustration. "Those damn bastards, they're slaughtering us non-stop. We need to come up with a plan, or those field guns will soon target us." A soldier suggested, "We could call for artillery support and have the ship's guns take out that mortar position." The captain glared back, retorting, "But where exactly is the enemy position? The entire unit is requesting artillery support. We can only get 2 rounds at most. Without a precise location, are we supposed to guess?" Li, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up, "Straight ahead, 15 degrees to the right, about 750 meters." The captain looked at Li in surprise. "You mean the enemy mortar position is there?" Li nodded and explained, "They haven't moved for 3 consecutive rounds of shelling. Based on their pattern, they'll relocate after 5 more rounds." Despite having witnessed Li's remarkable marksmanship and knowing his significant contributions to establishing frontline outposts, the captain couldn't help but ask, "Li, are you sure?" Li pulled out a pen and began writing formulas on the blank back of a map, explaining the parabolic trajectory of mortars and the reverse calculation method. The captain cut him off halfway. "Li, I just need to know if you're sure. I'm not interested in how you figured it out, but someone with your talent is wasted on the battlefield." With that, the captain immediately called for an artillery strike. 2 minutes later, the whistling shells turned the area near the position into a fiery inferno. While the destroyers' guns weren't as powerful as a battleship's, they were more than enough to handle an exposed mortar position. Relieved from the mortar threat, the captain told Li, "Sergeant, I'll make sure your achievements are reported accurately." Li pointed to the map and said, "We need to leave this position immediately. The enemy's field artillery will soon target this area." The captain couldn't help but ask, "Which direction should we move in?" Li drew a line on the map, "Call for one last artillery support, targeting here. We'll advance along the edge of the fire zone, then flank around to the enemy's fort number 15, neutralizing this strong point to open a path for the follow-up troops." Several officers gathered to discuss the plan, ultimately deeming it too risky. A single mistake could result in being surrounded by the enemy or killed by naval artillery. Li shook his head and explained, "The rear is currently adjusting tactics, and the third wave of landing forces is about to storm the beach. By then, the enemy's numerous firing points won't be able to focus on us. But if we stay here, we're bound to become their priority targets." Fort number 15 has 2 heavy coastal guns, several anti-tank guns, and a dozen machine guns, enough to lock down several hundred meters of beach. It's the linchpin of the entire Omaha defense's left flank. If we assault it, even disrupting them for a few minutes could allow our tanks to break through and establish a beachhead. Although Li couldn't convince everyone, they reported the plan. 10 minutes later, a newly arrived captain took interest in Li's plan and led 30 men to join him. As the naval artillery rained down, the massive explosions forced the enemy to take cover. Almost unnoticed, Li led his small group, sprinting along the edge of the bombardment towards the enemy's rear. In just 2 minutes, they covered a distance of 200 meters. Li keenly sensed that Fort 15 was within reach and, without hesitation, leaped into the nearby trench. He swiftly attached his bayonet and, like a stealthy leopard, silently advanced towards the target. By the time his comrades arrived, panting and out of breath, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. Li was already seated calmly beside 2 88mm cannons, meticulously wiping the fresh blood off his bayonet. His comrades carefully inspected the 7 or 8 enemy corpses scattered around the gun emplacement, each of them wearing expressions of genuine admiration. Li's combat prowess was awe-inspiring, bordering on ferocious. At that moment, the supporting artillery fire that had been providing cover for their operation ceased, plunging the beachhead back into chaos. Even if anyone noticed the infiltrating soldiers, they had no time to react, as all firepower was being relentlessly directed at the beachhead defenses. Li quickly assessed the condition of the 2 88mm cannons and found that their positions could still be adjusted. He immediately called for his comrades to start moving the cannons. Captain Lucas, standing nearby, curiously asked, "You know how to operate these things?" While continuously adjusting the range, Li Si answered succinctly, "Studied it. We're using direct fire. Just aim and shoot." With that, he deftly began loading a shell, and his comrades followed suit, loading the other cannon. They all retreated to a safe distance and pulled the firing cords. With a thunderous roar, two enemy strongpoints in the distant defensive line were blown sky-high. Lucas's eyes lit up with excitement, and he shouted, "Hey, Lee, you're a genius." He quickly made a decision. "I'll leave a few men here with you. Fire is needed. We're going to assault Fort 15. However, Lucas's assault team soon found themselves in a dire situation, caught in a pincer attack. Fortunately, Li Si adjusted the cannon fire just in time to provide crucial support. Although this relieved Lucas's immediate crisis, it also exposed Li Si's position. A large number of enemy troops began launching fierce attacks on the gun emplacement, trying to reclaim this strategic point. Li Si was forced to abandon the bombardment of distant strongpoints and engaged in intense firefights with the approaching enemy. With precise marksmanship, a calm demeanor, and ample stamina, Li Si, armed with a Garand rifle, almost single-handedly suppressed the enemy's firepower from half a platoon. Every time the distinct ping of an empty clip ejecting from Li Si's Garand rang out, it reassured his nearby comrades. Li Si and his comrades tenaciously held their ground at the position, successfully blocking support from 3 enemy strongpoints. The fierce battle raged on for over 10 minutes, and Li Si had switched from his Garand to a 98K rifle. Despite the enemy's relentless assault, their situation grew increasingly precarious. Of the original 9 men at the gun emplacement, 3 had heroically fallen, and another 3 were wounded but still fighting. Li Si's own situation was grim as well. His defensive gear was depleted, and a shrapnel wound on his left shoulder was bleeding profusely. In this life-or-death moment, Li Si couldn't afford to bandage his wound until he heard the familiar roar of Barr and Thompson submachine guns. The sound was like music to his ears, signaling that he had survived the meat grinder of this brutal battlefield. As the sun set, Li Si sat wearily on the edge of the gun emplacement. His gaze drifted to the horizon, where countless warships braved heavy artillery fire to continuously ferry new troops to the beachhead. Watching this awe-inspiring yet heart-wrenching scene, Li Si fell into deep thought and murmured to himself, "Why do humans love to fight so much?" At Omaha Beach, it wasn't until the second day that a significant breach was finally achieved. Li Si, one of the first-wave casualties, was now lying in a makeshift field hospital. The air was filled with the cries and groans of the wounded, but Li Si was focused on examining his starter pack. First, he was astonished to find that even though he was injured, his physical abilities remained remarkably strong. Compared to his previous life, he was practically a different person. Remembering his past skills as a mercenary, while decent, they were nowhere near his current level. Clearly, his body had been enhanced by the mysterious space. Secondly, Li Si recalled the bulletproof barrier that had saved him multiple times. During today's beach assault, this protective shield from his starter pack had saved his life more than once. Without that 1 centimeter thick barrier around his body, he would have been a cold corpse in a body bag by now. Upon closer inspection, Li Si discovered that this shield could withstand 10 full-power rifle rounds. If it were smaller caliber bullets, it could probably block even more. As for artillery shells, he estimated that it could handle up to an 80mm mortar shell. Anything larger would be too much. However, the shield was not invincible. Li Si bitterly recalled the salty seawater he was forced to swallow during the beach assault, clearly indicating that the shield wasn't waterproof. As his thoughts wandered, Li Si began to ponder more questions. What exactly is the extreme evil space? What does that mysterious face represent? Why was he sent back in time? What is the purpose behind all of this? Yet, before he could find any answers, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, pulling him into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, just a few hundred meters away in the camp, another scene was unfolding. A young man was silently weeping, while the soldiers around him mercilessly mocked him. "You weak yellow monkey," one soldier sneered. "I don't know what the brass was thinking, sending you to our Company D. You guys are useless in battle." A nearby lieutenant tried to defuse the situation. "Bill, don't say that. It's just his personal issue. I heard that during today's fight, some Asian kid performed exceptionally well and greatly aided the successful landing." Another soldier chimed in excitedly. "I know who you're talking about. That's Lee. Amazingly, he took down at least 100 Nazi bastards today. Really impressive." The others immediately jeered. "Stop exaggerating. Why don't you say he took down Hitler himself?" The soldier's face turned red as he insisted. "I'm serious. I was with him defending the T-11 area. He shot every enemy with perfect accuracy. If you don't believe me, ask the captain when he gets back." He was among the first to follow Lee and open the breach from T7 to T11, giving the others a foothold. Later, he joined Company A in attacking Bunker 15. Otherwise, how could the tanks and armored vehicles have broken through there? However, the weeping Asian youth paid no attention to the surrounding discussion. His name was Lien Chung, and he had confirmed that he had time traveled. His last memory was of a car accident, after which he was thrown onto this terrifying battlefield by an entity called the Ancient God Space. Originally part of a six-man team, he was now the only one left. Despite over a month of training, it was far from enough to turn an ordinary waiter into a competent soldier. Even though his physical abilities had been enhanced to the point where he could push bullets out of his body with his muscles, surpassing Li Si's current physical condition, and even though he had a shield that could block hundreds of bullets, none of this could quell his inner fear. Lien Chung recalled the team member who had claimed to be a soldier in a past life, confidently assuring everyone that he could keep them safe, only to be cut down by gunfire moments after landing. That person charged ahead, only to be gunned down by 3 machine guns, lasting barely 2 seconds before becoming a pile of flesh. The rest of the team also met gruesome ends on the beach once their shields were depleted. Because their vitality was stronger than normal humans, some even wailed in agony for a long time before finally dying. Lien Chung survived by desperately crawling away from the beach and consuming parts of human flesh to push the bullets out of his body. Now, without his shield, he was filled with fear, unsure how much longer he could survive in this global meat grinder. There were many others like Lien Chung, selected by various spaces to undergo trials, thrown into this brutal war to face an uncertain fate. They possess different talents and nearly identical shields, yet they hail from different countries, different races, and even different timelines. The battlefield is like a ruthless sorting machine, eliminating more than half of them in just one day. In this life and death world, aside from the lone fighter Li Si, everyone else seems to have their own team for support. In a camp 1 kilometer away from Li Si, several soldiers were engaged in a hushed discussion. They belonged to a mysterious organization called God Space, and this was their first formal mission. However, the harsh reality had already claimed the lives of 2 of their comrades. Pierce was hit directly by artillery and killed instantly, one soldier reported softly, his voice tinged with unmistakable sorrow. Duan Feng didn't make it either. An anti-tank gun shattered his shield, and a bullet went through his head right after. The grim news cast a brief silence over the camp. They were part of the second wave of landings, yet had already lost 2 comrades just after setting foot on the battlefield. Captain Paris took a deep breath, breaking the heavy atmosphere. All right, we are ghosts walking the line between life and death. They just returned to the embrace of the gods a bit earlier. His voice was firm and steady. Now, let's focus on the mission. After we rest tonight, we'll move forward with Company C. Paris looked around to ensure everyone was paying attention. We still have 3 tough battles ahead. When Company C is down to just a few dozen men, Captain Miller will receive the mission to save Private Ryan. At that point, we must join their ranks. That's when our real mission begins. A black team member couldn't help but voice his concern. But, Captain, we've already used up half of our shield durability today. If we go through 3 more battles, our shields might completely fail. Paris sighed but maintained his resolute tone. This is why we're here. We can't avoid it, can we? The camp fell into silence again as everyone contemplated the impending dangers. Seeing this, Paris decided to boost their morale. Don't forget, we have excellent marksmanship, top-notch physical fitness, and special abilities. More importantly, we know the storyline. These advantages make us far stronger than ordinary soldiers. He continued, and maybe the mission won't be as difficult as we imagine. Even if we join the team during the bridge defense, it's unlikely we'll face an entire armored division. Paris's words eased the tension slightly. All right, let's put aside all other emotions and focus on studying the upcoming mission. Meanwhile, in the rear enemy-occupied zone, another space team was fighting fiercely alongside the 101st Airborne Division, engaging in intense skirmishes with the enemy. A few days later, the Normandy landings had succeeded. Even the most challenging Omaha Beach sector had seen the Allies break through several kilometers. The Nazi forces were retreating, but this was no longer relevant to Li Si, who was recovering from his injuries. Li Si had a massive wound on his shoulder. Despite his optimized body, it would still take half a month for the injury to fully heal. He wouldn't be able to return to the battlefield for at least a month. By then, although the fighting would still be intense, it wouldn't be as brutally bloody as Omaha Beach. At least, not for Li Si. For months later, Li Si had already been promoted to second lieutenant. This was extremely rare for an Asian officer within the ranks of the Allied forces. Li Si's outstanding combat achievements were simply too remarkable to be overlooked, forcing the US to reluctantly grant him this rank. Even so, they only grudgingly made him a small platoon leader. As the war progressed, Li Si distinguished himself in every battle he participated in. Other Allied nations awarded him highly prestigious medals, and commanders from England and France even considered poaching him. France went as far as to offer him the enticing position of a major. Under such circumstances, if the US continued to suppress Li Si, not only would they lose face, but even the rank-and-file soldiers might start having second thoughts. However, the US had already devised a plan to deal with this. they decided not to let Li Si continue gaining experience on the Western Front. Just as his unit was advancing towards the Scheldt River, a sudden order arrived. Li Si was summoned back to the US for leave, but before Christmas was over, a new assignment was already waiting for him. When Li Si read the orders, he couldn't help but curse the US for their cunning. They were sending him to the Pacific Theater. The Western Front was near its end, with Nazi forces weakening, and he could have safely coasted through the final stages. Now, he was being thrown into the frenzied conflict against the Empire of the Rising Sun. Despite his reluctance, orders were orders, and Li Si had no choice but to pack his bags and head to the bloody Pacific battlefield. As expected, Li Si was assigned to the 4th Marine Division, which was set to assault Iwo Jima. To make matters worse, not only did his commanding officer hold a prejudice against him, but his soldiers also looked down on their Asian officer. Filled with anger, Li Si seized an opportunity to teach these rowdy soldiers a lesson. Hardened by the fires of war, his physical fitness had greatly improved. He effortlessly subdued several burly men with his bare hands, his breathing still steady. The military is a place where strength is respected. After demonstrating his prowess, his soldiers became much more compliant. But Li Si knew that the real battles were still ahead. He began rigorously training his soldiers, pushing them to their limits. The harsh training left them bitter, and some even reported him to the military court. However, to the higher-ups, Li Si's methods were acceptable. They believed that only well-trained soldiers could perform at their best in combat. Time flew by, and shortly after the new year, the unit began preparations for the assault on Iwo Jima. Standing on the deck, the soldiers watched as planes and naval guns bombarded the island. The hour-long bombardment seemed to plow through the entire island. The soldiers cheered excitedly, and one of Li Si's men curiously asked, "Lieutenant Li, how many of those Japs do you think are still alive?" Li Si didn't answer. He didn't want to dampen their spirits or reveal the harsh truth that the bombing likely caused minimal casualties. Another soldier, making a pleading gesture, laughed and said, "I bet they're crying for their mothers right now." The comment sparked laughter among the men, but Li Si silently thought, "Soon, it might be us crying for our mothers." At 8:30 a.m., under the cover of naval gunfire, Li Si boarded a landing craft and headed for the shore. Sitting in the Higgins boat, Li Si couldn't help but recall the disastrous slaughter at Omaha Beach a few months earlier. Although this situation might not be much better, at least they wouldn't be trapped on the beach. After 3 months of rest, Li Si's protective shield had fully recovered. With this safeguard, as long as he was careful and a bit lucky, he shouldn't be easily killed. At 9 a.m., they finally reached the shore, surprisingly without encountering enemy fire. All the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but Li Si immediately ordered them to check their gear while he carefully observed the surrounding yellow zone. Under the urging of the company commander, Li Si led the 2nd platoon away from the beach and into the island. The pungent smell of sulfur, the drifting volcanic ash, and the soft ground made the soldiers extremely uncomfortable. Li Si walked at the front, holding his trusty Garand rifle, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any hidden enemy bunkers. Relying on his experience as a former mercenary and his knowledge of history, Li Si quickly identified several suspicious spots. However, as they advanced further, Li Si's heart grew heavier. He alone had already spotted dozens of firing points and hidden soldier dens. This indicated that they were in for a grueling and tough battle. Li Si realized the situation was critical and immediate action was necessary, or he and his men would be wiped out. He quickly devised a plan in his mind, positioning soldiers with heavy firepower in spots that would avoid enemy bunkers' line of fire. He then summoned 3 squad leaders, pretending to study a map while hastily sketching on the blank side with a pencil. "Listen up," Li Si said in a low voice. "We're here. There's a bunker 25 meters southwest and a hidden enemy position 30 meters away. Wayne, you take the 1st squad and handle those targets." His finger moved to another spot. "There's another bunker here. Buffalo, you take the 2nd squad and clear it out." After assigning the tasks, Li Si cautioned, "Remember, don't look directly at these positions. Tell the soldiers to stay calm and wait for my signal before taking action." Once the squad leaders left, Li Si led a few soldiers to silently approach a camouflaged stronghold. He glanced at his watch. There were 2 minutes until 9:30. The concealed firing port was slowly opening. Li Si held his breath, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, he shouted, "Go!" and lunged forward. He quickly pulled out a grenade and precisely shoved it into the firing port, almost placing it into the arms of the Japanese soldier inside. The explosion followed, sending a mix of blood, smoke, and debris spewing from the firing port. Li Si immediately grabbed the stunned flamethrower operator. "Give them a blast inside." The flamethrower was aimed at the bunker opening, and fierce flames poured in, with scorching fire erupting from every vent and firing port. This bunker was much larger than Li Si had anticipated. As Li Si initiated the assault, the other squads began clearing their designated targets. The Japanese were caught off guard, and most of their bunkers were swiftly neutralized. When the Japanese prepared to counterattack, the sudden sounds of battle alerted nearby American troops. Instinctively, many soldiers hit the ground, avoiding the deadly initial volley the Japanese had planned. Although the Japanese were forced to open fire 2 minutes early, this brief time difference allowed the alerted American troops to evade the bloodiest part of the attack. Under Lee See's command, his platoon had already set up tactical positions and quickly cleared multiple bunkers, taking advantageous positions to suppress the newly exposed Japanese firing points and hidden positions. The greatest threat in combat is not the sheer number of enemies, but the chaos that disrupts one's own organization, preventing effective counterattacks. Despite suffering some casualties, Lee See's platoon maintained order and systematically assisted Allied forces in eliminating exposed bunkers. Their actions turned the tide of the battle. Although Lee See managed to clear a safe zone, it was only effective against nearby machine gun and rifle fire. The entire beachhead had already been precisely marked by the Japanese, and an artillery barrage was imminent. As expected, just as Lee See's platoon was struggling to clear out the remaining enemies, the artillery on the hill opened fire with a thunderous roar. The Japanese artillerymen were highly skilled and had already zeroed in on their targets. The first salvo turned the beachhead into a sea of fire. Tanks, armored vehicles, and field guns were reduced to scrap metal in the flames, and the slowly advancing troops from the rear were blown apart, leaving bodies strewn everywhere. Lee See realized that the most dangerous moment had arrived. He shouted orders for his soldiers to clear the surrounding bunkers while leading a few men forward. They took out another bunker, this time without using a flamethrower. They needed a shelter because the Japanese artillery fire was about to extend their way. As Lee See fired at the Japanese soldiers occasionally emerging around them, he ordered his men to find the bunker entrance. The whistling of incoming shells grew louder. Seeing that his men still hadn't found the entrance, Lee See made a quick decision. He grabbed a demolition charge from a soldier's back, armed it, and shoved it into the bunker's firing slit, shouting, "Fire in the hole!" A violent explosion spewed choking volcanic ash, blowing a large hole in the bunker. Lee See didn't check inside because the Japanese artillery was already raining down. He saw a soldier 30 meters away get his head half blown off by shrapnel, brain matter splattering everywhere. Lee See quickly fixed a bayonet to his rifle and rolled into the damaged bunker. He hugged the corner to adjust to the darkness, then aimed his rifle at an adjacent passageway. A figure darted past, and Lee See fired without hesitation, taking him down. Immediately, several guns opened up on him, slowly advancing while keeping him pinned. Pinned down, Lee See pulled out a grenade, removed the pin, and accurately bounced it off the wall into the passage. After the explosion, he leaped out and advanced quickly. 2 shots downed a staggering Japanese soldier, but his rifle clicked empty. Seeing another enemy rise in aim, Lee See didn't have time to reload. He dashed forward and bayoneted the enemy, using the corpse as a shield against incoming fire. He reached for his sidearm but found the holster empty, likely lost when he rolled into the bunker. The penetration power of the Japanese rifles was formidable, and a single corpse couldn't fully block the bullets. Lee See felt his cover's durability rapidly diminishing. Desperately, he lobbed another grenade at the enemy. The blast knocked him to the ground, leaving him temporarily deafened and dizzy, a mild concussion, the price of using a grenade in a confined space. But compared to his life, this was a small price to pay. At this moment, Lee See was in poor condition, significantly weakened. Luckily, his men had also taken shelter inside and found him by the dim light. After they removed the broken bodies pinning him down, Lee See could finally catch his breath. Outside, the area was completely covered by artillery fire. However, the soft volcanic soil of Iwo Jima greatly reduced the shell's impact. As long as they weren't hit directly, many could survive by staying prone. Amid the rumbling artillery, the soldiers huddled in the damaged bunker, praying that enemy shells wouldn't hit their weakened shelter. Unlike the terrified soldiers, Lee See remained calm and composed. He opened his canteen, first washing the blood and volcanic ash from his face, then pouring the remaining water over his head to alleviate his dizziness. After doing all this, Lee See even peeked out to observe the situation outside. The scene left the soldiers in awe. Bailong, a burly North American machine gunner, couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant, aren't you scared at all?" Lee See responded calmly, his gaze unwavering. "Scared of what? Fear is useless. If Satan wants you to be his guest at midnight, not even Jesus can keep you till dawn." His words rendered the soldiers speechless. Bailong grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Boss, that might be a bit blasphemous, but I have to admit, it makes a lot of sense." Lee See turned to Bailong, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "We have a saying in the East. Good men don't live long, but bad ones live for 1,000 years. Bailong, you're such a rascal. You'd do anything except something good. If it weren't for the war, you'd probably have a cozy single cell in a North Carolina prison. So, don't worry, you'll live a long life." Another soldier, Benzel, chimed in with a wink. "Maybe he'll even find true love in prison." The comment brought a wave of laughter. Suddenly, Flamethrower operator Lyman exclaimed. Oh no. Does that mean a good guy like me won't last the day? Lisi playfully kicked him, joking. You'll be the lady of Bailong's prison's single apartment. Amid the relentless barrage of artillery fire, the soldiers relied on such banter to ease their tension. Lisi's consistent composure and fierce combat style were gradually helping the soldiers overcome their fear. They began to follow his lead, occasionally peeking out to observe the situation outside. At that moment, Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima revealed a multitude of enemy fire points. The beachhead troops were taking heavy casualties, and subsequent landings were being hindered. U.S. Navy ships began a fierce bombardment of Mount Suribachi, now with clear targets, and heavy artillery suppressed the Japanese firepower. Fighter jets from aircraft carriers joined in the assault on enemy positions, significantly reducing the bombardment on the beachhead. In Lisi's platoon, the surviving soldiers started running towards their position. As soon as a few soldiers approached, Bailong barked, "Password." The soldiers, scrambling in, were momentarily stunned before cursing. Bailong, you son of a bitch. Aren't you afraid I'll accidentally toss a grenade in here? Soon, 30 soldiers had gathered there. The last squad was trapped near a distant bunker, making it difficult to regroup. The radio operator handed Lisi the headset. Boss, the captain wants to talk to you. As soon as Lisi put it on, he was met with a furious roar. Lee, are you planning to dig a hole and celebrate Christmas there? Push forward immediately and clear the way for the troops behind. If you don't move now, I'll have the naval guns blow you to bits, you coward. Everyone heard the captain's outburst, but amidst the hail of bullets, they felt no camaraderie with the rear commanding officer. After responding, Lisi immediately gave orders. Check your gear. I'll lead with Bailong, Wilson, and Ron. First squad on the left flank, third squad on the right. Maintain a 10-meter horizontal gap. Watch out for enemy bunkers and cover each other as we advance. Damn it. Why did they give us this search mission? Bellin grumbled, struggling up the rugged slope with his bar machine gun, his uniform drenched in sweat. His voice was filled with frustration over the assignment. Lisi barked, quit complaining. Keep an eye on the surroundings. The enemy could launch an attack from the bunkers in the mountains at any moment. Stay alert and cover each other. Ron couldn't hold back his own frustration. Boss, we did a hell of a job at the beachhead 2 days ago, and they didn't even give us a day off. Now we're stuck with this crappy mission. Benzel chimed in with a mocking tone. Boss, did you sleep with the captain's wife or something? Is that why we're getting all these lousy tasks? Lisi shot back. The captain's wife could be my mother. If he had a daughter, I wouldn't mind as much. Just then, Wells noticed Lyman with his flamethrower and shouted in horror. Get away from me, you idiot. I heard the Japs target flamethrower operators specifically. I don't want to end up roasted. The soldiers around them quickly distanced themselves from Lyman. Furious, Lyman yelled, you brainless pig. The fuel in the flamethrower isn't that easy to ignite. Bullets setting it off is just a myth. It would take a direct hit from a shell to light it up. Ask the lieutenant if you don't believe me. Lisi nodded and turned to the medic on the right. John, didn't I tell you to ditch that damn medic armband? The Japs do target medics, and they don't follow any rules of war. They're savages. John, realizing Lisi wasn't joking, quickly tore off the Red Cross armband. Pointing to his helmet, he asked, Lieutenant, what about this? Without a word, Lisi grabbed a handful of volcanic ash and smeared it over the Red Cross on John's helmet. There, it's not as visible from a distance. Even if there's sniper fire, they'll go for the heavy weapons first. Ben Fly, carrying an M2P heavy machine gun, hunched his shoulders at this. Boss, if that's the case, I might just pretend I've twisted my ankle. Bellin laughed. No worries, we'll have Bill and Melson carry you. You'll be our mobile heavy firepower. This sparked laughter among the group. Amidst the banter, Lisi suddenly dropped to one knee and raised his left fist. His soldiers instantly hit the ground, finding cover. 2 heavy machine guns were set up, ready to provide suppressive fire. Vice Squad Leader York crawled over to Lisi, adjusting his crooked helmet. Lieutenant, did you spot the enemy? Which direction? Still kneeling, Lisi pointed ahead. See that opening? When we landed, I saw them firing from there, engaging our warships. Judging by the muzzle flash and the splashes in the water, it's likely a Type 45 Meiji 150mm cannon. It looks destroyed now. We need to advance 20 more meters and establish a defensive position there. York hesitated. Why set up there? The terrain isn't in our favor. Lisi explained. I plan to sneak into the gun emplacement. These heavy artillery positions often serve as small command posts. There might be defense maps of Jibwa Mountain inside. With those, we won't be groping around blindly on the mountain. A few minutes later, Lisi and his team reached the vicinity of the gun emplacement. The captain radioed in, asking what was taking so long. After Lisi explained the plan, the captain agreed it was a good opportunity. He arranged for artillery support and assembled a mixed platoon to back them up. Once ready, Li Si led a few soldiers into the gun emplacement cautiously. Inside, it was a mess. A cannon lay overturned, its barrel twisted and deformed. Blood and body parts were scattered everywhere, evidence of a violent explosion. Li Si whispered, "Be careful. Watch your step and avoid the scattered shells. They've been severely impacted and are unstable now. One wrong move and they could blow up." Belen whispered, "Boss, you're really brave. I almost wet my pants. Please, don't bring me on such missions again." His voice was filled with tension and fear. Ignoring Belen's complaints, Li Si cautiously turned on his flashlight. Under the vigilant watch of nearby soldiers, he meticulously searched every corner, hoping to find something valuable. However, his search was in vain. The place had clearly been cleared out, not even a map left behind. Just as Li Si was about to order a retreat, a faint noise came from the passage by the wall. Reacting quickly, he pressed down on Belen's rifle and called out in fluent Japanese, "I'm hurt. Come help me." His accent even carried a hint of a specific region in Japan. The enemy in the passage was not fooled. A cautious voice responded, "Who are you? Which squad are you from? Who is your captain? What's the pre-battle code number 2? Li Si, of course, didn't know this information, but his goal was Achiveto make the Japanese soldiers reveal their position. Swiftly, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, drew a sharp bayonet with his left hand, and quietly cocked his pistol with his right. Signaling his men to be on alert, he silently moved toward the passage like a stealthy predator. The Japanese soldiers, hearing no response from Li Si, grew increasingly suspicious. The fluent Kyoto accent was truly deceptive. Raising his voice, one soldier warned, "Identify yourself and give the code, or I'll throw a grenade." He reached for a grenade as he spoke. At this critical moment, the Japanese soldier suddenly heard a faint hissing sound, followed by a muffled groan nearby. The sound reminded him of someone having their throat cut. "It's the enemy." Alarm bells rang in his mind as he opened his mouth to shout and prepared to pull the grenade pin. However, he was a moment too late. Li Si appeared beside him like a ghost, grabbing the hand holding the grenade while thrusting the sharp bayonet up through the soldier's jaw into his brain. As the Japanese soldier's hand twitched in his final moments, he pulled the grenade pin. In his last conscious moments, the Japanese soldier felt a fleeting sense of relief but mostly confusion. How could the enemy see in the dark? He forgot that the Japanese grenades had a dual safety mechanism, requiring both the pin to be pulled and an impact to detonate. Li Si pulled out the bayonet and looked at the grenade in the soldier's hand, feeling a wave of relief. If not for the grenade's special mechanism, he might have had to use up much of his shield's durability. He quickly secured the grenade and signaled his soldiers to follow. The group cautiously advanced through the dark passage, afraid to use their flashlights for fear of a hidden Japanese ambush. What the soldiers didn't know was that Li Si could see clearly in the dim surroundings. This ability gave him the confidence to take out the enemy up close. Determined to conduct a thorough search of the Japanese tunnel, Li Si thought to himself, "At the very least, we can't leave empty-handed." With this resolve, he continued to explore the depths of the darkness, hoping to find valuable intelligence or items. Not long after entering the underground facility, they saw lights in the distance. Dim lights on the ceiling of the tunnel deep within the mountain barely illuminated the surroundings. The sound of artillery from outside was barely audible here, and the electrical circuits and light bulbs were intact. Li Si cautiously led his men back to the spot where they had previously eliminated the Japanese soldiers, setting up a few flashlights to illuminate the area. Then, he donned a Japanese military uniform and ventured alone into the depths of the facility. A stifling atmosphere pervaded the entire underground complex. Soldiers hurried about, their eyes betraying their fear of impending defeat and death. Despite his tall stature, Li Si's similar complexion and uniform allowed him to move unnoticed among the Japanese troops. Soon, Li Si found a temporary command post. After observing for a moment, he noticed that few people were coming and going. He disheveled his uniform to make it look messy, took a deep breath, and burst into the command post, shouting, "Sir, it's bad. We've been infiltrated. The enemy has sneaked in." Several Japanese officers inside looked up in confusion at the tall, panting soldier. A major snapped to attention, barking, "Idiot, don't panic. The enemy doesn't know the terrain, and there can't be many of them. We can easily wipe them out." Another captain questioned, "Which entrance did they come through? Where are they now? Did you see how many there are and what weapons they have?" Seizing the moment, Li Si quickly scanned the room and formulated a plan. There were 5 people, one at the radio, another mapping on a chart. The wall displayed the map of the fortifications he needed most. Just as Li Si was about to step forward to report, the captain suddenly asked, "What's your name? Which squad are you from?" Li Si noticed the captain's hand moving towards his holster, realizing the danger. Without hesitation, Li Si drew his pistol and fired. In an instant, 3 Japanese soldiers fell. But the alert captain had already dived behind the operations table. As Li Si took out the radio man, he felt a sudden impact on his shoulder, as if lightly pushed. Rolling to the side, Li Si avoided the captain's follow-up shots. After reloading, the two engaged in a fierce firefight across the table. Li Si knew the captain's Nambu Type 14 pistol had fired 7 shots and had only 1 bullet left, while his own M1911 still had 3 rounds. Time was of the essence, and Li Si knew he had to end this quickly, even if it meant depleting his protective shield's durability. However, the captain, named Nemoto Takanabu, made an unexpected move. Just as Li Si peeked out, the captain shot out the hanging light bulb. Darkness enveloped the room instantly. Though faint light trickled in from outside, it was nearly impossible to see clearly. As Li Si marveled at his opponent's cunning, a gust of wind rushed at him. He dodged sideways, sensing a shadow lunging at him. Li Si thought the enemy had miscalculated, not expecting him to see in the dark. As he prepared to shoot, a flash of white light crossed his vision. A tremendous force struck, not only deflecting his gun, but also slicing his M1911 in two. Fortunately, Li Si had instinctively pulled back, or his wrist might have been severed. He clearly saw the Japanese captain pull out a short blade from somewhere, which looked like a type of ribs word. Li Si, having lost his weapon, didn't have time to think. He quickly drew his bayonet and charged forward. In the cramped, dark space, the two engaged in a deadly fight. Weapons clashed and sparks flew, illuminating the cold determination in their eyes. In just a few seconds, they had exchanged blows multiple times, both surprised by each other's skills. Li Si, leveraging his past life's close combat knife skills and enhanced physical abilities, displayed qualities surpassing those of top athletes. His abundant stamina, explosive power, sharp reflexes, and calm mind, combined with his rich combat experience, made him a theoretical super warrior. Despite this, Li Si still couldn't gain a clear advantage over Nemoto Rina. Nemoto, equally shocked, hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. As a descendant of the Nitin Ichiryu martial arts, although Li Si had never formally trained in swordsmanship, he managed to push Nemoto to the brink twice with just a bayonet, effortlessly neutralizing his kendo moves with beast-like instincts. Li Si noticed that after a few explosive attacks, his opponent's stamina was visibly waning, but he estimated Nemoto could still hold out for a few more minutes. Being in enemy territory, time was of the essence. Every second of delay could cost him his chance to escape. Weighing his options, Li Si decided to take a risky move, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure his enemy into attacking. During the struggle, Li Si pretended to stumble on a water bottle, losing his balance and causing his military bayonet to veer off course. Seeing this, Nemoto seized the opportunity, swiftly closing in and slashing upward at Li Si's chest with his ribs word. Confident that this strike would disembowel his enemy, Nemoto suddenly felt an unusual resistance in his blade, realizing too late that something was wrong. In the next moment, a sharp pain erupted from Nemoto's left side, draining his strength instantly. He then understood he had fallen for a fatal trap but couldn't fathom how Li Si had managed it. Despite Li Si's bayonet being held up on his shoulder, seemingly unable to attack, Nemoto was still struck. As it turned out, when Li Si's right arm was lifted, he cleverly let go of the bayonet, allowing it to drop. His left hand quickly caught the falling bayonet and, in one swift motion, stabbed upward, piercing Nemoto's pleura and lung. The move was as fast as lightning, leaving Nemoto no time to react. After dispatching his foe, Li Si immediately retrieved his bayonet, pushed Nemoto's body aside, and hurried to the wall to roll up the map. As he was leaving, he noticed another long sword on the ground, its hilt similar to Nemoto's short blade, suggesting they were part of the same set. Li Si picked up the long sword and swiftly dashed out of the command post. At this moment, he had to leave the enemy territory as quickly as possible because he had also sustained injuries during the intense fight. Time was of the essence. Every second could determine his fate. Li Si gritted his teeth against the pain, tightly gripping the long sword and the map, and sprinted towards the safety of the dark. During his confrontation with Jinbin Linen, Li Si's confidence was brutally shattered. The shield he prided himself on proved as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the enemy's blade. A half-centimeter deep cut appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out immediately. Though it was merely a superficial wound, not reaching the bone, the unexpected outcome set off alarm bells in Li Si's mind. Without pausing to ponder the failure of his shield, Li Si realized the urgency of the situation. The commotion in the control room had already alerted the enemy, and the sound of footsteps was closing in from all directions. He had to leave the brightly lit corridor at once. Clenching his teeth and enduring the pain, Li Si ran forward with all his might. The trail of blood he left behind served as a glaring red line guiding the pursuers. Just as he reached a corner, he suddenly collided with 2 Japanese soldiers. In a split second, Li Si drew his long sword and decapitated one of the enemies with a horizontal slash. He marveled at the sharpness of his blade, while grabbing the barrel of the other enemy's rifle and thrusting his sword into the soldier's heart. As he twisted the hilt and withdrew the blade, a spray of blood erupted. However, the dying enemy managed to pull the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the narrow corridor, instantly revealing Li Si's position. The pursuers, hearing the shot, rushed in, and bullets whizzed past Li Si's ears. Li Si dashed into the darkness, the sparks from bullets hitting the stone walls faintly outlining his silhouette. Fortunately, another corner ahead provided temporary cover. He quickly grabbed the M1A1 submachine gun he had hidden there and loaded it with practiced precision. Then, Li Si pulled the pin on an MK offensive grenade and lobbed it towards the pursuers. In such a confined space, the blast wave was more lethal than the shrapnel. After the deafening explosion, the screams of the enemies filled the air. Li Si knew well the Japanese soldiers' fanatical fighting spirit and dared not relax for a moment. As expected, cries of "Banzai" soon echoed from behind. Li Si had already covered some distance and suddenly stopped at the next corner, raising his submachine gun and emptying a magazine into the pursuers. After taking down several enemies, he continued his frantic sprint without looking back. Seconds later, another explosion sounded. The pursuers had evidently triggered one of the booby traps Li Si had set earlier. Soon, Li Si reached the position where his men were waiting to support him. He slowed down, carefully navigating the area laden with booby traps. The pursuers were closing in, and sporadic bullets whizzed around Li Si. Just then, he heard Bellin shout from up ahead, "Boss, get down!" Li Si immediately dropped to the ground. Bellin's bar, along with two M1 Thompson submachine guns and two M1 Garand rifles, formed a web of fire that mowed down the pursuers. Under this intense suppressive fire, the Japanese soldiers couldn't even lift their heads. Seizing the opportunity, Li Si quickly crawled to his comrade's side. They provided covering fire for each other as they retreated, maintaining constant fire suppression. By the time the Japanese soldiers' Taisho 11 light machine gun, the Type 11, was ready to return fire, Li Si and his team had already exited the corridor. When they reached the former Japanese artillery position, more explosions echoed from behind, indicating the enemy was still in relentless pursuit. Li Si and his team had no time to catch their breath and quickly climbed out of the artillery position. Li Si swiftly discarded his Japanese uniform to avoid being mistaken for an enemy by his own forces. At that moment, Bellin noticed Li Si was covered in blood. Without a word, he hoisted Li Si onto his back and continued to run towards the safe zone. "Medic! Medic!" A voice cried out desperately on the battlefield. "The lieutenant is injured, and the enemy is closing in from behind." Hearing the call, Medic John sprang into action, scrambling towards the wounded lieutenant. Panting heavily, he asked, "Where's the wound? How bad is it? Are you still conscious?" Despite being shaken, Lieutenant Li Si remained alert. He pushed away Bellin and John, who were trying to check his injuries, and shouted to his platoon, "Form a defensive circle. The enemy isn't just coming from the pillbox. They could be attacking from other positions too." No sooner had he spoken than Japanese soldiers appeared at the pillbox. Two M2 HB heavy machine guns immediately opened fire, sending shards of stone flying. The .50 caliber bullets, packed with immense kinetic energy, instantly blew off one Japanese soldier's head and tore a gaping hole in another's chest. However, the Japanese forces were far more relentless than the Americans had anticipated. They began emerging from various cover points, surrounding Li Si's platoon. With superior numbers and deadly accuracy, they quickly set up their heavy machine guns at the pillbox entrance, temporarily suppressing the American forces. Ignoring the need for John to treat his wound, Li Si grabbed his trusty Garand rifle and began firing. His precise marksmanship swiftly took out several Japanese firing points. But soon, the enemy started using grenade launchers. A few grenades landed accurately within the American defensive circle, causing significant casualties. Cries of "medic" echoed across the American positions. As more and more Japanese soldiers swarmed in, the American artillery from the valley finally unleashed its power. A barrage of shells rained down around Li Si's position, and a newly airborne Mustang fighter joined the fray. Its 6.50 caliber machine guns mowed down a large swath of enemy soldiers in a single strafing run. The sight was enough to make Li Si and his men curse, knowing that friendly fire was a real danger. Fortunately, the pilot's skill was exceptional, with each dive and strafing run executed with precision. With the intense American artillery support and two companies advancing up the hill, the Japanese realized they couldn't stay exposed any longer, or they would face total annihilation. After the battle, despite Li Si's insistence that he could walk, his men forcibly carried him down the hill. The battalion commander arrived immediately to offer his condolences, but was more concerned about the documents and maps Li Si had retrieved. Seeing the gruesome wound on Li Si's chest, the commander ordered John to take him to the field hospital and granted Li Si's platoon a few days of rest. The field hospital had been moved from the transport ship to the beachhead. Li Si had refused John's initial treatment because the wound had been contaminated during the retreat and needed proper cleaning and stitching. He also distrusted John's stitching skills, not wanting a giant centipede scar on his chest. However, the doctors and nurses at the hospital, though efficient from handling numerous casualties, were also quite rough. The pain made Li Si grit his teeth, taking a while to recover from the ordeal. The few days of rest would allow him to heal and prepare for the tough battles ahead. Li Si lay on the hospital bed, meticulously examining the long sword he had acquired as a trophy. The handle was exquisitely decorated, with two small characters, Qiu engraved at the end. The blade, gleaming and devoid of complex patterns, exuded a chilling sharpness. The sword was 110 centimeters long, with an 85-centimeter blade, resembling a katana, or perhaps a tachi. Driven by curiosity, Li Si tried to cut his arm with the sword. Despite its sharpness, it couldn't penetrate his protective shield. This puzzled him, making him think that the sword was no different from the wakizashi used by the Japanese officer. If the problem wasn't with the sword, then it must be with the person. Li Si frowned, trying to figure out how the Japanese officer had managed to injure him. He decided to ask the mysterious Zhang Dalian after completing his mission. Ever since being thrown into this situation by that entity, Li Si hadn't received any further instructions or tasks. This uncertainty made him uneasy, but his carefree nature soon brushed it off. On this battlefield, where lives were as insignificant as grass, Li Si felt it was more meaningful to think about how to survive the upcoming battles. As he was lost in these thoughts, the surrounding noise suddenly ceased. The once bustling hospital fell eerily silent, as if even the air had frozen. Li Si warily stood up, gripping the sword, and looked around. Everyone was frozen in place, like figures in a painting. Confronted with this bizarre situation, he slowly drew the sword, fully alert and ready to strike at any moment. Just then, a familiar authoritative voice echoed, in turn, "You now have an urgent mission. If you accept it." Li Si looked up at the suddenly appearing giant face and proudly interrupted, "I refuse. Unless you answer my questions." The giant face was silent for a moment before responding. "All right." Li Si sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for the entity to speak. However, the giant face smirked mischievously. "I said I'd answer your questions, but I didn't say when." Li Si jumped up, shouting angrily, "You're playing games. Does this behavior befit an entity of your stature?" The giant face chuckled. "Regardless, you must accept the mission. There's a group that..." Li Si, sulking, lay back on the bed and pulled the blanket over his head. "Say what you want. I'm not agreeing." Before he could finish, the giant face sneered. Suddenly, Li Si began convulsing violently on the bed, like a fish out of water. After a while, he knelt obediently at the foot of the bed, his hair disheveled, cheeks blackened, and smoke coming from his mouth and nose. "All right, I'll complete the mission. Please trust that I will contribute to the company's success with all my might, even to the point of dying on the job." Though his words were sincere, Li Si's disheveled appearance betrayed his reluctance. The sudden electric shock had left him thoroughly shaken. Under the mysterious powers of the giant face, he had been electrocuted to the point of severe injury, yet miraculously survived. Adopting a live-to-fight another day attitude, Li Si decided to accept the mission. The task was intriguing enough to pique his interest, intercepting a group stealing plans for nuclear weapons. At the end of World War II, the atomic bomb had not yet been fully developed, with only 3 made before the war ended. Excluding the one detonated in a test, the US had only 2 for combat. Li Si couldn't help but wonder who could know such classified information and realize the significance of this for Japan's surrender. With a breath from the giant face, Li Si's injuries healed instantly. As the giant face gradually faded, he hurriedly asked, "I'm in the middle of a battle. How am I supposed to get back to the mainland United States?" But the giant face didn't answer and disappeared completely. The space around him returned to normal, and even the bed, dirted by the electric shock, was pristine once more. Li Si gently ran his fingers over the blade of the Qiu longsword, feeling a tingling sensation as occasional sparks of electricity danced across its surface. He couldn't help but question whether his recent experience had been real or just an illusion. Was the sword's unusual state permanent, or merely a temporary effect of the electric shock? Li Si pondered, suspecting that it might be a gift from the giant face to aid him in completing his mission. Although Li Si didn't fear death, the power displayed by the giant face was beyond his comprehension, capable of subjecting him to eternal torment. This left him with no choice but to comply. His immediate concern, however, was how to return to the United Commonwealth. Listening to the sound of the waves, he chuckled wryly to himself, wondering if he would have to swim across the ocean. In the end, Li Si decided to sleep on it and make plans the next morning. He had intended to go for a morning walk on the beach with the young nurse, collecting seashells as usual. It was a daring routine, especially since the battle for Xiaobo Mountain was still ongoing, with occasional artillery shells falling. His behavior had led many in the camp to think he was a bit unhinged. However, the light rain that morning made the early spring weather even colder, discouraging any outdoor activities. At that moment, someone informed Li Si that he was needed at the command post. He cursed under his breath, thinking that the United Commonwealth bastards were indeed relentless, sending him back to the front lines after just a few days of rest. Wearing his patient gown, he made his way there, hoping his appearance might buy him another day's reprieve. The commander, with a cigar in his mouth, greeted Li Si warmly. "Lieutenant, you're looking much better. There's a battle waiting for a warrior like you to break through." Just as Li Si was about to come up with an excuse, a Marine Corps major interrupted. "Are you Captain Li Si?" Li Si was taken aback. "I'm a lieutenant." The major extended his hand. "You are now a captain. Your exemplary performance on the European front did not go unnoticed. Your promotion to first lieutenant was approved even before you left. Due to the busy Pacific campaign, the orders were delayed. During the recent landing operation, you not only cleared a path for the following troops, but also took out a critical enemy stronghold. After being injured, you infiltrated enemy fortifications and brought back vital intelligence, significantly aiding our subsequent offensives. The new promotion report has been submitted and should be approved soon. This rank is well-deserved, Captain Li Si." Li Si was bewildered. What had gotten into the U.S. military? Given the rampant discrimination in the United Commonwealth, if he were of Anglo-Saxon descent, his accomplishments on the European front would have easily earned him a major's rank. But as a Dacia native, he had always been marginalized by the United Commonwealth forces. This sudden change made Li Si wary. There must be some ulterior motive behind this unexpected kindness. Were these Anglo-Saxon bandits planning to use him, an East Asian, for a mission as dangerous as assassinating the emperor? Li Si left the command post with a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. He finally understood the reason behind his sudden promotion. A high-ranking official from the United States Federation had taken notice of him and wanted to transfer him to a new department. The military didn't want to face criticism for keeping such a brave and accomplished soldier in the lowly rank of second lieutenant. As he was about to leave, the battalion commander's eyes showed a hint of reluctance. The emotion was genuine, but Li Si knew that the commander wasn't lamenting his departure as a person. Rather, he was regretting the loss of a capable leader who could lead troops in assaults. In the current situation where small-scale engagements were the norm, someone like Li Si could often accomplish what would typically require an entire company. But Li Si had no time to dwell on these thoughts. He hurried back to the hospital, quickly packed his belongings, and prepared to board a ship back to the United States Federation. A thought flashed through his mind. This was probably the handiwork of the Big Face, aimed at completing that interception mission. Although he wasn't sure of the specifics, the outcome was clear. In the dimly lit cabin of the warship, Li Si was engrossed in a book. A muscular soldier had been staring at him for quite some time, making Li Si feel uneasy. He closed the book and looked up, asking, "Do you need something?" The soldier approached with a grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I saw you have a Japanese sword. I'll give you $50 for it. And your Nambu Type 14 pistol at another $50. $100 was a significant amount back then. As a second lieutenant, Li Si's monthly salary was only $100, and even with various wartime risk allowances, it barely reached $140. However, Li Si decisively shook his head and refused. The American soldier, unwilling to give up, scratched his head and upped the offer. "I'll add another $20, but you have to sell me both items." Li Si ignored him and reopened his book. Suddenly, a big hand pressed heavily on the cover. The soldier, gritting his teeth, said, "All right, you greedy yellow monkey. $150, that's a lot of money for you. Take it and splurge. Damn it, if I didn't need a gift for my girlfriend, I wouldn't waste this money. Once we conquer Japan, these things will be worthless." Li Si calmly pushed his hand away, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Good luck with that. I'm sure many Japanese soldiers will gladly hand over their weapons." The soldier grabbed Li Si's wrist, his tone threatening. "You're selling it to me today, whether you like it or not." Li Si glanced at him, his voice steady. "And if I don't?" The soldier bared his teeth in a grin. "Then you'll taste my fist." Li Si shrugged, unafraid. "Looks like you want to fight. Bring it on." The soldier took a step back and raised his voice. Everyone heard that. "This Asian guy is challenging me. If he loses, he'll give me those Japanese trophies." The soldiers in the surrounding bunks immediately perked up, whistling and clapping, making the cabin noisy and chaotic. Soon, the patrolling military police arrived, shouting sternly, "What's going on here?" The American soldier quickly spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of grievance. "Officer, that Asian guy stole my things and won't admit it. He even wants to fight me." The military police glanced at Li Si, understanding the situation but still showing bias. "Soldier, return his things. No fighting here, or you'll be sent back to the front to fight the Japanese." Then, noticing the samurai sword by Li Si's bed, the officer's eyes lit up. "Have you registered these items? I need to inspect them now." Li Si calmly opened his case and donned the newly issued captain's jacket. The medals clinked on his chest, awards from the British government, the French government, and both the U.S. Army and Marine Corps. Each one was of high rank, glittering brightly in the dim light. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly stood up and saluted Li Si, their faces filled with surprise and respect. Li Si slowly displayed the items in his case. This is a Walther PP, which I got during the Omaha beach landing. This is a Mauser HSC, which I seized when leading my team into an enemy high command post just before the liberation of Paris. He turned to the soldier who had initially challenged him, his tone calm but sharp. One correction, this is not a Nambu Type 14. It's a Luger 38, which I took from a Japanese officer after infiltrating the defenses on Mount Suribachi, Iwo Jima. Li Si looked down at the German-made military knife in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. I was puzzled at the time, wondering why his Nambu 14 pistol didn't jam. Turns out it was German-made. He gently stroked the blade and continued, "This knife is also a trophy of mine. Even the regiment commander wanted it, but I didn't give it to him." He lifted his gaze to the military police officer standing at attention, his tone calm yet authoritative. "Sergeant, is there anything else you need to report?" The military police officer's forehead beaded with sweat as he forced an awkward smile. "Sir, I must have made a mistake. This fool must have been drunk and spoke nonsense to slander you." Li Si waved his hand lightly. "Forget it, everyone rest." The other soldiers, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty, quickly threw themselves onto their bunks. However, their curiosity was far from sated, and they occasionally stole glances at Li Si, whispering among themselves, "Who is this guy? So impressive. Yeah, he even fought in Europe. Guys, did you hear what he said earlier? He was at the Omaha beach landing. It's terrifying. I think I've heard about him. A friend of mine was at the Iwo Jima landing. There was an Asian guy who led a platoon to create a breach, allowing the following troops a point to advance. Otherwise, they would have faced at least another half hour of bombardment on the beach, and many more would have died." Ignoring the soldiers' chatter, Li Si focused intently on studying his Spanish textbook. When Li Si transferred to a plane, he noticed 3 familiar faces in the cabin. These 3 had been with him when he left Iwo Jima and were now on the same flight. During a layover, Li Si, driven by curiosity, asked, "Are you also returning for an important mission?" One of the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted smartly. "Yes, sir. We have an important mission as well. We're going back to report on the flag raising at Iwo Jima." Li Si motioned for him to relax and listen to their story. It turned out that these 3 were the heroes who had raised the flag on Mount Suribachi at Iwo Jima, a moment captured in a photograph that had now become famous across America. Their superiors had called them back for a war bond promotion tour. The 3 were named Ryan, Adam, and Renee, with Renee being a Native American. Li Si nodded approvingly. "I remember that moment. After you raised the flag, the entire fleet sounded their horns, and everyone cheered. You inspired countless soldiers. Without that, the battle for Mount Suribachi might have dragged on longer. You are heroes of the United States." Ryan's expression turned complex. "We're not heroes, Captain Lee. We've all heard about your deeds. During the beach landing, our company was not far behind yours. The entire force was pinned down by Japanese artillery fire. Everyone was terrified. But your platoon kept advancing, creating a breakthrough that allowed the following troops to move forward." Renee also spoke up. "Captain, if it weren't for you risking your life to infiltrate the enemy lines and obtain the defensive map of Mount Suribachi, we wouldn't have been able to precisely eliminate those hidden fire points. Without that, who knows how many more brothers would have been sacrificed. Compared to raising the flag, you're the real hero." Li Si shook his head with a smile. "Soldiers, you all fought bravely. Each of us is a part of this great war, and the glory belongs to all of us." He glanced at his watch. "The plane is about to take off. If I get the chance, I'll listen to your debriefing speech. From now on, the entire army will rely on you to showcase our courage and fearlessness. This is also a battle, perhaps even more meaningful than actual combat." At Los Angeles International Airport, Captain Li Si had just disembarked with his luggage when a man in a sharp suit quickly approached him. "You must be Captain Li Si. Follow me. We're in the middle of a mission briefing, and you can still make it." Without waiting for Li Si to respond, the man turned and led the way. Li Si followed him into a gleaming Packard sedan. The car weaved through the busy streets and eventually stopped in front of a 6-story building. The driver gestured for Li Si to enter the building alone and then drove off, clearly having other tasks to attend to. Upon pushing through the revolving door, 2 guards immediately approached and guided Li Si to the reception desk. A striking blonde receptionist politely processed his check-in, verified his identity, and handed him an access card. Li Si left his luggage at the front desk, carrying only his Choshui sword, and followed the instructions to the elevator, pressing the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator doors closed, Li Si keenly sensed something was off. It wasn't ascending but descending. He silently counted the seconds, estimating a descent of about 30 meters before it stopped. When the doors opened, he found himself not in an underground meeting room as expected, but in a heavily guarded subway platform. About a dozen fully armed guards stood ready, with 2 heavy machine guns menacingly aimed. Li Si's military instincts told him there were at least 3 concealed positions. On elevated platforms on either side of the station were circular fortresses overlooking the area. Clearly, this was no ordinary subway station but a secretive route. As soon as Li Si stepped out of the elevator, he felt the aim of multiple gun barrels on him. 2 guards approached to scrutinize his credentials. Li Si held his breath and stood still, knowing any mistake could result in a deadly response. Considering the tense situation between the federal states and the rising sun, along with his Asian appearance, he didn't want to give the guards any reason to misinterpret his intentions. Fortunately, his documents passed verification. Li Si exhaled in relief and was escorted to the platform's boarding area. Despite still feeling the pressure of the machine gun's aim, a few train cars soon arrived. Entering the designated car, Li Si found a few other passengers inside. Across from him sat a well-dressed, middle-aged white couple, appearing to be in their 30s and well-preserved, conversing leisurely as if unbothered by the mysterious journey. Diagonally opposite was a burly black man in oversized overalls, resembling a lumberjack. His muscular frame strained against his clothes, and his height added to his imposing presence. However, an uneasy expression lingered on his face. To Li Si's left was a quiet blonde woman engrossed in a book, wearing a light blue dress and gold-rimmed glasses that added an intellectual charm to her delicate features. She seemed oblivious to everything around her. On his right sat a white teenager, likely under 18, with curly hair and freckles. His curious eyes roamed the car, occasionally stealing glances at the reading woman. At that moment, he was cautiously observing Li Si, seemingly wanting to speak but hesitating. The train started moving, passing through 2 more stations without any new passengers boarding. The window shades prevented any view of the outside. After nearly half an hour, the train finally stopped. As the doors opened, a bustling platform came into view, with workers busy unloading supplies. A soldier guided Li Si and the others off the platform and into a vast underground facility. The place was teeming with personnel and equipment, brightly lit and fully operational. Soon, they were led to a conference room where a few others were already seated. A U.S. Army lieutenant general, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a government official, and 2 men who looked like scientists. Li Si took a deep breath, ready to face the crucial meeting ahead. Lieutenant General Fei Luan stood up from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the newcomers in the room. "I am Fei Luan, your direct superior," he said in a deep, authoritative voice. "You are about to join a highly classified department. Your work will have a tremendous impact on this war and the future world order." The man in the couple straightened his back, his eyes shining with fervor. "We are honored to contribute to world peace," he said. "Even in our mysterious realm, we do not wish to see the world engulfed in war." His wife sighed softly, her voice tinged with exhaustion and concern. "This dreadful war has gone on for too long. We cannot continue like this." A government official beside Lieutenant General Fei Luan stepped forward. His suit was impeccable, and a professional smile played on his lips. "Exactly," he said. "We need to unite all forces to dispel the shadows of war. I am Myrdhan, special advisor to the president from Whitehall. Mr. and Mrs. Wells, welcome to this great endeavor." The black man sitting in the corner frowned, his voice carrying a hint of unease and skepticism. "Why did you call me here? I have a family to support." Myrdhan's smile remained unwavering. "Mr. Jason, please rest assured," he said. $5,000 has already been deposited into your family's account. We fight for a righteous cause, but we cannot let ourselves starve, right?" Jason fell silent, clearly processing this information. A young man sitting nearby straightened up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Is this like joining the military?" he asked. Lieutenant General Fei Luan chuckled lightly. "Young man, your name is Jerry, right? This isn't joining the military. It's an opportunity. While we know some things about you, further testing is required. If you pass, believe me, this is far more honorable than enlisting. This is a great cause." Finally, the woman who had been reading a book pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her voice calm and measured. "Can you tell us what department this is?" Lieutenant General Fei Luan shook his head. "Not yet. If you don't pass the assessment, you will be sent to a secure area and live there for a year before you can leave. For now, you are not officially recruited." Myrdhan gently patted the general's arm, a conciliatory smile on his face. "Don't be so tense, General. These people were carefully selected. Miss Dale will surely join us." He turned to Dale, continuing to explain. "We are the Homeland Strategic Intervention Division, or SHID for short. This department directly reports to Congress, the military, and Whitehall, primarily responsible for national homeland security and defense." Myrdhan's attention shifted to Li Si. "Captain, do you have any questions?" Li Si immediately stood up, his upright posture reflecting his military bearing. He saluted smartly. "No questions, sir. Ready for orders at any time. Dan smiled and gestured for Li Si to sit down. Relax, Captain. This isn't a battlefield. Our work environment isn't that severe. I believe you'll enjoy it here. Although Dan didn't explicitly say it, his approving look and the Lieutenant General's slight nod indicated their satisfaction with Li Si's demeanor. Dan clapped his hands, drawing the room's attention back to him. All right, he said. Next, we will assess your abilities. This isn't an official test, just an opportunity for you to get to know your teammates. In the testing grounds, Li Si curiously observed several people demonstrating their abilities. The scenes unfolding before him made his eyes widen in amazement. These individuals were showcasing extraordinary powers, or what could be described as supernatural abilities. The Wells couple were legendary wizards, holding their wands and chanting incantations. As they recited their spells, mist condensed in the air, ice crystals spread across the ground, and most astonishingly, fireballs materialized out of thin air and danced around the testing grounds. This spectacle left everyone present in awe, with little Jerry excitedly shouting on the side. Jason, an African-American, displayed incredible strength and physique. He effortlessly lifted nearly a ton of weight and, with his bare hands, dented a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. His fists only slightly reddened, without any injuries. Little Jerry's ability resembled a biological radar. He could precisely sense the surrounding objects, especially sensitive to living beings. Dale, on the other hand, demonstrated her powerful mental abilities by creating a small-scale illusion in the center of the grounds, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. As Li Si watched his teammates showcase their abilities one by one, a sense of unease began to spread within him. He wondered silently, could he have been called here because of his special bulletproof ability? But that seemed unlikely. His protective shield had never been exposed. Even surviving in the midst of gunfire, others would merely think he was lucky, or that the bullets had just gone through his clothes. Deciding to test the waters, Li Si hesitantly said to General Farron, General, I think I might not be suitable for this job. I'm just an ordinary soldier without any special abilities. I can only fight in battles and perform on the battlefield. General Farron nodded in response. Captain, I understand your situation. Your comrades and superiors speak highly of you. Your combat skills, combined with advanced weaponry, can still pose a significant threat. Meriden also smiled and patted Li Si on the shoulder. Captain, being able to fight is already great. That's exactly what we need. Your teammates need someone who understands tactics to lead them. Your past performances have shown exceptional small-scale combat abilities, which is precisely what SHID needs in a tactical commander. Li Si still had doubts, but I don't know how to coordinate with them. I'm indeed good at small team operations, but I've only led ordinary soldiers. With all due respect, although their abilities are special and powerful, they are not soldiers and might find it hard to achieve tactical effectiveness. General Farron explained, that's exactly why we need you. After forming the team, I'll assign you a squad of soldiers. You need to work closely together to maximize combat effectiveness. I believe you have the capability. The others, hearing Li Si's words, realized he might be an ordinary person and could potentially become their leader, which made them feel a bit uneasy. Meriden pointed to the training ground. All right, Captain. It's your turn to show what you've got. Your teammates seem quite eager to see it. Li Si realized that his ability had not been exposed, which might be a deliberate opportunity arranged by the space to help him complete his mission. With this thought, he relaxed a bit, quickly took off his jacket, changed into his combat uniform, and walked to the center of the training ground as instructed. With 3 loud beeps, the training ground suddenly became lively. Numerous volleyballs flew in from all directions, and several infrared beams began to scan. Holding a Thompson submachine gun, Li Si moved agilely among the lasers, accurately shooting at the surrounding volleyballs. Although he intentionally held back, even going all out, it was hard to achieve a perfect hit rate. Nevertheless, his adaptive shooting skills still left everyone in awe. When the submachine gun's magazine emptied, Li Si didn't choose to reload but swiftly drew 2 IMP 1911 pistols. His body moved like a nimble leopard, darting around the training ground, firing fiercely in all directions. Only when the pistol bullets were exhausted did the training officially end. Li Si's performance undoubtedly left a deep impression on everyone. General Fei Luan's gaze fell on Li Si, who was busy packing his gear, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. This captain would make an excellent leader for my guard platoon, he muttered to himself. Standing nearby, Dan couldn't help but sigh. I agree, he'd make a great bodyguard for me too. His voice carried a touch of regret. In a dangerous situation, as long as he has enough weapons, I think everything within 50 meters would be his domain. That's almost like having superhuman abilities. A scientist in a white lab coat overheard the conversation and joined in. Gentlemen, human technology will eventually surpass and even decipher the extraordinary, he said confidently. General Fei Luan nodded, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Dr. Burr, it already has. Under the firepower of cannons and planes, They have no choice but to retract their claws and abide by the new rules we've set. At that moment, Lisi returned with his equipment. A young man, little Jerry, ran up to him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Captain, you're amazing. How do you do it? Lisi shrugged, his tone flat but tinged with bitterness. When you're on a battlefield littered with landmines and under constant threat of deadly artillery, facing the crossfire of two MG-42 machine guns, if you survive, you learn to do these things, Mrs. Wells gasped. That's terrifying. Even a werewolf pack would be shattered by that. Little Jerry, however, was thrilled. That's so cool. I want to go to the battlefield and fight those rising sun soldiers. Nearby, Dale asked curiously, how do you hit those erratically moving targets? Lisi turned to the recorder, a shadow crossing his eyes. Quick mind, sharp eyes, fast hands. Dale pressed further. How do you achieve those three things? Lisi looked her straight in the eyes, his voice low. The pressure of death makes your body do it automatically. Dale wanted to ask more, but General Fei Lewin and Meyer Dan had already walked over, interrupting the conversation. Meyer Dan spoke first. So, how did Captain Lisi perform? Can he lead your team? Wells took off his hat, his tone filled with respect and a hint of resignation. It was eye-opening. I think it won't be long before we're obsolete. Years of training, and we still can't match a seasoned soldier. But that's progress too. Mrs. Wells looked somber. It's just a shame that this progress comes at the expense of the extraordinary. Meyer Dan smiled. But progress is necessary, isn't it? General Fei Lewin interjected. Let's call it a day. Someone will show you to your quarters. Dr. Burr is your scientific support officer and will customize your weapons. Of course, this requires your cooperation, but don't worry about security. Your data will only be stored here and won't leak out. Meyer Dan then turned to Lisi. Captain, I need a report on your team's future combat strategies. Also, specify the number of elite soldiers your team needs, and well allocate them promptly. Finally, Meyer Dan addressed everyone, his tone becoming serious. Ladies and gentlemen, our situation isn't great. Although the rising sun is on the brink of defeat, they still vow to resist. The European front is nearly finished, and we must extricate ourselves from the Pacific quagmire. Our mission at SHID is to defeat the rising sun empire swiftly and with minimal losses. You will play a crucial role in this effort. Captain, what kind of superweapon are we developing? Little Jerry asked excitedly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it a giant cannon that can hit the mainland of Aurora? Listening to his wild imagination, Lisi couldn't help but silently critique in his mind. He knew that little Jerry was actually talking about missiles, but the Federation still needed a month to obtain information on such weapons. Seeing Lisi's silence, little Jerry continued to guess excitedly, Captain, do you think it could be a gravity weapon that can pull asteroids from space and smash Aurora Island? Finally, the ever-studious Dale couldn't hold back any longer. She frowned and said, even if that idea were feasible, the energy required to pull an asteroid would be enough to destroy the entire Aurora Empire. Besides, if we really did sink the Aurora Empire, we would also face huge disasters. Scratching his head in confusion, little Jerry asked, aren't we far away from Aurora? How would their sinking affect us? Lisi couldn't help but flick his forehead and said seriously, kid, you need to study more. Aurora is located on the Pacific Ring of Fire, where the tectonic plates are fragile, leading to frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. It's like a cracked egg. If you hit it, the entire shell will be affected. And we live on this shell too. Do you think it has anything to do with us? Little Jerry looked disappointed. That's terrible. I heard the Battle of Sulphur Island just ended with heavy casualties. My neighbor was there, and I don't know how he's doing. Lisi asked, which regiment was he in? The 1st Battalion of the 25th Regiment of the 3rd Marine Division? Captain, were you there too? Little Jerry asked curiously. Lisi shook his head. I was in the 24th Regiment, but the 25th Regiment had a tough time. They were pinned down by heavy Japanese artillery on the beach and couldn't advance effectively. It wasn't until we reached the airfield that their situation improved. Your friend was probably in a rough spot, but if you haven't received a death notification after more than a month, that's good news. You know, we fought on Sulphur Island for just over a month, but the casualties were extreme. Many companies were decimated, with some reduced to just a dozen men. Mr. Wells sighed, indeed. A neighbor's kid of ours died there, reportedly killed in a Japanese night raid. Dale joined the conversation. I heard the Japanese soldiers were under orders to fight to the death, needing to kill at least 5 Americans to be granted an honorable death. Mrs. Wells gasped, covering her mouth with a fan. Oh my, that's horrifying. If we are to completely defeat Aurora, won't we sacrifice many more innocent young men? At that moment, General Farron walked over, his expression grave. That's true. Our next target is Okinawa, where 100,000 Japanese troops are stationed. Mrs. Wells looked worried. That's terrible news. Are we going to send 500,000 of our young men to capture that island? Little Jerry angrily pounded the wall. I don't believe one Japanese soldier can defeat 5 Marines. Our soldiers can take on 2 Japanese each. Jason, the African-American, poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Even by your logic, that means 50,000 casualties. Meldan joined in, agreeing. Exactly. That would make the War Casualties Department resign en masse. They wouldn't know how to inform all those families. Then, shifting his tone, Meldan added, that's why we're here. We need to minimize our soldiers' casualties and drown Aurora in the Pacific. Justice must prevail over evil. Meldan's pep talk roused everyone's spirits, though it was hard to tell if anyone besides little Jerry, who seemed ready to fight the Japanese, was genuinely inspired. Lee Si, for one, had no desire to risk his life on Okinawa. The people present were no pushovers. Dale, the intellectual, was someone Meldan, a close confidant of the president, had subtly hinted Lee Si should look after. Her background must be significant. The Wells couple exuded the air of old federal aristocracy, with their attire and mannerisms betraying their elite status. They were remnants of the empire, a blend of nobility and capitalism, unlikely to be the ones risking their lives. Jason, a black man who has faced significant discrimination in today's society, clearly harbors no goodwill towards the U.S. federal government. His eyes reveal a deep-seated distrust and resistance to the system. As a time traveler, Lee Si is acutely aware that he might complete his mission and leave at any moment. He secretly feels relieved that it's still during World War II. Otherwise, he could be carrying classified information back to Desya at any time. After weighing his options, Lee Si focused his attention on young Jerry. The innocence in Jerry's eyes shone brightly, his naivety and enthusiasm making him an easy target for manipulation. Lee Si thought to himself, this guy will be the easiest to fool. Recently, Lee Si had been working hard to integrate with the team. His superiors had assigned him 6 ordinary soldiers, a medic, a sniper, a demolition expert, a communications officer, and 2 heavy gunners. Lee Si was well aware that at least half of them already knew each other and might even come from the same squad. While they outwardly followed his commands, they were actually trusted confidants of the higher-ups, more trusted than Lee Si himself. Lee Si's weapons and gear were also ready. His primary weapon was a specially modified M1 Thompson submachine gun, equipped with high penetration, superior ballistic custom bullets. He also had 2 enhanced M1911 pistols with magazines increased to hold 9 rounds each. Lastly, his favorite was the M1 Garand rifle, a custom-made masterpiece far superior in materials and craftsmanship to any gun he had used before. With his exceptional marksmanship, Lee Si could also serve as the team's secondary sniper if needed. Young Jerry was also quite interested in Lee Si's beloved Ping rifle and wanted to give it a try during training. Predictably, he caught his thumb while loading the clip, yelping in pain. Lee Si patiently demonstrated the correct way to load it. Using the side of the right hand to block the charging handle, pushing the clip into the magazine with the thumb, and then retracting the thumb before raising the hand to let the charging handle snap back. Jerry asked in confusion, isn't it cumbersome and slow to load with the right hand? Lee Si, while checking his firearm, replied matter-of-factly, indeed it is. That's why on the battlefield, we usually load with the left hand. Jerry was even more puzzled. Wouldn't that still pinch your thumb? Lee Si calmly said, yes. Trust me, in that situation, you won't care about the pain in your finger. Compared to getting shot, this pain is nothing. After hearing this, Jerry kept his distance from the rifle, opting instead to continue practicing with the issued Thompson. A month later, the team had become more cohesive. During this time, Jerry had been feeling down because his friend had died in the Battle of Okinawa. This event fueled his hatred for the Empire of the Rising Sun and made him more proactive in his training. On this particular day, Mr. Wells came running in excitedly with some exhilarating news. Guys, do you know? The Nazis have surrendered. We've won. This evil and brutal war is finally over. While everyone else cheered and celebrated, Lee Si poured cold water on their excitement. This is just the end of the European front. The war against the Empire of the Rising Sun is still ongoing. Wild Fox Squad, assemble. Colonel Thomas's order was as loud as thunder. Lee Si's squad quickly gathered. They were one of the 4 action teams of SHID, led personally by the one-eyed Colonel Thomas. This squad, named Wild Fox, consisted of 5 superhumans and 7 elite soldiers, with Lee Si among them. Colonel Thomas didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. You have a mission? A group of Nazi remnants has stolen classified materials and plans to transport them through the Federation to the Rising Sun. Your task is to intercept them and recover the documents. Mr. Wells frowned and asked, how did they manage that? I mean, with our Navy having already decimated the Rising Sun's main fleet, how could they get the documents back there? Thomas fixed his one eye sharply on Wells. Don't be naive. The Rising Sun still has submarines to assist them. Our intelligence indicates they will likely depart from Washington State. You are to go there, coordinate with local forces and police, and intercept these individuals. Lisi asked. Sir, can you provide more details? Like the number of enemies, their equipment, and whether we have naval ships blocking the coast. Thomas's voice grew louder. Exact numbers are unknown, and there may be federal traitors among them. They should only have light weapons, but be cautious. Some of them are superhumans. SHID trackers are on their trail. You'll get more intel upon arrival. Any other questions? The last sentence was almost a shout. An hour later, Lisi's squad boarded a transport plane bound for Washington State. In the noisy cabin, Lisi had to raise his voice to give instructions. This is our first real combat. When encountering the enemy, the fire team will create opportunities for you. Prioritize taking down the superhumans. Remember, find cover first before engaging, especially in sudden skirmishes. He went on for a while, and little Jerry's expression changed from initial excitement to nervousness. After landing, the squad immediately boarded waiting military jeeps and headed straight to the rendezvous point in Portland. A temporary intelligence operations center had been set up there, with military and police personnel bustling around. Lisi urgently sought out the SHID tracker, finding him in a medical tent. Tracker Apache was covered in blood, clearly having fallen into an enemy booby trap. Without hesitation, Lisi inquired about the target's situation and how Apache got injured. According to Apache's intel, there were about 20 enemies, but it was unclear if they had contacted the Rising Sun or if there were other accomplices in the area. Lisi carefully examined the booby trap setup, recognizing it as typical of Nazi elites rather than Rising Sun soldiers. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of Rising Sun collaborators in the group. The last known location of the enemy was 4 hours ago. The entire area's transportation had begun to be locked down, with trains halted and major roads set up with checkpoints, inspecting all vehicles. This would undoubtedly slow down the enemy's movements. As time passed, more military and police forces would join in, making the enemy's situation increasingly difficult. Lisi unfolded a map and drew a circle with the booby trap's location at the center. He quickly devised an action plan. First, lock down all routes within a 200-kilometer radius, then compress inwards along the roads. Simultaneously, search teams would extend outward from this point. With the plan in place, Lisi led the team in 3 vehicles, heading in the most probable direction of the enemy's escape. Soon, they arrived at the ambush site where Apache was attacked. The Wells couple immediately cast spells to trace any signs left by the enemy. Half a kilometer away, they found an empty can. Mr. Wells confirmed. The aura on this matches the trap site. Lisi carefully examined the can, noticing it was made in the Federation. He even pressed the can's lid back in, trying to determine if the marks were left by a Nazi knife. Even Wells' spells could only confirm that the person who ate the canned food had passed through that trap point. Lisi and his team had no choice but to continue tracking. They had been walking and stopping intermittently, already 30 kilometers from their starting point. Suddenly, an urgent message came through the radio. Enemy sightings reported. The group had been asked to show identification at a gas station, but they suddenly opened fire, attempting to steal fuel and flee. However, the tough gas station owner didn't hesitate to throw a grenade, blowing up the fuel tank. This delay allowed the military police to surround them. Upon hearing the news, the team immediately prepared to head to the scene. But Lee stopped them, signaling the radio operator to ask for more details. Were there any superhumans involved? How many enemies and what types of vehicles? Soon, the reply came. 2 sedans, about 10 people, no sign of superhuman abilities. Hearing this, Lee jumped out of the car, recalling the spot where they had found the canned food. Clear tire tracks appeared in his mind, both sedan and truck prints. He asked the radio operator to confirm whether there were any pickups or trucks nearby, receiving a negative response. Lee quickly spread out a map on the car hood, calculating carefully before pointing in a direction. Head this way. Those people are a decoy, buying time for their comrades. Curious, little Jerry asked, Captain, how do you know they're a decoy? Lee explained. They had time to set traps, so they had time to fill up on fuel. Those sedans can run at least 300 kilometers on a full tank, even 200 on rough terrain. But now they're out of gas, which means they've transferred the fuel to other vehicles. With the current wartime fuel rationing, they can't take more without proper documentation. So, they chose to abandon some to ensure the mission's success. Lee's theory was soon confirmed. At a junction, they found traces of gasoline and diverging tire tracks, one leading to the firefight scene, the other heading down a rural dirt road. Confirming that the enemy still had 2 pickups, the Wild Fox squad left coordinates and markers, continuing their pursuit. As night fell, Lee ordered the team to turn off the headlights and advance slowly. Soon, they saw lights ahead of farmhouse. Lee stopped the car and turned off the engine, grabbing his binoculars for a closer look. 2 pickups and armed guards. That's it. Lee whispered. We've got them. The captain stared at the 3-dimensional hologram before him. 25 red dots were scattered throughout, with 3 exceptionally bright ones standing out. Jerry had just reported the positions of these 3 suspected superhumans, and Dale had immediately created this scaled-down model of the farm based on the intelligence. Li Si's eyes quickly scanned the image, beginning to formulate an attack plan, with the primary objective being to swiftly neutralize these three threats. At that moment, Jerry frowned slightly and hesitated before speaking. We still don't know if there are any hostages, or their exact locations. Should I try to sense the area more carefully? Before he could finish, Mr. Wells firmly interrupted. No. Excessive use of extraordinary abilities might alert the enemy superhumans. If they become wary, the situation will only get more dangerous. Even if they choose to flee, it could cause complications. Communications Officer Hawk immediately agreed. We need to take down these enemies as quickly as possible. This concerns millions of lives. Feeling Li Si's gaze, Hawk lowered his head and added softly, the captain will make a decision soon. Li Si didn't say much, but turned his attention back to the hologram. He pointed to a cellar location. There are 5 people here, likely where the hostages are. A cellar is a place where, once blocked, there's nowhere to escape, so the enemy might not choose it. However, we can't rule out the possibility of enemies guarding the hostages there. He continued analyzing. This place originally housed a family of 6 and 2 workers, but it's unclear if the workers are present now. We must prioritize the mission while protecting civilians as much as possible. Li Si began detailing the assault plan. The 12-member team would advance in AV formation, with Li Si in the center, flanked by Jerry and Dale. Jerry would report enemy movements in real time, while Dale prepared to create illusions to disrupt the enemy's judgment. Sniper Martin would target priority threats, while Medic Doyle and demolitions expert Dominic would handle the initial fire assault and subsequently seal off the cellar. The team advanced cautiously, successfully avoiding enemy patrols and taking their positions. Li Si raised his assault rifle, aimed at the door, and gave a thumbs up with his left hand. As the raid commenced, 4 bazooka rockets roared out simultaneously. Li Si and Sniper Martin opened fire, taking down the guards at the entrance. Doyle and Dominic discarded their launchers, grabbing their assault rifles and sprinting toward the barn. Martin's second shot precisely eliminated another guard at the barn entrance. Dale, after fully utilizing her abilities, staggered slightly as she retreated. Li Si led the assault team, who had just discarded the bazookas, to the door. He kicked it open and rolled inside, delivering short bursts of gunfire at the occupants. By the time the 2 assault team members followed to cover him, 3 bodies lay on the floor, and 2 frightened children were crying loudly. Cease fire, Li Si shouted. Bill, take the hostages out. Rogue, cover me. From the bazooka launch to Li Si entering the room, only 10 seconds had passed, and 6 enemies had already been eliminated. Li Si carefully searched the room as gunfire erupted outside. The enemy had evidently shaken off the illusions and begun to counterattack. A burst of machine gun fire came from the left side kitchen. Li Si signaled to Rogue. Rogue swiftly moved to the kitchen door, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Si. He pulled the grenade pin, delayed slightly, and tossed it into the kitchen, then raised his gun in readiness. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Li Si crouched and rushed into the kitchen, finding an enemy with a blown-off leg, lying motionless and covered in blood. Without taking any chances, Li Si fired 2 more shots and shouted, "Clear." Just as Li Si stepped out of the kitchen, he was forced back by a hail of bullets. Rogue, positioned at the door, returned fire but let out a muffled groan, indicating he had been hit. Li Si quickly kicked open the shattered kitchen window, jumped outside, and circled back to the front door along the wall. He saw 2 enemies firing intensely at Rogue, who was hiding in a corner, his right hand injured and blindly shooting back with his left. Li Si burst into the stairwell like a whirlwind, the sound of gunfire erupting as he swiftly took down the guards. He threw himself to the ground, pushing off the wall with his feet to slide across the floor like an arrow. As he moved, he raised his gun and fired precise shots, the barrage of bullets tearing through the throats of the attacking enemies. Rising to his feet, Li Si calmly delivered a fatal shot to the last enemy, who had been wounded by Rogue. With the first floor clear, Li Si quickly ran over to Rogue. Upon inspection, he found Rogue had taken 3 bullets, 1 in the right shoulder, 1 in the thigh, and 1 in the abdomen. Li Si shouted, "Rogue is injured. We need to evacuate immediately." Bill and Hawk arrived at the call, with young Jerry close behind. Li Si issued terse orders. "You 2, get the wounded out of here. Jerry, cover my back." He then continued to sweep the first floor. Once he confirmed it was secure, he called Jason over, and the 3 of them began advancing to the second floor. At the stairwell, Li Si signaled to Jerry. However, the tension and excitement had left Jerry's mind blank, and he failed to grasp Li Si's intent. Thankfully, Jason remained calm, swiftly pulling out a grenade, removing the pin, and accurately tossing it upstairs. As the explosion echoed, Li Si charged up the stairs, with Jason following closely to cover the right side. Once all 3 were upstairs, Li Si signaled to Jerry again, but Jerry still looked confused. Li Si gently tapped Jerry's cheek and whispered, "Stay calm, Jerry. How many are left upstairs?" Jerry snapped back to reality. 5. There are still 5. Two on the left are seriously injured, barely alive. Got it. A determined glint flashed in Li Si's eyes. We'll go for the weakest ones first. He was about to rush in when Jason stopped him, indicating he would take the lead. Without waiting for a response, Jason broke through the wall and stormed into the room. After a brief but intense exchange of gunfire, Li Si followed closely behind, leaping into the room to find two bodies lying in pools of blood. Jason's face was grim. One of the bodies appeared to be a hostage. Li Si had no time for consolation, signaling for vigilance as they continued to search for the remaining targets. The last three are probably superhumans, Li Si assessed, locking onto a specific room. This time, he led the charge, immediately spotting a blood-soaked white man aiming a pistol at the door. Without hesitation, Li Si ducked and fired. But the bullets were all blocked by a strange red blood barrier. Definitely a superhuman. Li Si's mind raced with alarms, knowing the battle ahead would be even more challenging. After emptying his submachine gun, Li Si didn't have time to reload and tossed it aside. He swiftly drew two pistols, firing at the enemy without hesitation. Bullets rained down, but even when the pistol magazines were spent, the blood curtain still stood, though slightly thinner. Seeing Li Si's firepower cease, the man on the ground smirked with a strange grin, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Suddenly, the blood curtain twisted and morphed into a grotesque ghostly face, baring its fangs as it lunged at Li Si with astonishing speed. Li Si didn't flinch. As he discarded the empty guns, his hand already reached for the long knife at his waist. With a flash, the blade's blue glint sliced through the air, cleaving the blood-red ghost face in two. Without pause, Li Si shot toward the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. His left hand's dagger thrust out like lightning, piercing through the enemy's skull and even protruding from the chin. The enemy's eyes widened, movements halted. Li Si gave no chance for respite. His right hand's blade was already at the man's neck. A crisp, snapping sound followed, and the man's head fell, severing part of the dagger embedded in his skull. As Li Si battled fiercely with the enemy, Jason was preparing to assist. Suddenly, the wall of a nearby building exploded, and a shadowy giant figure pounced on Jason, slamming him to the ground. Jason's gun flew from his grasp as the two wrestled, exchanging punches and kicks. Jerry hesitated for a moment, but soon regained his senses, raising his submachine gun to find a shooting angle. However, the close combat made it difficult to fire without risking hitting Jason. Finally, Jerry saw the enemy clearly, a towering werewolf over 2 meters tall, covered in dark brown fur. Despite Jason's immense strength and superior physical condition, he quickly fell behind against the werewolf's fangs and claws, his body covered in wounds. Amid the fierce gunfire from Li Si and the brutal fight with Jason, Jerry found himself in a dilemma. At this moment, Jason, struggling under the werewolf's assault, shouted to Jerry, "Help the captain!" This cry jolted Jerry into action, and he rushed toward the room where Li Si was. Just as Li Si finished off his enemy and dashed out, he collided with Jerry. Li Si quickly pushed the panicked Jerry aside and swung his long knife, forcing the werewolf back and leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its chest. As Jerry was about to support Li Si, the werewolf seized an opening in Jason's defense and shifted its attack toward Jerry's back. Li Si intervened just in time, preventing Jerry from suffering severe injuries. Li Si grabbed Jerry's Thompson submachine gun and unleashed a barrage at the werewolf. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate its fur, they left it covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Taking advantage of this, Jason struggled to his feet. With no time to retrieve his fallen submachine gun, he drew his pistols and fired at the werewolf until the magazines were empty. Then, he pulled out 2 short knives and, despite his wounds, charged at the werewolf again. As an underground bare-knuckle fighter, Jason had extensive combat experience. The pain from the werewolf's claws intensified his ferocity, and he was determined to give the beast a harsh lesson. Li Si tossed the empty submachine gun back to Jerry and charged forward with his knife. However, his target wasn't the werewolf, but the enemy hiding in the last room. He sensed the dangerous aura emanating from there. Sure enough, as Li Si's knife pierced the door, the entire door and half of the wall exploded. The massive shockwave sent Li Si flying. Even in midair, he didn't cease his attack, hurling several throwing knives into the room to hinder the enemy's pursuit. Upon landing, Li Si pressed his left hand to the ground, knife in his right hand, and kicked off from the wall corner to launch himself back. Like a cannonball, he propelled himself at inhuman speed into the still settling debris. Jerry barely had time to register Li Si's movements before he had already re-entered the perilous room. The sharp and intense clashing of blades echoed continuously from inside the house. Within, Li Si was locked in a fierce duel with a master swordsman wielding a long blade. Amidst the flurry of steel, their movements were lightning fast and precise. The enemy's attacks were both elegant and deadly, while Li Si countered with a straightforward yet effective technique, frequently disrupting his opponent's lethal strikes and throwing off his rhythm. Nearby, Jason and a werewolf were causing havoc like two unruly huskies, but the real focus was the battle inside the house. After another heated exchange, both fighters retreated to opposite corners of the room. Li Si assumed a defensive stance, his left hand resting on his right arm, which held the blade horizontally across his body, edge facing outward. He was ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment. His opponent, on the other hand, let his long blade hang naturally as he studied Li Si under the room's dim lighting. Suddenly, the man spoke fluent Japanese. Are you from the Rising Sun? Why work as a lapdog for the United Federation? Li Si frowned in confusion. How could a man with a distinctly English face speak such fluent Japanese? Seeing Li Si's bewilderment, the man chuckled softly and wiped his face, revealing an Asian countenance. Realization dawned on Li Si, and he grinned, replying in Chinese, I'm from Daxia. The man nodded slightly. Kentaro, at your service? Li Si. After a brief standoff, they clashed again with renewed intensity. Li Si quickly found himself at a disadvantage, taking 2 hits and spilling blood, yet he dared not let his guard down. Kentaro grew more confident, knowing that if not for the risk of being surrounded, he could have subdued Li Si with less effort. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Kentaro ran his left hand along his blade, turning it pitch black as it emanated a sinister aura. He slashed at Li Si, the blade seeming to howl with vengeful spirits. Seeing Li Si's momentary daze, Kentaro smiled triumphantly and swung his blade horizontally at Li Si's neck. But just as the strike seemed inevitable, Li Si snapped back to reality and blocked the attack. His blade slid down Kentra's, locking the hilts together. Kentaro watched in shock as a dangerous smile spread across Li Si's face. He hadn't noticed when Li Si had pulled out a grenade and now held it, pin-pulled, right in front of him. With a deafening blast, Li Si's shield was depleted, leaving him covered in small wounds and with a twisted, broken left arm. Kentaro, however, was on the brink of death, his chest blown open, half his head missing, and his right arm severed. Even as Li Si marveled at the power of the SHI'd special grenade, he was equally astonished by Kentaro's resilience. Despite such grievous injuries, he hadn't yet succumbed to death. Kentaro coughed up blood, looking at Li Si with a hint of pleading in his eyes. So, you're a spatial summoner. I can surrender, as long as you... Before he could finish, Li Si's eyes remained calm as his long blade flashed out like lightning, piercing through Kentaro's skull in an instant. Blood spurted out, and Kentaro's body stiffened for a moment before collapsing with a thud. A cold voice echoed in Li Si's mind. Interference in the historical timeline eliminated. Reward has been stored. Check upon returning to the space. Li Si didn't have time to ponder the meaning of the voice. He felt utterly drained and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The fear of death surged over him like a tidal wave. Yet he felt a strange satisfaction. Since landing in Omaha, he had faced fear on the battlefield, but never this intensely. Reflecting on the recent fight, Li Si realized his opponent hadn't been fighting at full strength. Several deadly attacks had been forcibly deflected, as if Kentaro was toying with him. Li Si knew that if he pushed his enemy to the brink, it would be he who would end up dead. Thus, he had been biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In the end, Li Si took advantage of his protective shield and decided to trade his life for the enemy's. Fortunately, he succeeded. If Kentaro had been left with even a breath, he could have easily finished off the weakened Li Si. Li Si didn't know that Kentaro was also a spatial summoner, but from a different space. Kentaro had a protective shield as well, but most of its durability had been depleted in previous missions, and the first rocket attack had destroyed what remained. Had it not been for this, Li Si wouldn't have stood a chance. Kentaro, who had just completed his trial world and become an official spatial summoner, could have easily wiped out the entire Wild Fox team. As he lay dying, Kentaro was filled with regret. Why hadn't his space warned him that the enemy was also a summoner? Had he not been careless, he would have fought with full force. But there are no what-ifs in life. After a short rest, Li Si heard the sounds of a fierce battle between Jason and a werewolf downstairs. Forcing himself to stand, he prepared to go down and assist. He struggled to reload his Thompson submachine gun and made his way downstairs, holding the gun with one hand. Jerry was waving his gun around, unable to find a good angle to shoot. In contrast, even with one hand, Li Si's arm remained steady as a rock. Seizing the moment, he pulled the trigger decisively. A burst of bullets roared out, most hitting the werewolf, but one accidentally struck Jason. Fortunately, Jason's physical condition was at its peak, and the bullet didn't penetrate his body. Seeing that the submachine gun was hard to control accurately, Li Si quickly switched to a pistol. This time, almost every shot hit the werewolf's vital points. After emptying the magazine, he tossed the empty gun to Jerry and drew another one to continue firing. Jerry reacted quickly, reloading the empty gun immediately. After taking several shots, the werewolf finally faltered. Li Si's predictive shooting made it difficult for it to dodge, and Jason's distraction left it in a bind. Noticing the werewolf's incredible defense, Li Si changed tactics, targeting its limb joints. Soon, the werewolf had at least 10 shots in its joints, each causing excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jason delivered a heavy slash to the werewolf. A piercing howl echoed through the house, followed by a burst of blood from the werewolf that knocked Jason away. The werewolf's icy blue eyes locked onto Li Si, the intruder, and it lunged at him, ignoring Jerry's shots. At that moment, Jason shouted, "Captain!" and threw himself at the werewolf, grabbing its left leg. The werewolf lost its balance and staggered. Li Si seized the fleeting chance, his blade flashing coldly. The werewolf instinctively opened its jaws, trying to bite Li Si's sword. But Li Si was prepared. He stepped forward, his blade tracing a graceful arc and slicing the werewolf's head in two, revealing its writhing white brain matter. The werewolf's body, still propelled by inertia, crashed into the already exhausted Li Si, sending him flying. Moments later, Jerry snapped out of his daze and hurriedly helped Li Si up, then aided the bloodied Jason. The three exchanged glances, seeing the relief and exhaustion in each other's eyes. Jerry cried out with a trembling voice, "Someone, help! The captain and Jason are in bad shape." His voice echoed through the empty barn. Li Si, leaning against the corner, spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced at Jerry, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Jason, busy pulling bullets and splinters from his body, heard the exaggerated cry and looked equally exasperated. Moments later, Medic Doyle rushed into the room and immediately began examining their injuries. He skillfully bandaged Li Si's wounds and treated the cuts and scrapes on Jason. Once the basic first aid was done, Li Si struggled to his feet and led the way out of the room. By then, the gunfire in the barn had ceased. With Dale's supernatural abilities, they had managed to capture the last enemy combatant and rescue 3 hostages. As Li Si and Jason, still injured, emerged, the others quickly gathered around them, faces full of concern. The Wells couple started to approach with questions, but suddenly stopped, eyeing Li Si warily. Li Si merely glanced at them indifferently, allowing Jerry and Dale to support him. The medic quickly immobilized his injured arm and treated his other wounds. Li Si turned to the communicator, Hawk, and asked, "When will reinforcements arrive?" Hawk responded promptly, 20 minutes. The medical team is also on the way. The hospital in Portland is ready. Li Si nodded and then ordered the other team members, "Check the area again. See if any enemies are still alive. Try to keep them alive." After giving his instructions, Li Si took the Wells couple and some body bags to inspect the bodies of the supernatural beings. When they saw the corpse of a werewolf, Mrs. Wells couldn't help but exclaim, "That looks like a second-stage werewolf. Jason must be really strong." On the second floor, they found Kenna's body but said nothing. However, when they saw the body of the blood manipulator, they gasped, "My God, isn't that Douglas? A bloodline viscount, dead here?" Mr. Wells looked at Li Si in surprise. "Did you kill him?" Li Si nodded calmly. "The rocket launcher severely injured him, so I could finish him off." Mr. Wells remarked, "That's impressive. I sensed blood magic traces. How did you avoid them?" As soon as he finished, the couple jumped back, short wands sliding into their hands, watching Li Si warily. At the same moment, Li Si's right hand rested on his knife handle, glaring coldly at them. In this tense standoff, Jerry's voice came from downstairs, "Captain, Captain, headquarters called. They're sending reinforcements right away. They need you to." Jerry ran upstairs, interrupting the confrontation. He sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint it, only feeling a chill in the air. Suddenly, the cold aura vanished. Li Si's hand moved away from his knife handle, and the Wells couple put away their wands. Li Si nodded slightly. "I know, I'll be down soon. Have the farm owner identify the dead, see if any are his people." After Jerry left, Mr. Wells spoke up, "You were going to kill us?" Li Si, searching the room for scattered gear, replied coldly, "Shouldn't I?" Mr. Wells sighed, "Sorry, we didn't know there were such powerful enemies here. We stayed outside to prevent any from escaping. You know, it was orders from above. I promise it won't happen again." Li Si slid a throwing knife into its sheath, his tone warning, "Next time, you lead the charge." Mrs. Wells wanted to protest, but her husband stopped her. Mr. Wells solemnly replied, "Understood. We will. Captain, your bravery in battle and effective tactical arrangements have been commendable. On behalf of the Federation, I thank you for your dedication." Myerdan personally visited the hospital room, standing by Li Si's bedside, and spoke with sincere gratitude. He then produced a gleaming commander's medal and pinned it onto Li Si's hospital gown. After Myerdan left, General Farron signaled for everyone else to leave the room. As the door closed, leaving just the two of them, the atmosphere grew heavy. General Farron paced for a moment before stopping in front of Li Si's bed, his expression complex as he began to speak. "Captain, I understand you're dissatisfied with certain aspects of this mission. Believe me, this was not my intention." He paused before continuing, as a fellow soldier. I greatly respect your tactical decisions, command skills, and combat proficiency. Frankly, I trust you, a warrior fighting for the Federation. More than those with exotic abilities, Farron's gaze met Li Si's as he spoke with increased resolve. Even though you're of Daxia descent, it doesn't affect my support for you. Just lead your team well, and I'll handle the rest. Now, focus on recovering. This war is far from over, and both the Federation and I need officers like you. A look of gratitude appeared on Li Si's face as he reaffirmed his loyalty to General Farron. However, once Farron left the room, Li Si's expression immediately turned serious and contemplative. He knew Farron's words were a mix of truth and half-truths. There was indeed dissatisfaction with Myerdan and the other politicians, but it wasn't just because Li Si was almost used as a pawn. It was because of the politicians' interference in military operations. Farron needed the support of the Special Tactics Squad to gain more leverage in the higher echelons of power. Li Si understood that, at least for the time being, he was safe due to the power struggle between the factions. However, he also knew he couldn't stay in this position for long. After completing the pursuit mission, a prompt suddenly appeared in Li Si's consciousness. Concentrating his mental energy, he activated it, and an interface appeared. Trial assessment, main mission completion, 25. Trial assessment, side missions completed, 5. New recruit training mission completion, excellent. Omaha Beach landing mission completion, excellent. Deep penetration mission completion, excellent. Liberation of Paris mission completion, excellent. Iwo Jima capture mission completion, good. Corrected. Due to the trial participants' influence, reduced war damage has upgraded the rating to excellent. Okinawa battle mission, not participated. Bombing of the Rising Sun Empire mission, not participated. Liberation of Berlin mission, not participated. The interface listed a long series of uncompleted missions, covering all military branches land, sea, and air and ranging from warfare to espionage, logistics to research, spanning the entire scope of the global conflict with tasks related to every aspect of war. Li Si reviewed the prompt he received after killing Kintaro. He understood that fighting other spacetime agents attempting to alter the timeline could significantly boost his main mission completion rate. However, completing the trial assessment didn't require a 100 main mission completion. It just needed to surpass 50. Additionally, side missions could be integrated into the main mission based on their importance and completion rating to improve the overall completion rate. With 5 perfect side mission completions, Li Si could now boost his main mission progress to 76. This meant he could end the mission and leave at any time. However, doing so would forfeit the rewards from the side missions, and the main mission would only be completed at the minimum standard. Even if the combined total of side missions and the current 25 reached 101, it would still be judged as the minimum completion, equivalent to ending the main mission halfway. Despite this, Li Si wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to continue exploring the stories within this historical timeline. Moreover, with the backing of the most powerful armed force and a mandate to handle extraordinary events, his chances of encountering other spacetime agents trying to alter history were high. As for whether he could defeat these individuals, Li Si had considered it carefully. He decided that if he faced such a situation again, he wouldn't act rashly. This was a world at war, the most intense conflict in human history. While many things might be lacking, there was no shortage of devastating weapons. As a member of the Federation's elite forces, Li Si had the authority to request heavy firepower support during missions. Tanks, artillery, large-caliber machine guns, and even dive bombers could be called upon. Facing unknown threats, he was thoroughly prepared. While Li Si was preparing to leverage the power of the United States, the American government was also contemplating how to maximize the value of this foreigner. Due to previous battles, SHID began to suspect that Li Si might be an extraordinary individual with special abilities, and in recent days, they had been covertly testing him. In response to these probes, Li Si pretended to be unaware, putting the agency in a difficult position. After all, Li Si had just achieved remarkable feats and was still injured. Were it not for this, the American authorities would likely have already subjected him to harsh interrogation. Adding to their confusion, the agency's ability detection devices showed no reaction to Li Si, leading them to doubt whether he truly possessed special abilities. However, the Wells couple insisted that Li Si must have extraordinary powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the vampire Viscount or make them feel a mortal danger. The situation reached a stalemate, but Li Si knew their patience wouldn't last long. Fortunately, he had already devised a countermeasure. A few days later, with his injuries mostly healed, Li Si returned to the Los Angeles headquarters. Myerdan, holding a few sheets of paper, furrowed his brow in deep thought. Captain Li, is this the source of your abilities? Is this the cultivation method of ancient Xia's extraordinary powers? If others are strong, let them be strong, the breeze gently blowing over the mountains. If others are fierce, let them be fierce, the moonlight shining on the great river. What does this mean? Mr. Wells looked at Li Si with a puzzled expression. Li Si shrugged and explained. This is an ancient Xia cultivation method. It requires profound knowledge of Xia's literature and history. I suggest you find a professor of Chinese studies to interpret it. The cultivation manual Li Si submitted excited the agency, but they soon became frustrated trying to comprehend this method. Had they not consulted some Xia descendants who confirmed it was indeed a secret manual for cultivating extraordinary powers, they might have thought Li Si was playing a prank on them. In fact, Li Si wasn't deceiving them. The manual could indeed be used for cultivation, but not in this world, only in the fantastical realms of his dreams. When Myerdan suggested that Li Si teach the trainees, Li Si readily agreed. However, the trainees quickly became overwhelmed. They felt that even if they mastered the manual, it would take over a decade. In just 2 days, the content Li Si explained seemed like an enigma to them. They couldn't understand why a single phrase could lead to a day-long lecture filled with endless historical references. Wells remarked, Xia, with its long history as a civilization, has a profoundly rich cultural heritage. It will take us a long time to decipher and translate it into something we can understand. Despite Myerdan's eagerness to systematically cultivate extraordinary individuals, he couldn't decide to have such a powerful member like Li Si teach the knowledge, even with his significant authority. Ultimately, they carefully stored the manual and had Li Si continue to lead the Wild Fox Squad. From then on, Li Si's treatment significantly improved. The United States began seriously considering bringing Li Si fully into their fold. Somewhere in the Pacific, a submarine bearing a striking resemblance to the WW I-400 class is silently navigating the deep waters. However, this submarine's power system far surpasses nuclear energy, utilizing advanced high-energy batteries. This is the secret base of the Prime Deity Space Mission Team, and the temporary command center for its 4 seasoned members. Inside the submarine, the 4 leaders are gathered around a round table. Each has completed numerous missions and is highly experienced. Despite sharing the same vessel, they belong to 4 different teams within the Prime Deity space. Their mission has 2 objectives. First, to select outstanding talents from the trial participants and recruit them into their respective teams for further training. Second, to provide opportunities for promising members of their secondary teams to complete reward missions here, accelerating their progress. Although these 4 individuals possess the power to easily destroy the entire SHID, they dare not recklessly interfere with the historical timeline. The reason is simple. They've been warned that any intervention in the historical process is likely to be recorded by the world's consciousness, potentially attracting formidable pursuers. While they have never encountered such a situation themselves, veteran members of their teams have witnessed the terrifying power of these pursuers firsthand. One of the leaders, a hint of apprehension in his eyes, spoke in a low voice. Remember the downfall of the celestial and demon teams? It was their demise that gave our 4 teams the chance to rise. Another leader chimed in. Exactly. Those 2 teams, which once nearly suffocated all others with their strength, couldn't leave a scratch on the pursuers despite their best efforts. In the end, the pursuers, seemingly bored, casually crushed both teams' members to death. Crushed to death? The 3rd leader asked with a frown. Yes, literally crushed to death. The captain of the 4th team explained gravely. The pursuer extended a hand, transforming it into a giant palm, and seized the members of the 2 teams. No matter how desperately they struggled, they couldn't stop the hand from slowly closing, eventually grinding them into dust. All 4 shuddered involuntarily. The captain continued, We were all terrified, but the pursuer merely glanced at us, warning us not to disrupt the established historical line, and then vanished. From that moment, we learned their name, the Watchers, the 4th leader added. Later, through exchanges with other spaces, we discovered another name for them, the Anchormen. Nowadays, people prefer to call them Heavenly Hunters, someone interjected. Of course, some hostile spaces refer to them as Heavenly Hounds. Privately, many even call them Evil God's lackeys. Regardless of the name, everyone had to admit one fact. These hounds were powerful and ruthless. It was natural to despise them, given that historical missions were the most popular low-risk, foreknowledge, and generous rewards. But these lucrative tasks were tightly guarded by the hounds. Occasional overstepping might be overlooked, but prolonged actions would surely draw their attention. As teams grew stronger, the opportunities for these generous rewards diminished. They had to turn to native worlds, carrying out long-term missions instead of quick, short-term ones within the historical lines. Long-term presence in a world meant they couldn't quickly complete and withdraw from missions, limiting many of their tactics. However, humanity's knack for exploiting loopholes is always impressive. From ordinary people desiring high-paying, easy jobs to these chosen ones yearning for a shortcut to the top, they devised various tricks. They discovered a type of rookie trial guidance mission that allowed entry into historical lines and brought along newly minted chosen ones. This proxy chicken-stealing method was soon tacitly adopted by various teams in even different spaces. But new tricks bring new countermeasures. The Hounds began recruiting large numbers of newcomers. Though these recruits weren't as selectively chosen as the chosen ones, they compensated with sheer numbers. Their overall strength generally surpassed that of rookie chosen ones, specifically trained to thwart chicken-stealing activities. These little hounds roamed major historical events, ready to pounce on any exposed prey. Since the little hounds didn't need to reverse or distort the historical line like the chosen ones, they often held the upper hand in the grand scheme. Of course, if the chosen ones were determined to fight, they could still take down these little hounds. Inside the submarine, the four leaders exchanged glances, seeing a trace of worry in each other's eyes. They understood that in this game against the heavenly hunters, they had to tread carefully, or they might follow in the footsteps of the celestial and demon teams. The space summoners are facing a tricky situation. Unlike them, the hunters known as little dogs are entirely focused on hunting down the space summoners. Despite their youth, these hunters have a natural advantage when dealing with equally inexperienced prey. The leaders of the four teams are capable of killing these young hunters, but dare not act rashly. They know all too well that if they make a move, the more powerful old dogs will come to protect the pups. Even more daunting is the fact that these hunters can track their targets across multiple worlds with precision. There are even rumors of hunters chasing prey into the depths of space, although no one has been able to confirm this. At this moment, the four leaders are in a quandary. They suspect that the history of this world harbors the minions of an evil god. A novice summoner was silently killed, with the space only providing a simple death notification and no further details. Such brief notifications typically indicate the work of the evil god's hounds. What's more concerning is that this isn't the first time it has happened. On the European battlefield, a team attempting to push the Nazis to develop nuclear weapons and missiles was completely wiped out. In the Dacia battlefield, a squad trying to focus the Japanese forces on eliminating the Red forces met the same fate. Now, this team trying to support the rising sun and prolong the war has also been attacked by the Hounds. Although they only lost one member, it's clear the Hounds have caught their scent. The four leaders unanimously decide to immediately abandon their interference with the timeline and leave the North American rookie team to their own devices. They believe that if the rookies succeed, they will naturally gain merit. If they fail, at least the Hounds won't trace it back to them. The idea of facing the Hounds heathen to test their strength is unanimously rejected. They know well that true madmen don't survive long in the space. Even with the high bounties placed on the Hounds, no one is willing to take that risk. The submarine begins to depart from the North American waters. However, they are unaware that at this moment, Lise is not yet a true hound, not even a pup. Meanwhile, a recuperated Lise receives a new mission: to eliminate the remnants of the previous group. SHID has gathered intelligence from interrogated prisoners and has identified a group of enemies. They are preparing to cast their net, hoping to root out more hidden spies. Led by Lise, the Wild Fox squad has grown to over 40 members. As the team expanded, Lise's demands for equipment also increased. After their last mission, he emphasized in his report the excellent destructive power of the bazooka against superhumans, and proposed the necessity of enhancing individual heavy firepower and portable vehicle-mounted heavy firepower. In response to Lise's request, the Bureau approved the acquisition of 2 modified M45 anti-aircraft vehicles. These vehicles, equipped with 4 M2 heavy machine guns, can fire over 2,000 rounds per minute, creating a dense firepower network. Whether for suppressive fire or anti-aircraft strikes, they are effective weapons against superhumans. Considering non-combat use, the crew size was reduced from 6 to 4. Despite the considerable firepower density of the M45, Lise believed that firepower intensity still needed improvement. He requested 2 vehicles equipped with 23mm T4 autocannons to address this shortfall. Additionally, the squad was outfitted with specialized medical and communication command vehicles, and the ground assault team was expanded to 10 members. As a result, the firepower configuration of the Wild Fox squad became formidable, and their numbers exceeded 40. This was the maximum the Bureau could accommodate. When Lise further requested tanks, the Bureau flatly refused, as this tactical squad operated domestically, not on a battlefield. Now, Lise faced the opportunity to prove the value of the newly structured squad. The target stronghold had been located in a building near Hollywood. Intelligence indicated at least 7 superhumans and more Nazi remnants hiding inside. However, the building also housed innocent civilians, posing a significant challenge to Lise's command abilities. After thoroughly studying the data, Lise had an epiphany. He discussed his plan with the Wells couple and then contacted the Bureau to request external support. By evening, several agents disguised as workers arrived at the target building, registering under the pretext of air conditioning maintenance. Taking advantage of the routine pre-checks in affluent areas, they smoothly entered the building. The agents discreetly replaced filters, added refrigerant, and suggested running the air conditioning to check its effectiveness. Although the enemies inside were highly vigilant, even secretly inspecting the refrigerant, Lise's real plan did not target the refrigerant itself. He had tampered with the inconspicuous replacement ducts. As the air conditioning operated, these ducts gradually thinned, with some materials sublimating into gas and silently flowing into every office with the cool air. Meanwhile, Li Si's team had already completed their deployment around the building. An M45 anti-aircraft vehicle paired with a T4 autocannon vehicle formed a unit, with two vehicle-mounted weapon points occupying diagonal positions, creating a firepower blockade around the five-story building. Three anti-tank rifle teams had long secured advantageous shooting positions based on superhuman locations provided by Jerry. When the time was right, Li Si gave the order to commence the operation. Several bazooka rockets fired in unison, followed by a series of muffled gunshots. The Wells couple launched into the air, crashing through the fourth-floor windows. Simultaneously, Jason, wielding an M2 Browning heavy machine gun with one hand, led the 10-person ground assault team, charging through the building's main entrance. Two sniper rifles with small calibers began precision targeting all armed enemies within sight. After sending the energy drain Dale to the command vehicle, Li Si personally took up a Garand rifle to join the sniping operation. 2 minutes into the fierce battle, a blood shadow suddenly darted out among the intense gunfire. However, this vampire had barely flown a few meters before 4 jets of fire erupted from the ground, completely engulfing it. The M45 anti-aircraft vehicle's ferocious firepower, like hellfire, shredded the vampire into pieces instantly. Shortly after, another vampire attempted to break through but met a similar fate, pulverized into dust. Seeing the futility of escaping through the air, 2 werewolves leaped from the 3rd floor, attempting to break through Li Si's position. A deafening burst of gunfire erupted, and one of the werewolves was instantly blown into a mass of bloody fragments, leaving only a twitching severed leg on the ground. The other, although narrowly avoiding a fatal hit from the T4 autocannon, lost an arm and suffered a gaping wound at the waist, revealing glimpses of writhing internal organs. Li Si decisively raised the bazooka, aimed at the fallen werewolf, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the shell whistled out, followed by the T4 automatic cannon opening fire. A torrent of bullets rained down, thoroughly covering the blast area. Only when the ammunition was depleted did Li Si begin to reload. As the smoke cleared, the ground was left scarred with craters, and not a single intact body could be found. The battle lasted only a few minutes before the Wells couple signaled that the area was clear. After a quick confirmation from Jerry, Li Si promptly ordered the standby medical team to enter the building. The perimeter security forces also received the message and rushed in to handle the wounded and capture any prisoners. That evening, both Myerdan and General Faluin praised Li Si highly. The operation resulted in the elimination of 10 superhumans, the capture of 2, and the death of over 30 Nazi combatants. The Wild Fox squad suffered only 3 serious injuries and 2 minor ones, making it a near-perfect assault. Although 15 innocent lives were lost in the battle, this number was well below the Bureau's threshold of 100, which was based on an expectation of 7 superhumans. To the higher-ups, this collateral damage was unavoidable and represented the best possible outcome. Moreover, these casualties could be blamed on the enemy. The only blemish was the noise of the operation, which caused panic among the nearby residents. However, the Bureau was prepared and publicly claimed it was a Hollywood movie shoot. With a combination of incentives and threats, they believed the situation would soon be under control. Li Si's heavy firepower suppression experiment received unanimous approval. Myerdan promised a commendation, and Faluin indicated that a medal application was already in progress, with a potential promotion in Li Si's rank. Jason, who played the role of Rambo this time, felt far more effective than relying solely on his fists. Clad in custom armor and armed with a heavy machine gun, he was draped in ammo belts as he fought his way to the 3rd floor. On the 2nd floor, he shredded a superhuman attempting to cast a spell into pieces, and on the 3rd floor, he forced 2 werewolves to retreat. Close combat? Not a chance. He would consider it after exhausting his 50 rounds of bullets, and there was still anti-tank gun support. As for the regular grunts, Jason didn't even consider them a threat. Even his armored exterior was tough to penetrate. Jerry and Dale, who didn't have to charge into the fray, were quite satisfied. The other team members, thrilled by their ability to take down superhumans, clamored for Li Si to treat them to drinks in celebration. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed except the Wells couple. Seeing powerful superhumans being killed as easily as chickens, they couldn't help but feel deep concern about the future development of their own abilities. In the room, Li Si lay on the bed, seemingly resting, but in reality, he was secretly assessing his task completion status. The recent extermination mission had advanced his main quest by another 25. He speculated that among the eliminated enemies, there must have been other chosen ones from different dimensions. However, under the ferocious firepower Li Si had set up, these enemies stood no chance. Li Si calculated that at his current pace, he needed just 2 more missions to fully complete the main quest. This operation not only captured several armed militants, but also apprehended 2 extraordinary individuals. They were currently being interrogated at the Bureau, and Li Si was confident that new leads would soon emerge. He had no concerns about encountering history line manipulators in the future. A few days later, Myrdhan excitedly approached Li Si. "Captain, come with me." Although Li Si was puzzled, he followed. They arrived at a high-security laboratory in the Bureau's basement, a place Li Si wouldn't have access to without Myrdhan. Inside the lab, several muscular men were undergoing various physical tests under the guidance of the staff. Seeing Li Si's puzzled expression, Myrdhan couldn't hide his smile. "Captain, I have to tell you a top secret of the Federation. We found a way to mass-produce superhumans, and we need you to evaluate their abilities." Li Si's eyes widened in shock, thinking, "No way. Have these Federals really mastered inner strength? Impossible." He recalled his own attempts to practice various mystical techniques since arriving in this timeline, all to no avail. Could it be that he lacked the talent for cultivation, while these Federals managed to develop inner strength? Could they really distinguish meridians? Seeing Li Si's astonished expression, Myrdhan seemed very pleased. "All right, Captain. These mass-produced superhumans will change the course of humanity." He then summoned a researcher to introduce the capabilities of these superhumans. The researcher excitedly explained the characteristics like super strength, super speed, super reaction, and super defense. Li Si then realized that this wasn't some cultivation technique, but rather technologically enhanced super soldiers. From the detailed introduction, Li Si learned that although these super soldiers sounded impressive, they hadn't reached a truly superb level. Their metrics, while exceeding those of ordinary people, weren't significantly elevated. For instance, their strength was comparable to that of a strongman. Their speed was akin to a 10-second 100-meter dash, and their so-called super defense was far from that of someone like Jason, who could withstand bullets. Their bones and skin were merely a bit tougher than average. However, Li Si had to admit that combining these enhancements resulted in a decent level of physical capability. Coupled with the keyword mass-produced, it was fair to call them super warriors. More importantly, this was only the initial result. With advancements in medical technology, the potential of these super warriors was indeed promising. Despite this, Li Si was still skeptical about the Federation possessing such technology. If true, wouldn't they be skyrocketing in a few decades? With questions in mind, Li Si turned to Myrdhan. "Director, is this technology truly ours?" Myrdhan's expression stiffened momentarily before he waved the surrounding researchers away and led Li Si to a small room in the lab. Lowering his voice, he said, "Captain, you're very perceptive. This isn't our own technological achievement, but I believe it will soon flourish within the Federation." Li Si pressed further. "Director, where did this technology come from? Is it from the Nazis? Do we still have the main researchers?" Myrdhan hesitated briefly before regretfully saying, "We only have the data, but the results are still impressive. Other teams in the Bureau have already evaluated the Super Soldier project. You're the last one?" Li Si silently grumbled. "I thought the Federation had changed its ways. Turns out they notified me last." At that moment, he received a directive from the space. Eliminate the significant influence of external forces on the Federation, with completion counting towards the main quest. Great. So this came from history line manipulators. Li Si pondered. "I just wonder if it was extracted from prisoners or obtained through a deal." In the end, Li Si concluded that the information was likely extracted from prisoners. Given the Federation's greedy nature, if they had obtained such powerful technology through a deal, they would have milked the dealmaker dry. Li Si decided to probe further to confirm his suspicions. He gazed steadily at Director Myrdhan and asked calmly, "Director, one last question: was this information provided by a prisoner from a previous mission?" Director Myrdhan took a deep breath, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he admitted, "Yes, it was. Unfortunately, we only obtained this one piece of information before he committed suicide with an unknown poison." Poisoned himself? Li Si frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of doubt. But he quickly realized now was not the time to ponder this. The priority was to complete his mission. Li Si already had a rough plan in mind. Since the information wasn't acquired through a deal, it meant there were no further transactional means and no need to confront any traitors directly. This made him reconsider whether to take on this mission. Li Si didn't want to risk a fallout with the US federal government over eliminating a possibly non-existent traitor. After all, when it came to their own interests, the Anglos would show no mercy. After careful consideration, Li Si decided not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he made a request. "Let's begin the tests on these super soldiers." In the testing arena, Li Si faced a menacingly muscular man, but his expression remained unusually relaxed. In the observation room on the second floor, the head of the Super Soldier Project sneered, "Natural-born superhumans are always so arrogant, with no reverence for the power of technology." General Farron had a different view. He is unlike other teams. Li Si has always advocated for superior firepower, especially in dealing with superhuman incidents. Much of the Special Operations team's firepower configuration is based on his recommendations. I believe he can provide valuable insights for the super soldier project. As they spoke, the fight below began. The super soldier launched a ferocious attack on Li Si. Both were unarmed, and Li Si seemed at a disadvantage in terms of size. But any keen observer could see that Li Si was dodging and parrying effortlessly. Even the project leader, who strongly supported the super soldier initiative, didn't believe from the start that the test subject could defeat Li Si. Sure enough, after 2 minutes of probing, Li Si suddenly made his move. He swiftly closed in, deftly deflecting the opponent's punches, and then delivered a series of rapid strikes to the muscular man's body, causing his reactions to slow. Li Si then skillfully dodged a direct kick, circled behind his opponent, and delivered a sharp double-handed strike to the sides of the man's neck. The super soldier collapsed to his knees like a machine losing power. The project leader, seeing this, immediately shouted in panic, "Medical team! Medical team! Get in here now!" General Farron reassured him, "Relax, Captain Li Si wouldn't go too far. Your precious test subject will be fine." Sure enough, before the medical team arrived, the test subject was already recovering, though he appeared unsteady. The project leader rushed onto the field, glaring at Li Si and screaming, "You stupid yellow monkey! What did you do to my test subject?" Li Si calmly watched the enraged man, offering no explanation. Director Myerdan, who had followed them, sternly intervened, "Dr. Gavin, watch your language. You have no right to insult the captain." Li Si turned expressionlessly towards the medical team examining the test subject, seemingly ignoring Dr. Gavin's words. In a calm tone, he said, "I've just sealed several major acupuncture points on his body. I can't explain the exact principles, but you just need to massage the areas I indicated to promote blood circulation." Director Merden stood nearby, having long heard of Li Si's abilities. He asked nonchalantly, "Captain, what's your assessment of these super soldiers?" Li Si frowned, thought for a moment, and cautiously replied, "Director, I need more verification before giving a specific answer. How about letting the remaining 5 test subjects attack me together? That way, I can provide a more comprehensive evaluation." Just as Dr. Gavin was about to object, Meriden raised his hand to stop him. The director knew Li Si wasn't one to show off. There must be a deeper reason for his request. Soon, the other 5 test subjects entered the experimental arena. Gavin barked orders viciously, "Teach that arrogant Asian guy a lesson. Show him what you're made of." The 5 hulking men lunged at Li Si simultaneously, and the fierce fight immediately drew the attention of the entire department. Onlookers began shouting, "Take down that yellow-skinned kid. Give him a hard punch. Yeah, keep going, Asians are so weak. Keep chasing him. Nice job. That yellow-skinned monkey is just running away." Hearing these prejudiced shouts and Gavin's gleeful insults, Meriden frowned deeply. He turned to General Farron beside him and said in a low voice, "General, I think Captain Li Si's promotion should be expedited. His Wild Fox Squad, one of SHID's 7 special tactical teams, not only has impressive combat records, but also plays a vital role in the development of other teams." Meriden wasn't acting out of altruism. He simply didn't want Li Si to harbor resentment. He believed a promotion would be enough to placate him. However, General Farron didn't respond. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the fight below. Puzzled, Meriden asked, "General, have you noticed something wrong?" General Farron replied gravely, "Indeed, there is an issue. These super soldiers lack any coordination." Meriden looked confusedly at the chaotic battle scene. They've just undergone modifications, their bodies haven't fully adapted, and they haven't worked together before. Isn't it normal for them to lack coordination? Farron shook his head. "No, it's different. I'm not talking about trained coordination, but the instinctive collaboration humans exhibit when attacking as a group. These super soldiers show none of that." Upon hearing this, Meriden observed more closely. Soon, even a layman like him noticed the anomaly. Saying they lacked coordination was an understatement. These super soldiers were fighting entirely on their own. While attacking Li Si, they not only failed to cooperate but often obstructed each other's attack paths. Worse still, Li Si could easily maneuver them into hitting their own teammates. As Li Si deftly evaded obvious attacks, using the other test subjects as cover, he observed Farron and Meriden's reactions. Judging the time was right, he decided to end the charade. With agile movements, he dodged their predictable attacks and skillfully took down each opponent one by one. After the fight, Meriden, with a serious expression, said to Li Si, "Captain, follow me." In the director's office, several members of different special teams, super soldier project leaders, and 2 biologists and medical experts were already waiting. Meriden got straight to the point. "You've all witnessed the performance of the super soldier project firsthand. Share your observations." The superhumans praised the strength of the super soldiers, expressing a desire to have more equipped in their teams. Amidst the chorus of commendations, Meriden turned to Li Si, "Captain, what's your opinion?" Li Si stepped forward and spoke frankly, "The super soldier project indeed has great potential, but to make them truly fit for special operations, several issues need to be addressed. First is their reaction capability. I'm not talking about neural responses, but cognitive reactions. In the fight, I found that their attacks were straightforward and lacked any element of deception, making their moves entirely predictable to me. Dr. Gavin's face was as dark as the sky before a storm, and the other superhumans were deep in thought. Without pausing, Lisi continued his analysis. Secondly, their cognitive processes are severely flawed. When faced with unexpected situations, their response capabilities are practically non-existent. They can't handle crises effectively. His voice was calm and incisive. Lastly, their emotional control is extremely poor. In combat, I don't even need to use verbal provocation. A mere mocking or fearful expression can easily lead them astray. Li Si's gaze swept over everyone in the room before concluding. If these issues can't be resolved, they are unfit for the tactical team and certainly incapable of completing complex missions. Dr. Gavin's face turned red, like a balloon about to burst. He glared at Li Si, eyes filled with anger and frustration, yet he found no grounds to argue. After the meeting, several core members stayed behind in the office, and Li Si was asked to remain as well. Dr. Gavin suppressed his fury, attempting to defend himself. These are just the first batch of test subjects. We will make improvements in the subsequent ones. We can resolve these issues. Li Si looked at him calmly, a hint of pity in his tone. Doctor, I suspect that certain parts of their brains were damaged during the modification process. He turned to another expert. Dr. Aisha, you are a neuroscientist. Is it easy to repair such brain damage? Dr. Aisha shook her head, her brows furrowed. It's very difficult. With current technology, it's nearly impossible. Even in the foreseeable future, it would require tremendous effort. Li Si then looked at Dr. Fahale. You are a biologist. Biological evolution spans millennia. Can the various risks left by such drastic genetic alterations be truly mitigated? Dr. Fahale's response was even more pessimistic. Our understanding of ourselves is just scratching the surface, let alone intervening in human evolution. In this field, I can't see any foreseeable future. Dr. Gavin wanted to continue arguing, but Myerdan signaled everyone to leave as he needed to report the current situation privately. However, Li Si did not leave. Phaluin, curious, asked, Captain, your assessment is valuable to us. Do you have anything else to add? Li Si closed the door and pointed to his ear. Myerdan didn't immediately understand, but Phaluin quickly grasped Li Si's hint. Rest assured, Captain, there are no listening devices here. Li Si stared at the two of them, his expression complex. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Sir, there are some things I shouldn't say, but you've been good to me, and I can feel that. I believe I must tell you something. The two officers exchanged a glance. Myerdan smiled and patted Li Si on the shoulder. Li, you're a good man. We all appreciate you. Speak your mind. Don't hold back. Li Si took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. Sir, the Super Soldier Project must be terminated. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Farron and Myerdan's expressions turned serious. Farron motioned for Li Si to sit down, while Myerdan stood up to pour him a cup of coffee. Taking the coffee, Li Si got straight to the point. Sir, I believe the war is going to end soon. Farron nodded in agreement. Indeed, though Shuri is still resisting, they're on the verge of collapse. Li Si put down his coffee cup and continued. So, our future missions will mainly be within the Federation, correct? Noticing Myerdan's puzzled look, Li Si explained. The end of the war means the end of wartime protocols, and elections will resume as normal. This means that the impact of our actions will become increasingly difficult to contain. He paused, glancing between the two commanders. If those flawed super soldiers join our special units, it could lead to a disaster. They struggle to accurately distinguish between enemies and innocents, and have a vague concept of collateral damage. If our operations result in significant losses, the opposition will seize the opportunity to attack us, sparking a political storm. Myerdan frowned and asked, are those super soldiers really that unreliable? Li Si shook his head. They're excellent, but not suited for our future mission profile. We need precise, swift, and lethal actions, which are too challenging for those flawed super soldiers. Hearing this mission objective, General Farron sat up straighter, carefully considering those three words. His gaze towards Li Si began to change. Myerdan was still reluctant to give up. So, you're saying they aren't suitable for precision tasks, but can still be effective in warfare? Li Si admitted, yes, they would be effective in beachhead assaults. But he immediately added, however, sir, do you know how much it costs to modify a super soldier? $50,000? $100,000? Or $1 million? Deploying such expensive soldiers into the meat grinder of war. Even the gears can't keep up. Myerdan's expression shifted. He understood Li Si's point. War is essentially a process of resource exchange based on the productive capacity of two nations, seeing who can hold out longer. The cost of a super soldier is already close to $600,000, and even in mass production, it won't be less than $200,000. The cost of 100 super soldiers is enough to equip a U.S. division or form an independent infantry regiment of 3,000 men. General Farron quickly realized that the role of these 100 super soldiers on the battlefield was far less significant than that of a regiment. A regiment could defend or attack a large area, while a company of 100 men had very limited use. Moreover, on a battlefield filled with artillery fire, a single shell could easily destroy a super soldier. Seeing the change in their expressions, Li Si knew the time was right and decided to press further. There's another issue, sir. After the war, the wartime protocols will end. Congress will inevitably cut military spending. This is unavoidable. Our department's budget will also be affected. Such a costly project is bound to be questioned. At that point, our other plans, like forming 4 new special units, will face even greater resistance. These words hit the two commanders like a hammer to the heart. They were acutely aware that if the project failed, not only would the department face a financial crisis, but it might also face the risk of being disbanded. Li Si's words effectively pronounced the death sentence for the super soldier project. The two exchanged a meaningful glance before Myerdan sighed and asked, "Are you saying super soldiers are completely worthless?" Li Si immediately responded, "Of course they have value, and a significant one at that. We don't need to invest too much, just maintain a certain level of funding each year. In a few decades, when warfare becomes more advanced and information-driven, these super soldiers with incredible individual capabilities will be invaluable." However, Myerdan and General Farron were clueless about the future. They couldn't foresee a time when the United Federation could deploy force globally within 24 hours. At this moment, their understanding of war and technology was still stuck in the late World War II era, giving Li Si the chance to deem the super soldier project a failure. Li Si continued, shrugging, "Even now, they aren't entirely useless. As a defensive force for key institutions, they are still a good choice." General Farron, surprised, asked, "Security guards costing 600,000 each? Even the president wouldn't dare imagine that." He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "All right, this really is a failed project. I suppose we shouldn't continue with it." But Li Si spoke up again, "No, just because we can't do it now doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. We can archive the files and bring them out at the right time. Even if we can't perfect it, we can secure a special budget from Congress." Myerdan and Farron exchanged looks, surprised that this seemingly upright soldier would suggest such a scheme. Myerdan smiled and said, "Li, I think you should go into politics with me. Being a tactical team leader is really beneath your talents." Li Si chuckled, "Sir, that's why we need to destroy this project, at least officially. That way, we can secure a second round of funding when the time is right. As for the project personnel, I suggest redirecting them to other areas, but keeping them within our organization to prevent any leaks." Farron laughed along. "Li, if I didn't know you were serious, I'd think you were getting back at those who mocked you earlier." Li Si immediately turned serious. "How could I? We're part of the same institution. Combat relies on logistical support." Myerdan waved his hand. "All right, Li, no need to be so serious." The general was joking. "Your opinions are very important to us." "Captain." "No, Major. SHID is fortunate to have someone as outstanding as you, and so is the Federation." After Li Si left, Myerdan turned to Farron, frowning. "What exactly is Li Si's motive in telling us all this? I don't believe it's just to get back at the super soldier project team." Farron shook his head, not sure. "Maybe he doesn't want super soldiers to undermine the status of those with special abilities. He can't possibly be a spy for the Rising Sun. He's killed probably over 100 of their people. And he couldn't be a plant from Desya. They wouldn't let such a talented person serve in our ranks." Myerdan sighed regardless. "What he said makes sense. We need to reassess the value of this project." "You're so toxic, you're so toxic." Lise hummed a tune as he cheerfully entered his room, a sly smile playing on his lips. He knew well that the two old foxes wouldn't easily believe his words. They would definitely seek more people to verify the results, but superhumans, military personnel, or scientists. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Lise tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, already picturing the conclusions. These three groups would reach conclusions that would only be more severe than his own. Superhumans, eager to maintain their own privileges, would undoubtedly downplay the value of super soldiers. The military, facing budget cuts and a loss of power, would balk at the 60 million price tag and classify the project as trash. "Damn it," Lise muttered to himself. "An aircraft carrier costs only 80 million. Who would believe that a company of super soldiers is more effective than a carrier?" As for scientists, despite their interest in the technology, their rigorous attitudes and rational analyses would inevitably lead to negative conclusions. Sure enough, a few days later, Lise received 2 pieces of news: his promotion to the rank of major and a reminder that his mission was complete. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, he thought smugly, "That was easy. Just a bit of smooth talking, and I've already completed 25 of the main mission. Sweet." Looking at the 75 completion rate of his main mission, Lise realized that his time here might be limited. Soon after, Lisa's squad received a new mission: to capture an invisible superhuman. Instead of making a big fuss, Lise cleverly exploited the target's weaknesses. He led his team to a store and bought a bunch of spray cans filled with colorful confetti. In the area where the target might appear, they sprayed the confetti wildly, narrowing the search area as if they were celebrating a festival. It wasn't long before the target, unable to perfectly blend into the surroundings, revealed their position. Back at the base, Jerry approached Lise to request a few days off. Lise approved, knowing that the young man wanted to show off his new, crisp lieutenant's uniform. While Jerry's actual abilities and missions were not particularly strong, his contributions to the team's success were significant. With the failure of the Super Soldier program, the status of superhumans had risen significantly. All superhumans started as second lieutenants, and captains like Lise were already majors, with some even promoted to lieutenant colonel. Lisa's Wild Fox squad had expanded, now boasting 120 combat personnel and nearly 300 people in total, including support staff, making it almost a company. Other squads, like the Vulture squad, had grown to over 200 members. Lise learned that the SHID headquarters was about to relocate near Washington, D.C., though the exact date had not been announced. He understood that this was a strategic move by the agency to expand its scale during wartime, preparing for potential downsizing in the future. One evening, Lise and his team were having a get-together at a bar. When Jerry showed up in his brand new uniform, he immediately became the target of friendly teasing. "Hey, Jerry," someone joked. "Did you steal that uniform? Impersonating an officer is a crime, you know?" Jerry just smiled and drank, not bothering to defend himself. Just as the laughter and banter filled the room, two military police officers walked in, their eyes scanning the bar before heading straight for Jerry. Looking at Jerry's youthful face, the MPs had already made up their minds. "Come with us." Two military police officers suddenly appeared at the bar entrance. One of them barked, "We're arresting you for impersonating an officer." Jerry barely had time to react before a family friend stepped in, trying to mediate. "Listen, guys, he's just a kid. It was just a prank. He means no harm. You know how young folks are these days, eager to be heroic soldiers." The man discreetly slipped some dollars to the MPs, hoping to calm things down. However, the MPs were unimpressed by the small bribe. One of them already had his handcuffs out, ready to arrest Jerry. Despite the tense situation, Jerry remained remarkably calm. He casually pulled out an ID from his pocket and said in a steady voice, "You're diligent, but I'm not a fraud. You should be able to tell the difference, right?" The MPs took the ID with suspicion and examined it closely. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed it was genuine but still found it hard to believe. This young guy is 18? And already a second lieutenant? Even MacArthur's kid wouldn't get this kind of treatment, one of the MPs muttered under his breath. To further verify, one MP stayed to watch Jerry while the other went to the bar's phone to check the code on the ID. Moments later, the MP returned, looking noticeably more respectful. He solemnly handed the ID back to Jerry and saluted. "Apologies, Lieutenant. Sorry for the trouble." Jerry returned the salute with a smile and said, "I told you, I'm not a fraud. How about I buy you guys a drink?" The MPs politely declined and left, causing the bar to erupt in excitement. People crowded around, bombarding Jerry with questions. "Jerry, where did you get that fake ID? Idiot. Didn't you see the MPs confirm it? It's real. Oh my God. You mean Jerry's really a lieutenant? Jerry, tell us what happened these past few months." Jerry couldn't hide a smirk, thinking, Major Lee's plan really paid off. Going home in style is all about showing off. He remembered the tips Lisi gave him before he left and decided he'd bring more gifts to thank him later. Clearing his throat, Jerry began. "It's a long story, and it goes better with drinks. 3 rounds on me." Amid the cheers, he started telling his tale. Of course, he didn't share his own real experiences, but recounted the battlefield stories of other soldiers from his unit. Even so, it was enough to leave everyone in awe. However, there were always skeptics. Someone suddenly asked, "But Jerry, you left last November. How did you take part in the liberation of Paris?" "That was in August." Jerry was prepared for such questions. He calmly explained, "We were part of the Storm Commando. After the liberation, we fought the hidden Nazis in the city." Another person pressed on, "Jerry, have you really killed enemies?" Without missing a beat, Jerry pulled out a handgun from his belt and placed it on the table. "Look, this M1911 is custom-made for our Storm Commando, modified to hold 9 bullets. Several Nazis and Japs have fallen to it. Otherwise, how do you think I got promoted so quickly?" The sight of the military-grade handgun made people start to believe Jerry's story. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, a middle-aged man sighed. What a pity. If Jerry had come back sooner, maybe Dina's family wouldn't have died. Jerry immediately asked, "What happened?" The man explained, "Lately, there's been a serial killer around here, committed several murders. People call him the Rainy Night Butcher. He kills whenever it rains." Hearing this, Jerry narrowed his eyes, slowly turning his glass, and his tone grew serious. Tell me everything you know about this rainy night butcher. A few days later, Lisi received a message that made his brow furrow deeply. Without saying a word, he strode quickly to the director's office. Moments later, the piercing sound of an alarm echoed throughout the base, signaling an emergency assembly for the Wild Fox squad. The team members quickly gathered, and Lisi, looking solemn, spoke. Xiao Jerry is severely injured and is being treated in the hospital. I will personally lead the investigation to find out who had the audacity to harm one of our own. He then turned to the Wells couple. You two stay behind and command the remaining team members. Wells nodded in agreement. Understood, Major. But take Jason and Dyer with you. Remember, don't hold back. Anyone who dares to challenge the Wild Fox squad will pay the price. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. If you run into any trouble, just contact me. I have my ways. These words not only showcased the unity of the Wild Fox squad, but also hinted at the Wells couple's ambitions. They were preparing to take over the team in the future, seizing the opportunity to establish their authority. Soon, Lisi led a team of over 10 people onto a plane, heading straight to Jerry's hometown of San Francisco. Upon landing, they rushed to the hospital without delay. The doctor provided Lisi with a detailed account of Jerry's injuries, multiple lacerations all over his body, a chest cavity that had been opened, damaged liver and heart, partially exposed spine, and a fractured skull. Ordinarily, such injuries would be unsurvivable. Lisi knew that Jerry's survival was solely due to his superhuman physique. While not as formidable as Jason, he was far beyond ordinary humans. Additionally, Jerry's life-sensing abilities were evolving towards life force control, which contributed to his miraculous survival. He thanked the doctor and informed him that the SHID's specialized medical team would soon take over. Then, with a grim expression, Lisi led his team straight to the police station. At the police station, the director personally received them and pointed to two officers. They were the first to find the victim. Dyer immediately corrected. Not the victim, Jerry is still alive. Lisi turned to the two officers. Can you describe what happened in detail? The older officer recalled. We arrived at the scene immediately after receiving the report. Jerry was lying in a pool of blood, with no perpetrators or witnesses around. We called for an ambulance right away. Jerry's condition was critical. He could barely speak. Lisi interrupted. You mean Jerry was conscious at the time? Not entirely sure, but his eyes were open. Did he say anything? It seemed like he was mouthing for help. Lisi silently noted this information. He knew that a well-trained Jerry wouldn't call for help. He must have been describing the assailant. After listening to the officer's account, Lisi felt dissatisfied. Crucial information from the crime scene, such as blood traces and footprints, seemed to be completely missing. As they left the police station, Lisi took Jerry's personal belongings with him. Jason asked, Boss, where to next? Jerry's home, Lisi replied. We need to meet his family. Dyer pointed to the blood-stained bag of belongings, hesitating. Are we just taking these with us? Lisi said firmly, we have no choice. We need to quickly determine what belongs to Jerry and what might be clues he left behind. A few minutes later, they arrived at Jerry's home. It was a two-story house with front and back gardens, alongside a warehouse and garage, indicating a well-off family background. Jerry's father is a lawyer, and his mother runs a clothing store. Their family enjoys an upper-middle-class lifestyle in San Francisco. Besides, Jerry has an older brother working at City Hall and a younger sister who is in elementary school. When Lisi knocked on Jerry's door, it wasn't a family member who answered, which made his companions instantly wary, instinctively reaching for their waists. The woman who opened the door looked confused and asked, Who are you? Lisi calmly replied, We are Jerry's colleagues, here to handle some matters. The woman turned and called into the house, Smith, someone claiming to be Jerry's colleague is here. A moment later, a tired-looking man came to the door, scrutinizing Lisi and his group. Dressed in plain clothes, they didn't appear to be military. It wasn't until Lisi showed his badge and a photo with Jerry that Smith invited them inside. The house was crowded with people, mostly neighbors comforting Mrs. Smith, who was sobbing. The arrival of Lisi and his team brought an instant hush, with everyone curious about these colleagues of Jerry. Sensing the crowding, most of the neighbors tactfully left, leaving only 3 people, Jerry's aunt, uncle, and a neighbor who was both Jerry's godfather and a close friend of Mr. Smith. Lisi stepped forward and said, I'm sorry to meet for the first time under these circumstances. Rest assured, Jerry will pull through. This isn't just comfort, it's our promise. The department has summoned the best doctors. Although the Smith family had braced themselves for the worst after learning about Jerry's injuries, they were still grateful for Lisi and his team's help. Lisi continued, aside from checking on Jerry, our main task is to find the culprit and bring him to justice. We need your cooperation. He turned to Jason, who took out Jerry's personal belongings from a plastic bag and carefully laid them out on the table. Seeing the blood-stained items, Jerry's mother broke down again. Oh my God! My poor little Jerry, what happened to him? Lisi consoled her. Ma'am, I know this is harsh, but please focus and help us identify these items. Tell us if any are not Jerry's, or if any of his belongings are missing. The Smith family, holding back their grief, carefully examined each item. Eventually, they identified several unfamiliar objects: a bar drink coupon, a movie ticket stub, a woman's silk scarf, and a free dental checkup voucher. These unexpected discoveries opened new directions for the investigation. Several of Jerry's personal items were missing, including his wallet and identification. Lisi thought for a moment, then drew a handgun from his waist and gently placed it on the table. The Smith family gasped in fear, but Lisi remained unfazed and asked, "Have you seen this type of gun before?" Jerry had one too. Is his still at home? This is the SHID standard issue, a modified M1911. Jerry's brother, Dan, shook his head, his voice trembling. No. He always carried it with him. Lisi turned his sharp gaze to Dale. Take a couple of people to the station and ask around if anyone has seen Jerry's sidearm. Emphasize the seriousness of the situation, and make sure the cops don't hide anything from us. Dale nodded and was about to leave when Lisi added, if the police have no leads, search the area around the crime scene thoroughly. Look for shell casings and bullets. After Dale left, Lisi continued questioning the Smiths. Did Jerry mention what he was going to do that night? Mr. Smith shook his head. No. He's been hanging out with friends lately. He's an adult now, so we don't interfere much with his freedom. Lisi immediately asked them to contact Jerry's friends to find out about his whereabouts that night. Soon, a few nearby young people arrived. They said Jerry wasn't with them that day, especially not in the evening, and speculated he might have gone on a date. Lisi keenly noticed one young man looking hesitant and directly asked, "Young man, do you know something? Any clue could help us catch whoever hurt Jerry?" The boy hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "I'm just guessing, not sure. I think Jerry was investigating the rainy night butcher. That might be why he got hurt. He must have found something." The room fell silent instantly at his words. Lisi broke the silence. "The rainy night butcher? Can you explain more?" Everyone started talking at once. It turned out the rainy night butcher was the nickname of a recent serial killer in San Francisco, who broke into homes and murdered people on rainy nights, sometimes wiping out entire families. Several cases had occurred, leaving the city in fear, with the police having no leads. Lisi frowned and asked, "Was it raining the night Jerry was attacked?" The boy deflated. No. Lisi reassured them. "The information you provided is very helpful." After the young people left, he instructed a soldier, "Parker, you and Bill go to the station and get all the case files on the rainy night butcher." Mr. Smith exclaimed, "Oh my God! Was it really that monster who hurt Jerry?" Lisi didn't answer directly but asked, "Sir, I remember Jerry has a sister named Angie, right? Is she resting upstairs?" Mrs. Smith explained, "No, she's still at school today. Dan will pick her up soon." Lisi immediately ordered Jason, "Take 3 people and go with Dan to pick Angie up." Jason, sensing Lisi's intent, asked, "What standard equipment?" S4. The special tactical team had 7 equipment standards from S1 to S7, depending on the mission. S4 meant heavy firepower, including bazookas and heavy machine guns. Lisi shook his head. "No need for that. S1 will suffice. It's broad daylight, and it's not necessarily a special mission." S1 referred to carrying light weapons like handguns and submachine guns. Hearing this arrangement, the Smith family was terrified. Could the rainy night butcher really be after them? Lisi reassured them, "Don't worry, we're here to protect you. Jerry is our comrade. He's hurt, and until we find the culprit, it's our duty to ensure your safety too." He turned to Mr. Smith. "Can I use your warehouse and garage? We need to set up some defensive measures." Mr. Smith quickly nodded in agreement and led Lisi and his team to the warehouse beside the house. Dan, filled with concern, asked, "Should we have the police set up more security? The rainy night butcher is..." Before he could finish, Lisi and his team had already opened several large crates filled with various weapons. In the warehouse, several crates were neatly lined up. Lisi opened them, revealing a formidable arsenal. In the first crate, a dozen Thompson submachine guns were meticulously arranged, their metal surfaces glinting coldly under the dim light. The second crate contained several rifles and sniper rifles, with precision scopes reflecting faint light. The third crate held 2 massive anti-tank rifles, their presence silently foretelling the fierce battles to come. The last 2 crates awaited assembly into 3 M2 heavy machine guns, destined to become the backbone of the defensive effort. Lisi began organizing the defense positions, his voice calm and resolute. "Place 1 heavy machine gun in the warehouse and another in the garage to create overlapping fields of fire. Vance, you handle the anti-tank rifle in the warehouse. Howard, you operate the other one from inside the house. Jason, you take a heavy machine gun as mobile firepower, ready to support any position. Dale and I will stay in the house to protect Jerry's family." With the setup complete, Lisi turned to Dan and asked, "What were you saying earlier?" Dan, looking at the makeshift armory and the Suntabirm team, was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself that if the rainy night butcher dared to come, even demons would be scared away. The Smith family, observing the cold weapons, felt an unprecedented sense of security. Unless someone brought a tank, the rainy night butcher wouldn't even make it into the yard. By evening, the Smith household was bustling. Despite Li's suggestion to buy some canned food, Mr. Smith insisted on preparing a hot meal for their protectors. In the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans was constant, and soon, the aroma filled the entire house. After dinner, Dan curiously asked, "What role does Jerry play in your team?" Li smiled and replied, "He's our core. Without him, we'd be in big trouble." Seeing that Li was unwilling to elaborate, Dan wisely refrained from pressing further. As night fell, Li gathered his team in the living room for a meeting. The Smith family considerately went upstairs to give them space, except for Dale, who returned after putting a sleeping Angela to bed. She produced a plastic bag containing several shell casings and bullets. "We can confirm Jerry resisted," Dale explained. "One of the bullets has blood on it, possibly hitting the enemy. This bullet has been sent for testing. Once the results are in, we'll know if it's Jerry's blood." The police didn't find the gun, likely taken by the enemy along with Jerry's wallet and ID. Lisi didn't hold much hope for the results. He knew that with current technology, they could at most determine the blood type, without more precise information. Nonetheless, these tiny clues were still crucial in their search for Jerry. Interesting. After reading the file on the rainy night butcher, Lisi let out a sigh. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had discovered an important clue. Jason frowned in confusion and asked, "Boss, did you find something?" Instead of answering directly, Lisi handed the file to Jason and said seriously, "Jason, you'll be leading your own team in the future. You need to learn how to analyze useful information from intel." He then turned to Dale. "You two. Both of you will lead a team of 5 and start analyzing these files. Report your findings to me later." In the Wild Fox squad, Lisi's authority was undisputed. Not only did he have an impressive record, but he also played a key role in drafting the training syllabus for the special tactics team in the Bureau. Lisi had been grooming Jason, a burly black man who had proven his worth by daring to fight alongside him during their first mission. To Lisi, Jason was more reliable than the Wells couple. Although it was inevitable that the Wells couple would take over the team, Lisi knew that those with special abilities rarely fought on the front lines. Once he left, Jason would be one of the few capable of leading assault missions. After 3 months of training, Jason's tactical skills were quite good. What he lacked was the mindset of a commander. Lisi had been focusing on developing this aspect, and everyone in the Bureau understood his intentions. Jason wasn't naive. He knew Lisi was paving the way for him, so he always supported Lisi's decisions unconditionally. As for the other soldiers, they preferred a tough guy like Jason leading them rather than those who only stepped in during emergencies. Despite the ongoing racial discrimination in the Federation, Jason's time would eventually come. Dale, on the other hand, clearly had some powerful backing. Befriending her was like having a protective amulet that might come in handy in the future. Lisi stood up and said, "I'll be back in an hour. Tell me your conclusions then." Seeing Lisi about to leave, Jason asked with concern, "Boss, do you need some backup?" Lisi shook his head with a smile. "I'm not a rookie like little Jerry. If the rainy night butcher really shows up, it won't be easy to get away. Besides, the weather's nice tonight, no sign of rain, so it should be a safe night." Jason didn't insist. He often sparred with Lisi and knew his combat skills. Only in confined spaces without weapons could Jason barely hold his own against Lisi. Most of the time, he ended up losing. Although Jerry had a rough time, everyone in the team knew he wasn't strong in combat, not even in close quarters compared to a seasoned veteran. Just as Lisi finished speaking, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. The group was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Boss, your mouth is magic." "Captain, you're in for it now." "Major, I suggest you take the M2, or at least a shotgun." The shotgun referred to the Winchester M1912 pump-action shotgun, known as the trench broom, which the team was currently equipped with. The SHID versions were specially modified, with extended magazines holding 7 rounds and optimized ammo for better penetration and spread. Amidst the banter, Lisi grinned. "I was wrong. It's a good night, but not necessarily a safe one. As for who's not safe, that's still up in the air. Stay alert." Lisi opened his umbrella and walked through the rainy streets of San Francisco, a long, cloth-covered bag slung over his shoulder. The city's hilly terrain caused some drainage channels to overflow as the rain intensified, creating puddles on the streets. After walking for a while, Lisi spotted a tea house. Yes, a tea house with a distinctly Dacia style. San Francisco had many residents of Dacia descent, as well as a significant number of Japanese. Due to the war, some Dacia residents were mistakenly identified as Japanese and sent to internment camps. Of course, the Federation never admitted they were internment camps, calling them relocation centers instead. Lisi looked up at the sign of the tea house, which read Luo's Tea Restaurant. Seeing someone standing at the entrance, a warm voice called from inside. Sir, you can come in to escape the rain. We have hot coffee. Li Si closed his umbrella and walked into the tea house, speaking fluently in Daxia language. It would be even better if you had some dim sum. The owner, hearing the familiar language, was initially taken aback, then began to scrutinize Li Si's appearance. The owner enthusiastically approached, his voice carrying a thick southern accent. Hey there, fellow countrymen, where are you from? Li Si smiled and replied, I'm from Zhongnan province. How about you? The owner, a man in his 40s, was short but exuded a lively energy. Though he was thin, his eyes revealed a steely determination. His neatly trimmed mustache and the glasses perched on his nose gave him a scholarly air without making him seem weak. At this moment, his face was lit up with unmistakable joy. I'm from Jiangxia, the owner said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with happiness. Li Si couldn't help but reflect on the times. Many people of Daxia descent still longed for their homeland. Despite the hardships they faced abroad, they continued to save every penny to send back home, dreaming of a day when their country would be strong. Yet, thinking about the future, Li Si felt a pang of sorrow. When their homeland finally became powerful enough to support them, their descendants had turned their backs, criticizing and even opposing it. Noticing Li Si deep in thought, the owner slapped his forehead and said apologetically, Oh dear, I got carried away. Come on in, fellow countrymen. Have you eaten? Let me have the kitchen whip up a few dishes for you. Li Si politely replied, I wouldn't want to impose. Impose? Nonsense. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land is a great joy. The owner warmly ushered Li Si to a table and then shouted towards the kitchen, Fu Hua, cook up a few dishes. Proper hometown cuisine. We have a fellow countryman here. Through their conversation, Li Si learned that the owner's name was Luo Huiyan. He had been tricked into coming to the Federation years ago. After struggling here for over a decade, he had hoped to save enough to return home, but the war back home had trapped him here. Now, his family barely got by running a small tea restaurant. Before long, several steaming dishes were brought to the table, and a few other Daxia compatriots gathered around. Luo Huiyan opened a jar of wine, poured for everyone, and said to Li Si, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you little brother Li. Let me toast to you first. It's such a joy to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Li Si graciously accepted and downed his drink in one go. The group cheered and followed suit, clinking their glasses. As they ate, they shared stories of their lives in the Federation, laughter frequently erupting and filling the room with a sense of camaraderie and joy. However, the cheerful atmosphere was soon shattered. A police car stopped outside in the rain, and two officers stormed into the restaurant, rudely shouting, We've had complaints about the noise. Everyone, show your IDs for inspection. The faces of the Daxia compatriots turned pale. Luo Huiyan forced a smile and pleaded, Officers, we'll close up right away. Please, give us a break. Because many of the Daxia immigrants are undocumented, the police often use checking IDs as an excuse. On this rainy night, the officers were in a bad mood during their patrol. Seeing this store still open, they decided to come in and get some benefits. The police wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a white-owned store, and the black and other minority communities were too poor to yield anything valuable. The Daxia people, who were more compliant, became their prime targets. Luo Huiyan handed over some money, and the police were about to leave when they noticed everyone standing respectfully, except for Li Si, who remained seated with his back to them. This sight infuriated the officers. One of them jabbed Li Si hard in the back with his baton, shouting, You, get up. What's in that bag by your feet? Contraband? Stolen goods? Li Si slowly turned around, still sitting firmly. Without a change in expression, he picked up the bag and said coldly, Indeed. He opened the bag right in front of the police, revealing a shotgun inside. Take a good look, M12 shotgun. It can blow your head off. The officers took a step back in fear, reaching for their guns as they heard the distinct sound of a shotgun being cocked. Staring down the barrel, one officer swallowed hard and stammered, Hey, no need for this. We're just passing through. We can pretend we never saw you. In fact, we were never here. Li Si snorted and tossed an ID from his pocket. The officer hurriedly caught it and, upon confirming its authenticity, turned pale. He respectfully handed it back and saluted, Sorry, sir. Li Si took back the ID and said nonchalantly, You can call the San Francisco Police Department later. Chief Claude and Inspector Marilyn know me. We met today. The officers stood at attention, not daring to breathe. Impatiently, Li Si waved them off. Get lost. Don't disturb my drinking. The officers, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty, turned to leave. But before they could step out, Li Si spoke again. I don't care who's collecting protection fees here, but from now on, cut the fees for Daxia people in half. If anyone has a problem, they can try me and see if I can't get them reassigned to a more interesting area. My authority might not be vast, but it's more than enough to handle you. The officers wished they could jump into the San Francisco Bay right then. They knew they would face their captain's wrath and might even lose their jobs. After the police left, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Lisi noticed the discomfort and smiled. What? Just because I work for the federal government here, I'm no longer one of you? Luo Huiyin forced a smile. I didn't realize what an important person you are, Mr. Li. Are you here for a job in San Francisco? May I ask which department? Lisi shook his head, Brother Luo. Don't be so formal. Just call me Little Brother Li. I'm here on business, not for a job. But don't worry, they'll listen, at least for a while. I'm with a high security department in the federal military, so I can't say more. Luo Huiyin's son, Luo Fuhua, eyes wide with excitement, asked, Mr. Li, you're in the military? Have you been in battle? Li Si turned and answered briefly, yes. Luo Fuhua grew more excited. Did you fight the Japanese? Yes, recently on Iwo Jima. I killed a few, Li Si said calmly. A few? Not just one? How many? Luo Fuhua exclaimed. After thinking for a moment, Li Si replied, probably dozens. I never counted. Everyone pressed for details, and Li Si gave a brief account of the battle, stirring their emotions. Luo Huiyin pounded the table in excitement. Wonderful. Here's to you, Brother Li, for avenging our suffering people. Everyone stood up, toasting Li Si and downing their drinks. Seeing the tears in their eyes, the wine tasted especially sweet to Li Si. At that moment, he felt a strange sense of belonging. For the first time, he realized the depth of ordinary people's emotions, something he had never experienced before. Li Si thought he might be able to do more for Xia, or at least for these compatriots. As the night wore on, Luo Huiyin drank heavily and, sobbing, clung to Li Si's arm. Brother Li. A hoarse voice broke through the rainy night. Luo Hui, a surviving townsperson, stood before Li Si, his eyes brimming with tears of anguish as he recounted a past too painful to remember. Out of over 1,000 people in our town, only 6 survived, he said, his voice trembling. The Japanese soldiers were monsters, worse than beasts. Luo Hui's description was chilling. The Japanese soldiers threw people headfirst into wells, stacking them layer upon layer, and then sealed the well with massive stones, suffocating them to death. The neighboring town faced an even more horrific fate. Not a single soul survived. The Japanese forced the residents to dig their own graves and then buried them alive. The devils smashed infants to death, grinding them to pulp on millstones. Luo Hui's voice was filled with fury and sorrow. They violated our wives and daughters, cut open the bellies of pregnant women, and locked people in houses to burn them alive. His words cut through Li Si's heart like a knife. Luo Hui spoke with unwavering determination. Forgiving the Japanese is a matter for our ancestors. We have no right to forgive. What we can do is send the Japanese to meet our ancestors and let them decide if they deserve forgiveness. Li Si listened quietly, his emotions in turmoil. He suddenly realized how disgraceful his idle time recovering on Iwo Jima seemed. Although he had known about these events from history, hearing them firsthand from a survivor made the horrors of war unbearably real. When casualties are no longer cold numbers but living, breathing individuals. When atrocities are not just words on a page but the searing memories of survivors, Li Si finally understood the meaning of the phrase, no innocent souls under the atomic bomb. After Luo Hui passed out from drinking, Li Si prepared to leave. The rain had lessened, but his heart remained restless. The tea house patrons refused to accept his payment, so he promised to bring more business another day. Walking through the drizzling rain, Li Si was filled with conflicting emotions. He wanted to do something for his fellow citizens of Daxia, but his duty as a hunter of history's manipulators prevented him. He feared that his interference might trigger a butterfly effect, potentially impacting Daxia's path back to global prominence. As Li Si wrestled with his dilemma, gunshots and screams suddenly echoed from nearby. He immediately discarded his umbrella, drew a shotgun from his backpack, and sprinted towards the sound. The stench of blood hit him like a wall. Li Si's lips curled into a grim smile. When he arrived at the scene, a bolt of lightning illuminated the alley. In the flash of light, Li Si saw a figure crouched on the ground, gnawing on something. Another flash revealed the figure's grotesque, blood-soaked face, eyes glinting with greed and madness, as if to say, "You're unlucky." Li Si raised his shotgun with one hand, the sound of a shell being chambered ringing out sharply. He bared his teeth in a predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with danger, silently responding, "Today, I'm in a bad mood. You're the unlucky one." The two stood face to face in the rain, the moment seemingly frozen in time. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, sending water splashing as the figure opposite leaped forward. Li Si swiftly raised his shotgun, unleashing a fiery blast. The pellets, carrying immense kinetic energy, erupted in a crimson spray above Li Si's head, simultaneously blasting the creature above him away. The wounded creature fell to the ground, scrambling on all fours to evade Li Si's rapid reload and barrage of bullets. The power of the trench broom was undeniable at close range. Even the near misses from the dense scatter of shots continually impacted the creature. Displaying remarkable intelligence, the creature did not flee but instead moved swiftly nearby, evading attacks with astonishing agility. Its powerful muscles allowed it to climb walls vertically, executing unbelievable dodging maneuvers. Suddenly, the shotgun clicked empty. The creature's green eyes instantly locked onto Li Si, shifting from evasive to aggressive as it lunged towards him from above. Li Si remained unfazed, swiftly discarding the shotgun and drawing two M1911 pistols from his waist. He aimed upwards, rapidly pulling the triggers, nearly every shot from the two magazines hitting the creature. The powerful .45 caliber bullets created bursts of blood, even causing it to momentarily hang in the air. Before the creature could hit the ground, Li Si discarded the empty pistols and twisted his body for a side kick. His size 45 military boot, reinforced with light steel plates, struck the creature's abdomen, sending it flying once more. The creature's eyes bulged as it crashed heavily against the alley wall. Seizing the advantage, Li Si charged forward, his explosive strength creating a nearly 2-meter diameter gap in the water, exposing the ground below. The creature rebounded off the wall, only to meet Li Si midair. Li Si delivered an upward kick to the creature's jaw, sending it crashing into the wall again. He followed with a twisting side kick, hitting the creature's right side, propelling it like a runaway bowling ball into the depths of the alley, scattering debris along the way. Li Si crouched and sprinted, drawing two alloy daggers from his military coat. The creature, just recovering, saw the glinting blades aimed at its head. It barely managed to raise its shoulder to block Li Si's wrists, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Li Si deftly adjusted the angle of his daggers, aiming for the creature's neck from behind. However, the creature fought back, gripping Li Si's forearm with its clawed hand and pulling him close, its jaws opening to bite his throat. Instead of retreating, Li Si used the momentum to get closer, planting his feet and driving his right knee into the creature's jaw. The impact not only shut the creature's mouth, but also dislodged several teeth. Taking advantage of the creature's daze, Li Si plunged both daggers into its shoulder blades, driving them deep, the tips even protruding from the front. Releasing the daggers, Li Si quickly moved his hands behind the creature, wrapping his arms around its thick limbs. A series of sharp cracks followed as he dislocated its arms. He then formed his hands into claws, aiming for the creature's throat, attempting to tear out its windpipe. However, the creature's body was not only tough but also unusually slippery, and the rain made it difficult for Li Si to find a grip. Li Si immediately transformed his claws into fists, striking the monster's throat with the speed and force of a pile driver. The sharp sound of breaking bones filled the air as the creature's throat and cervical vertebrae shattered. Seizing the advantage, Li Si pounded down on the monster's body, aiming to locate and crush its heart. In a desperate bid for survival, the dying monster's strength surged. Despite its incapacitated arms, it used its formidable physique to ram Li Si aside and bolted deeper into the alley. Midair, Li Si twisted and hurled several throwing knives, one of which pierced the monster's neck. After landing, Li Si didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he picked up his firearm and reloaded it. As he loaded the bullets, he followed the trail of blood left by the monster. Though it was raining, the shower was too brief to wash away the tracks, making the pursuit relatively easy. Before reaching the end of the alley, Li Si spotted the fallen monster. His caution prevented him from approaching recklessly. His battlefield experience warned him that playing dead to counterattack was not uncommon. Although he wanted a live specimen, Li Si wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. He aimed his gun at the monster's limbs and fired several shots, shattering its joints before cautiously moving closer. The inspection yielded mixed results. The monster was indeed dead, but this also meant losing a live specimen. Reflecting on the battle, Li Si noted the accumulated injuries. Earlier gunshots had caused significant damage, followed by multiple fractures and internal injuries from kicks, a bayonet wound that pierced the lungs, a crushed throat that hindered breathing, and finally, the neck wound from the throwing knife causing massive blood loss. That the monster managed to escape several meters despite such severe injuries demonstrated its incredible vitality. Surveying the surroundings, Li Si noticed an open manhole nearby. He surmised that the monster had intended to escape through it, but its large size made the less than an meter diameter entrance an impossible option. At that moment, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from the alley entrance. Over a dozen officers, weapons drawn, aimed into the alley. Assessing the situation, Li Si decided not to reveal himself hastily, fearing a misunderstanding might lead to a shootout. He shouted, "Officers outside, listen up. This is Major Li Si. There's been a murder here. Get your captain over. Don't shoot." After some tense communication, a few officers cautiously approached. One of them turned out to be the same officer Li Si had met at Luo Ji's tea house, providing an unexpected but timely verification of his identity. The police relaxed slightly and curiously eyed the corpse covered by cardboard, eager to uncover what lay beneath. Li Si learned the identity of the alleyway victim by asking a police officer he encountered at the tea house. It turned out that the deceased was also a police officer. Frustrated by their encounter with Li Si, the officers decided to avoid that area and instead patrolled a neglected slum within their jurisdiction. On this quiet night, a sudden gunshot shattered the silence. A blood-curdling scream soon followed from a dilapidated apartment building. Before the officers could react, a shadowy figure leapt from the third floor. "Check it out," the lead officer ordered, and two officers hurriedly approached. Suddenly, the person on the ground sprang up like a beast, attacking the nearest officer. The unfortunate policeman didn't even have time to draw his gun before being tackled to the ground. His throat bitten open, blood spurted out, staining the dimly lit street. The other officers hastily drew their revolvers and fired, but their bullets seemed ineffective against the creature. Sparks flew as bullets struck its body, yet it continued its assault unabated. Seeing their comrade fall, the creature then dragged the body into the darkness of the alley. The remaining officers, too scared to pursue, decided to retreat and call for reinforcements. "Protecting ourselves is the most important thing," one officer muttered, reflecting the true mindset of the federal police. However, while their gunfire didn't harm the creature, it did attract a more formidable opponent. Li Si quickly directed the officers to inspect the nearby apartment, but warned them not to venture into the room where the creature had broken out. Meanwhile, he instructed the officer he met at the Luo's tea house to take identification to Mr. Smith's residence. Before long, the precinct captain arrived at the scene. Holding his gun, he shouted, "Where's the rainy night butcher? Has he been taken down? Show me." The captain ventured deep into the alley, where, under the chaotic lights, he saw a covered body on the ground. He walked over indifferently and was about to lift the cover when someone firmly grabbed his wrist. The captain looked up at Li Si, displeased. "Who are you? This is a crime scene. Unrelated personnel need to leave immediately." A nearby officer quickly reminded him, "Captain, this is Major Li Si. He's the one who took down the perpetrator." Hearing this, the captain squinted at Li Si. Seeing his Daxia heritage, he felt somewhat reassured. Clearing his throat, he said, "Thank you, Major, for your contribution to San Francisco. Actually, we had already tracked the perpetrator and set a trap, but it seems you got to him first. I think it's best to leave this to the police. We'll inform the military of your contribution and make sure you get a medal." With that, the captain tried to push past Li Si to check on the perpetrator's condition. However, he suddenly felt as if he had hit a wall. Li Si stood immovably in his way. The captain forced a smile. "All right, I'll agree to let the military join the investigation. But I must clarify, our duties are different. Major, you understand what I mean?" Li Si nodded. "Understood. We'll take over this case. Rest assured, the contributions and assistance of the San Francisco police will be duly noted in my report." The captain was puzzled as to why this minority officer was so insistent on involving himself, but he wasn't about to relinquish the credit. The Rainy Night Butcher case was sensational, and if he could announce the capture of the perpetrator, it would greatly benefit his career. In the pouring rain, the police officer's body was torn into pieces, a gruesome sight that sent chills down the spine. The confrontation between Li Si and the police captain grew increasingly intense. "This has to be the work of the Rainy Night Butcher," the captain roared, rainwater streaming down his face. "We don't need to be certain. We just need the public to believe it. Even if there are more cases later, there'll be copycats." Li Si let out a cold laugh. "Captain, your ambition is too small. I was born with a bigger appetite." The captain squinted his eyes, took a step back, and aimed his gun at Li Si. "I suspect you're involved in the Rainy Night Butcher case. You're coming with us." As the captain calculated how to secure the situation, Li Si acted swiftly. A shotgun blast hit the captain's wrist, sending his handgun flying. The cold barrel of Li Si's gun then forced its way into the captain's mouth. "On the battlefield, if you aimed at me like that, your head would already be blown off." Li Si's voice was icy. The surrounding officers panicked. Several loyal ones pointed their guns at Li Si, shouting for him to release the captain. Li Si remained unfazed, staring coldly into the captain's eyes. "Want to see if I dare to pull the trigger?" The captain realized he was facing a battle-hardened soldier. He hurriedly signaled his men to lower their weapons. Li Si withdrew his gun, wiped the barrel on the captain's collar, and roughly shoved him aside. "Stand guard outside. My people will be here soon," Li Si ordered. The captain stumbled back, coughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a vicious gleam appeared in his eyes. "Grab your weapons. Kill this yellow-skinned monkey." The officers exchanged uneasy glances. Someone whispered a reminder that Li Si was a military officer. The captain snarled, "Who says we killed him? It's the Rainy Night Butcher. We'll get him a medal for it." Before he finished speaking, the captain had already raised his gun to shoot at Li Si. Anticipating the move, Li Si quickly rolled behind a trash can for cover. Bullets rained down around him, sparks flying. Most of the police officers just held their guns, not joining the shooting. Crouched behind the cover, Li Si debated whether to go on a killing spree. To him, taking out these incompetent officers would be effortless. But as he hesitated, the gunfire continued, bullets striking the trash can with a piercing noise. As the police officers fired joyfully at Li Si, a few beams of light suddenly shot down the distant street, followed by the unmistakable roar of military engines. Two military jeeps screeched to a halt at the mouth of the alley, their powerful headlights illuminating the entire area. Blinded by the intense light, the police captain failed to recognize the new arrivals and mistakenly assumed they were his reinforcements. He shouted to his men, "Get in here and take down that Asian major inside." Jason initially thought the police were engaged in a shootout with a criminal and was using the light to search for Li Si. Hearing the captain's command, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why does it look like they're targeting Li Si? He wondered aloud. Li Si, recognizing the familiar high-intensity lights, immediately understood that his team had arrived. He yelled out of the alley, "Who's there? Jason? Take down all the police officers who are firing." Although Li Si intended for his men to disarm the police, many SHID members were ex-military and believed that neutralizing the enemy entirely was the only way to ensure safety. Realizing that Li Si was under siege, Jason roared at the police, "Drop your weapons. Get down on the ground with your hands on your heads, or you'll all be shot." Before he finished speaking, the machine gunner on Jason's vehicle cocked his weapon. The police barely had time to react before two streams of tracer bullets swept towards them. Though intended as a warning, the heavy firepower, inappropriate for urban settings, sent several officers sprawling. The large-caliber bullets had devastating effects on the human body. Specially designed rounds tore through flesh, causing massive wounds in the abdomen or severing limbs. Without quick medical intervention, death was inevitable. Just one burst of fire left the surviving police officers cowering on the ground, afraid to move. "Raise your muzzles. I'm coming out," Li Si shouted. "You idiots, don't shoot me." He emerged from behind cover, holding an M12 shotgun. Jason and a few soldiers quickly disembarked, subduing the police officers and forcing them to line up against the wall with their hands on their heads. Li Si scanned the scene and noticed that the police captain was still alive, albeit injured by a stray bullet. Bending down to look at the captain, Li Si's face twisted into a mocking smile. "Hey, you've got quite the luck, don't you? What made you think you could shoot at an active-duty officer?" The police captain remained silent, clutching his wounded leg and glaring at Li Si. One of the soldiers kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. "Deaf, are you? Didn't you hear our boss ask you a question?" The kick was forceful, leaving the captain gasping for breath. After a moment, he managed to speak, glaring at Li Si. "You let your men fire on the police. You'll face a court-martial for this. When that happens, you'll be dead too." Feigning surprise, Li Si slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the reminder." He turned to one of his men. "Charlie, what's the penalty for firing on a superior officer and attempting to murder an active-duty soldier? How long is the court-martial for that?" Charlie grinned, his gun at the ready. "Boss, I don't know about the court-martial, but in the military, they usually just shoot you on the spot." Li Si nodded. "I see. And we're still under wartime rules, right?" Charlie confirmed. "Yes, we are." Li Si's tone grew cold. "Idiot. What are you waiting for? Christmas? Or for me to transfer you to the military police?" Without hesitation, Charlie kicked the captain down again, chambering around. Realizing Li Si wasn't joking, the captain panicked and shouted, "You can't kill me. My uncle is a state senator." Before he could finish, Charlie pulled the trigger, and a burst of bullets tore through the captain's chest. Li Si gave Charlie a light kick. "Why so hasty? He was just about to tell us who his uncle is." Charlie shrugged. "Something about a state senator." Feigning relief, Li Si patted his chest. "Oh, a state senator. No big deal then. I was worried he was the president's son or the speaker of the house." "A state senator? That's nothing." Li Si then turned to the remaining police officers, his tone becoming almost friendly. "I have to ask, does anyone here have relatives who are the president or the speaker of the house? If not, don't bother mentioning anyone lower." Though confused, the police officers shook their heads vigorously, fearing they might be the next to fall. Li Si spoke coldly, his voice as sharp as a blade. "So, do you know how to report this incident?" The police officers were stunned, their eyes involuntarily drifting towards the dark, menacing gun barrels. The soldiers' weapons gleamed coldly in the moonlight, silently threatening them. One officer swallowed hard and quickly responded, "Yes, yes, it was Luin. He was with the Rainy Night Butcher. He deserved to die." The commander heroically took them down. Li Si frowned, his tone laced with disdain. "Is the morale of the Federation always this low?" He shook his head, rejecting their lies. "Tell the truth. Just prove he tried to kill me. No need for extra details. His voice grew stern. Now call an ambulance. Get the injured treated, and notify your chief to come here immediately. One officer timidly reminded him. It's already 11 o'clock. Li Si's eyebrow arched slightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So what? Should I wait until he clocks in tomorrow? The officers hurriedly dispersed to follow Li Si's orders. Only then did Jason get a chance to ask, Boss, did you really encounter the rainy night butcher? Li Si's gaze deepened. Not sure yet, but it's definitely related to the attack on Jerry. He turned to Charlie. Did you bring my gear? Charlie quickly retrieved a bag from the car. Li Si opened it and efficiently donned his combat gear. He strapped a long sword to his back, returned the Garand rifle to the car, and chambered a round in his Thompson submachine gun, the metallic sound echoing sharply in the still night. Li Si pointed to the apartment building, his eyes sharp. That monster came out from there. We're going in to check it out. He swiftly organized his team. I'll take point. Jason covers the rear, Rudy and Bailey in the middle. Charlie, you and the others stay in the alley, guard the bodies, and don't let anyone near. Also, keep an eye on the surroundings. With that, Li Si raised his submachine gun and led the way into the apartment for a search. They started from the ground floor, knocking on each door. The prolonged gunfight had left the residents on edge. Most were too scared to open their doors at Li Si's demand for a search. Li Si wasted no time arguing, signaling the shotgun-wielding team member to blast the hinges off the doors and force entry. After several such breaches, the residents realized these weren't gangsters, but federal troops. The apartment manager soon stepped forward to guide Li Si and his team through the searches. They quickly reached the third-floor room from which the creature had broken out. Li Si could smell the heavy scent of blood through the door. He signaled his team to be on alert, and after the shotgun blasted the door open, he kicked it in and rushed inside. Two team members followed closely, their guns sweeping the room's corners. Jason stood by the door, ready to provide backup from another direction. Moments later, Li Si gave the all-clear. Safe. He exited the room, posted a neighbor to guard the door, and continued leading the team to search the rest of the apartments. By the time they reached the 6th floor, the police chief had arrived on the scene with reinforcements. Observing Li Si's team executing professional and swift CQB tactics, the chief's eyes lit up. He mentally noted to have a serious conversation with the major, hoping to persuade him to stay and help train an elite police unit. After Li Si finished searching the entire apartment building, Chief Claude approached him for a conversation. Li Si raised his hand to cut off Claude's explanation about Captain Lewin's murder, fully aware that the chief was trying to cover up a scandal within the police department. In the current wartime regime, the police had limited authority. The military was the priority. If Li Si pursued the matter, Claude, as the police chief, would bear significant responsibility. Conspiring with the police to murder an active-duty officer was no small matter and could trigger condemnation across the entire Federation. To Claude's surprise, Li Si was not aggressive. Instead, he calmly said, Chief Claude, please come with us now. Let the other officers secure the perimeter and take statements from the residents. With that, he gestured for Claude to enter the room on the 3rd floor where the creature had jumped out the window. Claude frowned but, knowing he was at a disadvantage, accepted Li Si's arrangement. As soon as they stepped into the room, the strong smell of blood hit them. The place was a mess, bloodstains everywhere, and 2 adult bodies lay in the living room. Li Si opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, both in disarray, with another body in one of them. Even the veteran cop Claude couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight of the disemboweled victims. In contrast, Li Si remained unfazed as he began to explain the case. There were 4 people in this family. The killer climbed the exterior wall and entered through the bedroom window, killing the first victim, a 12-year-old child. Given the killer's immense strength, the child had no chance to resist and was quickly killed, after which the killer started eating the child's internal organs. Claude looked at the lifeless eyes and mangled body on the bed, cursing, damn it. What kind of monster could do something so perverse and brutal? Without commenting, Li Si continued toward the other bedroom, saying, the killer then went to the other bedroom in search of a new victim, where there should have been a 1-year-old baby. As Claude searched the 2nd bedroom, he suddenly realized something, his face turning grim. Li Si nodded, confirming Claude's suspicion. Yes, the killer ate the 2nd victim. Ignoring Claude's heavy breathing, Li Si walked back to the living room and pointed to the 2 adult bodies, continuing. The killer was about to leave, but wasn't satisfied yet. So he hid in the 2nd bedroom, planning to kill the female homeowner. It happened that she was not home. Her husband had returned, and she was downstairs waiting for him. When the couple returned to the apartment, the husband sensed something was wrong and took out a Browning shotgun to stay alert. The killer, not expecting a second person, was shot when he appeared. This enraged the killer, who then moved quickly inside the house, dodging subsequent shots. The killer likely first attacked the female homeowner, and then overpowered the husband while he was reloading. The husband, being ex-military, knew he was doomed but wanted to avenge his family. He shot the killer several times at close range with his M1911. This injured the killer, and the gunshots forced him to abandon eating the internal organs of the two adults. He then broke the window and jumped from the third floor into the adjacent alley, where a patrolman spotted him. Claude interrupted Lacey's analysis. Major, are you saying the killer, after being shot, jumped from the third floor and still managed to kill one of my officers? That's impossible. Even if he wasn't shot, jumping from the third floor without injury, let alone killing someone, is highly unlikely. And how do you know the husband was in the military? And about the baby? Lacey pointed to a family photo on the wall. In the picture, a Marine sergeant was smiling while holding a baby, with the female homeowner and another child beside him. As for Claude's other questions, Lacey motioned for him to follow downstairs. By now, the rain had lessened. Lacey insisted that only Claude follow him, dismissing the junior officers who had intended to hold an umbrella for the chief. Deep in the alley, Lacey signaled his soldiers to remove the cardboard cover. When Claude saw the body on the ground under the flashlight's beam, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Oh my God, what is this thing?" Lying on the ground was the corpse of a terrifying monster. It stood over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over its body, suggesting immense strength. Claude's hands trembled as he moved the flashlight beam slowly, illuminating every detail of the creature. Its hands were shockingly large, but what was even more horrifying was that instead of human fingers, it had 4 sharp claws, each about 15 centimeters long, gleaming menacingly. Claude shuddered at the thought of those claws tearing through flesh. The monster's lower limbs were equally robust, but the most striking feature was its knees. The joints bent in an unnatural way, as if designed for some special type of movement. Claude immediately realized that this creature must possess incredible jumping ability. When the flashlight beam reached the monster's face, Claude felt a wave of dizziness. There was no nose, just 2 hole-like breathing orifices. Its eyes had no eyelids, and the pitch-black pupils looked like bottomless pits, as if they could swallow one's soul. But the most terrifying part was the monster's mouth. It was a gaping maw filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. The muscles between its jaws were extraordinarily developed, allowing the mouth to open wide enough to swallow a human head and indicating a fearsome biting force. As Claude stood speechless, overwhelmed by the sight, Lacey spoke calmly, "Chief Claude, what I am about to tell you must be kept strictly confidential. Soon, a confidentiality agreement signed by the Whitehall, the Parliament, and the Chief Justice will arrive, and you will need to sign it as well." He paused before continuing. "Now you understand why the previous killer was unharmed by gunshots and could jump from the third floor to continue killing your men, don't you?" Lacey then briefly explained the purpose and mission of SHID. Even after hearing the explanation, Claude struggled to calm his shaken nerves. With trembling hands, he took out a cross from his chest and began to pray softly. Lacey patted Claude's shoulder, trying to reassure him. "Come on, Chief. It's not that terrifying. These monsters can die from bullets and explosives just like anything else. Now you see why I didn't want you to cover up that police captain's actions." Claude, still somewhat confused, asked, "Is it because your authority is extensive? To warn other departments to cooperate in the future?" Seeing Claude's misunderstanding, Lacey explained further. "No, we need to divert public attention, steering the narrative away from the rainy night butcher to something else." He pointed to the corpse on the ground. "You don't want the public to know about these horrifying creatures, do you? That would cause massive panic." Finally grasping the situation, Claude exclaimed, "Good Lord, that would be a disaster." "I understand now, Major. I will cooperate with you to resolve this quickly." However, Lacey's next words chilled Claude to the bone. "Chief, it's not that simple. If I'm not mistaken, this is a ghoul, and these creatures usually live in groups." Claude swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice, "You mean there are more of these monsters?" Lacey shrugged, his tone disturbingly casual. "Worse than that, there could be a ghoul warlock in San Francisco." Although Claude didn't know what a ghoul warlock was, he felt his heart couldn't take any more bad news. He thought to himself that it might be time to get his heart checked at the hospital. The next day, an explosive piece of news spread throughout San Francisco. The rainy night butcher had been taken down. People on the streets and in alleyways eagerly discussed the true identity of this mysterious killer. However, before this topic could die down, another sensational piece of information emerged from insiders. The police and the military had a serious clash over who should take credit for killing the rainy night butcher. That evening, Chief Claude held an emergency press conference. He first confirmed that the rainy night butcher had indeed been killed, but then sharply turned his attention to condemning the military's overbearing behavior. Claude dropped a bombshell by demanding that the military hand over the person responsible for killing Officer Lewin during the conflict. This statement immediately shifted the journalists' focus from the rainy night butcher to the standoff between the police and the military. In the following days, San Francisco descended into chaos. Reporters scurried around, trying to uncover more details. Soon, Officer Nguyen's subordinates began to come forward, detailing the atrocities committed by the military. They even revealed that the police had retaliated by killing military personnel. These officers were not merely putting on a show. They genuinely wanted to accuse the military, bolstered by the support of their chief and the mayor. As time passed, various versions of the story emerged, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. However, this spectacle greatly satisfied the citizens' curiosity and desire for drama. Public opinion in San Francisco quickly split into three factions. One group, the local hardliners, demanded harsh punishment for the military. Another, the skeptics, believed the police were incompetent and that the credit should go to the military. And the final group, the neutral bystanders, just wanted to watch the drama unfold. Each faction held firm to its views, leading to endless debates. In the midst of this uproar, the topic of the rainy night butcher faded into the background. People seemed to forget the villain who had sparked everything, focusing instead on the conflict between the police and the military. A day later, several military transport planes landed at San Francisco Airport, followed by dozens of military vehicles entering the city. This scene immediately sparked heated discussions among the citizens, who speculated whether the military was here to settle the score. Meanwhile, in an underground command center in San Francisco, the Wells couple was examining the corpse of the creature. They agreed with Lee's hypothesis, confirming it was a ghoul, but its strength far exceeded their knowledge. The Wells couple speculated that this might not be the only ghoul and that a ghoul shaman might have enhanced it. They decided to perform an autopsy, hoping to find more clues in the creature's stomach. The Wild Fox squad had over 80 combat personnel ready, with only a few remaining at headquarters for training. Lease assigned Jason and Dale to each lead a 12-man team to search for traces and conduct patrols at the site where the creature was killed. After reviewing Lee's preliminary report, headquarters granted him full authority to handle the situation and hinted that capturing a live creature would be highly appreciated. However, they officially emphasized that the primary goal was to ensure public safety. Lease personally led a team to investigate the sewer the creature seemed to be heading towards when it was dying. In the foul-smelling environment, the team had to wear gas masks. However, due to the heavy rain, they could only explore a limited area of a few hundred meters, yielding minimal results. At that moment, the Wells couple made a significant discovery. They hurriedly found Lease, their expression serious, and said, "Major, we have a big problem." Lease remained calm and replied, "We're here to handle problems. I imagine our opponents have big problems of their own." The Wells couple explained that during the autopsy, they found not only human organ remnants but also traces of food consumed by normal humans inside the creature. This finding confirmed that it was a mimic ghoul. A mimic ghoul is not a stronger version of a ghoul, but a stage in the ghoul's evolution. Ghouls, as a distinct species, have no direct connection to humans. There are two main theories regarding their origin. There are two theories regarding the origin of ghouls. One suggests that they evolved from scavenger canines that underwent a supernatural transformation after consuming large quantities of human corpses. The other theory dates back to the time of the medieval plague when starving humans consumed diseased bodies, leading to some kind of mutation. Both theories have their own supporting cases. Mimic ghouls refer to the second scenario. Humans who mutate after consuming the bodies of their own kind, but do not fully transform. They only turn into ghouls during hunting and feeding, while maintaining human appearance and habits at other times. However, as time progresses and the number of humans they devour increases, they will eventually be unable to hide among humans forever. The stench and gradually solidifying ghoul form will ultimately force them to retreat into the shadows, hunting away from people and even digging up and consuming buried corpses. Ghoul warlocks are neither evolved ghouls nor transformed wizards. They are a special type of wizard who can control and enhance ghouls through arcane methods, similar to summoners, but specialized in manipulating ghouls. After careful examination, the Wells couple confirmed that the monster Lease killed was an early-stage mimic ghoul and that it was likely controlled by a ghoul warlock. However, the strength of this mimic ghoul far exceeded the usual, and if it weren't for the lack of spellcasting ability, they might have mistaken it for a ghoul king. This abnormal situation left the Wells couple puzzled. After hearing the explanation, Lease frowned and asked, "How many more mimic ghouls do you think there are? And what about the combat power of the ghoul warlock?" Mrs. Wells pondered for a moment before replying, "Typically, a ghoul population numbers between 7 and 10. With a ghoul warlock's control, the number decreases to around 5 to 7. As for the ghoul warlock themselves, their power is less than that of orthodox wizards, so we should be able to subdue them easily." Mr. Wells added, "The current challenge is finding them. This ghoul warlock is clearly not simple, being able to enhance a mimic ghoul to this extent. They certainly have some skills." Lisa's gaze fell on the monster's body on the lab table, and he asked, "Can you revert it to its human form after the mimic transformation?" The Wells couple hesitated, looking at the monster's corpse without immediately answering. Sensing their reluctance, Lise understood their concerns. He said, "I understand this sample is precious, but isn't the ghoul warlock who created it more important? This is just a piece of work. while the real artist is still hiding in the shadows. If he senses danger and escapes, you'll lose the chance to understand this arcane method forever. A full meal versus constant meals. I am sure you can see which is more critical. When Jerry first encountered the police, he didn't ask for help. Instead, he mentioned a hole. This detail made Lee Si think of the sewer system. His mind began to race, constructing a complete crime scene scenario. A shape-shifting monster likely entered the sewer system through another manhole, emerged near the crime scene, transformed, committed the crime, and then reverted to human form to escape through the sewers, ultimately returning to its starting point. This deduction lit up Lee Si's mind. The monster must have hidden its human clothes somewhere. He recalled the information provided by the Wells couple. The shape-shifting ghoul in human form had average physical abilities and couldn't traverse long stretches of the sewer. Lee Si immediately took action, instructing Jason to search carefully around the manhole near where the monster was killed, focusing on finding a discarded set of clothes. Meanwhile, he continued sketching on paper, hypothesizing the ghoul's movements. Choosing to commit crimes on rainy days was clearly a calculated move. Fewer patrols, more people staying indoors, and the heavy rain could mask the sounds of the crime and wash away traces at the scene. Lee Si frowned. Such meticulous planning was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ghoul with a deteriorating brain. A disturbing conclusion emerged in Lee Si's mind. All of this was orchestrated by the mysterious ghoul wizard. This hypothesis also revealed more information. The wizard was not some reclusive hermit disconnected from modern society. On the contrary, he was well acquainted with the contemporary world and took great care to avoid official attention. Cautious, methodical, logical, and cold-blooded, Lee Si's mind began to outline the profile of this wizard. As night fell, the Wells couple restored the ghoul to its human form. Lee Si stared at the 172 centimeters tall, lean, under 70 kg white male before him, filled with astonishment. He recalled the earlier encounter with a towering figure over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 150 kilograms, now drastically shrunken. This defied the law of conservation of energy. Lee Si inwardly grumbled while he began carefully examining the body for useful clues. As he observed, he muttered to himself, target age between 22 and 25, average family background, likely a manual laborer, possibly working at the docks. His right leg has issues, his walking gait might be different. Dale suddenly interrupted. Raising her hand, Major, how did you figure that out? You broke his right leg. Unfazed, Lee Si pointed to the sole of the foot and explained. Look here, the calluses are uneven, thicker on the left foot, and the toes are deformed, indicating this leg might be the primary weight-bearing leg. Dale remained skeptical. Or maybe he just likes hopping on his left leg. Lee Si glanced at the curious Dale and teased. Then noted down might be a curious guy who hops on his left leg. Dale pouted, visibly annoyed. Lee Si continued examining the hands, noting the numerous calluses which suggested frequent contact with ropes. His mind raced, painting a picture of the individual's life before death. Suddenly, Lee Si noticed something unusual and asked the Wells couple, when ghouls transform, do their teeth remain the same? Mrs. Wells shook her head. No. We believe when ghouls transform, their original body seems to disappear, and a new body is reassembled based on it. Lee Si nodded thoughtfully, without further explanation. The next day, the human identity of the shape-shifting ghoul was finally uncovered. Thanks to Jason's relentless efforts, his team scoured the surrounding areas, even rummaging through garbage bins. Their persistence paid off when they found a bag under a staircase containing clothes and identification documents. Comparison confirmed the human identity of the shape-shifting ghoul. The man's name was Doyle, 24 years old, single, from Oregon, working as a mooring rope handler at the docks. According to his co-workers and acquaintances, he had a limp but recently seemed to recover inexplicably. More baffling was his personality change, from outgoing and cheerful to silent and withdrawn, no longer socializing after work. Lee Si grinned triumphantly at Dale. See, he wasn't a hopping weirdo after all. Dale stormed off, fuming. Witnessing this, Wells sighed and remarked, Lee, you have no sense of romance. At this rate, you'll end up a lonely bachelor. Lee Si understood his point, but felt no sparks of romance himself. Strangely, even in the presence of the beautiful Dale, his feelings couldn't compare to the closeness he once felt for Huajujia. To Lee Si, Dale was just a colleague, while Huajujia was a friend. This emotional detachment might be a significant barrier in his future love life. Lee personally led the team with Jason to raid Doyle's residence, but they didn't find many valuable clues. Unwilling to give up, Lee immediately changed tactics and sought assistance from Chief Claude. With his cooperation, a few skilled investigators were discreetly dispatched to comprehensively track Doyle's daily activities and social circle. After meticulous cross-referencing, they finally identified a suspect, Donald. This seemingly ordinary dance hall manager was actually controlling dozens of hostesses, essentially acting as a high-end pimp. To avoid alerting the mysterious sorcerer lurking in the shadows, Lee decided to have someone approach Donald under the guise of a regular patron. As Lise looked around for a suitable candidate, Wells immediately widened his eyes and jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Bullshit. Why are you all looking at me? My feelings for Ginny are rock solid, and I never go to places like that. Mrs. Wells merely rolled her eyes at him, not bothering to expose the old rogue's lie. Lise turned his gaze to the other team members, only to find them all eager, as if they had won the lottery. However, when Lise reminded them that their cover could be blown and they might end up as ghoul food, their enthusiasm instantly waned. Left with no other choice, Lise and Jason decided to go themselves. On the way to the destination, the team members began to enthusiastically share tips on how to behave like normal clients, with Wells' explanations being the most detailed. The various crude jokes made Jason's eyes light up, and he frequently shifted in his seat, clearly aroused. Seeing Jason's excitement, Lise threw a cold bucket of water on him. Don't forget, ghouls can disguise themselves as prostitutes too. Just imagine. Right when you're in the heat of the moment, she suddenly transforms. Yikes, that scene. Everyone gasped in horror and stared at Lise. Boss, how can you think of such a twisted scenario? Lise retorted. Do you think it's possible? That would truly be a deep cover mission. Those words were like a bucket of ice water, snapping everyone out of their lascivious chatter and forcing them into a moment of clarity. As night fell, Lise and Jason got out of the car at a street corner. It was already 8 p.m., and the city's nightlife was just beginning. The brightly lit streets were filled with streetwalkers eagerly soliciting business. However, Lise and Jason's attire and ethnicity did not attract any special attention. Even if some women showed interest, in terms of both age and appearance, it seemed Lise was at a disadvantage. Soon, the two arrived at the Target dance hall. To avoid drawing attention, they pretended not to know each other and entered separately. The atmosphere inside surprised Lise. Instead of the deafening music of modern times, it featured mainly song and dance performances. As the minutes ticked by, an hour had passed, and Lise still sat in his spot, his drink barely touched. Aside from the occasional inquiry from waitstaff, their target had not approached. Meanwhile, Jason had already struck up a conversation with a few fellow African Americans, and had even successfully made contact with their target, Donald. The two were chatting animatedly. Jason left the dance hall with an escort dressed provocatively, a distasteful grin plastered across his face. In the shadows, members of the Wild Fox gang watched, muttering curses under their breath. Though they wished Jason might encounter a ghoul on his way, they still followed him discreetly in their car, maintaining a safe distance. Inside the dance hall, Lise remained seated, patiently waiting. His subordinates, stationed outside to provide backup, observed the scene and couldn't resist making jokes. Just as Lise started to wonder if he had given himself away, an Asian man approached him with a drink in hand. May I sit here? The man asked in perfect Mandarin. Lise glanced up at him and replied in the same language, go ahead. The man seemed momentarily surprised but took a seat and turned his attention to the stage performance. After one act ended, he couldn't help but ask, forgive my intrusion, but how did you know I was from Dacia? Lise responded without hesitation, your demeanor, reserved and unassuming, unlike the stiffness of those from Rising Sunday. The man chuckled. That's an interesting observation, but not everyone can tell that apart. Lise raised an eyebrow. Oh, and how did you recognize me? Simple, the man admitted. You're impeccably dressed and exude confidence. Plus, with all the Rising Sun people gone now, I thought I'd take a chance and see if I could meet a fellow countryman. Lise nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The man extended his hand. I'm Zheng Guangzhu. Lise hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Lise, pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li, Zheng Guangzhu said, and the two fell silent, continuing to watch the performance. After a short while, Zheng Guangzhu suddenly spoke up. Lise, your tailing technique needs work. Lise turned, a hint of caution in his eyes. How do you know? What did I do wrong? Zheng Guangzhu chuckled. I don't know who you're looking for, but you're making too many mistakes. You should blend in as a well-off pleasure seeker, but you're too clean. Your collar is spotless, and your shoes look brand new, like they've just been bought. He pointed to Lise's eyes. The most telling sign is your gaze. It's devoid of desire, completely out of place here. Look around. Everyone else is practically drooling, ready to jump on stage. Lise pondered for a moment, then scanned the room. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Zhang. He made a few adjustments and then looked back at Zheng Guangzhu. How about now? Any better? Zheng Guangzhu was taken aback. In just half a minute, the young man before him had transformed from a composed warrior into a lust-driven patron. This kind of learning ability and adaptability was truly astonishing. Impressive. Zheng Guangzhu applauded lightly. For a moment, I thought I was seeing things. You now look like a ravenous customer, completely different from before. Lise gave a sly smile. Thanks for the tips, Mr. Zhang. Without you, I'd still be in the dark. Truly, everyone has their own expertise. Zheng Guangzhu raised his glass. You have quite a talent, young man. From what you said, I guess you figured out my profession? Li Si nodded. You're in intelligence, aren't you? Only in that field could one develop such keen observation skills. Zheng Guangzhu shook his head and said, I'm with the Xia Special Technology Cooperation Bureau. Li Si suddenly understood. So you're with the Military Intelligence Bureau? Zheng Guangzhu looked puzzled. How can you be so sure, Mr. Li? He scrutinized Li Si. It seems you've been doing quite well in the Federal Union. Li Si didn't elaborate, calmly replying, I work for the Strategic Homeland Intervention Division in the Federation. Zhang Guangzhu's expression turned serious. So, SHID. Mr. Li, you are highly regarded in the Federation. Li Si looked at Zheng Guangzhu with a hint of surprise. Mr. Zheng, you are well informed. Many within the Federation aren't even aware of this department. It seems your position and influence within the Military Intelligence Bureau are significant. Zhang Guangzhu extended his hand once more, introducing himself formally, Director of the External Operations Division of the Xia Military Intelligence Bureau, Major General Zhang Guangzhu. Li Si shook his hand. Captain Li Si, Special Operations Team of SHID. Zhang Guangzhu appraised Li Si, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Young man, you are impressive. There aren't many Xia-descended officers in the Federation, and for you to hold a significant position in such a crucial department shows you're no ordinary person. Li Si modestly withdrew his hand. General, you flatter me. It was merely a matter of timing. At that moment, one of Zheng Guangzhu's subordinates hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Zheng Guangzhu stood up and said to Li Si, Young man, although it seems unlikely, I must ask, if you ever consider returning to work in our country, there's always a position for you here. I can't promise much, but your rank would be at least one level higher than in the Federation, along with other benefits. Our country needs talents like you. Li Si politely declined. I don't have that intention for now, but I'll consider your offer if I ever do. Zheng Guangzhu didn't insist, bidding farewell to Li Si with a wave before following his subordinate out of the ballroom. Outside, Wells signaled to his wife, who then got out of the car and followed Zheng Guangzhu's vehicle. Li Si swirled the wine in his glass, murmuring to himself, Zheng Guangzhu, a significant figure. I never thought I'd meet a historical personality like him. With that, he fell into deep thought, pondering something. Time quietly slipped by, and as midnight approached, Li Si had yet to find an opportunity to contact the pimp. Meanwhile, Jason reported that the prostitute who had been in contact with Doyle had no issues. According to her, Doyle hadn't visited her for a long time. Wells and his wife speculated that after becoming a ghoul, Doyle hadn't returned. Li Si mused, he still frequents this ballroom. If not for pleasure, could it be for the art? After a moment, he instructed his men to ask the prostitute another question. Soon, the reply came. One of the victims of the rainy night butcher was indeed a client of the prostitute. Based on the timing, Doyle had already transformed into a ghoul then. Several hypotheses flashed through Li Si's mind. Was it for love? Out of jealousy? Then, his men brought new information. 2 days after the prostitute's client was murdered, Doyle seemed to have sustained some injuries and took a 2-day leave. Li Si frowned. Did someone feel Doyle broke the rules and decided to punish him? Was it that ghoul sorcerer? Regardless, this place is definitely connected to the ghouls. He decided to stop fishing for information and directly probe further. At that moment, Donald was leaning against the bar, sipping his drink while scanning the ballroom for potential clients, ready to recommend his girls to drain their wallets. Li Si approached him straightforwardly and asked, I heard you have some girls? Donald glanced at Li Si, a hint of disdain in his eyes. How do you know? East Asian kid, he sneered. All right, I've got plenty of girls downstairs. Do you have the money? Li Si remained calm, pulling out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, totaling around a few dozen dollars. Is this enough? He asked evenly. Donald's eyes lit up as he snatched the money, flashing a toothy grin. That's enough, he said with a wide grin. Lucky you, Asian kid. Now get lost. I'm not in the mood to beat you up today. Li Si seemed unfazed, pulling out another stack of bills from his wallet, close to $100. I want to pick some of your girls, he said calmly. Find me a few that catch my eye. Donald looked at Li Si in surprise, greedily reaching for the money, but his hand was stopped by a firm grip. His expression darkened, and he snarled, Kid, are you deaf? I told you to scram and leave the money. Mid-sentence, Donald's tone suddenly changed to one of politeness. Sorry, I need to check the amount. Take it easy, buddy. Li Si had already lifted his coat, revealing a handgun at his waist. He continued, the guy who was sitting with me earlier is my boss. He's looking for some fun. You'd better play nice. We might be of Xia descent, but we're wealthy and influential Xia people, unlike scum like you. And the biggest difference between us is that we can make you disappear without a trace. I guarantee even your dog won't miss you. Donald quickly nodded, bowing slightly. Yes, sir, I understand. I had a few too many drinks earlier, my head wasn't clear. I'm much better now. I'll get the girls right away. A few minutes later, under the dim lights of the alley behind the club, a line of scantily clad call girls batted their eyelashes at Lisi. He carefully selected a few and instructed Donald to send them to a specified location. Once everyone had left, Lisi said to Donald, "I don't have enough cash on me. Come with me to my place to get it." The two of them got into a cab, leaving the noisy bar street and heading towards the outskirts. They stopped near a standalone house, and Lisi said to Donald, "Wait here and don't wander off. I'll go get the money." He then entered the house. Donald looked around, a strange glint in his eyes, but he showed no fear or worry. He quickly nodded and bowed again. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I promise those girls will take good care of your boss." Lisi nodded, pulling out 2 cigarettes and handing one to Donald. As Donald declined, Lisi had already lit his lighter. Donald reluctantly leaned in to light his cigarette. In the dim glow, Lisi suddenly spoke. "I'm curious about something. Ghouls usually descend into madness over time. How do you stay so rational?" Donald froze, as if he didn't understand what Lisi was saying. But besides the lighter, there was now a black gun barrel in front of his face. Lisi continued, "I'm also curious if you can survive a bullet without transforming." Cold sweat dripped down Donald's face. "Sir, don't joke around. That could kill someone." Lisi chuckled softly. "Still pretending? Didn't you notice the presence of ghost flower essence in the cigarette? Or are you just waiting for the right moment to transform?" Donald suddenly grabbed the gun barrel, trying to push it aside. But Lisi had already pulled the trigger. A loud bang shattered Donald's entire right arm and left his face a bloody mess. The force of the shot sent Donald sprawling backward. He struggled to roll into the nearby shrubbery while Lisi reloaded. Lisi kept firing at the bushes. After several powerful shots, a massive figure emerged from the foliage. The creature glared at Lisi with vicious, hateful eyes, growling in a deep, raspy voice, "Demon Hunter, you will regret harming me." Lisi calmly reloaded his gun while swiftly retreating. As the creature lunged at the spot where Lisi had been standing, Lisi had already moved several paces away, then dove to the side. The creature was puzzled by Lisi's actions, thinking he had fallen. Then it heard a sharp click beneath its feet. Instinctively lifting its foot to look, a loud explosion followed, sending its heavy body flying several meters into the air. Watching the monster parts fly everywhere, Lisi couldn't help but marvel at the high drop rate. The Wild Fox squad, who had been lying in ambush, surged out like a tide. Wells' voice pierced through the gunfire. "Leave one alive. I need one alive." However, faced with the grotesque creature, the soldiers' instincts took over, and they pulled the triggers without hesitation. The heavy and light machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, raining down on the monster. Its body convulsed under the barrage, its weight increasing with every bullet embedded. Wells shouted in frustration, "Cease fire! Cease fire! Stop shooting!" The gunfire gradually subsided, and an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Just as everyone thought it was over, the pile of bloody remains on the ground twitched slightly. This tiny movement instantly reignited the soldiers' tense nerves, and they quickly raised their reloaded weapons, unleashing another round of frenzied shooting at the corpse. When the smoke finally cleared, Wells looked at the completely unrecognizable remains of the monster, his heart aching. Another precious research specimen wasted. Charlie cautiously approached Wells and tentatively asked, "Mr. Wells, should we get a shovel?" Wells glared at a few soldiers before storming over to Lisi, his voice filled with frustration and dissatisfaction. "Lee, didn't I say I needed one alive? Do you know how valuable this thing is?" Lisi gave Wells a cold look, his tone firm and unyielding. "I don't know. All I know is that this monster posed a huge threat to the people and my men. SHID's mission is to deal with these incidents, and it's Wild Fox's duty to eliminate them as quickly as possible." Wells took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I understand. But this type of ghoul is very special and invaluable for our research." Lisi interrupted him, striding forward with a piercing gaze. "Major Wells, I don't care how valuable it is. That's not my concern. I'm the captain of Wild Fox. My duty is to eliminate monsters swiftly and ensure the safety of the Federation's people and property. Wild Fox Squad is not your hunting and capture team, and SHID wasn't established for your research." He paused, his tone growing more severe. "And you should address me as captain. Abilities can be studied, but not like this. I don't want to one day lead a team to hunt you and your wife down." Wells broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. He looked around and saw the soldiers' cold and scrutinizing eyes, and it dawned on him that this wasn't a feudal era where he could do as he pleased. These were not his soldiers or mercenaries driven by bounties. This was an elite unit, formed by the state, equipped with advanced military weapons, specifically trained to hunt people like him. Wells quickly calmed down and immediately apologized to Lisi. "I'm sorry, Captain. I was too impulsive earlier. Please forgive my recklessness. I promise this won't happen again." After reporting last night's operation, Wells sat in his office, staring intently at the phone, waiting for a response. The steady voice of Myerdan came through the receiver. Major Lee C did well. Of course, capturing someone alive would have been better, but the mission is the priority. Major Lee C is the commander. He has the authority to make all tactical decisions. Do you understand? Wells gripped the receiver tightly. He understood Myerdan's implication all too well. SHID wasn't his alone, nor was it for the benefit of the supernaturals. It served the Federation, the higher-ups. Just as he was about to speak, Myerdan continued. As for the contact between Li Si and the Dongxia ethnic group, we are already aware. You don't need to intervene. Someone from the Bureau will follow up. Your job now is to cooperate fully with Li Si's actions. Myerdan's tone turned serious. Many are watching the outcome of this closely. The Bureau needs a flawless operation, and that requires Li Si's strategic planning. You need to understand the priorities. Wells hung up the phone, his face dark. His wife, applying makeup in front of the mirror, couldn't help but tease him. Failed to complain, didn't you? I told you. Li Si is important to the Bureau. Everyone needs him. Acting rashly will only make you seem unreliable to the higher-ups. Wells sighed. Do you think I want this? Li Si is no simple character. I don't want to cross him. But our existence is to counterbalance Li Si. Otherwise, the Bureau wouldn't have sent us to Wild Fox. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Myerdan and General Farron were having a private conversation. Myerdan frowned. Do you think Li Si might connect with the Daxia military intelligence? General Farron shook his head. Unlikely. We've thoroughly investigated his background. He's lived in the Federation for over a decade, raised by a federal orphanage. His social ties are clear, and we've found no special allegiance to Daxia. Farron paused, then continued. Besides, I don't think Li Si would give up the excellent conditions here to return to a poorer, backward country. Only here can he fully utilize his abilities. What Daxia can't offer, we can. And what Daxia can offer, we can do better. Li Si is smart. He'll make the right choice. Myerdan pondered for a moment. For now, Li Si is trustworthy. As for Zheng Guangzhou from the military intelligence, our countries are allies. As long as he doesn't push too far, we'll turn a blind eye. At the temporary command post of Wild Fox in San Francisco, the investigation hit a bottleneck after losing Donald's trail. In the meeting, Wells subtly blamed Li Si for being too impulsive, suggesting that if Donald were alive, he might provide more useful information. Li Si neither explained nor argued with Wells. After the meeting, Li Si walked alone through the streets of San Francisco, eventually sitting on a bench in a park, watching the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Guzzi!" Li Si turned to see a young, pretty woman from Daxia sitting next to him. She wore a cream-colored dress, holding a delicate parasol, her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Li Si's eyes instantly sharpened, his hand instinctively moving to the weapon case disguised as a cello. Seeing Li Si remain silent, the woman continued, "Guzzi, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Li Si was surprised to find that this woman was a spatial summoner, and on his interface, her marker was green. Temporarily suppressing his urge to attack, he cautiously asked, "Do you know me? Why are you calling me Guzzi?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "Of course I don't know you, but I know the space you belong to. If I don't call you Guzzi, what should I call you? Hunter? Inspector?" Li Si was puzzled. "Aren't you a history line manipulator? Are we from the same space?" The woman widened her eyes in surprise. "Are you a newbie? This is your trial mission?" Li Si admitted. "This is my first mission." The woman was even more shocked. "What? You're a newborn pup? How is your first mission in a wartime history line?" Li Si didn't understand what she was talking about and remained silent, hoping to glean more information. The woman extended her hand generously. "I'm Ing Kaling from the Reform Space, also known as the Progress Space. I'm an aspirant. It's a pleasure to meet an ally." Ing Kaling paused and carefully examined Li Si. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest, and a hint of a smile played on her lips. "By the way, I've never seen a newborn puppy before," she chuckled. "This mission was totally worth it. I'll definitely tell the old dogs about you later, and ask if they were as cute and innocent as you when they started." Li Si didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought, his brows gradually furrowing as questions swirled in his mind. Ing Kaling patiently waited until Li Si's expression grew even more puzzled, and then she spoke up. "Go ahead, ask. It looks like you have a lot of questions. I'll tell you whatever I can." Li Si asked directly, "What is space?" "Can't say." Ing Kaling answered swiftly. Li Si keenly noted the key point. It was "can't say," not "don't know." He pressed on. "What's the significance of space choosing us?" "Don't know." Ing Kaling shook her head. "What's the purpose of our mission? To please some entity? Or are we just pawns?" Li Si fired off his questions one after another. Ing Kaling's face showed a hint of an unusual expression. With a slight hint of helplessness, she said, "You're asking pretty high-level questions. It's either that I can't say, or I genuinely don't know. Can you ask something more reasonable? Otherwise, it'll make me seem clueless. Lisi paused to think and reorganized his thoughts. Why do you call me a dog? Kaling answered matter-of-factly, that's what everyone calls you. You hunt down timeline disruptors and malicious destroyers across different worlds, which affects the interests of many chosen by the space. Everyone thinks you're the lackeys of an evil god. Lisi nodded. So it's slander? Huh? Kaling smiled sweetly. Not at all. You really are the lackeys of an evil god. As for why, I can't tell you. Lisi silently noted this information, suspecting that an evil god might be controlling the extreme space. He continued, you said we're allies? Does an evil god have allies? Is your space also serving an evil god? Of course not. Kaling gave Lisi a playful glare. We are indeed allies. But our space doesn't serve an evil god. We have the noble ideal of liberating all realms. Lisi keenly caught another key point. All realms? Aren't we from the same world? Kaling looked at Lisi in confusion, and Lisi shrugged as he explained. After I died, I entered a strange, empty space and made a contract with a rude and petty entity, then I was thrown here. That's all I know. Kaling exclaimed in surprise. So you're a stray little wild dog. All right, I'll try to explain. The information about the spaces and realms is just a brief introduction. For specific details, you'll need to ask the entity behind you. Lisi immediately sat up straight, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. Thank you in advance, miss. Thanks to Kaling's introduction, Lisi gained a deeper understanding of the spatial dynamics within the myriad worlds. Besides the extreme evil space he belonged to, there were numerous other powerful spatial factions. The Lord God space, also known as the divine space, is populous and enjoys stirring up trouble across various worlds. The chosen ones of the ancient god space are extremely mad. They are either already insane or on the brink of madness. The chaotic evil space, though similar in name to the extreme evil space, is a major disruptive force, both powerful and reckless. They are often taught lessons by the dogs members of the extreme evil space, but never seem to learn. The chosen ones from the infernal space are cunning and deceitful. Even if they appear kind-hearted initially, they eventually turn to evil. They frequently incite the brutes from the chaotic evil space to cause trouble while they themselves remain unscathed. The members of the Pantheon space are mostly religious figures who are keen on spreading cults across various realms. They have fewer conflicts with the extreme evil space but are often targeted by the reformed space. Due to their alliance, the extreme evil space assists in these skirmishes, leading to further animosity. The chosen ones from the primal spirit space have decent overall qualities and occasionally clash with the extreme evil space. The Tao space produces powerful Xinxia immortal hero chosen ones who generally remain aloof from worldly affairs, but are in constant conflict with the members of the reincarnation space. As allies of the extreme evil space, the dogs often join in the attacks against the Tao space chosen ones, deepening the enmity between the two factions. The fearless space, also known as the brave space, is another ally of the extreme evil space and is similarly known for its brutes. In the myriad worlds, it's common to see members of the chaotic evil space and the Lord God space brawling over trivial matters. Weaker spatial factions often choose to avoid the conflicts of these mighty spaces. Overall, the extreme evil space has only 3 allies in the myriad worlds: the fearless, reform, and reincarnation spaces. When encountering members of the extreme evil space, others either steer clear or engage in immediate combat. After hearing this introduction, Lisi felt a chill down his spine. He recalled his previous encounter with Kintaro and was relieved that they had been in a hostile state at the time. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely end in his encounters with other spatial members. Sensing Lisi's concern, Kaling laughed heartily. Don't worry. The extreme evil space has a unique ability. Unless you initiate an attack, no other space can detect your identity. Lisi felt somewhat reassured but still asked, can only these 3 allies recognize our identity? Kaling, with a hint of envy in her voice, replied, no. Not even we can detect the presence of the inspectors. Rest assured, I've worked with your predecessors and have a few friends who help me guess some things. Strictly speaking, I can't be sure you are from the extreme evil space, and other spaces certainly can't figure it out either. Lisi speculated that Kaling must have some special method to identify his identity, but since she wasn't willing to disclose it, he didn't press the matter. Kaling continued, this is the first time I've seen an inspector's initial trial. I must say, your initial selection trials are incredibly tough. I imagine many space chosen ones wouldn't survive to the end. You've really opened my eyes. Lisi nodded in agreement. Indeed, several times my shield's durability was exhausted, and I almost died on the battlefield. Lisi was discussing the difficulty of the main quest when he suddenly realized he had let something slip. He looked up at Kaling, whose face was full of confusion. Wait, main quest? What main quest? Kaling interrupted, her brow furrowed. Doesn't your space have it? In my space, we have main quest completion requirements, mainly targeting those who tamper with historical timelines. Kaling eyed Lisi suspiciously, a hint of wariness in her gaze. I'm starting to doubt if you're really a trial member of the extreme evil space. Every trial member's first world is a survival task. You just need to stick it out until the event ends. Extreme evil space never has main quests, which is what other space members envy the most. You usually just wander through various worlds and then leave. As for hunting down timeline tamperers, you're not even an official member. So how could you get such a task? Lisi's face darkened after hearing this, and he lowered his head, falling silent. The room was momentarily quiet, with only the faint sound of insects chirping outside the window. After a long pause, Kaling couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Lisi looked up, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I'm looking for a complaint section in my consciousness space interface." Kaling was stunned for a moment, then understood what Lisi meant. She couldn't help but laugh, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. "You are quite the interesting person." After laughing, Kaling's expression turned serious. She looked directly into Lisi's eyes and spoke sincerely. "Although I don't know why extreme evil space gave you such a difficult task, it must have seen your value and potential. Don't waste your talent. Perhaps one day, when you look back, you'll realize it was all worth it." Lisi rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Maybe, but I feel like I've encountered a ruthless boss." Kaling shook her head firmly. "Space. All spaces are about fair trade. There's no such thing as a ruthless boss. You get what you give. The space paid a price to pull you out of the myriad worlds, not to let you die in some other world." Lisi sighed again. "The space might be fair, but I think I got a petty and greedy superior." Kaling didn't delve further into that topic. Instead, she asked, "Did you encounter a timeline tamperer? From which space? A chosen one or a trial member?" Lisi asked in return, "Is there a difference?" "Of course." Kaling explained. "Chosen ones are official members. Trial members are like you people who are new to the space. Generally, you get 2 or 3 trial chances. If you fail all of them, it means you're of no value to the space, and you truly disappear. Once you complete the trials, you become a chosen one, and that's when the real tasks begin." Lisi curiously asked, "So, are you a chosen one?" Kaling smiled brilliantly. "No, I'm an aspirant. When chosen ones from any space complete certain tasks, they get a special title. Aspirants are those who reform the space. In extreme evil space, the chosen ones advance to become overseers, and everyone calls you dogs." Lisi tentatively asked, "So, is your level strong?" Kaling thought for a moment and then confidently replied, "Pretty strong, I guess. At least here, there's nothing that can hurt me." Lisi's curiosity was piqued. He wanted Kaling to demonstrate her abilities, but was hesitant to ask. Kaling seemed to read his mind and said directly, "Would you like to see what I can do?" Before Lisi could respond, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Kaling pointed downward excitedly and said, "Look, this is what the planet below looks like. We are now on my spaceship." Following her gesture, Lisi looked through a large transparent window and saw a beautiful blue planet. It was Earth, but unlike anything he'd seen on TV. He stood there, speechless, overwhelmed by the sight. "How is it? Isn't it spectacular?" Kaling asked proudly. Lisi nodded, genuinely impressed. "Indeed, it's the most beautiful miracle in the universe." Kaling boasted, "Of course, it took me 3 missions and 50 years to build the Junzelin. Don't be fooled by its small size of just 1 kilometer. Its combat power and speed are on par with any ship of its class." Lisi then realized she was talking about her spaceship. He began to examine the room closely, noticing the high-tech decor. Kaling quickly operated a silver bracelet on her wrist, and a 3-dimensional model of the spaceship was projected in the center of the room. The entire ship was teardrop-shaped, smooth and sleek, with no protrusions. Red and green accents adorned its surface, with flowing lights that made it look stunning, much like a Junzelin flower. Curious, Lisi asked, "How did we get here? Is this really a spaceship?" "Absolutely, otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced to become a seeker." Kaling explained. "As for how we got here, it's through a space warping technology, a function of the ship. In magical terms, it's like a phase shift. And that's not even the most impressive part. My engine uses cold nuclear fusion, and the main structure is made of composite atomic materials." As Kaling continued her enthusiastic explanation, Lisi felt for the first time how aptly the phrase "ignorantly odd" described his feelings. Suddenly, Lisi's vision went dark, and he found himself back on the park bench. He asked in confusion, "We were gone for over 10 minutes. Didn't anyone notice?" Kaling confidently replied, "No worries. I used projection technology. No one could tell we were gone." Lisi expressed another concern. "But such a large spaceship in low Earth orbit, what if an astronomer spots it? That would be a huge news story." The ship has multiple stealth technologies. It's usually hovering above us in space. With current human technology, it's undetectable, Inkaling said confidently. Lisi couldn't help but think of the sky castles from video games, realizing that even without knowing the ship's weapon systems, its mere presence high above could be devastating if it dropped something as simple as a brick. Suddenly, Lisi had another question. After completing the missions, when we return to the real world, won't there be a risk of exposure? Considering the high level of technology here, Inkaling tilted her head and explained, you are missing one key point. Although this is a historical timeline world, not all trial participants come from this world. Space-selected participants and mature members with titles like us come from different worlds. As for returning to your original world, it's only possible for some. Due to various space regulations, not everyone can go back. Most have one or two opportunities, usually during trial missions, and the time to return is limited. We call it cutting ties with the original world, or in extraordinary terms, severing the red dust, to fully commit to space missions. After hearing this, Lisi couldn't help but think of terms like severance pay, last meal, and farewell drink. He had originally thought he could frequently return to his original world after completing missions, but now it seemed like a distant dream. After understanding the situation, Lisi looked directly into Inkaling's eyes, with a hint of probing in his tone. Miss, can you tell me why you're looking for me? It's not just out of curiosity, is it? Inkaling's lips curled into a slight smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Actually, it is out of curiosity. You'll understand in time. Your existence is not something one encounters often. She leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. I know you're curious about my intentions. Don't worry. I'm really just curious. I'm here in the history line world mainly to guide newcomers. A batch of newbies is here for trials, and I'm sort of a supervisor, also a babysitter, ensuring they aren't hindered by other spaces. Hearing this, Lisi frowned slightly, his tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. And what about my babysitter? Inkaling chuckled softly, a teasing glint in her eyes. Maybe you're free range. With that, she stood up gracefully and adjusted her collar. All right, I have to go. Take your time. As for the target you've set your sights on, I won't let the newbies compete for it. It's all yours to handle. Before leaving, Inkaling took out a delicate silver metal pendant from her pocket, resembling an exquisite go piece. She handed it to Lisi, her tone turning serious. Because of the alliance between our spaces, if you encounter any history line tampers you can't deal with, crush this communication device, and I'll come to help. But it's only for dealing with those tamperers. If it's trouble from your survival tasks, I won't intervene. That would break the rules. Lisi solemnly accepted the life-saving artifact, stood up, and bowed deeply. Thank you, miss, and thank you for your explanation. If I, Lisi, survive, I will surely repay this favor. Hearing this, Inkaling's eyebrows curved into crescent moons, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, this is my biggest gain here. Investing in early-stage dogs really pays off. She pondered briefly and continued, I won't take advantage of you, but I can't give you equipment or benefits. That's the rule between spaces. However, since we're allies, there's some room for maneuver. Hold on, let me see if there's anything useful for you. As she spoke, a series of blue digital codes flashed rapidly in one of her eyes. After a moment, she asked, what kind of weapon do you like? Guns. Powerful ones. Lisi answered without hesitation. Me too. I like them as well. Inkaling nodded with a smile. All right, found it. This thing actually came from your evil space, and it's just right for you. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Before she finished speaking, Inkaling's figure suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving Lisi looking bewildered. He glanced around and thought to himself, didn't she say she was giving me something? And now nothing but a good luck? Despite this, Lisi didn't mind too much. After all, he had already obtained quite a bit of valuable information, no longer groping in the dark. With this in mind, he couldn't help but curse the giant face that issued the mission, thinking, that guy is hiding things from the company, exploiting me, the intern. How heartless and utterly lacking in conscience. Just then, a notification sounded in Lisi's mind, updating his mission panel. He focused on it and saw, Ally Mission Bounty Request. Eliminate the ghouls in San Francisco. Reward. A piece of soul weaponry. PSK. So that's how it works. Lisi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed Inkaling knew he was going to kill ghouls and used her ally status to issue a bounty, sending some benefits his way. Lisi's gaze turned towards the distant small building, his eyes sharpening. You really deserve to die. For me, for the safety of San Francisco's residents, you need to die spectacularly. Even though he knew that his main mission might be a trick orchestrated by Juyen, Lisi was determined to complete it. This nearly obsessive resolve stemmed from multiple considerations. He didn't want his historical timeline to be disrupted. He sought to gain experience by facing other trial participants, and most importantly, He believed that these life-and-death battles could help him restore a complete sense of fear, a seemingly twisted idea that was actually his way of trying to return to normalcy. Through his conversations with Kaling, Lisi obtained a crucial piece of information. Every trial participant possessed a unique talent. This made him ponder what his own talent could be. Was it really just a lack of emotion and a fearlessness of death? Another issue that caught Lisi's attention was the matter of the protective shield. Compared to the other trial participants and chosen ones, whose shields had a durability of nearly 100, Lisi's shield could only withstand a dozen or so bullets, a difference of almost tenfold. However, Lisi's shield had the ability to slowly regenerate, albeit at a rate of just 1 durability point per day. Considering he had been in this world for over a year, the cumulative damage his shield had absorbed far exceeded that of the other trial participants. Whether this was a special mechanism of the extreme evil space or a challenge set by his superiors, Kaling couldn't provide an answer. For Kaling, encountering someone like Lisi, whom she regarded as a puppy, was a first. She was used to dealing with the heavenly hounds who could sweep through other space squads. Faced with Lisi, she just wanted to offer him some sausages and give him a few pats. Setting aside these concerns, Lisi turned his attention to the mission target across the street. Completing the bounty task would allow him to immediately collect his reward from Kaling, paving the way for his main mission. Just as he was fantasizing about wielding an electromagnetic cannon and showing off his skills, the street across from him suddenly became lively. Lisi quickly composed himself, adjusted his attire, and picked up the case containing his cello. A few attractive women from a nearby cafe were enthusiastically handing out flyers and discount coupons, promoting a dental clinic special offer. "Sir, the Good Teeth Clinic is having a promotion. You can get a free dental checkup now," one of the women introduced enthusiastically. "Dr. Bastien is offering free consultations and professional dental health assessments. If you book now, you'll also get a free lunch from Sweetheart Cafe." Lisi pretended to be just passing by, but one of the women grabbed his attention. "Sir, you're carrying a cello, right? My brother plays one too. Long-term pressure on the jaw can harm your gums. Why not get a free checkup?" Lisi smiled politely and corrected her. "I think your brother plays the violin. Violinists should be more concerned about their necks rather than their teeth. This is a cello, and it's more about lower back strain. I think a massage would be more suitable for me." The woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Lisi took the flyer and discount coupon from her hand, adding, "However, a dental checkup isn't a bad idea either." Under the woman's flirtatious gaze, Lisi walked to the waiting area at the cafe's entrance, pulled out a newspaper, and pretended to read it intently. It wasn't long before his number was called. A nurse guided him to an outdoor table, and Lisi mentally prepared himself for the unknown challenges ahead. Standing behind him was a man around 34 or 35 years old, wearing a spotless white lab coat and a dentist's magnifying glasses on his head. A warm smile graced his face as he spoke. "Mr. Lisi, I presume you're from the Great Xia, right? I've noticed that people from Great Xia don't seem to pay much attention to dental care, which has cost me quite a few clients." Upon hearing this, Lisi's eyes flashed with pride as he began to speak eloquently. "Great Xia has a long history. 2,000 years ago, we already knew how to use soaked willow twigs to clean our teeth with their fibers. 1,000 years ago, we were using herbal toothpaste, and 800 years ago, toothbrushes came into being. Mr. Bastien, you appear to be French, correct? Back then, you were still using lead powder for makeup?" Bastien was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled and admitted, "I must confess my ignorance. I didn't realize that what seems like a frail Great Xia now was once so advanced. I'll have to ask you for more insights someday. I'm very interested in the history of ancient civilizations." He then shifted the topic. "So, Mr. Li, is there something wrong with your teeth today? From our conversation, I can tell your dental health seems quite good, and your oral hygiene is well maintained." Lisi frowned slightly. "Perhaps, but I've been experiencing a dull ache in my teeth recently, especially at the roots." Bastien inquired further, "Have you injured your teeth recently? Maybe by biting something hard?" Lisi nodded. "Yes, does biting something hard count?" "Of course it does." Bastien said seriously, "Teeth may seem strong, but they're actually quite fragile. If you exceed their limit, severe pain is inevitable, and it might even threaten the roots, leading to tooth loss." "Can you tell me what hard object you bit into?" Lisi replied with frustration. "Bones? They're too hard, and biting into them feels very uncomfortable." Bastien shook his head, his tone serious. "That's indeed very bad. Although teeth may seem like bones, they're filled with blood vessels and nerves, making them extremely sensitive. You need to take good care of them." Lisi nodded in agreement. "You're right. Especially when biting human leg bones, it's particularly tough. Skulls are even worse. Sometimes I can't bite through them at all. I'm thinking, maybe next time I should use a saw to handle the corpses. What do you think, Dr. Bastien?" Bastien put down his pen, a look of confusion and concern crossing his face. He leaned back slightly, as if wanting to distance himself from Li Si. Sir, are you joking? If so, I must say, this joke is a bit too much. Li Si stared at him intently, a playful smile tugging at his lips. And what if it's not a joke? Bastian's expression instantly turned serious, his body instinctively leaning back as if ready to flee at any moment. That would be very unfortunate. I'm afraid only the police or a mental hospital could help you. Li Si's hand lightly rested on the cello case beside him, his tone casual. I doubt they could help. After all, everyone has their expertise, just like you, Dr. Bastian, who can treat ghouls' teeth. Isn't that right, Bastian the sorcerer? At this moment, Bastian's demeanor changed drastically. The previous worry, fear, and disgust vanished, replaced by a pair of eyes as calm as still water. He looked directly at Li Si and spoke calmly. You're right, hunter from the east. Upon Bastian's direct admission, a hint of a surprised smile appeared on Li Si's face. He said softly, I thought we would be entangled for a while longer. Did you really admit it just like that? Bastian slowly removed his glasses and gently wiped the lenses with his fingertips. He looked relaxed and spoke casually. What's wrong with admitting it? No one would believe you anyway. His gaze locked onto Li Si, a mocking smile on his lips. Especially since you come from Xia, such a backward and uncivilized place. Compared to you, a demon hunter with no status, I, a respected dentist, am far more credible. Li Si squinted, his gaze sharp as a knife. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? Bastian exaggeratedly gasped, clutching his chest with his right hand, feigning terror. Oh heavens! Are you going to kill a respected gentleman in broad daylight? And a well-known doctor, no less? Li Si's voice was as cold as ice. After you die, your true hideous form will be revealed, and everyone will know you're a monster. Bastian elegantly picked up his coffee cup and took a slow sip. His voice carried a hint of amusement. I think more people would believe that it's you, an unknown Eastern sorcerer, using dark magic. You'll be sent to the gallows, or perhaps even the electric chair. Li Si responded calmly. If I can take you down to hell with me, I'll consider it a service to humanity. Bastian raised an eyebrow, glancing around at the other customers. So, do all these innocent people have to go with us? Let's see how many will die. Oh look, there are quite a few children here. How tragic. Li Si's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, Enough! You despicable, evil sorcerer. Bastian put down the cup, his voice low and threatening. It works, doesn't it? Buddy, times have changed. If we start fighting, my little minions with machine guns will turn this place into a bloodbath. Seeing Li Si at the brink of rage, Bastian's tone shifted to a calm one. Demon Hunter, we are both creatures of the dark. Let's settle this by the rules of the dark world. Tonight at 9 p.m., at Orang Cemetery outside the city. We'll end this our way. Li Si stared at him for a long moment, each word forced through gritted teeth. If you dare run, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. He paused slightly. Can you tell me how you found me? Bastian chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. Your occupational hazard. Those ghouls you mimic have remarkably good teeth, too good for their line of work and income. With that, Li Si picked up the cello case by his feet and left the cafe. As Li Si's figure disappeared, Bastian's expression turned cold. He beckoned a man over and whispered, Gather our men. Bring the machine guns and explosives. Tonight, we'll teach this Eastern demon hunter a lesson about the changing times. The subordinate hesitated for a moment and asked quietly, Should I bring some desperados? A flicker of doubt crossed Bastian's eyes, but he shook his head. No, the fewer people know about this, the better. I don't want to move. My experiments are at a critical stage. Li Si left the street and hailed a cab. Once inside, his angry expression vanished, replaced by a dangerous smile. He told the driver, Charlie, connect me to headquarters. I need some heavy-duty equipment. Charlie glanced at Li Si through the rearview mirror. Boss, you have a target? Li Si smiled and replied, Yes. He says times have changed. I think so too. What do you think, Charlie? By 8 p.m. that evening, Bastian and his men were already lying in ambush near the cemetery. Besides himself, he had 8 ghouls in human form, each armed with a Thompson submachine gun, hidden in the shadows. As a dark sorcerer, Bastian never intended to fight the demon hunter fairly. He was a sorcerer, not a knight. His plan was simple. Once Li Si showed up, he would lure him to a preset spot and detonate the bombs buried there, severely injuring Li Si. Then, his ghouls would swarm and open fire on the half-dead Li Si. Even if Li Si miraculously survived this assault, Bastian had 8 modified, enhanced ghouls as a backup. He was confident that the Eastern demon hunter had no chance of survival. Bastian was very pleased with his arrangements. If he had more time, he could have procured even heavier weaponry. In his view, not just Li Si, but even a few more demon hunters wouldn't stand a chance. He couldn't help but marvel at the changing times. A century ago, He could easily wipe out a squad of knights with just 10 enhanced ghouls. Now, technological advancements had made them even more powerful. Bastian's lips curled into a cold smile as he anticipated the upcoming battle. Even an ordinary person knows that being surrounded by dozens of people with machine guns is extremely dangerous. After being discovered by the demon hunter, Bastian decided to slow down his research and planned to move to another city soon. He warned himself to be more cautious in the future. As Bastian pondered his future plans, a figure gradually approached the cemetery from a distance. Under the moonlight, the person carried a cello on their back and came alone. Bastian recognized it was Li Si and breathed a sigh of relief. The demon hunter's solitary nature made him lack companions, and since he dared to come alone, tonight would surely see his defeat. Bastian even began to fantasize about turning Li Si into a valuable experimental subject. The full moon hung high, casting silver light across the graveyard and outlining the two figures. Despite the dim surroundings, Bastian's dark creature eyes had no trouble seeing. They observed Li Si's every step as he approached. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Just as Li Si was about to step into the area with bombs, he suddenly stopped. Bastian's heart tightened but quickly calmed down. He didn't want to detonate the bombs prematurely and decided to lure Li Si a bit closer. "Mr. Demon Hunter, you're right on time. Let's duel now," Bastian shouted towards Li Si, flaring his black cloak and preparing to unleash a powerful attack. He knew the Demon Hunter preferred close combat and hoped Li Si would come closer. As soon as Li Si reached the optimal detonation point, it would be his end. However, to Bastian's surprise, Li Si didn't advance but instead took a few steps back. Did the Demon Hunter notice the trap? Bastian wondered. "No, I checked carefully earlier. There's no one hiding around." Li Si, also wearing a large black robe, looked around as if observing something. Bastian called out, "Demon Hunter, what are you worried about? If you're afraid, just leave this city, and I promise to spare your life." From nearly 100 meters away, Li Si responded loudly, "I'm just feeling remorseful for the cemetery's residents. Disturbing their rest tonight makes me feel a bit guilty." "Oomph. Then why don't you join them below and express your apologies?" Bastian mocked. Li Si laughed heartily. "Good idea, but I think it should be you going down to apologize, as it's the dark sorcerer desecrating corpses who is the true culprit." Bastian decided to buy some time, while secretly commanding his ghouls to approach Li Si for a surprise attack. A minute later, Li Si waved his hand, his face showing an expression of impatience. "Enough. I can't stand it anymore," he said mockingly. "The way your men crawl is pathetic. What a waste of their physical prowess." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Bastian's eyes. He wasted no time and decisively ordered his men to rise. 8 mimic ghouls swiftly stood up, forming a fan shape around Li Si, their menacing machine guns aimed directly at the target a dozen meters away. "Good. I don't want to waste time either," Bastian said coldly. "Since you're so eager to be on your way, I'll gladly send you off." Li Si calmly surveyed the ghouls surrounding him, a sardonic smile curling his lips. "Who would have thought," he said, "that a mystic like you would resort to human technological weapons to deal with me?" Bastian burst into maniacal laughter at these words. "Ha ha ha. Why not?" he laughed wildly. "I'll use whatever works to kill my enemies, whether it's the supernatural or technology." Li Si nodded in agreement, his expression turning serious. "Indeed," he said slowly, "centuries ago, human civilization was ignorant. Supernatural beings could rule over humans with their magical powers, enslaving them through fear. Some even proclaimed themselves gods, accepting the worship of mortals." He paused and continued, "You said something this morning that I agree with. Times have changed, but you haven't fully grasped what has changed, or how it has changed." A sharp glint appeared in Li Si's eyes. "Let me enlighten you with your life as the tuition fee. Humanity has grown strong, strong enough to touch the realm of the gods, strong enough to rewrite the rules of this world." With that, Li Si suddenly raised his hand and declared loudly, "Let there be light." As soon as he spoke, dozens of high-power searchlights blazed to life, turning the entire cemetery as bright as day. Bastian and his men were caught off guard, shielding their eyes from the blinding light. Li Si didn't give them a moment to recover. He pointed at the mimic ghouls again and commanded sternly, "I say, you are evil, and you must die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a barrage of fire erupted. .50 caliber bullets and 23mm autocannon shells rained down like a storm, shredding the 8 ghouls into pieces in mere seconds. They didn't even have a chance to transform, but in the face of such overwhelming firepower, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The sudden turn of events left Bastian stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the dozens of military vehicles and hundreds of heavily armed soldiers that had appeared, struggling to believe what he was seeing. "Who are you?" Bastian roared at Li Si. "How did you do this?" Li Si didn't answer. Instead, He signaled for a large-scale illusion to cover their movements and ordered the heavily drained Dale and Mrs. Wells to retreat to a safe zone. As Li Si began to fall back, numerous machine guns trained on his position, Bastion finally realized he was trapped. "Damn it!" he roared in frustration. "Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy." Now witness the power of the supernatural. With that, he swiftly drew a syringe and injected its contents into his neck without hesitation. From a military vehicle in the rear, Jason, manning a 23mm autocannon, shouted, "Boss, should we open fire now?" Li Si kept his eyes fixed on Bastion, who was writhing and transforming on the ground. His clothes began to tear, and his body swelled at an alarming rate. Li Si raised his hand, signaling to hold fire. "Not yet. Let's see what he's got." Within seconds, Bastion had transformed from a refined dentist into a towering formidable monster. This gigantic ghoul was covered in bone spikes, with claws half a meter long. With its powerful muscles, getting close to it would mean being ripped apart instantly. Li Si stepped back a few paces and issued an order: "Open fire with the .50 caliber machine guns. Test its defenses." Following the command, Jason immediately grabbed the M2 heavy machine gun from the vehicle and opened fire on the monster. Simultaneously, over a dozen heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, engulfing the monster in a hail of fire. The massive creature was peppered with bullets, its flesh tearing and blood spraying everywhere. However, the bullets seemed to cause only superficial wounds, merely breaking the skin without penetrating deeply. Li Si observed carefully, marveling inwardly. A flesh and blood creature achieving such resilience, this monster might be the strongest carbon-based life form he had ever encountered. Nonetheless, he knew that under such relentless fire, even if the injuries were not severe, the sheer volume of bullets would eventually reduce the monster to shreds within a minute. Just as Li Si was about to order a reduction in fire, the monster, shielding its head with its arms, let out an earth-shaking roar. The surrounding graves suddenly exploded, and countless human bones shot out like raindrops. However, instead of attacking the nearby soldiers, these bones flew straight towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, the creature was enveloped in a layer of bones, forming a terrifying defensive shield. The heavy machine guns continued to roar, bullets swarming towards the monster like a dense cloud of bees. Bone dust filled the air, resembling a bizarre snowstorm that obscured everyone's vision. Li Si frowned, keenly noticing the significant deflection and ricochet of the tracer rounds. As the dust began to settle, everyone was stunned to see that the monster was now covered in a layer of ghastly white bone armor. This armor was as hard as steel, remaining unscathed under the relentless barrage of the heavy machine guns. Using this opportunity, the monster charged towards Li Si through the hail of bullets. Seeing this, Li Si pressed his index and middle fingers together and gave a light forward wave, commanding, "Hit it with something bigger." Before he finished speaking, 9 vehicle-mounted 23mm cannons, already aimed, roared to life. The shells, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the air with a deafening scream. Despite the monster's enhanced defense, its bone armor could not withstand the anti-armor shells. In an instant, the armor shattered, leaving several gaping, bloody holes in the creature's body. Mr. Wells rushed over to Li Si and shouted, "Captain, can we not kill it? Capturing it alive would be valuable. It's a ghoul king." Li Si responded emotionlessly, "Then why don't you try capturing it alive?" Wells looked at the monster, still standing despite the ferocious 23mm cannon fire, and sighed helplessly, no longer insisting. Li Si seemed bored with the battle, saying nonchalantly, "All right, that's enough. Finish it off so we can go back and grab some late-night snacks. Tonight's on me." Just as he finished speaking, Charlie jumped down from a vehicle, holding a bazooka and grinning, "Boss, you better be ready to spin big tonight. I'm going all out." Amid the soldiers' light-hearted banter, dozens of rockets were fired, hitting the monster with precision. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, the creature had lost half its body. Seeing that the monster was no longer a threat, Li Si waved to the rear. 2 M4 tanks rolled forward. Li Si nimbly leaped onto one of the tanks and commanded, "Drive up to 10 meters from it, stop, and be ready to fire at a moment's notice." The tank commander quickly relayed the orders, and soon 3 more tanks appeared. The 5 steel behemoths roared as they slowly surrounded the monster. Under the glare of the tank lights, the once formidable creature now seemed pitifully small, a stark contrast to the human-made giants of steel. Li Si jumped out of the car and walked straight towards the barely alive creature. Despite its limbs being severed and its torso reduced to a mangled mess, the once formidable bastion still clung to life. Li Si couldn't help but marvel at its astounding resilience. The creature's remaining eye fixated on Li Si, as if a sliver of sanity had returned. Maybe it was a final burst of lucidity, or perhaps the effects of the potion were wearing off, who could say. Li Si leaned in, a victorious smirk playing on his lips. "See? I told you times have changed. I thought you were strong and prepared all these measures. Turns out you were so weak. I even borrowed a tank platoon and 2 dive bombers. If I had known you were this feeble, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Straightening up, Li Si declared condescendingly, times have changed. The era of the supernatural is over. I'm a demon hunter, part of the human government's forces, armed to the teeth. Now, I'm here to purge the darkness. With that, he unsheathed his sword, Qiushui, and drove it through the creature's skull. For the rest of the night, Li Si directed his team to clean up the bodies and secure the area. Although they didn't find Li Si's wallet, he promised to treat everyone to a grand meal in a few days, which somewhat lifted their spirits. In the following days, Li Si was busy investigating Bastion's residence and secret base. They discovered that the ghoul sorcerer had combined modern medicine with arcane knowledge to create powerful ghouls. Special tranquilizers kept the ghouls rational during transformation, while muscle-enhancing potions gave fledgling ghouls the strength of mature ones. The Wells couple eagerly packed up these invaluable findings and sent them back to headquarters, while Li Si stayed behind to handle the aftermath and write the mission report. Reflecting on his initial decision after confirming Bastion's identity, Li Si chose not to eliminate him immediately but agreed to a showdown for 2 main reasons. First, he feared a direct confrontation might cause too much collateral damage, which could affect his influence within SHID. Second, Li Si aimed to annihilate all the ghouls in one fell swoop to complete the mission perfectly. Not only were many high-ranking officials watching this operation closely, but he also wanted to claim the bounty reward. To this end, Li Si had Wells keep an eye on Bastion while he reported his plan to the Bureau. With full support, he mobilized a tank platoon. Although he initially considered using Pershing tanks, their slow speed and heavy weight made him reconsider. Fortunately, a nearby airbase had a squadron of dive bombers in reserve, and Li Si called in 2 for backup. The entire Wild Fox team was deployed, with Jenna and Mrs. Wells casting spells to create an illusionary cover, coordinating with the military's heavy firepower to successfully besiege the ghouls. After the mission, the higher-ups who watched the footage were full of praise for Li Si's performance. Meldon even called multiple times to commend and encourage him. Clearly, Li Si's operation had earned significant accolades for the Bureau, and Meldon and others were visibly pleased. Everyone could see that Li Si was likely on the verge of a promotion, possibly becoming the commander of all SHID action teams, or a similarly important position. This meant his power would further expand, bringing him closer to the core circle. Even the Wells couple, despite losing their experimental subjects, treated Li Si with newfound respect and envy. Just as Li Si was about to lead his team out of San Francisco, Jerry, who had been in a dramatic coma, finally woke up. When he learned from Jason that the ghouls had been completely eradicated, he was speechless with astonishment. Jerry knew Li Si would avenge him, but he hadn't expected such swift efficiency. It had taken Jerry days to trace the ghouls' activities before he was attacked, likely because Bastion had grown suspicious. Yet, Li Si had arrived and wiped out the entire ghoul faction, along with the dark sorcerer behind them, in just 3 days, completely eliminating the threat. Looking at Li Si's youthful face, Jerry couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-doubt. Li Si and the others offered him some brief words of comfort, reminding him to take care of his injuries. Jerry's absence, as the team's human radar, indeed caused significant inconvenience for the group. Shortly after, Li Si returned to headquarters and was quickly promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. However, he did not assume the expected role of overseeing several tactical teams. Instead, he continued to lead the Wild Fox squad while also serving as the chief tactical training officer and special advisor to Director Myerdan. For the next half-month, Li Si's schedule was packed. He frequently met with various important figures and even briefed the President of the United States on a mission. One day, when Li Si returned to his room, exhausted, he noticed something that instantly put him on high alert. A sophisticated metal box had appeared in his cabinet. Li Si immediately realized that this was a gift from Kaling. To avoid suspicion, Kaling hadn't given him the reward immediately after the mission but waited half a month before delivering it. Li Si wasn't surprised by her ability to deliver the item without anyone noticing. After all, with her spaceship, such a small feat was nothing. She could probably even tow a small asteroid if she wanted to. A note placed on the box, written in elegant handwriting, conveyed several pieces of news. First, the bad news. Numerous trial teams had completed their missions and left this historical timeline. Apart from Kaling and the newbies she brought along, no other teams remained. This meant Li Si had lost the opportunity to hunt down the timeline manipulators and was destined to fail in completing the remaining 25 of his mission progress. Following this was another piece of bad news. Kaling had been warned for giving Li Si benefits and would no longer be in contact with him. Losing this powerful ally made Li Si feel a wave of unease. Even without interference from other space trial participants, he felt less secure. The note concluded with details about the reward for the bounty mission. Following the instructions, Li Si placed his hand on the box. After a brief sting, the surface of the box glowed with energy. Several layers of verification later, it finally unlocked with a click. Eagerly, Li Si opened the box to find two red orbs of light inside. He was puzzled, unsure of how to handle them. As he hesitated, debating whether to swallow them or perform a blood ritual, his task panel in his consciousness suddenly issued a prompt. Unknown soul armament detected, initiating re-identification. Manufactured by the Deathbird Light Weapons Company of the Extreme Evil City. These are GS-120 type armaments. This is high-level equipment from the Extreme Evil space. Soul compatibility with the trial participant is 87. Bind the soul armament? Without hesitation, Li Si shouted, confirm binding. However, the system immediately warned, the process will be painful. The host should endure to achieve the best resonance state. Painful? Li Si instantly realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retract his command. Wait. Before he could finish, the two orbs of light flew out of the box and directly into his head. He collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently, writhing in agony like an insect on a hot iron plate. In the midst of this chaos, Li Si did not notice that the task panel in his consciousness had turned into a giant, mocking smiley face. A few minutes later, Li Si struggled to get up from the ground, his whole body still aching. He looked down and saw that a large part of his pants was wet. Cursing under his breath, he staggered into the bathroom to change. After changing his clothes, he was hit by a strange smell as he stepped out. Li Si frowned, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a tear gas canister from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin and tossed it into the room. Boss, isn't that a bit dangerous? One of his subordinates couldn't help but say. Today it's a tear gas canister by your bed. What if you accidentally put a high-explosive grenade there one day? We'd be scraping you off the floor. Another subordinate wrinkled his nose and asked, Boss, why does your room smell so weird? Li Si replied calmly, maybe it's the tear gas. After his subordinates left, Li Si's face darkened, and a wave of anger surged within him, with no outlet for release. He recalled Inkaling's introduction, saying that the extreme evil space was just a name and that they actually did legitimate work. The talk about an evil god was just malicious slander by their enemies. But now, Li Si was convinced that there had to be a cruel, despicable, and extremely evil god behind this space. How else could he explain why? While he was in excruciating pain and had lost control of his bladder and bowels, Ode to Joy was playing in his mind. Facing the intangible task interface, Li Si could only seethe with impotent rage. He made a mental note of this grudge, and then began to examine the soul weapon that had nearly killed him. Do you wish to manifest the soul weapon? This time, Li Si was more cautious. He adjusted his state and confirmed he could carry a few bags of rice upstairs before choosing to manifest. Select manifestation method. Directly merge with existing weapon? Condense using materials? Li Si's eyes wandered between the two Browning pistols on the table and the metal box containing the soul weapon. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he issued a command to the task interface. Condense using specified material. Use this metal box. Li Si thought, since the box was given by Inkaling, with her level of technology, the material of the safe must be exceptional, definitely better than those two antique pistols from World War II. Scanning complete. Material from the 5th Industrial District of Extreme Evil City, Furnace Dominator Metallurgy Company. Highly compatible with the soul weapon. Condensation can proceed. Damn it. Li Si cursed inwardly. This task system was truly deceitful. He recalled Inkaling mentioning that the soul weapon originally belonged to the extreme evil space. Given its special nature, the storage box was naturally also from the extreme evil space. These metals were probably specifically designed to complement the soul weapon. Next, two spheres of light appeared in Li Si's hands. Sensing something, he pressed the light spheres onto the metal box. The box quickly softened upon contact, eventually turning into two pools of liquid, which merged into the light spheres, gradually taking shape. About 5 minutes later, two peculiar firearms appeared on the table. Each was about 30 centimeters long, resembling handguns, reminding Li Si of ebony and ivory from a game. However, unlike typical semi-automatic pistols that load from the bottom of the grip, these had a cylinder on the body like a revolver, combining features of both automatic pistols and revolvers. The guns were black and red, covered in mysterious patterns forming intricate and enigmatic floral designs. Just as Li Si was about to reach out and touch them, the guns automatically flew up and landed precisely in his hands. Although they were somewhat heavy, it was within an acceptable range. The moment he held the guns, Li Si felt a seamless connection. He could sense the direction the muzzles pointed with exceptional clarity, locking onto targets without needing to aim deliberately. As he carefully inspected the firearms, he suddenly felt a faint consciousness emanating from them. Red Rose and Blood Rose? Are those your names? Li Si understood the meaning conveyed by the twin guns' consciousness. Happily playing with the guns, he said, I respect you. Since you have names, I'll call you Politeness and Kindness. Eub, the twin guns seemed displeased, vibrating intensely and repeatedly asserting their names, clearly unhappy with their new names. Suddenly, Li Si felt a sharp pain in his palms and quickly let go to check. He saw that the grips had sprouted numerous barbs, seemingly emerging from within the guns. This was clearly the twin guns protesting against the arbitrary names he had given them. Li Si put down the pistols and fell into deep thought. He coldly asked the task panel in his mind, "How do I destroy soul-bound weapons?" The twin guns, already fused with Li Si's soul, trembled violently. They sensed that Li Si wasn't joking and was seriously considering destroying them. To Li Si, disobedient weapons, even if they were divine artifacts, were useless. If they could resist him today, they might fail him in battle tomorrow. In his view, weapons should be just that useful and reliable. The task panel seemed surprised by Li Si's question and, after a moment of silence, responded, "Destroying soul-bound weapons will cause severe damage to the host's soul. Please consider carefully." This was the first time Li Si had seen the usually stern system issue such a serious warning. Normally, this system wasn't exactly a beacon of kindness. After the warning, Li Si's gaze fell on the twin guns on the table. Despite their apparent fear, he could sense a hint of smugness from them. He let out a cold laugh. "I can't deal with a corrupt boss, but I can't handle you?" With that, he grabbed a towel, wrapped the guns in it, and walked out the door. In the hallway, Li Si encountered a base staff member and asked, "Where's the septic tank?" After getting directions, he ignored the gun's growing sense of terror and resolutely headed toward the septic tank. To Li Si, these soul-bound weapons were freebies. Now that they were disobedient and couldn't be destroyed, he decided to throw them away to save himself the trouble. He had already inquired and learned that after completing his mission and returning to his space, he could spend a great deal to have the weapons removed from his soul. As for wasting valuable artifacts, Li Si didn't care at all. He needed weapons that could kill enemies, not ones that demanded his constant attention. No artifact, no matter how divine, was more important than his own life. When he reached the septic tank entrance, Li Si didn't hesitate. Ignoring the gun's pleas, he tossed the towel-wrapped weapons into the tank and closed the lid. After doing this, he felt no regret or pity, as if he had just thrown away some leftovers. He then casually walked towards the dining hall, ready to eat. However, as he approached the entrance, he smelled a pungent odor. After some careful sniffing, he realized it was the smell of the septic tank. Asking around, he confirmed that only he could smell it, clearly a trick of the soul-bound weapons. It wasn't a real smell but something perceived through his soul. Even so, Li Si merely frowned and stuffed some cotton balls into his nostrils. He knew it wouldn't help, but it gave him a bit of psychological comfort. In the middle of the night, Li Si was awakened by strange noises coming from the bathroom. He got out of bed and headed straight for the restroom. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see the soul armament transforming into a pool of liquid metal, washing itself in the sink. Intrigued, Li Si watched the unusual scene unfold. The liquid metal somehow managed to turn on the faucet and even use soap to clean itself. As he observed the gleaming, fragrant metal, a mischievous idea popped into his mind. He grabbed a towel from the rack and swiftly wrapped the liquid metal in it, striding towards the septic tank. Despite sensing the soul armament's pleas for mercy and submission, Li Si unhesitatingly tossed it back into the tank. Li Si knew well that the septic tank couldn't contain the soul armament. It could easily liquefy and escape through any crevice. However, due to its bond with Li Si, it would lose its vitality if it strayed too far from him, forcing it to return to his residence. This cycle repeated several times. No matter how much the soul armament begged or threatened, Li Si remained indifferent. Eventually, the soul armament dared not enter Li Si's room again and could only hide in the crevices of the bathroom. Li Si, too, grew tired of dealing with it. His attention had shifted to the countdown on his mission panel. Just over 2 months remained until he could complete his task and leave this world. One day, Meyer Dan came to find Li Si and wordlessly signaled him to follow. Accompanying them were SHID executives and several key members of special tactical teams. From the Wild Fox squad, everyone was there except the extraordinary Jason and Jerry. A formation of planes flew eastward, and aside from the pilots, no one knew their destination. Li Si maintained a calm exterior, though inside he was filled with anticipation, having a vague idea of where they were headed and what they were about to witness. Hours later, the planes landed at a military airfield in the desert. Wills curiously asked Li Si if he had heard of the place. Li Si feigned ignorance, claiming he was always just a grunt. The base's formidable defenses far exceeded those of SHID headquarters, making everyone tense. That evening, Meyer Dan held a small meeting, explaining that they were there at the president's invitation to observe a bomb test from a superhuman perspective. This vague explanation led to much speculation among the team leaders, but Li Si knew the truth was far more terrifying than they imagined. Just after midnight on July 15th, the group left the military base and ventured deeper into the desert. 2 hours later, they arrived at a test site 100 miles away and were placed in a bunker. Wells asked Myerdan if they were there to watch the sunrise. Myerdan only knew that a big bomb was to be tested, with no other details. Li Si, gazing into the distant darkness, murmured that there might be a spectacular sunrise. Dale, yawning, pointed out that he was looking in the wrong direction, that was the northwest. Li Si didn't explain further, instead focusing on reviewing the safety manual. He worried that if the nuclear bomb was too close, a single mistake could put them in the blast zone. At 5 a.m., a piercing alarm jolted everyone awake. A final announcement blared through the loudspeakers, instructing all units to confirm they were clear of the blast area. 15 minutes later, the countdown began. As the numbers dwindled, all the superhumans felt a profound fear emanating from their very souls. The weaker ones collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The air was thick with tension and dread, as if the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for the moment that would change everything. Mr. Wells shouted in terror, "There's something out there. We need to run. Detonate it." As soon as his words fell, the fortress was suddenly lit up as bright as day. It wasn't a natural sunrise, but a horrifying spectacle created by Hamansa man-made sun was rising. Everyone stared in shock at the enormous fireball soaring into the sky. It churned and expanded as if it were going to devour the entire horizon. The crowd stood like puppets drained of strength, their mouths opening and closing futilely, unable to utter a sound. Although Li Si had seen footage of nuclear explosions in his previous life on television, witnessing it up close left him trembling, his mind blank. The madness and greatness of humanity reached their peak at this moment, making him shiver uncontrollably. A few seconds later, a violent tremor followed by a deafening explosion rocked the ground. Myerdan murmured, "My God, what have we created?" Wells screamed, "My powers are weakening. My magic is fading. Get me away from here." Li Si immediately reacted, grabbing Myerdan and saying, "Director, this big bomb is strange. It can destroy supernatural powers. Supernaturals can't stay here any longer." Myerdan, snapping out of his daze, hurriedly led his men to leave by car. The next day, due to the dire condition of the supernaturals, Myerdan couldn't delve into the details of nuclear weapons and hurriedly returned to the base with his team. In the following days, although the supernaturals slightly recovered, their powers significantly diminished. Myerdan took this seriously and immediately called in a nuclear expert to study the relationship between supernatural powers and nuclear explosions. He hoped to resolve the issue quickly, as the loss of powers would severely undermine Shid's value. Li Si was also curious about this, but found it strange that he wasn't affected. After a self-examination, he discovered that his physical attributes remained twice that of a normal human. He hadn't weakened to an ordinary person, nor had he become stronger due to radiation. In response to Li Si's questions, the mission panel unusually provided an answer. As the world develops, it faces different directional choices. These critical junctures are known as milestones. Every time civilization encounters a major turning point, it experiences a milestone, facing a fork in the road. Firemaking, writing, and metallurgy are all such milestones. The advent of nuclear weapons is undoubtedly a crucial milestone in the world's development, signifying a shift toward a technology-oriented path. Since the world's laws are constant, more is allocated to technology, leaving less for the supernatural. This balance shift causes supernatural powers to gradually decline. Each nuclear detonation further weakens the energy of the supernatural side. Li Si suddenly realized, no wonder supernaturals are nowhere to be seen in the future. So that's the reason. Due to the nuclear explosion, Shid superhumans suffered significant losses. Li Si was appointed at a critical moment to lead 7 tactical teams and missions across the entire Federation. Over the past month, he efficiently completed several side missions, but the failure of the main mission left him dissatisfied. To suppress the extraordinary powers in the world, Li Si decisively took action, dropping 2 nuclear bombs on Rising Sun and detonating a third one in the Pacific Ocean. These 3, combined with the previous one, totaled 4 nuclear explosions, dealing a massive blow to the extraordinary powers. Although Shid's superhumans didn't experience further weakening in their abilities, the difficulty of their cultivation increased significantly. The original methods of training could no longer sustain their frequent use of powers. Li Si cleverly disguised himself as being affected too, but his exceptional command skills and combat prowess remained intact. This situation elevated Li Si's status, and the Bureau was already considering appointing him as the overall commander of the tactical teams. At this moment, Li Si had a sudden inspiration for completing the main mission. He patiently waited for the right opportunity until a new task caught his attention. Li Si keenly realized that this might be the perfect chance to complete the troublesome main mission. With only a few days left on the mission countdown, he decided to take a risky gamble. For this operation, Li Si didn't bring along the familiar Wild Fox Squad. Instead, he chose another team from the Bureau, the Porcupine Squad. A week later, Li Si led over 30 non-superhuman members of the Porcupine Squad, landing at a U.S. military airport in Annam. After a day's rest, They immediately transferred to a flight heading to Huanglong City in the northeast of Daxia. With the Japanese army's defeat and surrender, the puppet regime supported by Rising Sun in Daxia had been overthrown. The Federal Intelligence Agency accidentally obtained crucial information and entrusted SHID with handling it for special reasons. In a hotel in Huanglong City, Li Si gathered his team members for a briefing on the real purpose of their mission. Our mission is to eliminate traitors within the Federation, Li Si said sternly. According to intelligence, a group of Jews who once supported Rising Sun has planned a so-called Fugu plan, intending to establish a state in the northeast of Daxia. This was initially dismissed as false information aimed at disrupting alliance unity, but the intelligence agency found parts of the original plan in Rising Sun's capital. Although the documents were partially damaged, the remaining information pointed to a crucial detail. This group of Jews has secretly stored 1,000 tons of gold here. Li Si's words made the team members widen their eyes in disbelief, exchanging shocked glances. He continued, "Our task is to bring this fortune back to the Federation while secretly executing those who dared to support Rising Sun and betray the Federation. There are insiders among them who have confessed to the Federation. After connecting with them, we must immediately eliminate all who are aware, secure and protect the gold, and wait for the transport planes sent by the Federation. During this period, we will collaborate with Daxia's military intelligence. With their assistance, we only need to focus on dealing with the traitors. However, be cautious of these Daxia people potentially coveting the gold, so the mission's purpose must remain confidential. Outwardly, we are just here to handle the traitors." After Li Si's briefing, the team members were left stunned, their jaws almost dropping. 1,000 tons of gold. The scale of this fortune far exceeded their imagination. That evening, a subordinate reported that someone from Daxia had come, claiming to be arranged by the Federation. Li Si went to the hotel restaurant and saw from a distance a man in military uniform, draped in a military coat, gazing out the window, with several men in suits standing watchfully nearby. The man turned and saw Li Si, initially surprised, then delightedly exclaimed, "Li Si?" Li Si approached and saluted, smiling, "General Zheng, what a coincidence. So, it's you here to assist with the mission." It turned out that the visitor was Zheng Guangzhu, whom Li Si had met once in San Francisco. As they sat down, they immediately engaged in an enthusiastic conversation, like old friends reunited after many years. Soon, the conversation shifted to the mission. Zheng Guangzhu enthusiastically patted Li Si on the shoulder and said in Daxia language, "Brother Li Si, don't worry. I'll assist you with all my strength. With our friendship, there's no way I'd stand by and do nothing." After saying this, he tried to drag Li Si out for some fun. However, Li Si, with a serious expression, skillfully avoided Zheng Guangzhu's hand and replied in English, "General, I appreciate your kindness, but let's focus on the mission first. I need to know where those Jews are staying." A flash of understanding crossed Zheng Guangzhu's eyes, and he responded in English, "All right, let's get to work. I'll give you the exact information tonight." Apart from the initial pleasantries in Daxia language, the rest of their conversation was entirely in English. Zheng Guangzhu glanced at the federal soldiers beside Li Si, seeming to understand something, and refrained from using Daxia language further. That evening, Zheng Guangzhu arrived at Li Si's hotel with detailed information. Handing over a document, he reported succinctly, "Here is the information on that group. They are staying at the Fuhua Hotel. Officially, there are only 7 of them, but in reality, there are 31. Besides the 7 visible members, 11 are scattered across different floors of the hotel. Another 13 are spread out in nearby houses and small inns. As for weapons, they likely have them. Currently, they are disguised as citizens of the English Empire, claiming to be here for mineral development in Huanglong." Li Si was secretly impressed by Zheng Guangzhu's efficiency. He had heard that Zhang had only been assigned for a little over a month, but had already gained full control over the military intelligence in the northeast, showcasing remarkable skill. Li Si and his team began studying the situation at the Fuhua Hotel, not avoiding Zheng Guangzhu's presence. Soon, Zheng Guangzhu joined the discussion. Upon learning that they planned to take action at the hotel, Zheng Guangzhu frowned and expressed his objections. "Gentlemen, taking action in the city will put us in a very passive position. Not only will we be unable to assist, but we will also have to pretend to hold you accountable afterward, which might involve detaining you for a few days. You see, we just reclaimed Huanglong and drove away the Rising Sun people, so public sentiment is very high. If a gunfight occurs in the city center, the government will face a lot of difficulties, and the people will criticize the government for bowing to foreigners." Morphus, a member of the Porcupine Squad, couldn't help but mock, "It was us who defeated the Rising Sun, not you who drove them away." Li Si immediately raised his hand to stop his subordinate and turned to Zheng Guangzhu, saying, "General, please don't take the soldiers' words to heart. The Federation has no intention of offending Daxia. As for the trouble you mentioned, we have confidence in handling it. Our training is focused on eliminating the enemy in the shortest time, with the least noise and minimal impact. This time, We have brought silencers and will use handguns to ensure a quiet operation, guaranteeing no big commotion and no trouble for you. Looking at Li Si's determined expression, Zheng Guangzhu still shook his head and said, "No, we can't take this risk. Those people are officially English citizens, which puts us in a very awkward position diplomatically. I believe the Federation didn't send you to openly declare them as traitors, right? Just as you don't want to bear the diplomatic risk, neither do we. Boss, these Daxia people are so ungrateful. If you ask me, we should take action tonight. They wouldn't dare do anything to us." A soldier whispered, his eyes gleaming with contempt. He continued, "I've heard they're weak, often called the sick man of East Asia. They're probably just bluffing." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Si's sharp gaze swept over. He stared coldly at the soldier named Leon and asked, "I am also of Daxia descent. Am I a weakling too?" Leon instantly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He hurriedly explained, "Boss, I didn't mean you. You're different. You grew up in the Federation. You're a Federation citizen. You have nothing to do with the people here." Li Si furrowed his brows and looked around to make sure there were no outsiders. He then lowered his voice and said sternly, "Remember, we're on foreign soil carrying out a mission. Even though we have powerful backing, if something goes wrong, they'll only avenge us. And with the right exchange of interests, our deaths could be compensated away, leaving our families with just some pensions." He paused and continued, "Let's not talk about anything else. If we piss off these local thugs, they could take us out and blame it on the remnants of the Japanese spies. The Federation wouldn't risk a confrontation with the Daxia government over us. Put away your arrogance. Our goal is to complete the mission. Or do you want to go home wrapped in the national flag?" Li Si's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the group's spirits. Under his icy gaze, everyone shivered and then lowered their heads, indicating they would follow his orders. The next day, Zheng Guangzhu came to see Li Si, looking a bit excited. "I've got new intel. Those Jews might leave the hotel soon, but we need to wait for more details." Hearing this, Li Si immediately made arrangements, instructing his men to stay put in the hotel and not alert the targets. He decided to go to the Fuhua Hotel himself to see if he could meet the informant. Although some of the team wanted to go with him, considering that Li Si was of Daxia descent while the others were white and might arouse suspicion, he ultimately decided to go alone. Dressed in ordinary local attire, Li Si strolled through the streets of Huanglong City with Zheng Guangzhu. He chatted fluently in Daxia dialect with the vendors, buying various snacks. Zheng Guangzhu couldn't help but remark, "Brotherly, have you really never been to Daxia?" Li Si, munching on a candied hawthorn, casually replied, "Nope. My records are clear. I've lived in the Federation all my life until the war started, and I left to fight around the world. You must be asking because I speak Daxia dialect so well, right? That's because there were Daxia people at the orphanage when I was a kid, and I picked it up over time." Zheng Guangzhu, thoughtful, said, "Your accent is very much like the capital's, but slightly different. I've met many foreign scholars fluent in Daxia dialect and Daxia people who grew up abroad. They often mix in foreign words because it's their first language, a habit hard to break. But you're different. When you talk to me, you never use foreign words. Many of the phrases you use aren't something someone who just learned the language for communication would understand. Only someone well-versed in Daxia literature and history, living in that environment for a long time, could grasp and use them so naturally." Li Si bought another snack and explained calmly, "It's actually not that hard to avoid using your native language in conversation with training. Many people can do it. As for idioms and references, I'm just particularly interested in them. When I was in Boston, I learned a lot from an old Chinese medicine doctor." Zheng Guangzhu squinted, his tone probing. "So where did you receive such specialized training, brotherly?" Li Si shrugged and casually replied, "SHID offers that kind of training. Many of my team members have backgrounds in intelligence, some even served as agents. I just picked up a few things along the way." Zheng Guangzhu smiled and didn't press further. By this time, they had arrived at the entrance of the Fuhua Hotel. From a distance, a few foreign white men were leisurely drinking coffee in the first-floor restaurant. As Li Si was about to take a closer look, Zheng Guangzhu suddenly whispered urgently, "Careful, they're looking this way. Get down." Li Si instinctively crouched, but stopped halfway. Li Si looked up and met Zheng Guangzhu's enigmatic gaze. A chill ran down his spine as he realized his Daxia accent had given him away. It was no surprise, considering Zheng Guangzhu's historical reputation. One slip, and his cover was blown. Trying to remain composed, Li Si straightened up and focused on the target across the street. Instead of probing further, Zheng Guangzhu led Li Si to a nearby food stall. 2 bowls of lamb offal soup, he called out, skillfully. The spot offered a perfect view of their target. Realizing there was no point in maintaining his facade, Li Si ordered, "No liver, extra green onions and cilantro, and go easy on the vinegar." Seeing Li Si's resigned demeanor, Zheng Guangzhu couldn't help but chuckle. "It doesn't matter where you're from, brotherly, making a friend like you is a fortune in itself." Li Si knew better than to say more. Conversing with this wily old fox was risky. One wrong word could reveal too much. He focused on his soup while keeping a close watch on their target. Soon, Li Si noticed the contact was preparing to leave the hotel. He stood up, pulled out a dollar bill, and hesitated before looking at Zhang Guangzhu. What? You want to pay when you're the guest? Go on. I'll be right behind you. Zhang Guangzhu laughed. Li Si quickly followed the contact. The man first bought some bread, then paused at a fruit stand, seemingly undecided between apples and watermelons. Seizing the moment, Li Si spoke fluently in French. Sir, I'm with the Federation. Here to make contact. Please don't look up. Keep picking your fruit while I give the code. After verifying the code, the man whispered urgently, What took you so long? They're about to make a move. Once they leave, the goods will be impossible to trace. Li Si noticed Zhang Guangzhu standing near the entrance of a nearby herbal medicine shop and gestured towards it, indicating it was safer inside. He continued, This afternoon, find a way to injure yourself. Say you twisted your back and need a massage at the clinic. We'll discuss the details then. With that, Li Si left, carrying a basket of fruit. By 2 p.m., the informant arrived at the clinic with 2 companions in tow. Li Si, now disguised as an apprentice, whispered during the massage, Mr. Rubin, tell me the situation. Rubin muttered skeptically, Why would the Federation send an Eastern Xia officer for this mission? Li Si responded icily, Cut the chatter. Time is crucial. I'm the operation commander, Colonel Li Si. Seeing Rubin's hesitation, Li Si's tone hardened. You can choose not to believe me, but we'll act within 3 days. Your survival won't be our concern then. Rubin finally conceded and began to disclose the information. They've buried the gold in an abandoned mine, along with some crucial documents related to the Federation's superbomb in Asahi. We don't know the exact location. The person responsible for hiding everything dealt with the hired Daxia men, and then left parts of the map with different leaders before committing suicide. After gathering information from the informant, Li Si returned to his residence and held an urgent meeting with his subordinates. Based on the intelligence from informant Rubin, they learned that 5 people had shared some information about the hidden gold, and one of them had already left Asia. Tomorrow, this group would leave the city to deal with the last batch of workers responsible for sealing the gold. Then they would scatter and wait for the right moment to retrieve the gold. Li Si kept a crucial piece of information to himself: potential nuclear weapon data. He quickly borrowed several military vehicles from Zhang Guangzhu and decided to set off overnight, planning to ambush near the Jewish group's destination. Before departing, Li Si shook hands with Zhang Guangzhu and whispered in their native dialect, Find some pawns, ones that can clear their identities and act when the time is right. Zhang Guangzhu frowned slightly, not fully understanding, but still smiled and said in English, Safe travels. As Li Si turned away, he suddenly shouted in Russian, Goodbye, comrade. This caused Zhang Guangzhu's expression to freeze momentarily. After Li Si and his team left, one of Zhang Guangzhu's men curiously asked, Sixth brother, what did that banana man say in the end? Zhang Guangzhu shook his head and calmly replied, He said goodbye, commander. At dawn, with the sky just beginning to lighten, Li Si and his team, already in position, saw a cloud of dust in the distance as over 10 vehicles sped towards them. At the same time, dozens of people dressed like bandits descended from the hillside. Although the bandits were just a short distance from Li Si's hiding place, they remained unaware of the elite force lying in wait for over an hour. Soon, the 2 groups met in the valley. The bandit leader arrogantly spoke, It's done. Not a single soul left in Lu Jiatun and Hualan Zhai. Now, hand over the money. A Jewish man stepped forward and asked in broken Xia language, Are you sure no one was left alive? The bandit leader sneered, You should know. Our Yazishan gang never fails. After a translation, the Jewish leader nodded, and his men brought out a box. When the lid was opened, it revealed more than 50 gleaming gold bars neatly arranged inside. The bandit members inspected them carefully and excitedly shouted, Boss, it's all pure gold. As they carried the box back to their camp and the Jews prepared to leave, the bandit leader suddenly shouted, Hold on. The Jews, now wary, stared at the bandits, and the Jewish man who spoke Xia language loudly asked, Leader, what do you want now? Our deal is done. The bandit leader chuckled, You foreigners want us to kill our own people. There must be some plot. Even though we're bandit kings, we won't be your lackeys so easily. You killed our Xia people for no reason, and now we need an explanation, or else our peers will think we're weak. The Jewish translator coldly replied, Leader, our transaction is complete. What do you mean by this? You did the killing. We just paid. Are you really going to seek justice for those you killed? The bandit leader laughed heartily. Ha ha, I'm saying, since you're so wealthy, why not give us a bit more? We can use it to burn some silver money for the deceased during festivals. The Jews whispered among themselves for a moment, and the translator asked, How much do you want? The bandit leader demanded, Another 10 gold bars. No, 20. After another discussion, the translator said, Fine. Seeing their quick agreement, the bandit leader became even greedier. We mint 20 gold bars per village, so we need 40 in total. The translator angrily retorted, "You are too greedy. This is extortion." The bandit leader patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, we'll take only this. Once we get it, we'll cut all ties. Everyone will forget about this." The translator reluctantly said, "We need to discuss this. It's a large amount." The bandit leader, sensing an opportunity, urged, "Take your time, but don't delay too long. Once it's fully daylight, people will pass by here." From his hiding spot, Li Si thought to himself, "These greedy, wicked bandits are done for." He keenly noticed that over 10 Jewish men, armed with submachine guns, were silently encircling the bandits from behind. Although the bandits had lookouts and some hidden men, the disparity in weaponry and combat skills between the two sides was significant. Once the shooting started, the bandits wouldn't be able to hold out for long. 5 minutes later, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the hillside. The bandits, like startled rabbits, quickly dove into nearby ditches. Their leader shouted at the top of his lungs, "These foreigners are playing dirty. Brothers, kill them all." In an instant, the entire hillside was engulfed in gunfire. Over 40 fully armed Jewish fighters, equipped with superior weapons, engaged in a fierce battle with 70 to 80 poorly equipped bandits. In just a minute or two, the tide turned in favor of the Jewish fighters. They not only had 2 heavy machine guns but also a 60mm mortar, giving them a clear firepower advantage. The Jewish fighters were evidently well prepared, aiming to wipe out the bandits entirely. Facing such overwhelming firepower, the bandits, lacking effective defensive formations and armed with outdated weapons, quickly suffered casualties. When several Jewish soldiers flanked from behind, the fate of the bandits was sealed. Li Si keenly realized that he couldn't let the Jewish fighters annihilate all the bandits. It would be best to leave some behind to stir up trouble. He quickly issued orders to his men, then sprang out from his cover, raised his Garand rifle, and fired a series of shots at the mortar crew. Following him, 4 bazookas simultaneously launched, blasting the Jewish fighters' machine gun positions and destroying the lead and rear vehicles of their convoy, cutting off their retreat. Despite their extensive military training, the Jewish soldiers were no match for the elite SHID Special Operations Team. Li Si and his men occupied a strategic high ground, shooting down with rifles that had greater range and accuracy compared to the Jewish fighters' Thompson submachine guns. In no time, the Jewish fighters found themselves on the defensive, with mounting casualties, unsure of who was attacking them. Li Si's fierce assault inadvertently saved the bandits below. Taking advantage of the Jewish fighters' distraction, the bandit leader quietly slipped away with his remaining men. 10 minutes later, Li Si switched to a submachine gun and led a few team members down the hill to finish off the remaining Jewish fighters. The surviving Jewish soldiers, pinned down by the high ground fire, could barely lift their heads and fired blindly from the ditches. A few precisely thrown grenades swiftly cleared the last resistance. Li Si and his men unhesitatingly executed the wounded enemies. At this moment, the informant Reuben, who had been intentionally left behind, suddenly shouted, "Don't kill them all. Otherwise, we won't know where the gold is hidden." In response to his suggestion, Li Si coldly raised his gun and shot him dead on the spot. A team member named Hepburn questioned in confusion, "Colonel, why kill them all? Without finding the gold, we can't report back to headquarters." Li Si stood beside the corpse, his icy gaze sweeping over the team members. His voice was as cold as ice. "These people chose to die rather than reveal the secret of the gold. What makes you think you'll get anything out of them?" Hepburn, filled with frustration, pressed on, "But Reuben was our informant. Why was he killed?" Li Si's eyes were like sharp blades, piercing into Hepburn. "Kid, remember your place. You are SHID first and Jewish second. If you can't understand that, I don't mind adding another body to the count today." He sneered, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get a bravery medal." Feeling the murderous intent in Li Si's eyes, Hepburn shivered and silently retreated back into the ranks. Li Si scanned the group, his voice low and resolute. "The orders from above are clear: eliminate all traitors. No one told me to bring back informants." He paused for a moment. "We are in a combat situation. I call the shots now. Once we get back to HQ, you can write your reports however you like. But right now, anyone who talks back will deal with me." Seeing no further objections, Li Si decisively ordered, "Clean up the battlefield. Leave no survivors." A few minutes later, after confirming there were no survivors, Li Si ordered the team to get back in the vehicles and move out. Lauan, being jostled by his teammates, nervously asked, "Boss, where are we headed now?" Li Si calmly replied, "We're going after those Dasha bandits. They have clues about the gold stash." Noticing the puzzled looks on their faces, he elaborated, "Think about it. If you were a ruthless bandit leader and a bunch of foreigners paid you a fortune to wipe out a village, leaving no survivors, wouldn't you be curious? Wouldn't you want to find out what secret was worth all that money?" The team members suddenly understood and focused on their tracking mission. Soon, the scouts reported sighting the bandits entering the mountains. Li Si left 2 soldiers to guard the vehicles and led the rest into the forest to continue the pursuit. Despite the unfamiliar terrain, the Porcupine Squad members, known for their endurance, kept close on the target's trail. By midday, Li Si and his team spotted the bandits' mountain stronghold. Li Si led the scouts to carefully survey the surrounding terrain before planning the assault. The stronghold housed about a few dozen men with varying degrees of weaponry. The most threatening was a Type 92 heavy machine gun, along with a makeshift cannon, 2 ZB-26 light machine guns, and a Taisho 11 light machine gun. Their rifles were a motley assortment, indicating chaotic ammunition supplies. Li Si ordered the team to rest for an hour and attack at precisely 3:30 p.m. When the operation began, they first neutralized the enemy's firepower positions. The guards on the walls were easily overwhelmed, retreating into the central building before the Porcupine Squad could charge. The squad fanned out to encircle and annihilate the remaining bandits. Suddenly, multiple firing ports appeared on the building, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the advancing soldiers. Several squad members fell instantly, while the rest quickly hit the ground, seeking cover and returning fire. Li Si shouted, "Bazooka! Blow us a path, we can't stay exposed out here." The rocket whistled through the air, only to strip away the outer layer of the building, revealing a concrete structure beneath. A soldier exclaimed, "Damn, it's a fortified bunker." Li Si made a snap decision. Fire another round, then bring up the demolition charge, we need to blast this bunker open. The alert bandits counterattacked as soon as the rocket was launched, killing both the bazooka operator and the loader. The final rocket didn't destroy the bunker but managed to create a small breach. 2 Porcupine Squad members, carrying demolition charges, advanced under covering fire. Just as they attached the charges and prepared to insert the detonator, a barrage of machine gun fire erupted from behind. The 2 demolition men fell, their blood soaking the ground beneath them. At that moment, 2 firing slits suddenly appeared on the fort wall, putting the Porcupine Squad in a dire situation, caught in a deadly crossfire. Bullets rained down on them, and casualties began to mount. Li Si quickly took cover behind a stone table and aimed his rifle at the rear firing slit to lay down precise suppressive fire. "Ruedi, take a few men and neutralize those rear fire points," Li Si ordered decisively. "Hepburn, keep leading the demolition team. Move fast, or we're all dead." After several soldiers fell, a grenade was finally thrown into the firing slit, destroying the 2 rear fire points. Meanwhile, Hepburn and 2 team members huddled in a corner, preparing to attach the detonator. Suddenly, a smoking object fell from above. "Grenade!" One sharp-eyed soldier shouted as he grabbed it. Just as he threw it away, the stick grenade exploded in midair. The violent blast severed the soldier's arm, leaving his face a bloody mess, and shrapnel hit Hepburn and the others. Before they could catch their breath, several more smoking grenades fell from above. Seeing 3 or 4 grenades about to explode around him, Hepburn felt a surge of despair but resolutely pulled the detonator. Unfortunately, the grenades exploded first, causing the explosive to deviate from its intended position. After a deafening explosion, only a small hole, half a man's height, appeared in the fort wall, far too small for them to breach. By this point, the Porcupine Squad had lost more than half of its members, and most of the survivors were injured. "Boss, we need to retreat," a soldier shouted. "We can't break through. Let's regroup with heavier equipment. This fort is too strong." Li Si frowned as he stared at the fort disguised as an earthen house. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a muffled explosion sounded from inside the fort. The machine guns at the firing slits ceased their barrage on the square. "Now's our chance," Li Si shouted. "Move in. Prepare 2 more explosive charges." Seizing the moment of internal chaos, Li Si led his team to the base of the fort wall. They quickly connected the explosive charges, activated the detonators, and stuffed them into the small hole. Fire in the hole. With a thunderous blast, a 2-meter-wide breach appeared in the fort wall. Immediately, 5 prime grenades were thrown inside. After several muffled explosions, Li Si led the charge with his Thompson submachine gun, followed closely by the rest of the Porcupine Squad. After a brief but intense firefight, most of the bandits were eliminated, leaving only a few severely injured captives. The surviving Porcupine Squad members, seething with rage, were about to execute the captives on the spot. "Have you forgotten our mission?" Li Si intervened just in time. "We need these prisoners alive to get the intel we came for." After thoroughly ensuring there were no more threats, the team members began to curse and complain. "This place isn't just some bandit's hideout. It's a fortified Japanese stronghold. No wonder it's so tough and has so many hidden fire points." Li Si stood in the center of the fortress, his brow furrowed. Growing up in Xia and being an avid viewer of historical documentaries, he instantly recognized it as a fortress left behind by the Japanese army. The towering central building, the expansive plaza, and the scientifically designed layout all exceeded the engineering capabilities of Xia at the time. More importantly, its location was perfect for controlling the surrounding traffic, aligning perfectly with Japanese tactical strategies. Despite his understanding, Li Si chose to remain silent. He secretly calculated that letting the Hedgehog squad suffer some casualties might achieve certain objectives. However, reality turned out to be far harsher than he had anticipated. The sudden appearance of reverse slope fire points caught him off guard, causing casualties far beyond his expectations. After the battle, Li Si realized how fortunate they were to survive. If it hadn't been for the sudden explosion within the fortress, even he might not have made it out unscathed. It turned out that the mysterious Jews had hidden a time bomb in the golden box, delivering a fatal blow to the bandits. Several surviving bandits were brought before Li Si, their faces still bewildered. They had thought they were being hunted by the Jewish resistance, and seeing Li Si's Asian face only added to their confusion. Even the bandit leader, before his death, couldn't understand how they had lost their stronghold, armed to the teeth, to just a few dozen attackers. In perfect Xia official language, Li Si sternly questioned, "What did you trade with the Jews?" The bandits exchanged puzzled glances. One of them, trembling, replied, "Boss, what Jews are you talking about? We don't know any Jews. The foreigners you dealt with this morning." Li Si shouted angrily. "Oh, those foreign devils. None of us brothers know the details. It was all handled by Fan Shangyao." Without hesitation, Li Si raised his hand and shot the bandit dead. He coldly warned the remaining ones, "I'll ask one last time. What did your gang trade with those foreigners? If anyone lies, their head will be blown off. If no one speaks, I'll randomly execute one of you after a count of 10. As Li Si's icy countdown began, one bandit finally crumbled under the pressure and started to spill the truth. It turned out that Fan Shangyao had grown suspicious, believing that the foreigners must have a hidden agenda. During a village massacre, they interrogated the villagers and learned that the foreigners had used them to transport and bury something. Though the laborers were blindfolded, they had a rough idea of the destination. Fan Shangyao had killed the informed villagers, planning to dig up the treasure later. It was said that there were 2 burial sites, both in abandoned mines, containing a large cache of weapons and ammunition. Upon hearing this, members of the Hedgehog squad were greatly disappointed. Their mission was to retrieve the gold, not to hunt for military supplies. Li Si remained silent, already calculating his next move. The vice-captain of the Porcupine squad, Long Jin, had a bandage wrapped around his right arm and a gun in his left hand. His eyes were cold and determined. He quickly took aim, and with 3 consecutive shots, 3 bandits fell to the ground. Just as he was about to continue firing, Li Si suddenly reached out to stop him. Long Jin turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and said through gritted teeth, "Colonel, what they said is useless. Why keep them alive? We should avenge our brothers." The dozen or so squad members around them, though silent, showed approval in their eyes. They quietly adjusted their positions, subtly surrounding Li Si. Li Si had already seen through their thoughts. He chose the Porcupine squad for this mission precisely because he understood their methods. After a fierce battle, only 7 of Long Jin's men remained, and discovering the gold's whereabouts was still a mystery, they were naturally furious. They blamed Li Si for killing the informant, which led to the current predicament. Li Si glanced around, calculating how to deal with this group. At that moment, a burst of gunfire erupted from the front. The Porcupine squad immediately set aside their internal conflicts and quickly went into combat mode. A group of unidentified armed men launched a fierce attack on the fortress. These men, dressed in civilian clothes and equipped with American weapons, numbered around 40 or 50 and had excellent tactical coordination. They had already breached the courtyard and were advancing on the fortress. The Porcupine squad used the fortress's fortifications to fight back through the firing ports. The Japanese machine guns inflicted significant casualties on the attackers. However, they were outnumbered, and the enemy's fierce assault quickly broke through the defenses, storming into the fortress. Inside the fortress, which had been converted into a bandit headquarters, gunfire roared and smoke filled the air. In just a few minutes, most of the Porcupine squad members had fallen. Only Long Jin and 2 or 3 soldiers were left, struggling to hold on, but they were running out of ammunition. They recognized the attackers as soldiers of the Daxia army and immediately understood that Li Si had betrayed them. Seeing Li Si still firing at the Daxia soldiers from the flank, Long Jin and the others were furious. "You despicable traitor!" Long Jin shouted. "The Federation won't let you off. You son of a bitch. Die." Before he finished speaking, he had already pulled the trigger, shooting at Li Si. Caught off guard, Li Si was hit several times and quickly rolled behind a pillar. This sudden betrayal completely depleted the durability of Li Si's protective shield. Without Li Si's covering fire, the Daxia soldiers advanced and soon eliminated Long Jin and his men. However, the grenades they pulled before dying also took the lives of a few Daxia soldiers. The gunfire gradually subsided, leaving only sporadic shots. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Li Si, are you there? It's Zhang Guangzhu. If you're alive, respond." and I'll have our men lower their weapons. I'll come over myself. Li Si took a deep breath and responded weakly. I'm over here. Don't shoot. Zhang Guangzhou lit a cigarette and handed it to Li Si. After a moment of hesitation, Li Si took it. Amid the swirling smoke, Zhang Guangzhou spoke. Brotherly, those Americans under your command are really something. Just a dozen of them managed to take down over 30 of my men. Li Si exhaled a ring of smoke and replied calmly, they are the elite from the Federation. If they hadn't run out of ammunition and been cornered, your men wouldn't have stood a chance against them. Zhang Guangzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, their marksmanship is even better than that of the elite Japanese soldiers. Every shot is a kill. Lowering his voice, Li Si asked, how many men do you have left? Including the lightly wounded, 11. Zhang Guangzhou answered. Now, it's time for you to explain what's going on. Li Si smiled slightly at Zhang Guangzhou, then suddenly grabbed his shoulder and swiftly dislocated both of his arms. He then pulled out two peculiar pistols from his jacket and began firing at the elite military agents around them. A hail of bullets instantly filled the space. The agents were stunned, unable to believe that two pistols could fire at the rate of a machine gun. Even more shocking was that the pistols seemed never to need reloading, pouring out dozens of bullets in just a few seconds. Li Si's aim was deadly accurate, and within moments, several agents were dead. Then, like a streak of lightning, he dashed out of the bunker. Cursing Li Si, Zhang Guangzhou struggled to reset his dislocated joints. The continuing gunfire and screams from outside sent chills down his spine. A little over a minute later, Li Si re-entered the bunker. Zhang Guangzhou's heart sank, fearing he was doomed. However, Li Si did not fire. Instead, he approached and helped reset Zhang Guangzhou's joints. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhang Guangzhou quickly drew his pistol and aimed it at Li Si. Only then did he notice that Li Si was sitting against a pillar, bleeding. Who are you, and why are you doing this? Zhang Guangzhou asked warily. Li Si calmly began. What I'm about to tell you, you must remember. The Jews have buried things in two locations. One is a large cache of arms, and the other, which appears to be a stash of biological bombs left by the Japanese, is actually a ruse. The bomb casings are made of gold, about 1,000 tons, most of it looted from our nation during the Japanese occupation. Most crucially, inside the gold casings are the Federation's nuclear research data. Properly preserved, this information will be viable for at least 20 years. You must ensure the nation recovers these items at the right time, preferably a decade after national liberation. Developing nuclear weapons requires immense national strength. Right now, our country is still rebuilding and not ready to handle this new era's gateway. I've written down the burial locations with minimal error. When the country is stable, there will be time to dig them up. Every word from Li Si left Zhang Guangzhou in disbelief. He wasn't sure if the information was true, but if it was of monumental importance. Li Si pulled out a blood-stained piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Guangzhou. As he took it, he noticed that Li Si was bleeding profusely, clearly having been shot. Memorize the contents and then destroy the paper, Li Si continued. I've taken care of most of the agents outside. Only a few wounded remain. You should be able to cover up the incident and clear your name. With that, Li Si started coughing up blood. Without any protective gear, facing more than a dozen guns, even with his extraordinary abilities, he couldn't avoid being hit. Despite his superior physical capabilities, he was still flesh and blood, and a single bullet could be fatal. At that moment, he had 3 gunshot wounds, one through his stomach and another through his left lung. In a modern hospital, his robust physique might have given him a slim chance of survival. Seeing Li Si so gravely injured, Zhang Guangzhou froze in place, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He spoke again, this time with a sense of urgency in his voice. Who are you? Really? To do so much for the country, we deserve to know your identity. Li Si struggled to lift his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He looked directly into Zhang Guangzhou's eyes, his voice weak but resolute. I'm not working for that useless bald-headed chairman. I want you to deliver these to the Red forces in the West. He paused, a sharp glint in his eyes, as one of them. Do you not have faith in achieving ultimate victory and liberating the entire nation? Zhang Guangzhou's heart pounded. Even though he had suspected, hearing Li Si's blunt words still shocked him. He stared at Li Si with a complex expression, his emotions in turmoil. All around them, people lay dead, and Li Si's wounds were clearly beyond recovery. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Guangzhou no longer hid his feelings. How did you know my identity? Li Si let out a weak chuckle. That will remain a secret. He coughed a few times, struggling to speak. All right, I'm dying. You need to take the wounded outside and leave. Remember to fire 2 shots to make it look like you killed me. Zhang Guangzhou looked into Li Si's clear eyes, feeling a surge of respect. He asked softly, Comrade, what is your name? Who are you? When the country rises again, you might not see it, but someone should remember you. Blood trickled from Li Si's mouth, but he continued to smile, No need. I've seen it. It's much better than now. Zhang Guangzhu assumed Li Si was envisioning a brighter future inside. He gave Li Si a solemn salute. Goodbye, brother. If what you say is true, the country will remember you. As Zhang Guangzhu walked away, Li Si murmured, it's a pity that so few will remember a great hero from the secret front like you. After Zhang Guangzhu left, Li Si immediately opened the mission panel and submitted a task. The historical line manipulator has been subdued and deeply repents his actions. Yes, the last historical line manipulator Li Si killed was himself. The mission panel seemed to freeze for a few seconds before displaying new information. Main task completion rate 25. Main task fully completed. Return to space in 1 minute. Please prepare. A smug smile spread across Li Si's face. He had long considered such an act of self-betrayal, but never had the chance to try it. This mission provided the perfect opportunity. When the informant Reuben mentioned that the Zionist forces might have hidden nuclear weapon data, Li Si decided to leave no loose ends. He eliminated all the Zionist forces, including Reuben. Such a significant event was naturally deemed a severe historical line manipulation, and the mission panel immediately identified him as the manipulator. The system required the nearest hunter to execute the task, and the nearest hunter happened to be Li Si himself. He took on the mission seamlessly, ready to exploit the system. Everything went as he had predicted. Killing himself could indeed complete the task. Li Si felt a sense of triumph. This forms a perfect loop. Scoring freebies is always satisfying. I'll dare to do it again next time. Above the cosmos, Incaling smiled with satisfaction. She looked at Li Si and thought to herself, it seems you've grasped the essence of it all. Reflecting on recent events, Incaling had also received a mission notification when Li Si was up to something. However, she chose to decline. She had keenly sensed that Li Si was playing a masterful trick, which greatly surprised her. Li Si's rapid growth far exceeded her expectations, reaching such a profound understanding. In Incaling's eyes, Li Si was a calm, intelligent, and fearless person. If the extreme evil space hadn't recruited him first, she might have considered bringing him over. When she realized that Li Si's true spirit had been reclaimed, she softly murmured, little one, I look forward to meeting you again in the future. Her gaze shifted to the remaining situation, and a playful smile curled her lips. All right then, since you've set things in motion, I'll take over from here. This will be a good opportunity to accelerate the growth of those trial participants. Meanwhile, back in the extreme evil space, Li Si finally understood why the chosen ones here were so despised. Simply being an inspector wasn't enough to provoke the resistance of so many spaces. The real issue was that they limited others' opportunities to prosper while shamelessly exploiting them for themselves. Li Si suddenly realized why other spaces' chosen ones were so hostile towards those from the extreme evil space, calling them minions of the evil god. At the same time, he also understood why there were no mainline missions within the extreme evil space. It seemed those cunning old foxes had found a loophole. They prevented others from altering historical lines while doing so themselves without restraint. First, they caused trouble, then arrested themselves. After pleading guilty and admitting mistakes, the mainline mission was completed, and they would immediately put on an innocent face. What mistake? Where did I go wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. What was even more baffling was that, for some reason, the space neither fixed this loophole nor punished the minions for their misconduct. This undoubtedly confirmed the evil godlike nature behind the space, and the derogatory term minions for its chosen ones was well deserved. Despite this, Li Si didn't plan to act in such a manner frequently. According to Incaling, many powerful hounds actively maintained the world's stability without wantonly destroying or altering it. Clearly, there was a deeper meaning that Li Si had yet to comprehend. He decided to quit while he was ahead, knowing that continuing down this path would lead to his downfall. Li Si understood that his recent success was a rare stroke of luck, and that finding such opportunities in the future would be exceedingly difficult. First, members from other spaces had already withdrawn from the world, leaving no one to interfere with his actions. Disrupting the historical line would trigger mission notifications for all chosen ones, but few would accept them. Blocking someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents, and intervening recklessly would lead to a deadly conflict. Fighting for such meager rewards was hardly wise. Typically, only the chosen ones from the extreme evil space would undertake such missions, or their allies would intervene to a limited extent. When the minions themselves disrupted the historical line, all chosen ones from other spaces would eagerly hunt them down. Secondly, the powerful figure remaining in the world was Incaling, who was quite friendly towards Li Si. Given that their spaces were allies, she wouldn't harm a junior like Li Si. On the contrary, she generously provided Li Si with the exact location of gold buried by Jews, a trivial task for someone of her caliber. Lastly, Li Si's mission deadline was approaching, and the extent of his disruption to the historical line was minimal, not even enough to create a minor world. This prevented a strong backlash from the world, which could have otherwise resulted in his demise. With all this in mind, Li Si resolved to act more cautiously in the future. Suddenly, he found himself in an unknown space, battered and bruised. He shouted unceremoniously, "Is anyone there? Did everyone die? Can't someone see there's a barely alive person here?" At that moment, a cold voice suddenly spoke. "Are you always this brave?" A beam of light descended from above, instantly healing all of Li Si's wounds. Huh. Li Si blinked in surprise. That voice sounds like a woman. Li Si was pondering how to deal with the current situation when suddenly an unfamiliar voice rang out, as if it could read his thoughts. "I am not Xiao Lu. I am now in charge of you. Do you have any questions?" Li Si was taken aback, confusion flashing through his mind. That big-faced guy was called Xiao Lu? He tentatively asked, "Can you read my thoughts? Is it mind reading?" "It's not mind reading," the voice explained, "but rather hearing the echoes of your inner thoughts." Although Li Si didn't fully understand, he thought this ability sounded impressive. He continued to probe, "What's your relationship with that big-faced, Xiao? Lu Yi? Are you his superior?" "Not exactly his superior," the voice replied, "but he does sometimes fall under my jurisdiction." Before the voice could finish, Li Si suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Oh, great Lord of Justice! I am wronged. That Xiao Lu has been withholding my wages and exploiting new employees. Please, you must stand up for this humble worker." The voice paused for a moment, then softly said, "I am aware of everything. I will report Xiao Lu's actions. However, I must clarify that Xiao Lu still manages the SDJ-02404 space. This dimension you are in falls under his control, and the next rotation won't occur for another 6 microepochs." Li Si immediately got up and, facing the ever-changing blue cloud-like presence, solemnly said, "There's no need. I was just rambling. The great Lu Yi is actually very kind to me. He's a trustworthy and caring leader." The blue cloud stopped shifting, seemingly stunned by Li Si's shamelessness. Li Si thought to himself, although he didn't know exactly how long 6 microepochs were, it was certainly longer than he could imagine. If he succeeded in complaining, wouldn't he be retaliated against until he died? The blue cloud continued. "He changed the rules without permission and placed you in a high-intensity world. You don't hold a grudge?" Li Si stood tall and said, "That shows Lu Yi values me, seeing me as a talent worth cultivating through tests. Only by enduring hardships can one achieve great things. He suppressed your talents, sending you into the world without any advantages. You're not angry about that either?" Li Si was startled, recalling that Kaling had mentioned that all trial participants had talents, indicating his own golden finger had indeed been suppressed. But he still maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Those are just external factors. The leader wanted me to find new ways of thinking in adversity. He sent you into a small world without any guidance, and it was a multidimensional trial ground. You're still not angry?" Li Si could barely contain his anger, but he forced a smile and said, "Not at all. I believe Lu Yi fully trusts my abilities, allowing me to maximize my initiative." "Is that so?" The blue cloud continued. "Then it seems you're not angry that he withheld your primary soul weapon either." This statement finally ignited Li Si's fury. He suddenly shouted, "That scoundrel! How dare he deceive me? Big-faced thief, come out here. One of us won't leave here alive today." Seeing Li Si finally reveal his true feelings, the blue cloud-like presence shifted violently, accompanied by a clear, ethereal laughter. After teasing Li Si for a while, the ethereal presence known as Qingyun finally got down to business. It turned to the fuming Li Si, who was still rolling on the ground in anger, and softened its tone. "All right, don't be so upset. The laws of space cannot be broken. Although we won't punish Xiao Lu, you will be compensated generously." Hearing this, Li Si immediately snapped out of his fit of rage. He scrambled to his feet, a smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. "Oh, there's no need to be so generous. Honestly, I don't feel wronged at all. A few divine artifacts as compensation, and I'm back to being a dedicated worker for space." Qingyun calmly responded, "You can call me Qing. Now, let me give you your mission evaluation." As soon as Qing finished speaking, a translucent screen materialized in the space. It displayed various combat performances of Li Si in the historical timeline world, with evaluations of individual side missions flashing one after another, all rated as excellent, totaling 10. Qing spoke softly. "Each of these side missions rewards 20 yuan, for a total of 200 yuan. Li Si's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What the heck? Dodging bullets, grenades in my pants, surviving a battlefield full of artillery fire, and all I get is 20 yuan per mission? Even the harshest sweatshops aren't this cruel. Are you guys demons?" Ignoring Li Si's complaints, Qing continued to scroll through the screen. It showed Li Si's battle with Kentaro and his encounters with other timeline manipulators. Of course, it also highlighted his final sneaky maneuver. Qing enlarged the scene of Li Si's last trick and announced, 4 main missions, perfectly completed. Mission reward, 1,000 yuan. Feeling Qing's gaze on him, Li Si quickly shrank back and muttered, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Qing, in a mocking tone, asked, wrong? What exactly was wrong? Won't do it again? I somehow doubt that. Li Si laughed awkwardly, waving his hands. No, no. Really, I won't. After a moment of silence, Qing's tone turned serious. Although space doesn't have main missions, which were altered by Xiaolu, we still acknowledge them. You have 2 more trial missions. Remember one thing. Everything is a transaction. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What you take now might seem like a gain, but you will have to pay it back later, and the cost will be enough to make you regret it deeply. Li Si listened and replied solemnly, Thank you for your guidance, Lord Qing. I will remember that. Seeing Li Si's sincere attitude, Qing said no more. The screen displayed a special formula to calculate Li Si's overall evaluation. Considering factors like mission duration, time spent on duty, impact, initiative, and the number of missions, the initial evaluation was great. However, due to breaching the world's stability rules, 4 grades were deducted, dropping it to grade. Since it was a first offense, 1 grade was restored. And due to the influence of the guide, another grade was restored. Finally, considering that Li Si encountered a high-level world on his first mission and completed certain official oversight tasks, an additional grade was added, resulting in a final evaluation of A. Qing told Li Si, you know, your cleverness cost you. Without that last stunt, you would have had an S rating, which is a rare opportunity for a newcomer. Li Si sighed inwardly, realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. You might get away with a trick, but they won't let you off easily. After you think you've gained, they'll hit you hard, making sure you know you're not welcome at the feast later. The screen began to display the rating bonus coefficients, from E to S, each level offering different bonuses. From E to D, each level added a 0.1 coefficient. From C to B, each level added a 0.2 coefficient. The A levels added 0.4 each, and the S level added 1. These bonuses were cumulative. Li Si's A rating was calculated as 0.140.2 for 0.42, resulting in a final bonus coefficient of 2. Whether intentionally or not, Qing highlighted an extra special reward for the S level on the screen. Li Si could only sigh at his bad luck, mentally cursing Dalian Lu's ancestors. Qing announced loudly, your final mission reward from the space is 3,600 yuan, which has been deposited into your personal account. Soon, there will be a shopping platform where you can choose items you like. The moment Qing Darren finished speaking, a spark of excitement flashed in Li Si's eyes. Is there really compensation? He thought, secretly thrilled and looking forward to the upcoming benefits. Qing Darren continued, regarding your innate abilities, you will receive them shortly, and they have been enhanced. As for Xiaolu's violation, he personally suggested a form of compensation, wants to give you a golden rice bowl. Li Si's heart skipped a beat. A golden rice bowl? Could it mean I'll get the benefits of a full-time employee ahead of time? He wondered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a real iron bowl appeared out of thin air in front of him. Li Si froze, staring at the pale yellow enamel bowl, momentarily lost for words. Moments later, fury overtook him. He stood up abruptly and prepared to kick the bowl away. Scoundrel! How dare you insult me like this? I will never forgive you, he roared, aiming a hard kick at the bowl. A scream of pain pierced the air. The seemingly ordinary bowl didn't budge an inch, but Li Si's right leg twisted grotesquely, and he collapsed in agony. Seeing this, Qing Darren immediately released a ray of light that instantly healed Li Si's injury. Fully recovered, Li Si glared at the yellow bowl on the ground, as if it were silently mocking him. What on earth is this thing? Why is it so heavy? Li Si couldn't help but ask. Qing Darren explained. This bowl is made from void steel. Xiaolu went through a lot of trouble to get it. Hearing this, Li Si's anger dissipated. So this yellow bowl is actually a treasure, he thought, pleasantly surprised. Qing Darren continued. You only need to guide your consciousness to touch the bowl to complete the binding. Li Si suddenly understood. Wait, is this a soul-bound weapon? Qing Darren, slightly embarrassed, replied, sort of, but its main function is still for eating. Does using this bowl make the food taste better? Li Si asked curiously. Qing Darren shook his head. I don't know about that, but from what I saw, the bowl's previous owner seemed to enjoy his meals a lot, although he tended to get bad-tempered while eating. Meal rage? Li Si muttered, but he quickly shrugged it off. Who cares? It's not like I have to use it for eating. This thing is so tough, it could be a grade 3 helmet if I put it on my head. Seeing that Li Si was already imagining various creative uses for the bowl, Qing Darren continued, additionally, the space will initiate the initial shaping of your companion's soulbound weapon. Tell me what kind of weapon you prefer, and I can create it for you right now. If you're not satisfied, I can modify it for you. Li Si was flattered, thinking, now that's a good leader. After a moment of consideration, he stated his preference. Moments later, a long sword without a sheath appeared before Li Si. The blade was similar in length to the Qiushui sword he had previously acquired, but with a slightly smaller curve, somewhere between a tang sword and a katana. The blade was about 2 fingers wide and thicker than a traditional katana. The entire sword was a dark blue color, with a patterned edge, made from void steel, which not only made it exceptionally hard, but also one of the top energy-conducting metals in all realms. Qing Darren explained that the handle was made from a special bone, wrapped in an anti-slip cord of notable origin. Finally, he gifted Li Si a dark green scabbard. Li Si was so excited that he asked if he could switch sides and become Qing Darren's lackey. Seeing that Lord Qing was preparing to leave, Li Si quickly inquired about the method to erase the consciousness of the soul armament. He conjured 2 orbs of light with his hands, sending them toward Lord Qing before they returned. Lord Qing explained that it wasn't the consciousness of the soul armament, but rather the lingering thoughts of the previous owner, which would be understood over time. With that, Lord Qing vanished into the space. The space then began to transform, gradually revealing a structure resembling a mall counter. Soon after, a crystal ball the size of a soccer ball appeared out of thin air, floating in midair. Curiously, Li Si approached and touched the crystal ball as instructed. In an instant, a stunningly beautiful female hologram appeared. She smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am customer service 721-0086 from Space 404. It's a pleasure to assist you." Li Si, examining this unparalleled beauty, asked thoughtfully, "So, tell me, what's so pleasurable about it?" The customer service representative was momentarily taken aback by Li Si's question, but quickly regained her smile. "Helping the chosen ones grow is an honor for us customer service representatives." Li Si couldn't determine whether she was a real person or an advanced AI. He directly requested, "Hello, my name is Li Si. Please restore my innate abilities as agreed." After agreeing, the space's ceiling suddenly split open, and a beam of white light enveloped Li Si. When the light dissipated, Li Si checked his body but felt no change. He suspected he had been deceived again. At that moment, Li Si looked at the customer service representative again, his face changing drastically. The once breathtakingly beautiful female representative had turned into a burly man with a bare chest covered in thick chest hair, feet propped up on the desk, and picking his nose. "What? Where's my beautiful customer service rep?" Li Si exclaimed. Noticing Li Si's reaction, the customer service representative hurriedly ducked under the desk. After a chaotic moment, he reappeared as a successful businessman in a suit with neatly combed hair. However, this person was at least 4 meters tall, with a body as broad as a door, muscles straining against the suit like a tight-fitting garment, and a face full of thick flesh. The burly representative chuckled awkwardly, his voice booming, "Dear customer, I didn't expect your talent to be so powerful. You actually saw through my 9-ring illusion. This is a skin I spent a fortune on." Li Si struggled to hold back his urge to retort and asked, "You know my talent?" The representative shook his head. "That's the customer's privacy. We have no right to access it. But at the very least, you have a salvision-level talent, which is quite rare." Li Si decided not to delve further into the topic. His talent, known as absolute will, required continuous exploration to fully understand its capabilities. Soul vision was just a minor offshoot of his talent. Originally, Li Si's talent wouldn't have grown so quickly, but due to interference from Dalian Lu, the space's compensation included enhancements to his talent. Li Si walked into his personal space and was greeted by a burly customer service representative. "What should I call you?" Li Si asked. "I can't keep calling you 721-0086, can I?" The big guy waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just call me Linger." Sorry." He suddenly realized something. "I forgot you can see through my true form. Just call me Six." Li Si raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you related to that infamous Big Face Six?" The big guy hesitated, then looked around to make sure no one else was listening. He leaned in and whispered, "Shh, don't speak ill of the administrator." Li Si crossed his arms. "Just tell me if my assessment was accurate." The big guy chuckled. "Well, you can't be that harsh. The administrator does have some good points. For example, like," he stammered for a while before changing the subject. "Mr. Li, what was your question again? What are Big Face Six good points?" Li Si pressed. It was the previous question," the big guy quickly corrected. "What's your relationship with Big Face Six?" "I have no relationship with the administrator," the big guy explained. "He doesn't even know we customer service reps exist. My number just happens to end in 6. If you prefer, you can call me Mr. 8. Li Si nodded. "All right, Mr. 8. Then he reconsidered. "Actually, calling you Mr. 8 feels like a ripoff. I'll stick with 6. The big guy rolled his eyes. Though they were only the size of a child's fist, the expression was clear. "Whatever makes you happy." Next, Customer Service 6 gave Li Si a detailed introduction to his personal space. The area was 2,000 square meters and could be decorated freely according to personal preference. or one could choose from pre-made designs. No matter how luxurious the style, it only cost $1 to implement. If dissatisfied, another dollar could change it again. 6 showcased various decoration styles and strongly recommended a 30 membership, which allowed for unlimited free changes, enabling a new look every day. Hearing this, Li Si grew wary, sensing that 6 was eyeing his hard-earned money. But in the end, he paid up, marveling at the purchasing power of the in-game currency. He recalled his harrowing experiences in Omaha, fighting in corpse-strewn battlefields, earning just 20. Now, he had spent 30 in one go, equivalent to 1.5 Normandy landings. Li Si felt a pang of regret, wishing he could slap himself. From then on, Li Si looked at customer service 6 with suspicion, thinking, this guy is just a glorified insurance salesman. I better be careful not to get scammed. Initially, Li Si's space featured pavilions and towers with a traditional aesthetic, complete with rock gardens and flowing water, all very lifelike. But he soon found it beautiful yet impractical, so he switched to a modern style. Besides a small villa, he transformed the rest into a training ground. Next, the customer service rep guided Li Si through the exclusive facilities in his space. First was the mission platform, a black, stone-like altar with a diameter of 7.813 meters. Precise measurement Li Si took himself, showcasing his curiosity and boredom. The mission platform served as a gateway to task worlds and allowed active selection of missions, but Li Si, not yet a chosen one, couldn't use it proactively. From the platform's light screen, he discovered he still had 3 trial missions left. He remembered Kaling mentioning that there were only 3 trial missions, and he had already completed one, yet he still had 3 chances. Upon inquiring, he learned this was due to his violation, extending his probation period. Li Si felt a sinking feeling. He had thought he could exploit historical missions indefinitely, staying in the trial missions to keep cutting corners. But instead of feeling he had gained an advantage, he resolved never to alter the historical lines again. Li Si had a vague sense of some hidden truths. He recalled Kaling mentioning that there were not many truly powerful hounds in the historical timeline. Most of the maintenance work relied on the little dogs and the initial chosen ones from the trial missions. Only when these little dogs failed to resolve issues or were killed would the real hounds of the heavens step in. Scanning the array of items on the shopping platform, Li Si's suspicions grew stronger. This trap was likely a well-crafted scheme by the veteran hounds, making newcomers believe they had found a shortcut to riches, willingly keeping them in the historical tasks. He cursed inwardly. The workplace culture here is just terrible. The seniors don't help the juniors at all. They just set traps everywhere. With these doubts in mind, Li Si carefully browsed the list of items on the shopping platform. He noticed that void steel was not among them, and when he asked customer service representative Xiao Lu, he was told it was due to insufficient permissions. This only reinforced his determination to leave the quagmire of the historical timeline as soon as possible. On the shopping platform, various powerful martial arts techniques like the Tathagata Palm and the 9 Divine Skill were all priced at just 9 yuan. A Qi condensation pill that added 60 years of cultivation cost only 20 yuan each, with a discount for 3 at 50 yuan. Powerful items like Golden Do Qi, the complete magic manual, 52 Malawian Quacha's combat mech, and extraordinary abilities were all priced under 50 yuan. Turning to Xiao Lu, Li Si saw that he was looking at him with eyes full of expectation, encouragement, and even envy. Li Si suddenly asked, I want to know, on average, how much do trial participants earn after their first mission? Xiao Lu immediately put on a stern face. I'm sorry, sir. That's private information. It's non-public data. Li Si pressed on. Private? So it's not a secret then? Xiao Lu frowned, sir. Are you insulting our profession? His face showed anger, sir. We are also part of the space, and if you continue like this, I'll have to file a complaint against you. He slammed the table and glared at Li Si for a moment before roaring, It'll cost extra. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu immediately sat back down, a smile of admiration spreading across his face. Sir, you are quite generous. A tip of 360 yuan, just like that, truly impressive. You know, many trial participants can only earn around 200 yuan on their first mission. You must have a bright future ahead. He emphasized the words, bright future. Li Si sighed inwardly. This is indeed a massive trap. This customer service is clearly trying to guide trial participants to stay in historical tasks long-term. The malicious space is full of malevolence. Treating it like a welfare institution will soon get you devoured by the evil gods. He began to meticulously browse the items on the shopping platform, trying to filter out the obvious traps and baits. Eventually, he found a few potentially valuable items. Light of the Mind Cultivation Method, priced at 1,200 yuan. Fearless Soul Cultivation Method, priced at 1,500 yuan. Reincarnation Seal Cultivation Method, priced at 1,500 yuan. Indomitable Will Cultivation Method, priced at 1,500 yuan. Law Tempering Cultivation Method, priced at 1,800 yuan. Ascension Path Cultivation Method, priced at 2,000 yuan, with spirit root modification ranging from 200 to 10,000 yuan. Li Si hesitated. These cultivation methods were expensive, and their initial combat power was not even comparable to a 50 yuan combat mech. Just then, he noticed a special product description. Origin Awakening, priced at 3,000 yuan. The description had only a few words. Awaken the power of the origin. Li Si asked Xiao Lu. What's the deal with this origin awakening? Can you explain it? Xiao Lu suddenly sat upright, looking straight ahead, as if he had turned into a statue, silent. Damn it, this is it. Li Si decisively clicked to purchase, and his account balance instantly dropped from 4 digits to 3, leaving only 210 yuan. He didn't notice that right after his purchase, the price of Origin Awakening changed, with 2 extra zeros added to the original number, and the item was gradually disappearing from his product catalog. A massive pillar of light suddenly descended, enveloping Li Si entirely. This time, the duration far exceeded the previous process of restoring his abilities, and the light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look at directly. Ku Fu Xiao Lu, who was quietly observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Impressive. This is the awakening of the primal force, an opportunity only the hounds get. She added with a hint of regret, it's a pity he doesn't have enough money. Who knows what path he chose? As long as he doesn't go down those illusionary paths, there's still a chance to gain more. Half an hour later, the pillar of light gradually dissipated. Li Si slowly opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming changes within his body. While his physical abilities hadn't undergone a qualitative leap, they had increased to 7 or 8 times that of an average person. Li Si calculated inwardly that in the previous war world, as long as he wasn't hit directly by a nuclear bomb, he could now evade all sorts of weapon attacks unscathed. This wasn't because he suddenly gained the ability to catch shells with his bare hands, but because his dynamic vision had improved tremendously. Now, he could clearly track the trajectory of a shell, and with his accelerated mental processing, accurately predict its landing point. With a movement speed of several dozen meters per second, dodging explosions was no longer a challenge for him. However, what excited Li Si the most was the new special power surging within him. He could feel it flowing through his body and could even channel it into his weapons. So this is the primal force. Li Si thought with glee. Although it had cost him a lot, this ability was undoubtedly more suited to his combat style than those flashy martial arts techniques. With a thought, Li Si instantly appeared in the training ground. Stretching his arms, his soul-bound dual pistols materialized in his palms. Aiming at the target ahead, Li Si began a frenzied shooting spree. In just half a minute, hundreds of bullets roared out, turning a 1 centimeter thick steel target into a honeycomb. Remarkably, Li Si had only used about half of his primal force. Recalling his previous encounters with the elite troops, Li Si had used illusionary bullets back then, which consumed his soul energy. The immense soul pressure had caused him dizziness, leading to him being hit twice. Li Si opened the chambers of his pistols and loaded a few newly exchanged, specialized bullets. He focused his primal force into the guns and pulled the triggers. A familiar recoil surged through him, reminiscent of his days as a cannon fodder mercenary in his past life. The moment the bullet hit the target, it shattered instantly. After setting up several new targets, Li Si conducted a few more rounds of shooting tests, roughly gauging the power of different bullets. Armor-piercing rounds could penetrate 100 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor, and explosive rounds had the force of a 75mm cannon. If he fully concentrated his primal force into a bullet, its power could even surpass that of a modern main battle tank. However, such a powerful shot consumed over 10% of his primal force with each round. Li Si noticed that using real bullets consumed twice as much primal force as using illusionary bullets. He speculated that this might be related to the special bullets he was using, which cost $1 per box, with each box containing only 80 rounds. Li Si knew there were even more advanced bullets available, but having completed only one trial task, he had yet to unlock those higher-level options. After testing the remote shooting, Li Si joyfully played with his dual guns, feeling a faint yet familiar consciousness emanating from them. Excitedly, he announced, "All right, from now on, you two are my reliable partners. I'll name you Courtesy and Kindness." He paused and added, "You should have nicknames too. How about Red Rose and Blood Rose? Doesn't that sound beautiful?" A thought crossed Li Si's mind. If the previous consciousness of the twin guns were still there, they'd probably be cursing his ancestry by now. He chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the idea. Next, Li Si quickly walked over to the shopping counter. He pulled out $20 and bought a sufficient amount of bullets, then integrated them all into the magazines of his dual guns. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about reloading. However, since the magazines now contained other materials, he couldn't store the guns inside his body anymore. Li Si then spent another $10 on a gun holster with the ability to become invisible and temporarily merge into a different space. The holster could be worn either on the shoulder or the waist. He decided to wear it around his waist like a belt. For aesthetic reasons, he also bought a box of bullets and filled the holster's loops, giving it a cowboy gun belt look. After that, Li Si drew the long knife from his waist and activated its elemental power. The blade immediately emitted a haunting blue energy. "Great knife," he exclaimed. "From now on, you'll be called Mingji, with the nickname Autumn Breeze." "How does that sound?" Li Si then began slashing and stabbing at several steel humanoid molds around him. After a minute, he exhaled deeply and surveyed the area. Shattered steel limbs were scattered everywhere. Li Si was quite satisfied with the power of the long knife, but he also noticed a problem. The knife consumed too much elemental power. Just 1 minute of full-force combat had drained nearly 80 of his elemental power. Considering previous usage, a minute of intense fighting consumed 50 of his power. In peak condition, I can only go all out for 2 minutes. Li Si pondered with a frown. Using the dual guns would be more sustainable. This knife has to be a last resort weapon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait. A wise person once said, if you're short on power, you either extend the duration or control the pace. You can't go full throttle all the time. So, during combat, I don't need to constantly channel elemental power. I can activate it intermittently, or even just at the moment of hitting the enemy, to make it last longer. Determined, Li Si immediately began to test this new idea. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, realizing the difficulty. The concept was good, but executing it was another story, especially in the heat of battle. At this moment, a customer service representative named Xiao Lu, who had been observing, spoke up. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" After listening to Li Si's concerns, Xiao Lu suggested, "This requires long-term practice, but since you're in this space, I recommend purchasing knowledge on energy-enchanted weaponry. This might help you master the technique faster. Soul-bound weapons are an extension of your will, giving you a natural advantage in sensing weapon energy distribution." Li Si went to the shopping counter and found the knowledge he needed, priced at $105. "Wow, not cheap," he muttered. "But if it's useful, it's worth the price." The knowledge wasn't a physical book, but was directly infused into his mind. After carefully absorbing it, Li Si's eyes lit up. This was worth it. Not only does it solve my problem with the knife, but it also greatly enhances my use of the dual guns. After a brief reflection, Li Si stopped and realized the importance of customer service. He asked Xiao Lu, "Do you have any recommendations for a new trialist when it comes to purchasing supplies?" Xiao Lu opened a holographic screen and nodded approvingly. "Good question. Few trialists recognize the importance of these things as clearly as you do. They're often blinded by powerful weapons and techniques." He continued, "Sir, do you know what the most important task for a trialist is? Or what a trialist should do in the trial world?" Without hesitation, Li Si answered, "Survive." "Exactly." Xiao Lu snapped his fingers. "Survival is the ultimate goal and purpose of the trial. Medicines, supplies, transportation, early warning systems, detection methods, these are what's truly important." He added, "Based on your current assets of $69, I've made an optimal plan." A few minutes later, the customer service representative, Xiao Lu, gave Li Si a professional smile and said, "It's been a pleasure serving you. Please rate my service." Li Si cursed inwardly, "What a scam," but maintained a calm facade, deciding he didn't want to see this salesperson again anytime soon. Li Si then looked down to tally up his purchases. A basic detox kit and an emergency medical pack had already cost him $50. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This amount could almost make someone a martial arts master. However, upon closer inspection, Li Si had to admit that these kits were worth every penny. Each contained dozens of high-quality vials, covering almost any emergency he could think of. Even better, these kits utilize space technology, making them as small as a regular sewing kit, but durable enough to withstand external shocks without damaging the contents. Next, Li Si spent $85 on a multifunctional sports backpack. While it looked ordinary, it was actually a 6 cubic meter space pack. The best part? It could unfold into a temporary tent and had various stealth features. Finally, Li Si purchased a combat mimicry outfit from the Extreme Space Collection, from jacket to boots, for $53. Although its performance metrics didn't match those of combat mechs, it was more suited to someone of Li Si's abilities. Various other small items drained the rest of his money. Li Si was grateful that the space provided free meals. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford a steamed bun. Despite the cost, he knew these items would be invaluable in future missions, their importance rivaling that of raw power itself. However, the thought of having to repay Xiao Lu double the amount for his next mission made Li Si grumble about the place's exploitative nature. Such blatant usury, wasn't anyone regulating this? Even the mafia wasn't this greedy. But then again, how could the mafia compare to malevolent deities? Now, Li Si had 10 days to prepare for his next trial mission. He planned to make full use of this special environment and the free training grounds to quickly adapt to his newfound strength. He also needed to save a day to return to his own world and settle some past affairs. At that moment, Li Si recalled a strange incident that had just occurred. Xiao Lu had initially asked him which system path he had chosen and offered to help create a training plan. But right after asking, Xiao Lu seemed to freeze up as if disconnected, then forgot the question and started listing various precautions. When Li Si tried to answer, Xiao Lu froze up again. Li Si astutely realized that this might be a space-imposed confidentiality measure for the chosen paths. Understanding the situation, he didn't press further. Time was of the essence, and Li Si decided to start his training immediately. After all, there was still a scumbag waiting for him to behead. Simultaneously, he planned to verify a few things in the real world, which would influence his decisions in future trial missions. In the bustling city of Bianliang, Li Si stood at the street corner, his gaze sweeping over the throng of people. Suddenly, a surreal sense of disconnection washed over him, leaving him dazed. A mix of emotions churned within him, complex and overwhelming. Although Li Si had only recently gained normal human emotions, and they weren't yet intense, the blend of anger, fear, and excitement from surviving a near-death experience left him standing there for quite some time. After a moment, Li Si turned and walked into an alley, fully aware that this prosperity no longer belonged to him. He recalled his training in the space, where his rapid progress was astonishing. There, he could heal his injuries and restore his strength at any time, even spend money to eliminate mental fatigue, allowing him to make the most of each day. In just 7 days, Li Si had become familiar with his current physical abilities and could engage in normal combat. Of course, perfecting his skills would require more time and training. Now, Li Si had been back in the Daxiao world for 3 days and was about to return to the space for another mission. His first stop was an underground parking lot, just 500 meters from where he had died last time. After a quick search, he found that he had been dead for over 3 months. His appearance was now disguised, thanks to a small device provided by the space, along with a universal identity card that worked in most worlds, though it wouldn't hold up under thorough investigation. Next, Li Si headed straight to his enemy's residence, only to find it empty. However, he made an unexpected discovery. Using the special abilities of the evil space, he sensed traces of other space-selected individuals. Surprisingly, the original culprit was also a space-selected individual, but not from the evil space. Although he couldn't yet determine the exact origin, Li Si had recorded the culprit's soul scent. This was a unique skill of all dogs space hunting. Once they encountered each other in a mission world, they would be notified. Despite the vastness of the multiverse, the chances of Li Si and the culprit crossing paths weren't slim. They came from the same world, within the same dimension and world zone. From their first encounter, it was clear the culprit was average in strength and also a novice, making a future meeting likely. Moreover, once Li Si became an official space-selected individual, he would be able to track the culprit during missions. Subsequently, Li Si made a special trip to a remote mountain in Huanglong City, northeast, searching for a mark he had left in the historical timeline, but found nothing. It seemed the historical line hadn't affected reality, though whether it would develop into a new world remained unknown. Finally, Li Si visited a sanatorium, observing the old director and Dr. Lu Chung from a distance, ensuring they were unscathed. After watching for a long time, Li Si didn't approach them. After all, he was dead and could only leave quietly, letting them live in peace. As night fell, Li Si stood atop a skyscraper, gazing at the myriad lights below, and murmured, "Time to explore the wonders of other worlds." The scene shifted abruptly, and Li Si found himself in a modern office setting. After tidying his desk, he smiled and declined a colleague's invitation. "No thanks. I need to hit the gym." In the elevator, a few seemingly elite white men exclaimed, "Good heavens! Are you trying to turn yourself into Bruce Lee?" An older gentleman chimed in, "Look at you, Lee. You're as strong as a bull already. What more training do you need? Young man, you should have some fun." Li Si responded with a polite smile, and after bidding farewell to these men downstairs, he approached a luxury car. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he silently calculated his next move. Li Si pushed open the car door and settled into the luxurious back seat. The driver, Wayne, turned around with a smile and asked, "Boss, where to today?" "Just take me home," Li Si replied succinctly. The car smoothly merged into the bustling streets of New York. Wayne, who was quite chatty, started a conversation while driving. "Boss, I heard you made a few $1 million last week. You're really something. Back when I was your age, I was still worrying about how to sneak into a girl's house." Li Si chuckled softly but didn't take the bait. Instead, he teased, "Wayne, aren't you afraid Becky will hear you and give you a beating?" Wayne exaggeratedly raised his voice. "Boss, your thinking is more outdated than my uncle's. That was my youth. It has nothing to do with my marriage now." Li Si raised an eyebrow and retorted, "So, does that mean Becky had her own youth too?" Wayne immediately deflated, dejectedly saying, "Boss, if you keep talking like this, I'll just focus on driving." Seeing this, Li Si laughed and changed the subject. "By the way, how is Sherry doing at her new school? Is she adjusting well?" Wayne's tone instantly turned grateful. She's doing great. She really likes it. Thank you for your help, boss. Otherwise, we couldn't have gotten her into such a good private school. Li Si waved his hand lightly. Don't mention it. That school's fund invests with us, and I know the board members. It was just a word. As they chatted, the car stopped at a red light. Suddenly, gunshots rang out in the distance. Wayne reacted quickly, his right hand already on the gun by his thigh, eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Li Si remained unusually calm, even comforting Wayne. Relax. This is New York. It's all too common, isn't it? Sure enough, the gunshots soon faded away. The car entered the Upper East Side and stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. After security verification, Li Si got out, called over the bodyguards, driver, and servants, and gave them 2 days off. Alone, Li Si stood on the third floor, gazing at the expansive lawn outside, lost in thought. What the hell am I doing? What happened to the space mission? Where are the enemies? The battles, he murmured to himself. Recalling his first day in this world, Li Si couldn't help but find it amusing. He had appeared fully armed with a semi-automatic rifle in the bustling city center, drawing countless curious glances. If not for a nearby cosplay event, he might have had to friendly interact with the NYPD. He quickly hid in a restroom, stuffed his gear into a backpack, and changed into casual clothes before daring to step out. He spent the entire day in an internet cafe, researching extensively until he figured out his location. This was an alternate New York, still part of the United States, but more advanced than his original world, with technology roughly 10 years ahead. Facing this unfamiliar world, Li Si felt lost. He was certain this wasn't his world's historical timeline and had no idea what would happen next. But one thing was clear. Something big was going to happen here. To prepare for the unknown, Li Si decided to gather funds first. He found some local drug dealers and borrowed a sponsorship fee to buy supplies. However, a month passed with no alien invasions or wars, leaving Li Si puzzled. The mission panel displayed only one line: survive until the mission ends. After an entire night of contemplation, Li Si decided to make money and establish a foothold. No matter what happened, it would occur in New York. As a dog soldier, his specialty was staying in the mainstream of history, waiting for the right moment. Over the next 6 months, Li Si opened a small restaurant, outsmarting gangsters and extortionists along the way. He managed to earn $207,000, with $200,000 coming from reformed gang members. Realizing this wasn't sustainable, Li Si knew he needed a faster way to make money. He asked around about the quickest way to get rich, and the answer was surprisingly unanimous: Wall Street. Li Si closed his restaurant and spent a month immersing himself in financial knowledge. With a heart full of passion and savings, he stepped onto Wall Street, ready to make his mark. However, just a week later, Li Si found himself sitting on a park bench, staring blankly into the distance. His mind replayed the scene of his account being wiped out, unable to comprehend how he had lost all his savings in just 7 days. This was completely contrary to what he had learned about finance. Frustrated and humiliated, Li Si lurked near a banker's mansion. He initially intended to make this capitalist taste the fury of the bankrupt, but he inadvertently overheard a shocking truth. These so-called financial elites were secretly manipulating the market. Gritting his teeth, Li Si cursed under his breath. Damn it! What happened to the free market? That night, Li Si took decisive action. Not only did he make off with the banker's safe, but he also found a gang, confidently asserting that he had grasped the true essence of financial investment. Perhaps moved by Li Si's confidence and sincerity, or maybe intimidated by the .45 caliber handgun in his hand, the remaining gang members, patting the cold body of their boss, assured him they would help him out. With financial backing secured, Li Si embarked on his financial journey. Using state-of-the-art surveillance and information intrusion equipment, he successfully infiltrated the ranks of the financial puppeteers. In just a year, Li Si became one of the most sought-after financial investors on Wall Street. Staring at the 8-figure balance in his account, Li Si couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this any different from robbery? Just without a gun." In the following years, Li Si founded his venture capital firm, quickly amassing a fortune of several $billion. Although his appearance made it difficult to directly influence the military, it didn't hinder his ability to exert power. Leveraging the unique political system of the U.S. federal government, Li Si invested millions, even tens of millions of dollars annually in political contributions, gradually establishing a significant influence. Thanks to his exceptional investment skills, Li Si attracted numerous prominent figures from the political and business worlds to invest in his company. Thus, Li Si navigated this world for 10 years. Now it was 1995. He had woven an extensive network within the U.S. federal system and even established a security company, secretly training several elite mercenary teams. On the surface, everything seemed prosperous, but Li Si knew that the U.S. federal landscape was far from peaceful. However, these events weren't enough to qualify as the trial tasks from the space, leaving Li Si with a sense of emptiness, as if punching into thin air. He couldn't help but wonder if he was playing a single-player game. By day, Li was a top-tier elite in the US federal system. By night, he transformed into a cultivation fanatic with extraordinary abilities in the basement of his mansion. After a night of cultivation, Li couldn't help but sigh. The speed of cultivating the primordial force in this world was painfully slow. After 10 years of relentless effort, his primordial force had increased by less than half, far from breaking through the bottleneck. In contrast, the cultivation speed in the space was worlds apart. If the space's cultivation rate was 100, here it wasn't even 1. Even in Li's original world, the cultivation speed was significantly faster than here. Despite this, Li's combat skills had still improved considerably over the past decade. First, he had become adept at using the primordial force, not only enhancing weapons but also himself, boosting his hand-to-hand combat power and defense. Moreover, Li discovered a treasure. The combat technique recommended by the customer service rep, Xiao Lu, called Extreme Urban Security Combat Technique, initially seemed like mere security guard skills to Li. But upon closer study, he realized it was far more than just unarmed combat. This combat technique covered the use of both cold weapons and firearms, strategies for duels and ambushes, combat tactics for chaotic battlefields, and even methods for stealth attacks. The variety of cold weapons was extensive, from short to long weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Not only traditional weapons but also chainsaw energy swords, cavalry lances, and even techniques for breaking shields with laser heat swords and enchanted weapons. The firearms section was equally comprehensive, ranging from the oldest flintlock guns to the most advanced laser cannons. Li was astonished to find that this combat technique was clearly the result of continuous refinement based on practical experience. In the simplest terms, it was a concise and deadly set of killing techniques. Unfortunately, the combat knowledge Li purchased was not the complete version. It only included basic skills in handguns, long knives, and hand-to-hand combat, with each section priced at $30. He roughly estimated that a full version, even if it only contained basic knowledge, would cost at least tens of thousands, if not more. Over the past 10 years, Li had diligently practiced but still hadn't fully mastered these skills, mainly due to a lack of real combat experience. Nevertheless, he felt much stronger than when he first entered this world and was confident he could easily defeat his former self, even if that version had the same foundational power. Li longed to test his abilities, but struggled to find the right opportunity. He hoped the historical events would occur soon, ideally meeting other space trial participants to find worthy opponents. A week later, in Li's office, a blonde, blue-eyed secretary with a slender waist walked in, handing him a document. As she bent over, her low neckline almost revealed her navel, but Li kept his gaze steady, leaving the young, beautiful secretary somewhat disappointed. As a young bachelor, Li was the target of many socialites. However, his reputation for being uninterested in women was well known. If it weren't for the time he had furiously beaten up a guy who touched his butt, displaying a level of rage that was clearly genuine, people might have thought he was gay. Despite this, there were still private whispers questioning Li's manhood. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Should he pull out his manhood to knock some sense into them? After browsing the document, Li curiously asked, "Umbrella Corporation? What do they want from me? We don't seem to have any business dealings." The secretary smiled and replied, "Boss, they are undergoing a new round of financing. To attract investments, they have invited wealthy individuals from around the world to showcase their next-generation projects. It's not just you. All American billionaires have received invitations." Li frowned and said, "I'm not a billionaire yet, far from it. I shouldn't meet their criteria." The secretary giggled, "Boss, you're so young. Everyone believes you'll become a billionaire sooner or later. You're just a few billion short. You might reach it next year." Li nodded silently, understanding that Umbrella Corporation's invitation was not just about his wealth and potential, but also his investment acumen over the years. Many wealthy individuals had made fortunes by following his lead, and Umbrella Corporation valued his influence. After the secretary left, Li began researching Umbrella Corporation and found that the company was much stronger than his own small enterprises. Since he had no clear tasks at the moment, he decided it wouldn't hurt to check it out and expand his network. Of course, if the prospects of this Umbrella Corporation seemed promising, he wouldn't miss the chance to make money. "Mire, reschedule my appointments," Li said into the communicator. "We're going to check out this Umbrella Corporation project. Arrange a flight. We'll head to Paris. Safety, health, progress." The investment promotion event for Umbrella Corporation was in full swing. In the spacious conference hall, a man who appeared to be in his early 40s stood at the podium, his eyes scanning the audience with a piercing gaze. His voice was loud and filled with confidence. "These are the principles of our company. We are dedicated to helping humanity triumph over nature, using science to dismantle the perpetual affliction of disease. We will use knowledge to explore our bodies, understand our vulnerabilities, and protect them. Benefiting all of humanity is our dream." He paused, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, creating a high-quality stock for you all is also our goal. This playful remark elicited knowing smiles from the wealthy attendees, instantly lightening the atmosphere in the hall. Next, a man in a white lab coat and glasses took the stage. He looked every bit the standard researcher and began to detail the company's products and future prospects. Overall, Umbrella Corporation's investment promotion event was quite successful. Many of the technological achievements they showcased were impressive, and a significant number of attendees expressed an interest in investing. However, these shrewd businessmen needed to conduct further investigations into the company before making their final investment decisions. As night fell, the banquet hall was filled with the clinking of glasses. Spencer, the chairman of Umbrella, with a wine glass in hand, walked slowly over to Lee Si. He looked up and down at the promising young businessman and said with a smile, "I've heard much about your talents, Mr. Lee. I didn't expect you to be so young. It makes me envious." Lee Si responded with a polite smile, "Mr. Spencer, you don't look old at all. I've heard you're already 70, yet you still maintain such youth and vitality. It seems your company's biotechnology has indeed achieved great success." Spencer's face showed a touch of the elegant confidence typical of European nobility. "I assure you, Mr. Lee, that investing in us will yield returns that won't disappoint you." Lee Si put down his champagne glass, his expression turning serious. "Mr. Spencer, I like to be straightforward. Thank you for inviting me to this investment event. I understand your intentions. To be honest, your company's prospects are good, but just good. I come from Wall Street, and while my own money is a small amount, I have many investors behind me. A merely good prospect won't satisfy their greed for wealth. Compared to slow-yielding industries, my clients prefer to invest in more flexible opportunities." Spencer's expression also grew serious, but his eyes still sparkled with confidence. "Mr. Lee, I assure you our company will have significant breakthroughs soon and will become one of the hottest investments in the capital market. You and your clients will embrace a new future, with endless wealth awaiting you." Lee Si raised an eyebrow. "But that's the future. An uncertain future, isn't it? In our line of work, time is a costly factor. Without guaranteed returns, we won't easily commit. Investing just a few $1 million would be an insult and a sign of disrespect to your company." Spencer frowned and looked at Lee Si. "That's unfortunate. I lose an excellent investor, and you lose a chance to make a fortune." Lee Si gently shook his head. "I think you misunderstand me, Mr. Spencer. It's not that I don't see potential in your company. Let me put it this way. Our industry may look glamorous, but it's like walking a tightrope. I can succeed in 100 investments, but a single failure could cause my entire career and wealth to collapse instantly." Spencer gave Lee Si a thoughtful look. "You're very clear-headed, Mr. Lee, young and successful, yet not arrogant, able to see the true nature of the industry. No wonder you've risen so quickly in just a few years. So, what are you suggesting?" Lee Si smiled. "So, for my clients and myself, I need to know more about your company. If all you have to show is what's on display, then I'm sorry, but I won't gamble my future on it." Spencer stared at Lee Si for a long moment before finally saying, "Mr. Lee, have a pleasant evening." With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Spencer's retreating figure, Lee Si's secretary, Mireille, approached him and quietly asked, "Boss, did the cooperation fall through?" Lee Si took a small sip of champagne. "It wasn't too bad." Mireille looked puzzled. But Mr. Spencer didn't seem very satisfied. Lee Si raised his champagne glass and said lightly, "Mireille, I meant the champagne is good." Late at night, there was a knock on Lee Si's hotel room door. He opened it to find several men standing outside, led by the researcher who had presented the project earlier that day. Seeing Lee Si dressed so impeccably, the researcher was a bit surprised. Lee Si was wearing a meticulously tailored suit, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Lee, haven't you rested yet?" the researcher couldn't help but ask. Lee Si smiled slightly. "I was waiting for you." There was a hint of mystery in his tone. The researcher frowned. "You knew we were coming?" Lee Si didn't explain. He just glanced at his watch. "Time is precious. We should get going." He turned to instruct his secretary, Mireille, and a few bodyguards led by the driver, Wayne, to stay behind. He then followed the people from Umbrella Corporation. In the elevator, the researcher introduced himself. "Mr. Lee, my name is William. We're taking you to our research facility, where we have our most cutting-edge technology. Mr. Spencer is also waiting for you." Lee Si nodded slightly, noticing a few other cars carrying wealthy individuals traveling with them. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at a modern research facility on the outskirts of Paris. Lee Si and the others were led into a spacious conference room, where many American tycoons had already gathered. They quickly engaged in small talk, recognizing each other. Suddenly, the conference room doors swung open. Spencer entered, leading a team of heavily armed personnel. All eyes were immediately drawn to them, filled with surprise. Lee Si was different. His hands rested lightly on his waist, his gaze fixed on a burly Slavic man in a Soviet military coat standing next to Spencer. In an instant, The Slavic man sensed Li Si's stare and sharply looked back. Li Si responded with a smile and a nod before turning his attention back to Spencer. Spencer cleared his throat and spoke loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all here with investment expectations. Now, I will show you our latest scientific achievements and our company's secret profit projects." He led the group to a row of experimental chambers. As the machinery whirred, the metal walls slowly opened, revealing glass containers inside. In the pale green liquid, a hideous creature appeared before them. "This is the lurker," Spencer explained, "developed using amphibian genes combined with our company's most advanced biotechnology to create a biological weapon." He pointed to another container. "This is the Eliminator, a land-based biological weapon developed using primate genes. They can follow simple commands and are close to being fully weaponized." As one monster after another was revealed, the wealthy attendees gasped in astonishment. However, some remained composed. "Mr. Spencer," one tycoon spoke up, "the level of biotechnology your company has achieved is truly astounding. But, if I may be candid, even the military wouldn't purchase these in large quantities. They are, well, impressive, but in practical terms, they don't compare to a precision-guided missile." Spencer didn't respond immediately, but continued to lead the group forward. He stopped at a new container, smiling mysteriously. "This is a project we've been working on with the federal military. We've conducted numerous field tests, and the feedback has been excellent." He pressed a button, and the container slowly opened, revealing the creature inside. "This biological weapon, based on the Doberman, we called a Hellhound, military code MA39. After rigorous experimental testing, these seemingly adorable dogs were revealed to be terrifying biological weapons. Their bite force is 3 times that of ordinary dogs, capable of easily severing a human throat. These modified canines not only possess acute biological insight, but can also survive a week in harsh conditions without food, with their metabolism compressed to the extreme." Spencer introduced them enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The military once used the MA39 modified dogs, ambushing the path of a terrorist leader for 4 whole days. When the target appeared, they were activated in an instant, taking just 2 seconds to snap the target's neck. His tone carried a hint of pride, clean and efficient, no collateral damage, no casualties, no soldiers at risk, and no diplomatic incidents. Isn't this the perfect biological weapon? As the research progressed, the project known as Hellhounds continued to be refined. Spencer painted a picture of the future. One day, they will be able to be kept at home like regular pet dogs, ready to spring into action when you encounter danger and eliminate the threat. He went on to explain, "We refer to these types of biological weapons as BOWs, which include numerous subprojects." To bolster his argument, Spencer also played several videos, including the military's successful operation as proof. The attendees' eyes began to shine with interest. Spencer, keenly aware of this change, continued to expound on the advantages of biological weapons. Their benefits go beyond being inexpensive, intelligent, or highly lethal. The key advantage is saving human resources. It takes only a few months to create a biological weapon, while cultivating a mentally sound adult requires significant resources. Whether for the country or for us capitalists, losing a person is not cost-effective. These canine biological weapons can undoubtedly save us a lot. Seeing the crowd's growing interest, Spencer smiled slightly. "However, this is just an auxiliary product of our research. The real heavyweight products I will introduce shortly." He then directed everyone's attention to 2 new projects. The first was a bipedal creature resembling an amphibian, covered in scales. "This is our newly tested hunter eye model," Spencer explained. "We are researching chip control. Once successful, these little darlings will become the military's favorite. Their infrared vision combined with their temperature regulation mechanism will make them the most lethal hunters." Lee scrutinized the tall, lizard-like creature, thinking that even if it encountered a zombie, this monster would probably not back down. In a smaller experimental chamber nearby, there was an even more bizarre creature. Muscles exposed, brain external, eyes degenerated, and as hideous as a zombie. The label on the chamber read liquor. Noticing Lisa's interest, Spencer added, "This is also an experimental derivative. We are developing its weaponization, and we believe there will be breakthrough progress soon." Spencer then led the group to an even larger experimental chamber. When the door opened, the biological weapon inside made everyone gasp in unison. "Oh my God, what is that?" Spencer was very pleased with their reaction and clapped his hands lightly, saying, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce our company's core product. They are named Tyrants. Standing at 3.35 meters tall and weighing 790 pounds, they possess extraordinary physiques, and small caliber bullets cannot harm them. Most importantly, they are about to enter mass production, with a stable control system that can make them brave and powerful soldiers. This project has received strong support from the military, and they are very satisfied with the Tyrant product. We now need to scale up production, which is why we need your involvement." Lise pointed to another equally tall humanoid creature nearby and asked, "What is this called?" Spencer smiled and replied, "It seems Mr. Lee has a particular interest in these rather grotesque creatures. This is another project of ours called Nemesis, which we refer to as the Pursuer. In terms of control and task precision, the Pursuer is actually more practical, but its cost is higher, so it serves as a high-end supplementary product." Spencer clapped his hands again to draw everyone's attention. "All right, just by listening to the introduction, I doubt I could get even a penny of investment from your pockets. Now, let's go and see the real performance of these little darlings. To thank you all for your support, you can freely choose the project you want to see demonstrated." The group gathered on a high platform surrounded by bulletproof glass. Below was a vast open area, encircled by ring-shaped metal walls reaching over 20 meters high. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the astonishing display about to unfold. Even though the place looked spotless, Lisi could still smell the intense scent of blood in the air. The show was about to begin, starting with the performance of the hellhounds. Several large, jet-black hellhounds were awakened from their frozen state, their eyes glowing red and their fangs bared. The staff released them into a spacious arena. A minute later, a group of people armed with light weapons was pushed into the arena. Their faces were pale, and their hands trembled, clearly aware of the imminent danger. The wealthy spectators, watching through high-definition cameras, saw the hellhounds silently closing in on these individuals. Suddenly, as if receiving an invisible command, the hellhounds launched their attacks simultaneously. Gunfire erupted, and screams filled the air. In just a few minutes, the 5 hellhounds had torn apart the 9 armed men. The scene was gruesome, with severed limbs scattered everywhere and blood staining the entire ground. The remaining 4 hellhounds began to feast, greedily tearing at the corpses. Even the seasoned, wealthy spectators turned pale at the sight. However, the glint in their eyes betrayed their insatiable hunger for wealth and power. Spencer signaled to a nearby researcher, who immediately operated the control panel. The hellhounds stopped eating at once and obediently returned to their containment units. Spencer explained, "Rest assured, these individuals were all death row inmates authorized for our use by the Federation. They were terrorists, drug dealers, and murderers. Now, they are making their final contribution to humanity's great cause, atoning for their sins." Lisi thought the explanation was unnecessary, as none of the attendees seemed to care about the origins of the test subjects. Next, various bioweapons took turns showcasing their abilities. Some battled against armed human forces, while others engaged in fights with other bioweapons. Lisi paid particular attention to several exhibits. The creatures known as lickers were ugly but demonstrated a pack-hunting instinct and a knack for ambushes. However, they were outmatched even when fighting Tunon against the hunters. The grand finale was the display of the Tyrant. This small giant, clad in a leather military coat, showed incredible strength, effortlessly tearing apart all types of bioweapons. Its speed, power, and reflexes were astounding. Lisi mused that even ghouls would likely be shredded by it, and perhaps only the Ghoul King, mutated by a sorcerer, could stand a chance against it. After the demonstration, Spencer dropped a bombshell. Umbrella Corporation was researching technology to extend human life and had made preliminary breakthroughs. All investors would have the first opportunity to benefit from these advancements. The discussion was fervent, and within an hour, Umbrella had secured over $10 billion in funding intentions. Although specific investment plans would take a few more days to finalize, the success was already apparent. However, not all the wealthy attendees were eager to invest. Lisi and a few others remained cautious, indicating they needed more time to consider. Finally, Umbrella presented a confidentiality agreement, requiring all attendees to sign it. The sun had fully risen by now, with sunlight streaming through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. After personally escorting everyone back to the hotel, Spencer did not leave. Instead, he checked into a room on the same floor. He knocked lightly on Lisi's door, a contemplative look on his face. "Mr. Lee," Spencer began candidly, "you don't seem very interested in our company's project. Can you tell me why?" Lisi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he signaled his subordinates to leave the room. His gaze then landed on the burly Slav standing beside Spencer, his brow furrowing slightly. Noticing Lisi's unease, Spencer quickly explained, "This is Vladimir, my most trusted associate. You can speak freely." Lisi nodded and walked over to the minibar in the room. He expertly poured 3 glasses of champagne, handing 2 of them to Spencer and Vladimir. When Vladimir didn't take the glass, Lisi simply placed it on a nearby table without a second thought. "In a typical financing meeting, I believe Umbrella could secure at least $20 billion in investment," Lisi said, his tone tinged with skepticism. "Isn't that enough?" Spencer shook his head, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. "It's not enough. No amount is enough. Umbrella is about to enter a new phase, and the more funding we have, the faster our research can progress. Lisi took a thoughtful sip of his champagne before asking, "So, how much investment are you looking to get from me? Name a figure, and I'll consider it." Spencer almost blurted out, "If you can invest 1 billion, Mr. Lee, I can give you 1.5 billion worth of shares." Lisi rubbed his chin, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "I want a seat on the board. Not the superficial umbrella biotech board, but the real board. I want to understand how you manufacture those bioweapons." Spencer immediately refused, his tone growing firm. "That's impossible. Umbrella's market value alone exceeds 70 billion. You don't meet the 5 requirement for a board seat. Besides, we have many hidden projects, as you've seen, that far exceed our surface market value." Lisi raised a hand to calm Spencer, a confident smile on his face. "Don't get worked up, Mr. Spencer. I didn't say I wanted a board seat for 1 billion. I can raise 5 billion within a month and another 5 billion next year. A total of 10 billion. I want 10 of Umbrella Corporation's shares." Spencer's eyes widened in shock, but his expression quickly turned resistant. "That's not possible." Lisi continued unperturbed. "Hear me out. With such a significant investment from me, the wealthy individuals backing me will certainly follow suit. Within a year, at least another 10 billion will flow into your company. Your stock price will skyrocket, doubling, or even tripling. I stake my career and my life on it. Is 10 really that much?" Spencer fell into deep thought, realizing that Lisi had a point. More importantly, the company had been heavily investing in bioweapon research, with mature, profitable products yet to emerge, leaving the company in a financial deficit. The military's large-scale procurement of bioweapons had also been delayed, causing internal doubts within Umbrella. Facing the financial crisis, Spencer had no choice but to seek external financing to maintain the numerous projects. Lisi's investment was crucial, but Spencer remained wary of him. After finally gaining control of the company, Lisi's presence posed a threat. Seeing Spencer's hesitation, Lisi pressed on. "Mr. Spencer, there's something you should understand. Umbrella ranks only 3rd in the federal biotech sector, let alone globally. What you can research, others can too, possibly even better. Bioweapons are novel, and life extension is enticing." Spencer's arrogant remarks infuriated Lisi. He coldly retorted, "You're not the only one conducting this research. With the amount of money I'm investing, which company wouldn't offer me a board seat? If I can't stay informed about the company's operations, why should I risk everything?" A hint of disdain flashed in Spencer's eyes as he arrogantly declared, "I guarantee, no other company has research results like ours." Lisi, sensing something amiss, scoffed, "Maybe you have some unique tricks or channels, but the world is vast, and there are many smart people out there. Can you really guarantee you'll always stay ahead?" Spencer was silent for a moment before changing his approach. "Mr. Lee, you invest $1 billion, and I'll give you 2 billion in shares. But we can't agree to a board seat." Lisi shrugged, his tone tinged with disappointment. "That's truly unfortunate. For me, whether it's a billion or everything I've got, it's still risking everything. It's getting late, and last night's performance was impressive, but I'm also a bit tired. Hopefully, we can collaborate again in the future." Seeing Lisi's intention to end the meeting, Spencer stood up to leave. At the door, he turned back and said, "Mr. Lee, I hope you'll reconsider my offer." Lisi calmly replied, "Mr. Spencer, I hope you'll consider my proposal as well." After Spencer left, Lisi fell into deep thought. He realized that there was something wrong with this world, and with Umbrella Corporation. He needed to figure it all out. "Wayne," Lisi suddenly called out. "Boss, what is it?" Wayne immediately responded. "Mobilize the Razor tactical team to Europe," Lisi ordered. "All 150 members. Also, activate our heavy equipment here." Wayne was startled, but didn't question it. "Yes, boss." "Target? Location?" Lisi thought for a moment. "Stand by for now. Await my instructions." Back at the research facility, Spencer's face was grim. Vladimir suggested, "Should we deal with that Asian kid?" Spencer shook his head. "No. He has significant backers and considerable influence in the government. We can't move against him rashly." Vladimir frowned. "But his offer is substantial. I believe the board will push to finalize this deal." This was exactly what Spencer feared. Although he controlled the company, it wasn't an autocracy. The board members were reluctant to pass up Lisi's investment. A 10 stake might not be acceptable, but a board seat was almost a certainty. Spencer was wary of this young man, sensing he wasn't simple. But on second thought, if he were simple, he couldn't have built such a vast enterprise in just over a decade. That evening, as Lisi pondered whether to personally inspect the Umbrella Research Center, he received another invitation from Spencer. He decided to see what the old man had to say before deciding on his next move. When they met, Spencer scrutinized Lisi for a moment and asked, "If I don't agree to your terms, what will you do? Walk away from the investment?" Lisi grinned. "Of course not. I'll spread the word that you refused my offer of $2 billion for a board seat." Spencer's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a dark expression, You're trying to pressure the board into forcing my hand? Young man, that's risky. It could bring you misfortune. Li Si shook his head. Not only that, if you continue to refuse, it will raise suspicions among last night's investors, making them wonder if you're hiding something significant. They will pull their investments and cancel previous agreements. Once the news spreads, the stock market will panic, leading to a massive sell-off of your shares. When you're on the brink of collapse, I'll step in to buy at rock-bottom prices, and a few $1 billion might just get me that board seat. Spencer erupted in anger. You dare to destroy my company? My life's work? Aren't you afraid of being mauled to death by a rabid Doberman one day? Facing Spencer's blatant threat, Li Si leaned forward and sneered. Old man, are you trying to scare me? I'll draft a will right now. If I die, in any manner whatsoever, a perpetual bounty will appear on the black market. Any act of sabotage against Umbrella Corporation will be rewarded. Until you go bankrupt. Until you, old man, rot in hell to apologize to me, begging for my forgiveness. At the moment when tensions were at their peak, Vladimir stepped forward, his face stern. Li Si, unafraid, met the big man's icy stare heeded and provocatively leaned forward. What? Planning to kill me here? Go on, break my neck. Vladimir's chest heaved, his breathing quickened, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He raised his thick arm, ready to grab Li Si's head. Just then, Spencer's sharp voice rang out, Vladimir, stand down. Li Si turned to the burly Slav who had taken a step back and was now taking deep breaths. With a smug smile, he advanced, jabbing a finger into Vladimir's broad chest. What's wrong? Feeling angry? That's the power of money and status. Your size means nothing. Just like your country, no matter how strong it is, it crumbles before money. If you choose to be a dog, then act like one, and don't take yourself too seriously. Vladimir's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He spat out two cold words, you're dead. Before he could finish, he reached out, grabbing Li Si's head. Spencer, seeing this, sprang to his feet and commanded with an undeniable authority, Vladimir, let him go. Stand down. Vladimir's face was a mix of emotions, but he eventually released his grip on Li Si's head. As Vladimir turned to leave, Li Si taunted, got quite a grip there. Messed up my hair. Come fix it. Vladimir stopped and turned back, his voice icy. You should be thankful you're still alive today. Li Si cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking a dog's bark. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing Vladimir pause again, Spencer roared, Li Si, enough. Then, lowering his voice, he said to Vladimir, you should leave. Li Si watched the Slav leave with a meaningful smile and whispered, you got lucky today too. Spencer glared at Li Si. Do you really want to provoke him? Dying here benefits you? Li Si shrugged nonchalantly. If he dares kill me, you're all doomed. The higher-ups won't allow such things. If I die here today, by tomorrow, you'll be begging for scraps. Even the Federation won't save you. Spencer scoffed. Just you, a dead man? Li Si picked up his glass, taking a sip. That excuse is enough. With a legitimate reason, everyone would be happy to carve up the Umbrella Corporation, including the federal government. For the first time, Spencer felt truly cornered. He impatiently waved his hand. You offer 10 billion in 8 shares plus? Li Si raised his hand to interrupt, shaking his finger. No, no, no. Things have changed. Since I've offended you, let's lay it all out. They'll offer 5 billion, 2 billion within a month, the rest next year, and I want 10 shares. That won't change. Spencer flatly refused. No way. You want war? Then bring it. We won't be extorted. Li Si couldn't help but laugh, huh? Let me break it down. Your market cap is 70 billion, annual revenue 12.1 billion, net profit 4.9 billion. Sounds good, but after investing in those bioweapons, how much is left? Or is it all losses? Do you think we're fools? I can find out, and so can those wealthy potential investors. Soon they'll know Umbrella is on the brink of bankruptcy. I'm here to save you. My entry signals the market, combined with your little toys performance, will get them to invest. As your savior, is 10 too much? As for the nonsense about not enough shares, save that for your funerals. That's your problem, not mine. I think faced with bankruptcy, you'll figure it out. Spencer abruptly stood, glaring at Li Si. Get out of my room. Whistling, Li Si casually walked out. Once back in his room, his smug expression vanished. He frowned, deep in thought. Umbrella has deep waters. Even pushing so hard today didn't make that powerful Slav man act. Li Si had provoked him on purpose, sensing the man's life force was far beyond normal. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make him move. Li Si had planned to deal with both Vladimir and Spencer today. The Slav man aside, Spencer was an ordinary person, Li Si could tell. Grab that old man, don't ask any questions, and start with the chilly water and tiger bench treatment. I don't believe he can withstand it, Li Si thought, squinting his eyes as he planned how to deal with the target. He wasn't worried about the aftermath because he was certain the company was up to no good, even worse than those bioweapons. If things got out of hand, he'd just disappear. To him, wealth and assets were insignificant. What? $100 billion for sole armament? Li Si sneered to himself. The next day, Li Si's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Spencer calling. 9. Spencer's voice came through the receiver. 2 of that is from my own shares. So you must support my decision at the board meeting. Otherwise, we'll see whose methods are better. Let's see who survives till the end. Li Si gasped and quickly replied. What are you talking about? My dear chairman, we'll be sharing the same roof from now on. As long as my money isn't harmed, I'll always support you. A month later, Li Si left Umbrella's underground research facility at their European headquarters. Sitting on his private jet, his face was dark with anger. Damn it, what are these idiots doing? Playing around with such a dangerous virus? Are they not afraid of dying? Li Si cursed under his breath. He had already found clues related to this mission and would bet his life that the mission involved the virus leak. As for safety measures, in Li Si's view, they were nonsense. This virus could devastate the entire carbon-based biosphere, and any slight mishandling could lead to a catastrophic disaster with uncountable deaths. Upon returning, Li Si immediately took action. He purchased a large piece of land and began building a fortress to prepare for the potential chaos. Simultaneously, he used his underground connections in Africa, posing as a warlord, to order a massive amount of weapons from the Donghua Republic. The choice of Donghua wasn't out of any patriotic sentiment. It was purely because their products were cheap. The Donghua side took this billion-dollar arms deal very seriously. They not only offered a Bionegetone-free deal but also sent a large number of trainers and even gifted some production lines. Clearly, Donghua was also eager to expand its influence in Africa. The United States would naturally investigate, but with multiple layers of concealment, it would be difficult for them to trace it back to Li Si in the short term. As he delved deeper into Umbrella Corporation, Li Si became increasingly convinced they were digging their own grave. Consequently, he accelerated his plans on all fronts. Medical research became a top priority, and he secretly acquired a pharmaceutical group, relocating it to his private land. He then focused all efforts on developing a vaccine for the virus. As for the samples, Li Si had stealthily stolen them without anyone noticing. Despite Umbrella's seemingly advanced security measures, they were only effective against ordinary people. For someone like Li Si, who had stepped into the extraordinary realm, these defenses were practically non-existent. 2 years later, the world entered 1997. Li Si's wealth not only didn't shrink, but showed an astonishing growth trend. Besides his shares in Umbrella, the total value of his other enterprises in manufacturing and other sectors also surpassed the billion-dollar mark, and this was just the visible figure. Li Si's influence in the Federation grew day by day. For politicians, votes mean everything. Li Si's manufacturing empire provided numerous job opportunities and boosted the entire region's economic development, effectively becoming a vote-generating machine. More importantly, Li Si was generous to politicians and did not interfere much in their affairs. As a result, even when Li Si demarcated an area the size of a county as his private territory, the government turned a blind eye. After all, the factories, equipment, and personnel were all within the Federation, with nowhere to escape, so no one doubted Li Si's intentions. Today, Li Si arrived at the underground area he named Base 7, with the purpose of meeting a captive. In the bright and spacious interrogation room, a woman wearing a red qipao from Donghua sat alone on a chair. She had a beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and a calm demeanor. Li Si pushed the door open and entered, carrying a chair. He sat down across from the woman and got straight to the point. I heard you haven't said a word. I don't think that's appropriate. After all, you intruded on my territory and injured my people. You should say something. The woman in red remained silent. Li Si continued, you must be investigating something, right? When I came in, there was a slight change in your eyes, which means you recognize me. You've already unlocked your handcuffs but haven't made a move, which means you're confirming my identity. His gaze roamed over the woman. You're very beautiful and I believe in gender equality, so please don't do anything dangerous. Otherwise, I'll hurt you just as I would a man. It's always a pity to ruin something beautiful, isn't it? The woman's pupils suddenly contracted, and like a hunting leopard, she lunged at Li Si. However, she stopped just short of touching him. Li Si gently shook the black pistol in his hand. His tone calm. Please sit down and talk. I don't like women being this forward. The woman scrutinized Li Si for a moment, then slowly retreated to her chair and sat down cautiously, careful not to make any sudden movements that might alarm him. She could sense that this man's hand was steady, his draw speed incredibly fast. More importantly, Li Si's eyes were as calm as still water, putting immense pressure on her. She was certain that if she made any further moves, he would not hesitate to shoot her. Seeing the woman cooperate, Li Si smiled and placed the gun flat on his thigh. Good. We've reached a preliminary understanding. No violence is best. Since you don't want to talk, I'll do the talking. If I say something wrong, feel free to correct me. Li Si began his analysis. You're from Donghua. Don't ask me how I know. I can just feel it, just like you can sense that I'm of Donghua descent too. Secondly, you're highly skilled, probably one of the top agents I've ever encountered. But you're not an agent from Donghua, because your outfit is too flashy. Intelligence work isn't a movie, no need for such extravagance. You're also not from the Federation. If the Federation were investigating me, they wouldn't send someone like you to infiltrate my territory. He continued to deduce, so, you must be employed by a private entity. Let me guess, is it Umbrella? Spencer? Oh, apparently not. Then it must be from another sector. Another company investigating this place? Huh. It really is. So you're a corporate spy, but why come to me specifically and not other Umbrella facilities? It seems you came to investigate me personally? Someone is particularly interested in me, which makes me curious as well. The woman couldn't help but speak. How do you do it? Can you read my thoughts? Li Si smiled. Won't you deny it? Or at least argue? The woman shook her head slightly. It's pointless. Li Si clapped his hands. Good. I like your efficient style. So, can you tell me who exactly is investigating me? The woman fell silent once again. Li Si admired the professional ethics of the agent in front of him and decided to ask one last question. Would you like to work for me? The benefits are quite good. A 5-day workweek, no overtime, travel allowances, year-end bonuses, and 2 sponsored trips every year. The female agent simply looked at him with a strange expression, remaining silent. Li Si sighed. All right, let me ask you one last question before you go. What's your name? The woman sighed softly. Ada Wong. Li Si frowned. A federal name? Huh? Don't you have an Eastern Hua name? Seeing the woman remain silent, clearly unwilling to reveal more, Li Si thought for a moment and then said in fluent Chinese, Fine, I'll call you Wang Tsuehua then. This sudden Chinese name caused the first visible emotional reaction from Ada Wong, clearly showing that Li Si's naming skills had somewhat unsettled the agent. Li Si raised his hand, signaling a group of fully armed soldiers to enter the room. Escort Ms. Wang Tsuehua out. Take her to the nearest station from Zone 4. Be careful, she's quite formidable. If she resists, execute her on the spot. Standing up, Li Si scrutinized Ada Wong, his gaze sweeping over her body. This examination made her uncomfortable. It wasn't a lustful gaze, but more like being watched by a cold-blooded predator. As Ada grew tense, Li Si spoke. It doesn't look like you have any place to hide money in that outfit. Never mind, as a fellow countryman, I'll sponsor you with $200. With that, he actually pulled out $200 bills from his pocket. After a moment of thought, he replaced one bill with smaller denominations and some change, totaling exactly $100. After the armed personnel securely restrained Ada Wong, they pushed her out of the room. At the door, Ada looked back at Li Si, who was waving goodbye, and asked in confusion, Are you really letting me go? Li Si's face darkened. Just as Ada thought she had been tricked, he said, What? You want to stay for a meal? Keep dreaming. You turned down my job offer, so you have no right to enjoy our authentic Eastern Hua employee meals. With that, Li Si signaled his subordinates to take Ada Wong away. An hour later, Ada Wong stood at the station waiting for a bus, clutching the money tightly, her mind filled with confusion. It all felt like a surreal dream. Was she really just let go? No, there had to be a catch. He couldn't have let her go so easily. He must be watching her. As Ada's thoughts ran wild, Li Si also set off. His appearance had completely changed. He now looked like a Caucasian from the Federation, with a different build. Watching Ada board the bus, still suspicious, he smiled slightly and got into another vehicle. Li Si had left a tracking mark on Ada Wong, and drones were monitoring her from above. There was no way he would lose track of her anytime soon. He definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. He needed to find out who was behind her. It wasn't just curiosity. The spatial aura lingering on Ada Wong was enough to make Li Si personally investigate. He needed to see which faction had entered the scene and why they targeted him so quickly. Did they know him? Impossible. Did they recognize him as a space trial participant? Also unlikely. As Kaling had once said, those chosen by the extreme evil space could only be detected when they attacked. So the only answer was that his appearance had piqued their curiosity, especially as a high-ranking member of the Umbrella Corporation. It seemed these people knew the plot developments, and Li Si needed to understand the situation. Ada Wong had an undetectable tracking substance silently implanted by Li Si. This substance is invisible and odorless, but can be precisely located with the high-tech device in Li Si's hand. Even bathing or sauna sessions cannot remove it, and it lasts for up to a week. This tracking marvel was recommended by customer service agent Xiao Lu, and despite its low cost, its effectiveness is astonishing, often proving more practical than powerful weapons. Li Si shadowed Ada Wong all the way to Chicago. The female agent was highly vigilant and had not contacted her employer for days. However, Li Si was patient. He planted hidden surveillance equipment in her room while she was out, capturing her every move and communication. After 2 weeks, Ada Wong felt like she was battling ghosts, unable to detect any trackers. Despite this, she remained cautious. She first flew to Africa, traversed the vast savannas, then moved through the South American jungles, and finally met her contact in Luzon. Through the surveillance, Lisi discovered that while the contact had considerable local influence, he had no connection to Lisi and was clearly not the mastermind. After reporting her mission and collecting her payment, Ada Wong left Luzon for Europe. The Luzon family piqued Lisi's interest. Their subtle spatial aura made him uneasy. A thorough investigation revealed that the family had experienced massive financial movements over the past 6 months, far exceeding their actual assets. Tracing these funds, which had been laundered multiple times, led to their final destination in Donghua. Lisi then infiltrated Donghua, searching for the spatial trial participants. In a seemingly ordinary farmhouse restaurant, 2 remaining waitstaff exhibited unusual behavior after the other employees left. The original owner now stood behind them like a subordinate. The young man and woman, despite wearing simple work uniforms, couldn't hide their unique aura. The woman complained, "I'm exhausted. Why do we still have to keep up this disguise? Haven't the funds already been transferred?" The man immediately scolded, "Don't discuss these things here. We're at our most vulnerable now. There may already be trial participants in this world, so we must be cautious." The woman replied nonchalantly, "What's there to fear? They're all in the Federation waiting for the plot to start. They're focused on Alice from Umbrella Corporation and Raccoon City." The man looked around warily. "Enough. We'll talk about this in the secret room." The woman pouted, "This is too cautious. We're here for the trial, not for a work experience." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the roof. "Can you tell me about Umbrella and Raccoon City?" At the sound, the 2 reacted instantly. Without turning back, they dove to the sides, landing already covered in semi-protective tech armor. They each wielded weapons that crackled with electricity, aiming at the roof. Lisi, with a long sword planted on the ground, half crouched on the roof, looked down at the tense pair. "Are you planning to shoot here? With those sci-fi weapons?" The man asked sternly. "Who are you? We don't know each other and have no grudge, right?" Lisi smiled. "No grudge? Why investigate me then? Still pretending not to know me?" The man finally recognized Lisi's face and exclaimed, "It's you? How is this possible? How did you find us?" Lisi effortlessly leapt from the roof, landing without stirring a speck of dust. He held a gun in his right hand and a sword in his left, moving with elegance and composure. This scene made the pair even more nervous. The restaurant owner also rushed out, holding an assault rifle aimed at Lisi. Lisi pointed at something on their bodies. They looked down and their faces instantly changed. Suddenly, at least 10 faintly trembling red dots appeared on their bodies, signaling that danger was quietly approaching. Lisi calmly pulled up a chair and sat down, speaking in a relaxed tone, "Take it easy. Right now, there are at least a dozen high-caliber sniper rifles aimed at you. Your little shields won't withstand this heavy firepower." The man widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're a space trialer?" The woman also looked shocked, which made Lisi frown. His absolute willpower told him their surprise was genuine. Lisi felt puzzled. They didn't doubt he was a space trialer? Then why investigate him? He put away his blood rose and laid his long knife across his lap, motioning for them to sit down. "We have plenty of time tonight. We can chat slowly." At this close range, Lisi was confident he could kill them before they fired. Forced by the situation, the 2 had no choice but to sit down. Although they no longer pointed their guns at Lisi, their hands remained tightly gripping their weapons, ready for any sudden moves. Lisi nodded. "Good. Now, I'll ask a question first, and then you can ask one. Sounds fair, right? Since I suggested it, I'll go first. What's your name?" "Lu Ling." "Hong Feng." Lisi smiled. "All right, I'll take your word for it that these are your names. Now it's your turn. Are you a space trialer? Which space are you from?" Lu Ling asked eagerly. Lisi wagged his finger. No, you can only ask one question." Lu Ling quickly adjusted his question. "What space are you a trialer from?" This question cleverly encompassed both pieces of information they wanted to know. Lisi answered straightforwardly, "I'm from the extreme evil space." Seeing their confused expressions, Lisi added, "Also known as the overseer space." They still looked bewildered, which puzzled Lisi. It seemed they really hadn't heard of the extreme evil space, likely because trialers rarely encountered its members. Lisi nodded. "My turn. What world is this?" Hong Feng looked at Lisi in surprise. "You don't know? This is the Resident Evil world." Lisi didn't respond, indicating they could continue asking questions. Hong Feng eagerly asked, "How did you do it? Becoming a high-ranking official in the Umbrella Corporation?" Lisi thought for a moment and replied, "Bought my way in." "My turn. What's your mission?" Their expressions showed some struggle, but eventually, Lu Ling sighed and said, "To preserve as much of humanity as possible, to save as many human lives as we can." This shouldn't conflict with your mission in Raccoon City, right? Li Si suddenly stood up, startling them into raising their guns again. He asked in a serious tone, "Are you saying this world's civilization could be destroyed?" Lu Ling gave Li Si a strange look. "You really don't know the Resident Evil storyline?" Li Si sat back down. "Tell me about the information you have on this world." Half an hour later, after listening to their explanation, Li Si felt very confused. How did a zombie outbreak happen? What's even stranger is that humanity was overrun by a bunch of brainless zombies. That makes no sense. Even if Spencer had some purification plan, how could the Umbrella Corporation alone topple the entire world? With just those mindless pieces of rotting flesh? Li Si furrowed his brow in thought. The virus's power was indeed astonishing, but it seemed to lack something crucial to completely wipe out human civilization. He looked up at Lu Ling and Hong Feng, his eyes glimmering with confusion. How is this even possible? Li Si blurted out. How is what possible? Lu Ling asked, utterly perplexed. Li Si pressed on urgently. I mean, how does a biohazard destroy all of human civilization? Hong Feng sighed softly and explained. You might not fully understand Umbrella Corporation's inner workings. They have many bioweapons. Li Si raised a hand to interrupt, a hint of disdain in his voice. I know, you're talking about things like the Tyrant, right? Those are just small fries. They can be taken out with a tank shell. The Nemesis Project's trackers are a bit better, but still quite limited. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock. Are you really part of Umbrella's top management? Li Si raised an eyebrow and said proudly, Of course. I paid a hefty price for it. I'm one of the original 12 board members of Umbrella. I know all their projects. What about the Alice Project? Hong Feng asked tentatively. Li Si corrected. After hearing your explanation, I realize that's actually the Athena Project. I'll look into the details later. He paused, still looking puzzled. But tell me, how exactly did Umbrella destroy the world? Isn't it obvious? The virus spread. Lu Ling replied simply. Li Si shook his head, clearly unimpressed. I know about that. While it's highly contagious and can linger in the air, it loses its potency over time. Plus, there's a vaccine. It has a 75 immunity rate, which isn't bad. But the vaccine production is low and there's not enough for everyone, Hong Feng added. Li Si scratched his head and countered. I concede that there's not enough for the entire human race, but who told you production is low? I might not know about other departments, but just from Umbrella's visible pharmaceutical factories, if they switched to vaccine production, they could produce hundreds of thousands of doses a month. My own pharmaceutical plant can churn out tens of thousands of doses monthly. I have nearly 1 million doses in stock right now. Lu Ling exclaimed. You have a virus vaccine production line? Li Si nodded in confirmation. Yes, I do. I'm a board member and the overseer of the hive in Wyoming. We have the virus, virus, and plaga parasites at my facility, along with live samples of the tyrant. He continued, So, your idea that biological or airborne transmission could destroy human civilization is hard to believe. I know these things too well. They are indeed destructive, and a large-scale leak could cause massive casualties. A sudden zombie outbreak might wipe out a few cities, but they can't stand up to heavily armed forces. And with airborne transmission, the virus will die off eventually, spreading maybe a few dozen kilometers at most. Plus, large-scale zombie migration to attack cities is even less feasible. Walking day and night, they might cover 50 kilometers in a day? Hong Feng shook his head and replied, We don't know the specifics, but the world fell within a few years after the Raccoon City outbreak. In the end, only a few thousand humans survived, and it was Alice's intervention that ended the zombie crisis. Li Si frowned, his tone becoming serious. There are many conflicting pieces of information here. First, the virus was developed by Dr. Marcus, who has been dead for a long time. The current head of Umbrella is Oswell E. Spencer, a tough old guy. As for Dr. Charles Alfred in Raccoon City, I know him. He merely improved the virus for use in treating specific diseases. He continued, Secondly, the current head of the hive in Raccoon City is Dr. William Birkin, a student of Dr. Marcus and the main discoverer of the virus. Lastly, Raccoon City doesn't just have one hive. There are 2 other secret Umbrella research facilities nearby in the Arkley Mountains. Li Si's words left Lu Ling and Hong Feng equally puzzled. They exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of it all. Suddenly, Li Si asked, Are you planning to set up a base for restarting civilization in Donghua? Lu Ling didn't hide it and answered frankly, Yes. The people here share our genetic makeup, making it easier for us to operate. Li Si pondered for a moment before looking up at them. What's your minimum goal for preserving humanity? What's your plan? Hong Feng activated a device on his wrist, projecting a 3-dimensional map into the air. Pointing at the map, he explained, We plan to use those abandoned anti-aircraft storage bunkers, reinforce them, and turn them into fortresses. There are 7 bases, each capable of supporting 20,000 people, with enough supplies to last 10 years. Li Si stood in front of the holographic projection in the command center, explaining the mission objectives to Lu Ling and Hong Feng. Our minimum goal is to save 20,000 people. If we're lucky, we might end up with over 50,000 survivors. He turned to them, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. How many recruits does your reform space have right now? Lu Ling quickly responded. A total of 1,800, with 156 already deployed. Li Si suddenly smiled and extended his hand. I'm Li Si, from the extreme evil space. We're your allies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ling and Hong Feng's expressions turned peculiar. A message popped up on their mission panels, confirming the authenticity of the Extreme Evil Space Alliance. In a conversation with Ing Kaling, Li Si learned about the unique advantages of the reform space. Although their combat strength was not high, they had a unique recruitment system. Depending on their rank, these recruits could summon different numbers of assistants. These assistants were not only physically top-notch, but also skilled in using weapons. Li Si continued to ask, how much source gold do you have left? The two exchanged glances before Lu Ling answered, combined, we have 97 kilograms. We plan to use 3 kilograms to exchange for gold as startup capital, and the rest to trade for materials. Li Si nodded and asked, how much source gold is needed for your highest ranking recruit? Third rank, ordinary intelligent recruits, each requiring 35 grams of source gold. Hong Feng replied. After quickly calculating, Li Si said, summon all of them into third rank recruits. I will provide the resources needed for your fortress and an additional $20 billion as startup capital. There are 19 months left before the crisis breaks out, and I can secure all the resources you need. He continued. Additionally, you need to acquire a pharmaceutical group in Donghua. I will give you the manufacturing process and formula for the vaccine. Produce as much as you can. On my end, I'll also produce as much as possible, and by the time the crisis hits, I should be able to supply you with 20 million doses. Hong Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, by the way, how did you go from a monster hunter to the big boss? Any secrets? Li Si smiled and replied, if you had come 10 years earlier, with your high-tech equipment, you might have done even better than me. You might have even acquired the Umbrella Corporation. The crowd took Li Si's modest words as mere politeness. They were well aware that someone who could build such a vast empire must possess extraordinary skills. However, Li Si was curious about one thing. He looked at Hong Feng and Lu Ling and asked, since you didn't know I was a space trialist, why did you investigate me? Hong Feng gave an awkward smile and explained, because you look like someone from Donghua. We originally planned to replace you. As long as we could control you, we could use technology to mimic your appearance. Li Si suddenly understood. They were eyeing his massive enterprise. But he had another question. Why didn't you suspect I was a trialist? After all, a sudden appearance of a new high-ranking executive in Umbrella Corporation should have raised some eyebrows, right? The two explained that they only knew some of the high-ranking members of Umbrella Corporation, such as Weskier. As for the composition of the board of directors, they were clueless. Based on the movie plots, they could infer that there were Donghua or Asian directors involved. They had never heard of the board members Li Si mentioned, like Spencer. Weskier, being one of Marcus's disciples and a peer of William Birkin, was a character they were more familiar with. The people they knew were mainly the protagonists from the movies, who were completely unknown to Li Si. He silently noted these names, planning to investigate them thoroughly later. Li Si solemnly promised the two, from now on, I will fully support your development and do my best to prevent the outbreak of the biohazard. If it becomes unavoidable, I will do everything I can to delay it. Lu Ling, however, did not let this unexpected help get to his head. He cautiously asked, forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Li Si, but even though our spaces are allies, do you have any demands for helping us this much? Li Si smiled and replied, I was once helped by a predecessor from a reformed space. Consider this as returning the favor. Additionally, there might come a time when I need your assistance. I don't know what that will be yet, but I promise it won't put you in a difficult position. In fact, after talking with them, Li Si became suspicious of the biohazard crisis. More importantly, his main mission had suddenly updated to find the root cause of the biohazard apocalypse. Li Si, already curious about the possibility of a biohazard apocalypse, now had even more motivation to investigate. Having a clear goal was far more interesting than merely making money and living a mundane life. Upon returning to the United States, Li Si initiated large-scale operations that left many people baffled. He withdrew enormous sums of cash from the financial sector and invested them in various basic industries. It was as if Wyoming and Idaho were hit by a wave of prosperity, with new factories opening every day. The lucrative salaries and abundant job opportunities attracted people from neighboring states. Although Li Si's factories had strict regulations and did not allow the formation of unions, causing some dissatisfaction, all the politicians in both states unanimously declared that anyone causing trouble would be dealt with severely. They couldn't afford to let this golden goose slip away, as it was tied to their votes and substantial election funding. However, the market was skeptical about Li Si's seemingly reckless actions. Analysts calculated that while Li Si's massive industrial complex had impressive production capacity, It lacked competitiveness in the market. Wall Street estimated that within 3 years, Lee See's industrial zone would collapse entirely. In fact, it might not even last 2 years. But Lee See wasn't aiming to make money. He thought, with the apocalypse looming, converting cash into physical resources was the smart move. Simultaneously, Lee See took advantage of his large-scale factory investments to transfer significant funds to Donghua. Li Ling and his team used Lee See's funds to import industrial equipment and materials, essentially draining the United States of its resources. The U.S. government was thrilled at the opportunity to profit from Donghua and even provided technical support to Lee See's industrial zone. Meanwhile, Donghua fully supported Li Ling's efforts to both develop industry and introduce foreign advanced technology. Policies were greenlight, and Donghua's abundant human resources were a significant advantage. Thus, the forces of Li Si and Li Ling began to expand rapidly. Although this left-than-right-than maneuver couldn't last indefinitely, Li Si and his allies only needed to grow their strength as quickly as possible. They were acutely aware of the urgency and knew they had to maximize their power within the limited time they had. Finally, when Li Si began gradually reducing his shares in the Umbrella Corporation, Spencer sensed something was amiss. He sharply noticed the recent series of actions taken by Li Si, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Spencer immediately confronted Li Si, his brow furrowed, demanding that he cease his stock sell-off and questioning, "Why have you suddenly started investing in other basic industries?" Li Si sneered and retorted bluntly, "What a joke. It's my money. I'll spend it however I want." Despite the harsh words, both men knew they were holding back the full truth. In the end, Spencer personally bought 3 of Li Si's shares at a high price, attempting to prevent further sell-offs. Sensing an opportunity, Li Si made a demand: full control over the hive in Wyoming. In the days that followed, a silent battle unfolded between the two. Li Si was eager to uncover what Spencer had up his sleeve that could plunge the world into chaos, while Spencer was desperate to figure out what Li Si had discovered that made him so aggressive. Li Si was determined to go head-to-head with Spencer, or rather, with the entire Umbrella Corporation. Over the past year, he had secretly recruited and trained a large number of armed personnel, a force so substantial that even the Donghua instructors at the African base were uneasy. A force of 50,000 troops, trained in secrecy, had drawn attention from various quarters. Countries were sending numerous soldiers to infiltrate this mysterious army, and Li Si welcomed these spies with open arms. By May 1998, Li Si, who had been closely monitoring Raccoon City, noticed some unusual signs. Local news reported that tourists had been attacked and killed in the nearby forests, with survivors giving wildly varying descriptions. Some claimed it was a cannibal, while others described a ferocious canine-like creature. Upon hearing this, Li Si's heart sank as he realized that the biovirus might have leaked. Intelligence from Li Ling informed him that Raccoon City would face a full-blown crisis on September 22nd, mirroring the start of the second Resident Evil movie. Although details were unclear, it was widely believed that a hive leak would lead to the disaster, turning Raccoon City into a zombie-infested nightmare. Li Si recalled the plot of the first movie. A team of mercenaries, under orders from the Umbrella Corporation, entered the hive where they encountered the unconscious Alice. After a series of harrowing crises, only a few managed to escape, only to be captured by Umbrella personnel. By the start of the second movie, some time had passed, and Alice awakened to find Raccoon City in ruins. This timeline puzzled Li Si. Logically, after Alice and the others escaped the hive and were captured, Umbrella should have immediately deployed substantial armed forces to clear out the zombies in the hive. Even one of Li Si's tactical teams, with just 150 members, could easily sweep the entire hive. Could Umbrella really have ignored the situation afterwards? That seemed impossible. Umbrella wasn't arrogant enough to openly defy the entire world. Li Si speculated that Alice's adventure in the hive must have occurred well before September 22nd, with a significant time gap. The recent cannibalistic attacks around Raccoon City were likely just the prelude to the impending disaster. With this realization, Li Si made a swift decision to head to Raccoon City immediately, determined to witness firsthand how this catastrophic drama would unfold. "Mr. Li, here is your room key. Enjoy your stay in Raccoon City." The front desk clerk handed over the keycard with a smile. Li accepted it, pulled out a bill from his wallet as a tip, and nodded politely in thanks. Once inside his room, Li quickly locked the door and retrieved a small communicator from his spatial backpack. He pressed a few buttons swiftly and whispered, "I'm at the Green Hotel. Meet me at Central Park in an hour." An hour later, Li entered Central Park. He astutely noticed that several seemingly ordinary passers-by were actually his subordinates, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Approaching a bench, he sat down with his back to a burly man. "John, give me an update on our forces' deployment in Raccoon City," Li said quietly, his eyes scanning the area. John succinctly reported the status of various squads. Nightjar Squad, 150 members disguised as firefighters. Grey Crow Squad, lurking in the parts factory. Bison Squad, dispersed within the police station. And Bullet Ant and Rattlesnake Squads, hidden in a furniture factory. Satisfied with the report, Lise nodded. Knowing the biohazard outbreak was imminent in Raccoon City, he had preemptively assembled 7 squads, totaling 1,000 personnel, to gradually infiltrate the small city with a population of just over 10,000. Considering Raccoon City's location in Colorado, bordering his territory, Lise could easily summon additional reinforcements, including the expanded National Guard of 40,000 troops. However, Lise's infiltration of the police station was still insufficient. He was aware that one of the main characters, Jill, was at the Raccoon City Police Department, but due to Weskier's presence, he couldn't risk sending too many people in. Currently, only a few dozen subordinates were scattered throughout the police station, tasked with monitoring its activities. Lise decided to personally investigate the bioviral leak in the Arkley Mountains. As his subordinates gradually dispersed, he was about to stand up when he felt something at his feet. Looking down, he saw a small American short-hair kitten with large, pleading eyes staring up at him. "You're adorable, but I have important business to attend to. I'll feed you later," Lise murmured, preparing to leave. However, 10 minutes later, Lise was still sitting on the bench, playing with the kitten. After feeding it some sausage, he sternly said, "All right, I really need to go save the world now. You can't hold me back." The kitten, unimpressed, stretched lazily and jumped onto Lise's lap, purring contentedly. Lise sighed, "Okay, just 10 more minutes." As evening approached and the streetlights flickered on, Lise picked up the kitten with a cold expression and said, "Speak. Are you a space trial participant in disguise? Or a new bioweapon from Spencer's lab? You've wasted my entire afternoon. I manage thousands of people and can't afford to squander my time like this." The kitten quietly licked its paw in his hand, occasionally meowing at Lise. Suddenly, Lise chuckled and petted the kitten's head. "You're a cute little thing, aren't you? But I really need to go save the world. You don't want to turn into a zombie kitty, do you?" He set the kitten down and turned to leave the park. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back to see the kitten struggling to catch up. The kitten obediently sat at his feet, looking up at him. After a long moment of eye contact, Lise finally gave in. "Ah, what a formidable creature you are. Fine, you win." Lise sighed, gently placing the kitten into his jacket pocket and headed back towards the hotel. "Sir, pets are not allowed in our hotel," the front desk clerk firmly stated. Lise smiled knowingly and pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "I know," he said softly, sliding $200 across the counter. "Could you get some cat food and supplies for me?" The clerk frowned even more. Sorry sir, we don't allow cats here." Lise calmly added another $100 to the stack. "I understand, but here's $300. The clerk's resolve began to waver, but he still insisted. "I'm sorry, sir." Lise took a deep breath and pulled out 2 more $100 bills, pushing them towards the clerk. $500 should cover everything, right? The clerk finally relented, pocketing the money with a professional smile. "All right, sir. I wish you and your pet good health." In the elevator, Lise looked at the kitten, poking its head out of his backpack, and gently tapped its nose with his finger. "You little rascal. You cost me 10 times the price of a standard room here, which is just $50 a night." The kitten let out a soft meow, as if in response. Lise playfully tugged its tiny ear, half exasperated and half affectionate. "Money doesn't grow on trees, you know? Well, even if it did, I doubt it would be as much as I earn." Back in his room, Lise carefully settled the kitten and prepared to head to the Arkley Mountains near Raccoon City. Before leaving, he crouched down and spoke to the kitten, staring up at him with wide eyes. "Where I'm going is very dangerous. There are zombie dogs there that could gobble up little kittens like you. Wait here for me." Lise took a taxi to the outskirts of Raccoon City. The driver kept warning him about recent wild animal attacks in the area. Lise assured him that he was a journalist, there to investigate and take a few photos. Upon reaching his destination, Lise found the forest deserted, with numerous warning signs posted around. Undeterred, he stepped into the forest and quickened his pace, hoping to find evidence of the biohazard outbreak. If the forest yielded nothing, Lise planned to visit 2 Umbrella Corporation sites, the abandoned training facility and the Spencer Mansion, under which the Arkley research facility was hidden. As a board member, Lise knew these locations well. He suspected that if there was a biohazard outbreak, the source would be beneath the mansion. While meticulously searching the woods, a dark figure suddenly leaped out from the nearby bushes. Lise reacted instantly, drawing the combat knife strapped to his thigh and swiftly decapitating the attacker. He knelt to examine the corpse of the Cerberus. Its body was riddled with sores, some areas revealing bone. Lise took out his recorder and began documenting. Without inhibitors, MA39 decays rapidly, but its lethality remains high. After recording, he snapped a series of photos of the creature's remains with his camera. As he continued, Lise encountered various animals infected with the virus. Each time, he observed and recorded his findings. The virus exhibits extreme contagion, posing a lethal threat to all carbon-based life. Infected wildlife lacks the capabilities of original organisms and is significantly inferior to engineered bioweapons. Occasionally, wild-virus infections result in unique mutations, mostly detrimental, leading to pronounced weaknesses. No insect infections observed so far. No plant infections either. Samples collected for further analysis. Throughout his journey, Li Si fought off infected creatures, documented his discoveries, and collected samples. His movements were precise and efficient, his eyes reflecting a professional calmness, as if these dangerous infected were just ordinary subjects in his investigation. As Li Si approached the Arkley mansion, he cautiously activated his primal power to mask his life signals. This move allowed him to move like a ghost among the infected creatures, completely undetected. In the distance, a brightly lit giant mansion stood, with the surrounding area thoroughly cleared. A train was parked a few hundred meters from the mansion, and workers in hazmat suits were bustling around like ants, unloading cargo from the train cars. Li Si controlled a miniature drone, silently recording everything. The drone then flew to the underside of the train, where its magnetic device activated, securely attaching it to the train's bottom. Besides the train, there were also transport helicopters occasionally landing at a temporary landing zone, unloading heavy containers. Li Si felt a compelling urge to get closer to investigate, but the area was not only guarded by bioweapons, but also filled with various high-tech surveillance devices. The strong shielding of the underground base made it difficult for Li Si's drone to conduct in-depth reconnaissance. However, Li Si did not come away empty-handed. He saw two people directing the scene. One was Weskier, who was still wearing sunglasses late at night, and the other was his senior, William. These two held prominent positions in the Umbrella Corporation as important researchers and project leaders. Li Si suspected that the death of virus discoverer Marcus was closely related to these two good students. After Marcus's death, they almost monopolized all of Marcus's findings, inheriting his position and authority within the company. On the surface, Marcus's research results were being slowly erased, and these two were the masterminds behind it. Their presence here made Li Si uneasy. Why would William, the director of the Raccoon City Hive, bring so many people away from the hive to the Arkley Mansion research facility? It was almost like they were moving house. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Li Si's mind. Could there be a problem with the Raccoon City Hive? Could there have been a biovirus leak there? This thought prompted Li Si to leave the Arkley Mountains immediately. Back at the hotel, he didn't even bother to pet his cat and quickly ordered his subordinates to report the latest situation of the hive. However, his subordinates could only monitor the mansion above ground and knew nothing about the underground situation. Li Si silently cursed. Spencer, that aristocratic old fool. Why is he so obsessed with using mansions as disguises? Almost every secret base has a mansion as a cover. It's practically a mansion fetish. Next, Li Si used his level 9 clearance at Umbrella Corporation to start reviewing the logs of the Raccoon City Hive. He discovered that the hive had not updated its logs for over 30 hours, even though regulations required updates every 12 hours. This further confirmed that there was indeed a problem with the hive, and the reason the full alert had not been triggered was likely because Spencer had used his highest authority to lock it down. Using his subordinates' hacking skills, Li Si infiltrated several traffic cameras near the mansion. He found that 48 hours ago, a large number of vehicles had left through various hidden passages, not to mention other unknown exits. Even as a member of Umbrella's board, Li Si could not access all the information about the Raccoon City Hive. This was Umbrella's rule. Each board member had their own jurisdiction and did not interfere with others. Combining this with Liu Ling's intelligence, Li Si realized that the plot of the Resident Evil movie might be about to unfold. He immediately ordered his subordinate John to assemble a 150-man Seagull strike team, dividing it into 15 squads to encircle the mansion above the hive. Meanwhile, other teams were put on standby, ready to respond to any worsening situation. Li Si decided to infiltrate the hive himself to verify his suspicions. He donned a disguise resembling a human skin mask, completely changing his appearance. In the afternoon, Li Si quietly entered the now-sealed mansion through the ventilation ducts. However, the scene before him made Li Si's eyes widen. There were dozens of people lying in the mansion's hall. They were men and women, young and old, all wearing various Umbrella Corporation uniforms. These people lay quietly on the ground as if they were asleep. But Li Si knew this could be the beginning of a disaster. Li Si looked around, and the scene before him made him frown. Dozens of people lay unconscious on the ground. While that in itself wasn't surprising, what puzzled him was that these people were divided into several groups, each surrounded by a protective shield of a different color. He quickly counted the groups and thought to himself, damn it, 5 different spaces? He realized that these shields represented protective systems for trials from different spaces. Has Raccoon City's hive become a common trial point for 5 spaces? Is this some kind of novice village? He tried touching each shield, hoping to discern their origins. Unfortunately, the task panel provided no hints, and Li Si had never encountered trial participants from other spaces, making it impossible to judge. However, he did recognize one space, the main god space. His last battle with Kintaro had been recorded by his task system. The main god space had the most participants, totaling 14 people, a mix of men and women, young and old, most dressed in lab coats. Li Si reminded himself that these lab workers were likely test subjects rather than researchers. The other 4 spaces each had distinct characteristics. Light blue shield, only 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all East Asian, dressed in researcher lab coats. Gray-black shield, 7 people, mostly men, wearing maintenance engineer uniforms. Murky yellow shield, 9 people, a mix of janitors and researchers. Golden yellow shield, 5 people, all muscular men over 1.8 meters tall, wearing security uniforms. Except for the main god space and the light blue space, the other spaces had participants of diverse ethnicities. As Li Si observed closely, several shields began to ripple. The people inside gradually woke up, with cries and shouts filling the air. Li Si shook his head, thinking that this batch of trial participants seemed quite lacking. From their conversations, he deduced that this was their first time being transported by the space. However, not everyone reacted so poorly. The 3 from the light blue space awoke almost instantly and started attacking each other without a word. Their movements were agile and powerful, clearly beyond ordinary human capabilities. Even more striking was the life energy flowing within them, enhancing their offensive and defensive abilities and allowing them to briefly hover. Is this some kind of internal energy? Li Si wondered. The 5 burly men from the golden yellow shield also caught Li Si's attention. Upon waking, they immediately assumed combat stances, briefly communicated to confirm each other's identities, and then formed a defensive formation, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Li Si noticed that these men seemed uncomfortable with their faces exposed, constantly looking for something to cover them. After a moment of chaos, the protective shields in each space began issuing commands. The objective was the same for all: survive. The shields' voices were cold and authoritative, listing strict rules. No leaking information to characters within the plot. Always stay within 100 meters of the main character team. And absolutely no communication with trial participants from other spaces. The final rule was particularly severe violators would be executed immediately. The trial participants reacted differently. In the pale blue space, 3 martial artists dressed in modern clothing curiously observed the surrounding shields, their eyes filled with caution and curiosity. In the Lord God space, participants appeared panic-stricken. Some begged for mercy loudly, others threatened viciously, and a few cursed as if unable to accept the reality before them. Meanwhile, the participants in the golden space exhibited a fanatical loyalty, kneeling on one knee in unison and staring fervently at the shields as if awaiting some divine command. Suddenly, all the shields began a synchronized 30-second countdown. As the final second ticked away, the shields exploded violently, sending trial participants sprawling to the ground like leaves blown by the wind. Li Si keenly noticed 2 new changes. First, there was an additional person in the mansion, a new life signal approaching from the direction of the bathroom. Second, the previously inactive surveillance cameras had started working again. Li Si quickly snapped photos of all the trial participants and began searching the Umbrella Corporation's database. To his surprise, these individuals all had registered identities, evidently implanted by the space. At that moment, John's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. "Boss, there's a man approaching the mansion. Should we take action?" Li Si immediately realized this might be one of the main characters and decisively ordered to stand down. The mansion's hall was in chaos. The disappearance of the shields had plunged the trial participants from the 5 spaces into a standoff. They eyed each other warily, with a mix of curiosity and concern, ultimately choosing silence. The 5 groups quickly separated, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Amid this eerie silence, the door creaked open. A woman in a red dress Alice walked in. Seeing the scene before her, she was visibly startled and asked in confusion, "Who are you people? Where is this? How did I, Her words trailed off as dozens of eyes stared at her, making her feel a chill down her spine. "Do you know me?" Alice asked tentatively. "Yes. You're Ali." A young man from the Lord God space excitedly began to speak. But before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his orifices. A cold, merciless voice echoed in all the trial participants' minds, leaking main plot information. Execution. This scene shattered the psychological defenses of some. 3 female trial participants screamed hysterically, dashing out of the mansion while shouting for help. Their intense survival instinct gave them incredible speed, allowing them to run dozens of meters in a single breath. Seeing someone take the lead, others followed suit, rushing madly towards the mansion's exit. Only the 5 warriors from the golden space and the 3 martial artists from the pale blue space remained calm, not acting rashly. Li Si watched this unfold through the surveillance, amazed at their reactions. His earpiece crackled again. "Boss, I see people rushing out. Should we take action?" Li Si replied sternly, "Hold your ground. We need to understand the situation first. However, the escapees soon met a gruesome fate. The three women who had run first suddenly stopped, terror etched on their faces. The men following closely behind witnessed an unforgettable sight. The women's heads exploded instantly, brain matter, blood, and bone fragments splattering within a few meters. Two men nearest to them were unfortunate enough to taste the warm brain matter. Before they could react, the cold voice echoed in their minds again, straying more than 100 meters from the main character. Execution. As soon as the words were spoken, the heads of the two men also exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The horrific deaths of these five finally made the others realize the gravity of the situation. The survivors scrambled back to the mansion, fearing they might be the next victims. Alice stepped out of the mansion to see what was happening, just in time to see several people stumbling back in. In the distance, a flock of birds took flight from the trees, their wings flapping frantically as if they too were fleeing from this ominous place. Boss. A Black Hawk helicopter is approaching at low altitude. It'll be over the mansion in about a minute. The urgent warning came through the communicator. Lisi responded with a blank expression. Ignore them. Stay nearby. Until you hear from me again. Eliminate any creature that comes out of the mansion. He then began to quickly gather his gear. Skillfully, he removed his weapons and equipment, placing them into a spatial backpack. He pulled out an ID from his pocket and tucked it inside his jacket. A DSLR camera hung around his neck, giving him the appearance of an ordinary photography enthusiast. Standing in front of the mirror, Lisi scrutinized his disguise. He put on a pair of glasses and nodded in satisfaction. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he held the camera and posed as a curious journalist, cautiously wandering through the mansion, deliberately exposing himself to the surveillance cameras. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall. Amidst the noise and panicked shouts, it seemed that another key player, Matt, had arrived on the scene. Shortly after, a deafening explosion rocked the hall, plunging it into further chaos. Gunfire erupted, and screams echoed incessantly. Lisi observed the situation outside through a crack in the door. A fully armed squad had stormed in, swiftly taking control and forcing all the trial participants to the ground. Surprisingly, even the powerful figures like the Golden Five Warriors and the three heroes didn't resist but knelt with their heads down. In contrast, the truly powerless trial participants struggled and yelled until the armed personnel harshly subdued them with rifle butts. Lisi silently counted the casualties. From the beginning of the incident until now, 11 trial participants had been killed, including those shot by the armed personnel. 7 were from the main god space, making Lisi doubt the overall quality of its trial participants. The remaining 4 were equally split between the murky yellow space and the gray-black space. Contrary to Lu Ling's earlier mention of a 6-man team, the force that stormed the mansion was a well-equipped, elite unit of 18. Lisi speculated that this adjustment was made in response to the large number of trial participants. Seeing the hall under control, Lisi quietly opened a cabinet in the room and hid inside. Soon after, he intentionally made some noise, quickly drawing the attention of the armed personnel searching the mansion. I'm a journalist. You can't treat me like this, Lisi shouted, feigning panic. However, the mercenaries ignored his pleas and dragged him to Matt's side. A mercenary reported to the Black Captain, James, Captain, the mansion is clear. No one else is hiding. We've verified their identities. Except for the journalist and the cop, they're all company employees. While the mercenaries were busy checking their equipment, Lisi began to recall the plot of the Resident Evil movie that Lu Ling had told him about. His thoughts drifted to the fictional hive base, and vivid scenes of intense action flashed through his mind. A corporate spy steals the virus and releases it inside the hive to create chaos. The AI, Red Queen, activates the highest defense mechanisms, locking down the entire underground base and mercilessly killing all humans to prevent the virus from escaping. After losing contact, the Umbrella Corporation sends a mercenary team led by the African-American James to investigate. Lisi frowned slightly as he remembered Alice, the security officer at the mansion entrance to the hive, who was rendered unconscious by the anesthetic gas released by the Red Queen. The mercenaries find her and Matt, who is disguised as a police officer, along with the corporate spy Spence. Together, they venture into the hive, struggling to survive amidst zombie attacks. In the end, only Alice and Matt manage to escape. However, to Lisi, these plot points seemed utterly absurd. He shook his head softly and shifted his thoughts to the familiar hive in Wyoming. There, any virus leak would trigger immediate lockdown and neutralization protocols, making a full-scale crisis impossible. He mentally calculated the data: a 13 fatality rate, 7 mutation rate, and 6 unknown outcomes, but a 74 immunity rate that would allow people to calmly receive treatment. Lisi's thoughts continued to flow, recalling the real procedures for handling biohazard leaks. Genetically modified bioweapons would serve as the initial cleanup force, followed by human armed units. He doubted that a corporate spy could access high-level virus samples and found himself increasingly intrigued by the mysterious Alice. Just as Li Si was lost in thought, the mercenaries made their decision and prepared to lead everyone into the hive. The faces of the test subjects were ashen. Some cried and begged for mercy, but they had no choice but to move forward under the threat of guns. They arrived at the underground station where the bright lights illuminated the prominent umbrella logo on the train. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Someone had a mental breakdown, shouting that there were monsters below. Another tried to escape but was swiftly shot down. The gunfire echoed through the empty station, sending chills down everyone's spine. The African-American captain calmly turned to those who claimed there were monsters, his sharp gaze filled with menace, and began to press for more details. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire station, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the terrifying truth that was about to be revealed. But the trial participants, already terrified by the brutal methods of the space, dared not reveal any plot details. The black captain, James, scanned the crowd with an icy gaze, signaling his subordinates to begin the interrogation. The seemingly ordinary elderly and children quickly broke under the harsh punishment. The first person who couldn't endure it was executed mercilessly by the space before they could provide any valuable information. 2 bodies lay on the ground, bleeding from the orifices, their faces twisted in agony. This gruesome scene shattered the mental defenses of a female trial participant, who sat on the ground in a daze, her eyes vacant. The other trial participants, witnessing this, were overwhelmed with fear and dared not make a sound. James frowned and said, "The anesthetics in their bodies haven't fully metabolized. They can't withstand heavy torture." His gaze shifted to the 5 brawny men. Sensing the mercenary captain's attention, one of them quickly explained, "Sorry, sir, our memories haven't returned. We can't remember anything right now." Hearing this, the other trial participants saw a glimmer of hope for escape. However, James clearly had no intention of letting it go. Just as he was about to choose the next lucky one, the sudden sound of a camera shutter drew everyone's attention. Lise was seen excitedly taking photos of the surroundings, particularly focusing on the corpses of the trial participants killed by the mercenaries and the nearby mercenaries. James approached him and demanded, "What are you doing?" Lise, unafraid, replied confidently, "I'm taking photos. Don't obstruct my freedom of the press. I'm a journalist. I have the right to document all of this." James pointed to himself, half jokingly, "So, Mr. Journalist, can you take a majestic photo of me?" "Of course." Lise readily agreed and pressed the shutter. James glanced at the photo, then suddenly snatched the camera and handed it to a companion. He coldly said to Lise, "Mr. Journalist, you took a good photo. I like it, but now I need to keep it for a while. I'll return it once the photos are developed. Okay?" Lise glared at him, protesting, "No way. This is robbery." James raised his assault rifle, pressing the muzzle against Lisa's forehead. "How about now?" Lisa immediately put on a sheepish smile. "Hey, buddy, calm down. If you had said so earlier, I would have agreed right away." James snorted and turned away. Lise then ran to the mentally broken woman, attempting to bandage her wounds. During the process, the frantic woman scratched him. Alice saw this and came over to help treat his injury. A young woman from the 3 warriors also joined in the rescue efforts. The black captain said nothing about this, merely ordering his men to start the train, preparing to enter the hive. During this time, they found the unconscious corporate spy, Spence, who also appeared to have lost his memory. As the train slowly started, the trial participants gazed into the seemingly endless tunnel ahead, their fears surging like a tide, impossible to calm. The woman on the platform was left behind by the mercenaries, to be picked up on their return trip. The trial participants knew all too well that she had no chance of survival. As the train slowly pulled away, the spatial rules acted like an invisible executioner, ready to mercilessly kill her if she strayed more than 100 meters from the main characters. Despite understanding this cruel fate, none of the trial participants spoke up to stop it. Even her teammates from the gray-black space didn't lend a hand. A suffocating tension filled the train carriage. Earlier, Lisi had intentionally approached the madwoman, allowing her to scratch him. This seemingly insignificant contact was deemed a valid attack by the extreme evil space. The mission panel immediately displayed the name of the space the madwoman belonged to, Purgatory Space. Lisi had heard of this space before. It was said to specialize in nurturing sinister characters akin to Voldemort and cunning tricksters. However, it seemed these trial participants had no opportunity to stir up trouble for the time being. This encounter gave Lisi an advantage. He could now identify members of Purgatory Space in future encounters. 5 more people perished on the platform, including the madwoman. Among them, 2 were from the main god space, 1 from Purgatory Space, and 2 from the murky yellow space. After entering the hive, the numbers for each trial team changed as follows. Main god space had only 5 people left, Purgatory Space also had 5, and murky yellow space was down to 4. The golden 5 warriors and the 3 heroes were unscathed. Excluding Li Si, there were 22 trial participants left, nearly half of them gone. The group consisted of 18 mercenaries, the absolute protagonist Alice, the fake cop Matt, the amnesiac double agent Spence, and the ultimate double agent Li Si, spanning different professions, companies, and worlds. They were scattered across 2 train carriages. In Li Si's carriage, aside from a few mercenaries on guard duty, most of the passengers were trial participants. Among the remaining members of the main god space, a refined-looking office worker quietly asked his companion, "I don't remember there being this many mercenaries, do you?" A scholarly woman beside him replied softly, "Maybe there are more of us, so the plot has changed." A nervous-looking college student said, "That's bad. Doesn't that mean the plot will change drastically? Without the advantage of knowing the plot, won't we die even faster?" His words made another woman's face turn even paler. The last man, who was silent and reserved, leaned against the carriage wall with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The office worker suggested, "Having more mercenaries might not be a bad thing for us. I propose we help each other as much as possible to survive till the end. Let's introduce ourselves. I'll start. My name is Zhang." Meanwhile, trial participants from other spaces were also quietly getting to know each other. The Golden Five Warriors and the 3 heroes had the most unique way of communicating. The 3 heroes, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, were highly skilled martial artists using a secret voice transmission technique to converse while eavesdropping on the other team's conversations. Li Si was also secretly listening in on their conversations. From what he gathered, their space was called Seeking Dao Space. Kaling had mentioned that the chosen ones from this space were exceptionally powerful cultivators. Judging by the overall quality of the trial participants, the 3 from Seeking Dao Space were undoubtedly the most outstanding. However, Li Si was surprised to find that their world was not a traditional ancient martial arts world, but one with a technological level equivalent to the early Steam era. In that world, martial artists still held absolute dominance. Their world didn't have movies but had novels, including science fiction. Interestingly, these novels told stories remarkably similar to the plot of Resident Evil, as if they were an alternate world version. This explained why they were eavesdropping on the main god space members' conversations for more detailed plot information. As for the Golden Five Warriors, they used a complex set of hand signals to communicate, the specifics of which Li Si couldn't decipher. However, he was certain that these 5 men were among the strongest in the various teams, possibly even surpassing the 3 heroes if they had weapons. Lastly, there were the members of the murky yellow space, whom Li Si didn't pay much attention to. Even in such a critical situation, the remaining 5 were still wary of each other, making it hard to know what to say. In this life-and-death moment, their behavior was undoubtedly leading them to their doom. Just as Li Si was about to strike up a conversation with Alice, the young man named Zhang suddenly spoke up, his tone dripping with disdain. "Where did this idiot reporter come from? Looks like they're not right in the head." The bookish woman wasn't one to back down and chimed in. "Maybe they've been brainwashed by those left-wing Americans." Hearing these remarks, Li Si's anger flared up. He silently vowed, "Idiot? Just you wait. I'll drag you to my hive lab and make some adjustments." He etched this grudge into his mental notebook, his mood souring completely, losing all interest in continuing his chat with Alice. The train soon arrived at the station, and the mercenary squad disembarked in a practiced manner, quickly forming a battle formation and beginning to search the platform. Taking advantage of the mercenaries' focus on bypassing the door's security system, Alice pulled Captain James aside, quietly asking what was going on. James didn't waste words. He pulled up his computer and showed Alice the situation in the hive. Pointing at the images on the screen, he succinctly explained, "You're part of Umbrella too?" Li Si keenly observed that the mercenaries trusted Alice far more than the other Umbrella employees who were also participants in the trial. He suspected that Umbrella Corporation had briefed the mercenaries beforehand, particularly about Alice's special status. As soon as the door was successfully opened, the mercenaries split into 3 groups, forcing some of the participants to take the lead and scout ahead. The young man from the main god space tried to grab a weapon but was met with a harsh refusal and even received a rifle but to the chest. Li Si and Matt were positioned in the middle of the group, right behind Alice. The interior of the facility was eerie and terrifying. The flashing red alarm lights cast the corridors in a flickering, ominous glow. The deathly silence was broken only by the sound of footsteps. The empty environment made the participants at the front so nervous that their legs were shaking. The oppressive atmosphere eased slightly only after the technician restored power and deactivated the alarms. With the elevator out of commission, the group had no choice but to use the stairs. This was pure torture for the ordinary participants, especially the women wearing high heels, each step feeling like a nightmare. Finally, the group reached the lab area. Each lab was tightly sealed and filled with water. Suddenly, a female corpse floated past the glass, scaring everyone out of their wits, with several women even falling to the ground. The young man from the main god space acted quickly, catching a teetering female companion. He turned to the mercenaries behind him and said, "Sir, you need to consider our stamina. We're just ordinary people, not superhuman. The women can't walk any further. We need to rest here for a while." The other participants immediately caught on to his intent was trying to buy time because, according to the plot, the female corpse in this lab would soon come to life. They all echoed his request to stop and rest. James frowned, glancing at the countdown on his watch, internally conflicted. His instincts told him to complete the mission as quickly as possible and get out of this creepy place. But seeing the women so exhausted they could barely stand, his expression grew even darker. He reluctantly said, "5 minutes, no more." He then immediately directed his team to find the best route to the Red Queen's control room, unwilling to waste another second. Although he hadn't seen the scenes from the movie firsthand, Lisi keenly perceived the intentions of the trial participants. They merely wanted the mercenaries to discover the zombies early, allowing them an opportunity to withdraw from the hive, or at least heighten their vigilance. However, Lisi didn't hold much hope for this plan. Having been a mercenary himself, he knew the survival rules of the trade. Even when facing obvious danger, one must press forward. Anyone who hesitated during a mission would lose the trust of the circle and find it difficult to secure work again. Time ticked by, and the corpse in the water remained unresponsive. A young man with the surname Zheng mustered his courage and began tapping on the glass, attempting to awaken the potential zombie. He even went so far as to cut his palm, letting the blood flow in an effort to lure the zombie. However, all attempts ended in failure, leaving everyone feeling frustrated. A nearby Latina soldier, Rain, couldn't help but tease, "Hey, is that your girlfriend? Why are you so interested in her?" The young man's expression turned serious. "I may not have regained my memory, but I know this person is familiar to me. You might be right. She could be my lover." He turned to Rain and pleaded, "Miss, could you help me break the glass and get her out of that enclosed space? I want to take her away from this hellhole." Rain was taken aback and turned to look at Captain James. The black captain shook his head and said, "Sorry, our orders are to retrieve the Red Queen's core and not to take anything out of the hive." The young man's acting was commendable, even producing tears as he continued to beg, "Sir, can you at least let her out? I want her to rest in peace." James found the request somewhat reasonable and was about to agree when a team member suddenly reported that the route had been mapped out. James immediately announced, "All right, break time's over. We need to move on." Zhang reluctantly glanced at the female corpse in the water and, under the threat of the mercenaries' guns, had no choice but to turn away. Lisi silently admired the young man's quick thinking and psychological resilience. Despite knowing that the virus had spread, he dared to cut his hand, a testament to his mental fortitude and decisiveness. The group then passed through several areas and safely reached the main control center. IT specialist Kaplan successfully cracked the code, revealing a pitch-black corridor. The mercenaries were oblivious, but the trial participants looked at the smooth passage with fear in their eyes. Captain James was the first to step into the corridor, which suddenly lit up. It was a 3-meter square space with transparent glass walls. The trial participants instinctively took a step back, and Lisi realized this was the laser corridor from the movie. Although he knew how to bypass it, he cautiously stepped back to avoid being chosen as the Pathfinder. He didn't want to expose himself to Umbrella's scrutiny too soon, even under his disguised identity. As the final safety lock was disengaged, James opened the corridor door and checked the rear. He signaled his men to bring in the Red Queen's equipment and noticed all the trial participants were slowly retreating. He suddenly ordered, "Have those workers bring the stuff over too." This command put the trial participants on high alert. One panicked fool tried to run but was kicked to the ground by a nearby mercenary. Under the threat of 10 guns, 5 unlucky souls were forced into the laser corridor by 4 mercenaries. This included the young man surnamed Zheng and one of his female teammates, one of the 3 heroes, the trial participant who tried to escape, and Lisi. Lisi speculated that his selection might have been a deliberate arrangement by the black captain. As soon as they entered the laser corridor, the previously opened gate slammed shut. Zheng suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Before he finished speaking, a laser beam swept across the corridor, instantly decapitating an unprepared mercenary. Another mercenary was a bit slow to react. The laser beam, like the scythe of death, cruelly sliced through him from his skull, severing half of his back. He fell heavily to the ground, his organs spilling out like a burst balloon. Before anyone could recover from the horrifying sight, another deadly laser beam swept from the ground, determined to slice anyone lying down into pieces. A young man frantically pulled his companion back, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't jump! The laser will suddenly rise." But it was too late. Just as one mercenary leaped, the laser beam shot upward, instantly cutting him in half. James, the closest, had already jumped but managed to grab a metal bar above him with extraordinary reflexes, lifting his body parallel to narrowly escape the deadly beam. A trial participant from the Inferno space misjudged the timing. He thought the laser beam would disappear when it reached its peak, but it suddenly descended. Unable to react in time, his chest was sliced diagonally in half. Since his heart was spared, he didn't die immediately, but instead let out a blood-curdling scream as he dragged his mangled body. The laser beam continued its advance, closing in on a warrior from the questioned space. He deftly flipped over, intending to dodge the descending beam, but the laser's path bizarrely changed again, cutting diagonally from high left to low right. In a split second, the warrior slapped the air with his right hand, adjusting his position just in time to avoid the fatal strike. However, he didn't escape unscathed. His right arm was severed at the elbow. The high temperature instantly cauterized the wound, sealing off the spurting blood. Landing with a grunt, the warrior quickly pressed several points on his body with his left hand, seemingly sealing certain meridians. His quick reaction seemed to momentarily confuse the Red Queen, causing the laser beam's trajectory to pause. Li Si and the remaining two seized the opportunity to slip past the raised section. The last mercenary, unable to dodge due to his position, was sliced diagonally, his heart split in two, killing him instantly. At this moment, a young man named Zhang was drenched in sweat, his pupils dilated with fear. He roared, "Retreat to the exit. They're about to crack it outside." Grabbing his companion with one hand and the mercenary leader with the other, he hastily retreated. The mercenary leader and the warrior were initially reluctant to stay near the exit, a disadvantageous position, but they had no choice now. Suddenly, the laser beam transformed from a single line into a web-like structure, pressing down like an inescapable net. Everyone clung to the wall, praying to survive this deadly strike. Li Si, however, refused to wait passively. He quickly retrieved a smoke grenade from a fallen mercenary, pulled the pin, and threw it precisely ahead. In an instant, the passage filled with smoke. The laser beams, cutting through the smoke, became chaotic and lost their previous precision. Nonetheless, their intensity grew even more terrifying, forming an insurmountable red wall that relentlessly advanced towards them. As the red laser wall approached, a wave of despair washed over everyone. Li Si, however, remained unusually calm. He suddenly grasped the workings of the laser passage. The corridor was enveloped by numerous laser emitters, with beams precisely colliding under computer control to generate a massive energy field. Although it appeared highly advanced, the principle was not overly complex. Li Si realized that the laser emitters required time to recharge, explaining why the first laser was not a mesh. When he threw a smoke grenade, the beams lost their precise focus, significantly weakening the energy and even starting to damage other emitters. Sure enough, the red laser wall vanished just a meter away from the group. Although the passage remained closed, the smoke stinging their eyes was now their primary concern. Seeing this, the Red Queen activated the ventilation system, and powerful fans quickly cleared the smoke from the passage. Captain James wasted no time and threw another smoke grenade. The group would rather endure the choking smoke than be roasted alive. However, as the last smoke grenade depleted, it became clear that the Red Queen was determined to end them. Outside, the unlocking work continued urgently. A young man named Zhang felt a chill, realizing the situation had deviated from the expected plot. If not for the reporter's quick thinking, they would have perished already. As the smoke began to clear, the threat of death loomed, enveloping everyone in despair. Li Si remained composed. He tore off the clothes from two corpses, pulled out a lighter, and flashed a cunning smile at the camera. The Red Queen's projection in the hive flickered. They set the clothes on fire, and the Red Queen immediately activated the sprinkler system. As the fire was extinguished, Li Si, without waiting for the smoke to clear, took off his shoes and used his socks to start another fire. The Red Queen quickly adapted, beginning to evacuate the air from the passage to suffocate them. But Li Si was prepared. He had already instructed James to install directional charges on the glass window at the door. The mercenaries outside also used a high-yield shape charge. When detonated simultaneously from inside and outside, the alloy gate remained intact, but the glass could not withstand the blast. As the window shattered, the mercenaries quickly tossed in a bunch of smoke grenades. 2 minutes later, the gate finally opened. The group scrambled out of the passage, greedily inhaling the outside air. After a moment of calm, James suddenly drew his gun and pointed it at Li Si and the others, demanding sharply, "What do you know? Tell me now, or you'll all die." Li Si couldn't help but roll his eyes. James failed to notice that those capable of resisting, including the Golden Five warriors, had already sensed the mercenaries' hostility, especially the warrior with a severed arm, who now exuded a chilling aura. Li Si quietly assessed that if a fight broke out, the mercenaries would likely be wiped out, but the trial participants would also suffer heavy casualties, leaving few survivors. The young man named Zhang suppressed a violent cough and said to James, "I don't know. I haven't regained my memory. But I know this place is dangerous, especially after entering the laser passage. I started to remember some things. That's all I can tell you, believe it or not." With that, He pushed James's gun aside and got up to search for water. James turned to Lisi, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "You're a journalist? How do you know so much?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Lisi widened his eyes, his expression exaggerated. "Dude," he exclaimed, "everyone who went to college knows this stuff. Hasn't anyone here attended MIT? It's so easy to get in. Practically everyone can." James didn't get angry at Lisi's mockery. Instead, he calmly probed further. "Since you're an MIT whiz, why did you choose to become a journalist?" Lisi spread his arms dramatically, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Come on, who goes to college just to land a job? What does MIT have to do with me being a journalist?" His tone suddenly turned serious. "Journalism is my passion, a noble profession dedicated to unveiling the truth for the public. That's been my pursuit all along." He paused, then added, "If I don't make it as a journalist, I'll just have to go back to inheriting the family bank. Fancy cars, beautiful women, partying every night. How different is that from being a happy-go-lucky trust fund kid?" Tech specialist Kaplan couldn't take it anymore. His face twisted with anger. "Damn it, boss, let me put a bullet in this jerk. He's infuriating." Hearing this, Lisi turned to Kaplan, a playful smile on his face. "Relax, buddy," he said. "What if I told you I'd give you a sports car? Would that calm you down?" Kaplan's expression turned serious instantly. "Bullshit. Are you insulting me?" he snapped, but then quickly asked, "What kind of car? How about a new 911? Lisi raised an eyebrow. Kaplan's attitude softened immediately. "In that case, I might not be so mad." James couldn't stand it any longer. He pulled Lisi aside and said, "Regardless, thank you for saving us back there." Lisi shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "I was saving myself too, wasn't I?" Facing the threat of the Red Queen and her explanation of the virus's dangers, the mercenaries didn't hesitate. They decisively shut down the Red Queen's system. With the Red Queen offline, the entire hive's power system was cut, freeing the trapped zombies. During this crisis, besides Lisi and a young man named Zhang, a trial participant from the Purgatory space also played a crucial role. Together with Kaplan, he successfully cracked the Red Queen's final defense system. Lisi keenly noticed the change in their expressions, guessing they might have received some sort of reward. He glanced at his empty task panel, silently grumbling. Just as the mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden scream was followed by a gunshot. They rushed toward the sound and saw a zombie on the ground, still struggling to get up. Before they could react, more zombies began to gather around them. It was then that the mercenaries realized the bioweapon virus was real. They started shooting wildly at the approaching zombies, but without knowing their weakness was the brain. Many bullets were wasted. As the number of zombies grew, the mercenaries had to retreat while firing. In this critical moment, the Golden Five seized the opportunity, rushing back through the laser corridor to collect usable weapons from the fallen mercenaries. They then caught up with the retreating group, a bold move that earned Lisa's admiration. While other trial participants eyed the weapons, only they dared to act. The battle intensified, and casualties started to mount among the mercenaries. The elevator doors suddenly opened, releasing several zombies that immediately attacked a mercenary, tearing him apart. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, but fortunately, the Golden Five arrived just in time. Their marksmanship was impeccable, almost every shot a headshot. Facing the incoming zombies, they advanced instead of retreating, drawing their knives and charging forward, shouting, "Live to fight, die to rest, for Anna." These 5 brave warriors fought their way out from the rear, significantly easing the pressure on the mercenaries. Their heroic actions brought a glimmer of hope to an otherwise dire situation. Aside from the Golden Five warriors, the 3 other fighters also showcased impressive strength. Armed with steel pipes and fire axes, they precisely took down the zombies that breached the defense perimeter one by one. After the bloody battle, the survivors temporarily fended off the zombies and established a circular defense line using several sturdy laboratories. The headcount afterward was disheartening. The mercenaries lost 3 members, 4 were injured, leaving only 7 unscathed. Despite the fierce fight, they couldn't identify the zombies' weak points, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. The trial participants, though mentally prepared and aware of the zombies' slow movements, still lost 3 members and had several others injured. Even worse, 2 members were wounded by ricochet bullets. One trial participant lost his sanity after being scratched, screaming for the antidote and charging at the mercenaries' defense line, only to be shot dead on the spot by the Black Captain. Those injured by the zombies were pale, fully aware of the terrifying virus. The 6 stolen vaccines by Spence were far from enough, with 7 trial participants injured alone. On the Golden Five warriors' side, their ferocious combat style resulted in 2 injuries. The severed arm of one warrior was inevitably contaminated by zombie blood, making him a potential infected. Everyone knew that if these burly warriors turned into zombies, they would become elite-level monsters. The one-armed warrior was especially terrifying, having crushed at least 5 zombies' heads with his left fist alone. If he mutated, he would undoubtedly become a boss-level threat. Zhang, a young man, noticed his female companion subtly distancing herself from him, causing him to smile bitterly. Despite performing reasonably well in the chaos and even saving a fallen companion, he got scratched on the arm by a zombie. Compared to the lackluster performance of other trial participants, his actions were commendable. However, the woman he saved now eyed him warily because of his injury. After a brief respite, Captain James confronted Zhang, demanding, "What do you know? I need answers." Zhang smiled bitterly again, realizing he was being targeted as the easiest prey. The mercenaries had clearly noticed the trial participants' preparedness and effective handling of the zombies. The strength of the 5 warriors and the 3 fighters also intimidated the mercenaries, who feared significant losses if a conflict arose. In contrast, Zhang, who had shown initiative but appeared weak, became the easiest target. Just as James was about to resort to force, Zhang's female companion suddenly spoke up, "Our memories are a mess. Why don't you ask the Red Queen? I think she might be telling the truth." Seeing the other trial participants' firm stance, James temporarily abandoned his questioning, deciding to treat the wounded first. Li Si had been following Alice and the others, successfully surviving the first wave of danger. He also noticed that the silent young man from the Lord God's space had left the group amidst the chaos, not dragged away by zombies as assumed, but voluntarily distancing himself from the area. Amidst everyone's heavy thoughts, 2 ghostly green dots emerged from the darkness. Before they could get a clear look, numerous green dots suddenly appeared from the dark corners, slowly closing in. As these dots were finally revealed under the flickering emergency lights, everyone saw their true nature. Dogs. A whole pack of dogs. Suddenly, a horde of rotting, grotesque zombie dogs burst out of the darkness, numbering at least 30. These agile beasts were even deadlier to unarmed humans than regular zombies. Without waiting for orders, a dozen guns fired simultaneously, bullets raining down on the zombie dogs. However, these deformed creatures were swift and small, making them hard to target during their frontal charge. The front line was barely held by 5 sharpshooters, while the rest of the defense was quickly breached by the nimble zombie dogs. Screams, cries, curses, and gunfire merged into a chaotic symphony. The room where Li Si and Alice were holed up was no exception. Despite the 2 mercenaries' best efforts, they couldn't stop the rabid attack of the zombie dogs. In a blink, 4 or 5 zombie dogs had pounced on the mercenaries, ripping them apart. Sensing danger, Spence, the traitor, was the first to flee. As the protagonist, Matt grabbed a gun and pulled the dazed Alice along. Li Si, with his backpack, followed closely behind. The 4 managed to escape into an empty laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. However, the protagonist's fate is never to hide in peace. Soon, the sound of zombies banging on the door echoed outside, while several zombies lurking inside the lab sprang into action. At this critical moment, it was as if a dormant memory awakened within Alice. Instinctively, she launched into a fluid series of moves, snapping a zombie's neck with ease. Her graceful combat skills left Matt and Spence in stunned silence. With Alice's newfound abilities, the 3 of them quickly dispatched the zombies in the lab. Alice then picked up a gun from a security guard's corpse, and the trio prepared to break out again. Through the cracked glass window, they saw the zombies outside furiously pounding away, indicating that this place wouldn't hold for long. Fighting zombies in such a confined space was highly disadvantageous. They needed to find more room to maneuver. Meanwhile, Li Si found himself in a rather peculiar situation. Hiding under a lab table, he was face-to-face with a zombie also seeking refuge there. Li Si pressed his right hand over the zombie's mouth, while his left hand crushed its reaching arm to pieces. Staring into the zombie's cloudy eyes, Li Si made a shu gesture, as if to soothe it. "There are zombies outside, scary ones. Let's stay hidden for a bit. The protagonists out there are tough. We can just wait it out and survive easily." When Li Si thought the time was right, he released his grip, only to find the zombie was already dead. "What the? Did I smother it? That can't be right. They don't even breathe." Upon closer inspection, he realized he had accidentally broken the zombie's neck with his grip strength. He sighed, gently repositioned the female zombie's head, and crawled out from under the table to look for Alice and the others. Faced with Matt's inquiry, Li Si confidently replied, "I hid it. In a very safe spot." Before Alice could speak, Spence sneered, "You should wear a skirt. Hey, you traitor. And you have the nerve to criticize me? I didn't see you being all that brave earlier." Li Si shot back, though he was too indifferent to argue with someone who was clearly doomed. The 4 quietly rejoined the team, merging with the remaining members. At this point, the mercenary squad was down to 5. Captain Black, Tech Specialist Kaplan, Female Soldier Rain, Medic Liz, and JD, who was severely bitten and unconscious. The situation was slightly better for the trial participants. Although almost everyone had been bitten by the biodogs, only 4 had died. Among the trial participants from the main space, only the silent man who had left quietly, the young man named Zhang, and his female companion remained. Zhang proposed once again, "We must restart the Red Queen system, or none of us will survive in this darkness." By now, the trial participants had outnumbered the mercenaries, each holding a gun taken from the fallen soldiers. Upon Alice's return, she too agreed to restart the Red Queen. The group retreated to the laser corridor, where Kaplan and the programmer from the Hell Space began rebooting the system. The Red Queen suddenly spoke. "So you were hiding here. I told you, the virus has been released. I must ensure it doesn't reach the surface. It's my responsibility." James pulled out a grenade, pressed it against the Red Queen's mainframe, and asked through gritted teeth, "You monster, what exactly happened here?" The Red Queen didn't hold back, explaining in detail the biovirus outbreak, the Umbrella Corporation's conspiracy, and the weaknesses of the zombies. Everyone's faces turned pale upon hearing this, especially after learning about the virus's high contagion and fatality rates, leaving them all in utter despair. Lisi tried to lighten the mood, adopting a reporter's tone as he asked, "So, how many employees were in the hive? Or rather, how many zombies are waiting for us now?" 3559. The Red Queen replied coldly. This number didn't calm anyone down. It only heightened their fear. Kaplan began writing his will, and JD tearfully recorded a message for his mother on his phone. "Leaving the hive is our only option." This became the group's consensus. Just as James was about to assign tasks, dissent arose. First, the Golden Five Warriors announced that they had regained their memories. As part of Umbrella's crisis response backup plan, they needed to seal an external drainage outlet. For the sake of humanity's safety, they were determined to undertake this suicidal mission. Everyone, including Alice, was deeply moved by these stern warriors who had never shown a smile, even feeling a surge of willingness to follow them. The Red Queen suddenly interjected, "Identification complete. Confirmed as crisis response team members. Authorization granted to continue the sealing mission." The armory is now unlocked. A metal wall next to the control room opened, revealing a plethora of automatic weapons. While there were no heavy weapons like rocket launchers, there was everything from heavy machine guns to assault rifles. The five warriors quickly armed themselves, loading up with so much ammo that it seemed even their pants were stuffed with magazines. Without a word, the five turned and headed to another area. Captain James felt reluctant to see them go, knowing their military prowess would greatly increase their chances of survival if they stayed. Next, three martial artists took some lightweight firearms and long cold weapons. They too stated that as biovirus experts of the hive, they needed to replace the ventilation system's disinfectant filters. With the departure of these 8, the remaining members were filled with anxiety about their upcoming escape route. Just as James was secretly complaining about the deadweight left behind, the 3 remaining low-profile trial participants from the murky yellow space suddenly spoke up. They claimed they needed to shut down some more dangerous bioweapon storage units to prevent even more terrifying creatures from awakening. Their words carried a sense of urgency that made James frown. At that moment, a young man from the main god space named Zhang forced a bitter smile and weakly said, "Captain James, we've all been injured and we're not combat personnel. We're in no condition to move, so we'll stay here and not be a burden. Please remember to call for rescue once you're out. After you leave, please close the laser corridor door. My companions and I will hide here." Hearing this, Lisi couldn't help but glance at the young man in surprise, thinking, "This kid is quite cunning." He knew that the defense of the laser corridor was exceptionally strong, and ordinary zombies couldn't break through. It seemed that their mission was nearing its end, and as long as Alice and her team escaped, they could complete their task and leave this world. Comparatively, the other trial participants seemed to have received new missions, making it relatively easier for those from the main god space to finish at this stage. Lisi speculated that this might be a balancing measure for those with lower capabilities. The group then each selected suitable firearms from the armory. As they prepared to leave, 2 of the main god space trial participants were already standing in the laser corridor, waving goodbye with assault rifles in their arms. The team then crawled into the underground ducts, beginning their retreat. By now, the team had dwindled to 11 members. 2 trial participants from the purgatory space were carrying the severely injured and unconscious mercenary JD in the middle of the group. They kept a close watch on JD, ready to abandon the stretcher at the first sign of zombification. Meanwhile, Spence, the traitor, had regained his memory and was looking for an opportunity to escape. Although the plot described the underground tunnels as teeming with zombies, forcing them to crawl through, this time was different. With the equipment from the Umbrella Armory, everyone was armed with more powerful automatic rifles and a high-powered shotgun each. In such a confined space, the shotguns were incredibly effective, allowing them to suppress zombie attacks efficiently. They adopted a shotgun to clear the way, rifles for follow-up shots, tactic, and soon found an exit. The team decided to take a short break there. Alice suddenly remembered that this place should have virus vaccines stored, which could be crucial given that several people had been bitten. At that moment, Matt encountered his zombified sister. He hesitated, unable to pull the trigger. In the end, It was Alice who steeled herself and shot the sister in the head, eliminating the potential threat. Seeing her sister's face triggered some of Alice's memories, and she suddenly realized that Spence was the one who had leaked the virus. However, Spence, who had been aware of their suspicions, did not wait to be captured. He quickly threw a flashbang, creating a loud noise and escaping in the ensuing chaos. The deafening noise attracted a horde of zombies, which began to swarm towards the group. At this critical moment, the unconscious JD finally succumbed, turning into a ferocious zombie. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, lunged, and bit into the medic's neck with such force that he tore out the throat, causing blood to spray everywhere, plunging the scene into further chaos. In the ensuing panic, the team was forced to scatter, each member finding themselves in their own fight for survival. The sounds of zombie growls, gunfire, and the shouts of the team members filled the underground space, throwing everything into utter disarray. Watching Alice and the others move further away, Kaplan glanced down at his body covered in wounds and then at the unscathed Lisi. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. How are you always so lucky? No worries, no troubles, even the zombies don't bite you." Lisi bent down to help Kaplan up, a slight smile playing at his lips. "Maybe they just don't like the taste of my meat?" A glimmer of despair flashed in Kaplan's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "I'm done for. In a bit, I'll charge forward to distract the zombies. You make your way to the captain as fast as you can. If you manage to escape, make sure to give my family some money." With that, he fumbled for the grenade in his pocket, ready to sacrifice himself. Quick as a flash, Lisi pressed down on Kaplan's shoulder. "Don't be foolish. They've already run far ahead, and there are so many zombies behind us. How is a helpless reporter like me supposed to escape?" He paused, a cunning look in his eyes. "But we still have hope. Remember those two left in the laser tunnel? Maybe we can get there and hold out until rescue arrives." Kaplan shook his head with a bitter smile. "Don't be naive. No one is coming to rescue us. The government will suppress all information, and we'll be sealed in this half-mile deep underground facility." Lisi scoffed. "You're broke, but I'm not. My family has money, so someone will definitely come to save me." "You damn rich kid." Kaplan growled through gritted teeth. "If I turn into a zombie, you'll be the first one I bite." Lisi was unfazed. "Don't worry. If things get bad, I'll send you off myself. What kind of coffin do you prefer? Sliding lid or hinged?" "Damn it. I'm finding it harder and harder to resist the urge to bite you." Kaplan snarled. "Oh, come on." Lisi raised his shotgun. "Does this shotgun make you feel any better?" Supporting each other, they moved toward the control room. Strangely, they encountered no dangers along the way, as if the zombies were in a deep slumber. What Kaplan didn't know was that Lisi, out of his sight, tightly gripped a uniquely designed pistol in his left hand. Red Rose. Lisi constantly adjusted his aim, shooting precisely around them. Wrapped in the power of the source, the gunshots were completely muffled. The bullets, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, felled every zombie that dared approach. From their path, it was evident that nearly 100 zombie corpses lay in their wake over just a few hundred meters. Among them were not only regular zombies, but also agile zombie dogs, and even a few cunning lickers. Every bioweapon that attempted an ambush within Red Rose's range met an inevitable death. Finally, the control room came into view. Kaplan sighed in relief, only to gasp in horror. "What the hell is that?" Two lickers were searching for an entry point at the top of the laser tunnel, while another tried to squeeze through a shattered window. The window was too small, so it could only extend its long tongue inside, attempting to snare someone. A young man named Zhang was valiantly fighting back with a shotgun, constantly repelling the licker's tongue. Kaplan's shout drew the attention of the three lickers. The one at the door turned, its grotesque face staring at them. Kaplan froze, his throat producing only meaningless gurgles. Just as Kaplan thought he was about to meet his end, a tall figure suddenly entered his field of vision. This figure moved swiftly, crashing into the licker at the laser tunnel's entrance with enough force to turn it into a mangled heap. Seeing their companion's gruesome death, the other two lickers screeched and lunged at the tall figure from both sides. One managed to latch onto the figure, clawing and biting furiously, but it seemed to have no effect, as if merely massaging the figure's body. The other licker wasn't as fortunate. The figure grabbed it, and with a powerful thrust, drove its massive claws into the licker's body, tearing it in half. With one hand free, the figure grabbed the licker still clinging to its shoulder and flung it aside. The licker crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. It quickly got up, opening its gaping maw and shooting out a tongue covered in mucus and barbs, wrapping it around the figure's neck. The giant remained unmoved, grabbing the licker's tongue and yanking it forward. The licker smashed into the ground, and before it could react, the giant raised a foot and brought it down hard on the licker's head. From over 10 meters away, Kaplan felt the ground tremble. He didn't need to look to know that the licker's head had been reduced to a pulp. The sheer force of the giant's stomp was terrifying. As the giant turned to face Li Si and Kaplan, his form became clear under the light. He stood 3 meters tall, his entire body a grayish-black, resembling a mythical titan. His massive claws were slowly retracting, transforming into human-like hands. A bone mask covered his face, leaving only 2 pitch-black eye holes and a few small air holes around the mouth and nose. Kaplan locked eyes with the giant's cold gaze and froze, unable to even raise his gun. However, the giant merely glanced at them before turning to the laser corridor, reaching out to try and lift the gate. Inside, the young man named Zhang felt his throat go dry. He managed to utter one word, tyrant. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, disregarding the risk of ricocheting bullets, and fired his assault rifle at the giant. The tyrant was hit by the bullets and raised its hands to protect its head, unable to continue lifting the gate. It roared in pain, and its hands morphed into hammer-like shapes, which it used to pound on the gate. Feeling the intense vibrations, Zhang surprisingly calmed down. He knew that the gate, with its 40-centimeter thickness, was incredibly strong and couldn't be breached by the monster in a short time. After pounding the gate a dozen times, the tyrant saw that only a few shallow dents had formed. It stopped and turned to Li Si and Kaplan, pointing at the gate and speaking, "Open this gate, or you will die." Kaplan was stunned to hear the monster speak. Li Si, however, suddenly laughed. From the moment the giant appeared, he had sensed something was off. This tyrant was too powerful, unlike anything Umbrella Corporation had created. Seeing the giant effortlessly switch between different tyrant hand forms, Li Si was convinced this was no ordinary tyrant. Li Si looked at the giant with interest and asked, "So, how did you end up like this? Care to share your story? And what about your comrades? Are they all dead? Or did you absorb them?" The giant was surprised and asked, "How do you know? How did you recognize me?" Noticing the trace of radioactive elements he had left on the giant, Li Si didn't answer. Instead, he beckoned and said, "Come here. Let Uncle see if you still have your little Willy. You're courting death." Li Si's provocation clearly enraged the giant. With a cold snort, the giant stomped the ground with both feet, launching his massive body toward Li Si at an unbelievable speed. His charge whipped up a gust of wind, sending scattered items flying in all directions. In the laser corridor, a young man surnamed Zhang watched in horror as Li Si and his companion were about to be crushed. Suddenly, the giant was flung backward at an even greater speed. With a thunderous crash, the giant's body slammed into the gate, creating a massive dent. The goal he had struggled so hard to achieve was accomplished in an instant. Li Si slowly retracted his right foot, which was crackling with blue electricity, and his gaze fell on the giant now slumped on the ground. The giant's breathing holes were like uncontrollable water guns, continuously spraying blood. Li Si gently laid Kaplan down from his shoulder and helped him sit in the control room's chair. "Stay here and don't move around," Li Si instructed, then added, "Shall I get you some oranges?" Kaplan nodded blankly, convinced he must be dead and experiencing some bizarre hallucination. The reporter, who always seemed to be slacking off, had just kicked a 3-meter turtle giant several meters away. Li Si walked unhurriedly to the giant, squatted down, and said to the struggling behemoth, "Don't bother. That kick was 20 years in the making. Think you could take it? Now, tell me what's going on with you. If everything checks out, I won't kill you." The giant was in a state of extreme shock. His mission panel kept flashing warnings. "Warning. Trial participant is under attack. Warning. Attacker's strength far exceeds your own. This is an unwinnable enemy. Alert. Alert. Identify the attacker Heavenly Hound. Mission update. Kill the Heavenly Hound. Reward. Ancient God's blood. A divine artifact. 1 soul refinement." Barak could no longer afford to ridicule these absurd mission updates. His bones were shattered, his genetic makeup suppressed by an unknown force, and he had no means of recovery. The mysterious force continued to wreak havoc on his body. Forget about killing the enemy for rewards. Even breathing had become a struggle. Seeing Barak's mask spewing blood like a fountain, Li Si smiled and said, "My bad. Let me stop the bleeding first. But don't make any moves that might make me misunderstand." Li Si placed a blood rose on Barak's head, reclaiming some of his original power and relieving part of the suppression. He then looked at his watch and said, "You have 5 minutes to explain everything to me. I have a cat to feed." Finally able to catch his breath, Barak felt the looming threat of death overhead and said with difficulty, "You're a member of the space too. You know I can't reveal any information about it." Li Si nodded. "I know. I'm not interested in your ancient god space. I just want to know how you ended up like this." 5 minutes later, after hearing the story, Li Si frowned in thought. Barak, sitting helplessly on the ground, could only wait for his unknown fate. After a moment, Li Si stood up and kicked Barak, causing him to vomit blood again. Oddly, Barak felt better. Li Si had withdrawn all his original power from Barak's body. Pointing to the side, he said, "All right. Although you hid some details, Most of what you said was true. You can go now. Barrack looked at Li Si in astonishment. You're really letting me go? Li Si impatiently kicked him aside. Don't block the door. Barrack slowly got up and began to back away. After a few steps, Li Si suddenly said, Wait. Barrack's heart skipped a beat. He really is going to kill me. But Li Si continued, I'm from the evil space. Be more careful in future missions, or you might run into me or someone like me. They won't be as lenient or as weak as I am. Though Barrack didn't fully grasp the meaning behind these words, he nodded quickly in agreement. Seeing this, Li Si waved him off. Li Si wasn't officially a hound and wasn't keen on his future work. Why put in the effort if he could slack off? As Barrack moved further and further away from Li Si, his retreat turned into a full sprint. Once out of Li Si's sight, he ran for his life. After an indeterminate amount of time, Barrack finally stopped to catch his breath. Though he desperately wanted to live, he had never imagined Li Si would actually let him go. The rewards for eliminating other trial participants in different dimensions are quite substantial. That's precisely why the giant risked everything to find the two individuals in the main god space. Baroque silently noted to himself, Heavenly hounds? I'll remember you. He gritted his teeth and thought, don't underestimate the young and poor. This lesson won't be forgotten. One day, when I'm strong enough and meet you again, I'll definitely. He paused and then added in self-mockery, run even faster. Li Si watched Baroque leave and then turned to face the twisted and deformed gate in front of him. He tried to use the system controls to open it, but it was clearly impossible. With no other option, he took out the autumn wind blade from his backpack. Infusing it with his primordial power, he easily sliced a large hole in the metal gate, as if cutting through tofu. Putting away the autumn wind blade, Li Si reflected to himself, I need to stop showing off like this. He recalled the kick he gave Baroque earlier, using less than 10% of his primordial power. Yet, this small cutting action had consumed nearly half of it. I should have used another method, he thought regretfully. Li Si kicked away the heavy metal debris and crawled through the hole. What greeted him were two young men, so nervous their gun barrels were trembling. Li Si suddenly had an idea and smiled. Want to play a game of cards? The two were bewildered, clearly not expecting such an opening line. Seeing their confusion, Li Si immediately put on a stern face. If not, then move aside. I need to get to the Red Queen's core chamber. The two hastily stepped aside, and Li Si strode towards the door. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask, how much time do we have left in this world? Huh. One of them was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. So you're one of us, we have 5 minutes left. Li Si pointed outside and said, I've cleared the nearby zombies. When you leave, wait there. No one will see you. The two, still dazed, prepared to leave. Li Si added, I'm a heavenly hound. If you ever recklessly destroy worlds in your missions, I will find you and kill you. Even after leaving the main control center, the two were still in a state of confusion. They checked the mission countdown and found new optional tasks on their task panel. Enemy dimension discovered. Priority level 10. Kill the enemy and receive an great evaluation and 10,000 main god points. Warning. Warning. Heavenly hound detected. Priority level. Kill the hound, and the reward is true god bloodline. Mid-ear divine weapon. The two looked at the task descriptions and smiled bitterly. Forget about that terrifying man. Even the giant had made them give up any thoughts of resistance. Their minds flashed with scenes from their lives. As for the man who nearly killed the giant with one kick, if his long knife hadn't been solid and non-glowing, they would have thought they had encountered a Jedi master. At this moment, escaping with their lives was the greatest reward. Of course, they hadn't come away empty-handed. The system notified them of an achievement, escaping the dog's mouth. The reward for this achievement made them green with envy. As the final moments ticked away and their bodies began to fade, the young man surnamed Zheng looked deeply in the direction of the control room and silently vowed, I will become stronger. As strong as that dog. No, that powerful man. Snap. Li Si walked up to the dazed Kaplan and snapped his fingers near his ear. The sudden sound jolted Kaplan back to reality. He looked up at Li Si and forced a weak smile. Li Si, Kaplan's voice trembled. I think I'm losing it. The virus is invading my brain. Just now, I had a hallucination. He paused before continuing. I saw a giant tear apart several terrifying monsters, and then the giant spoke to me. The craziest part? When the giant charged at us, you kicked it down with just one move. Isn't that absurd? Kaplan let out a few nervous chuckles, but seeing Li Si's calm expression, his laughter turned into a croak, like a frog. In fact, Kaplan wasn't dreaming. Earlier, the giant was indeed sent flying by Li Si's kick, an image that left a strong impression. Kaplan vividly remembered the white mist spraying from the vents on the giant's bone mask and the explosive sound of Li Si's kick. The giant's rapid approach and equally rapid retreat seemed like a scene played in reverse, leaving Kaplan's brain momentarily frozen. At that moment, Kaplan was already affected by the virus and on the verge of turning. Li Si had timely injected him with a vaccine and used his inner power to suppress the raging virus in Kaplan's body. Li Si then opened the laser corridor, allowing 2 trial participants from the main space to escape. Once he noticed Kaplan's vital signs stabilizing, Li Si woke him up. Without offering much explanation, Li Si simply said, "Let's go. We need to talk to the Red Queen." Kaplan, still in a daze, followed Li Si. As they walked through the laser corridor, Kaplan couldn't help but ask, "Li Si, are you really a journalist? What's going on? Where did those 2 people go?" Li Si replied irritably, "You ask too many questions. Yes, I am a journalist, bona fide, with credentials. As for those 2 survivors, I thought they looked tasty and ate them with some salad dressing while you were zoning out. Satisfied? Want me to describe how they tasted?" Kaplan shrank back, too scared to ask anything more. When they reached the Red Queen's core room, Li Si took out a laptop from his backpack and connected it to the Red Queen's port. Watching Li Si expertly operate the computer and begin hacking the Red Queen's firewall, Kaplan was once again stunned. This level of skill was far beyond his own. A few minutes later, Li Si closed the laptop and frowned at the Red Queen's processor. "As expected, it's not working," he muttered to himself. "This AI is too powerful to be cracked with just tools." Nevertheless, Li Si still doubted whether Umbrella Corporation could truly develop such a sophisticated AI. Hey, Li Si raised his voice. "You've been watching for a while. Don't you want to talk to me?" The Red Queen's holographic projection of a little girl appeared in the room, speaking in a cold, childlike voice. "Who are you? There are no signs of enhancement on you. By my calculations, your survival probability is 0. Is that tyrant-like creature a product of your backing force? How do you have the ability to defeat it?" Li Si didn't answer directly. Instead, he started a countdown on his watch. 10, 9, 8. The Red Queen curiously asked, "What are you doing? What will happen in 10 seconds?" Before she could finish, a strange wave swept through the entire hive. All devices, including the Red Queen's mainframe and Kaplan, seemed to freeze as if they had suddenly gone offline. Li Si knew without checking that every living being in the hive was in the same state. The space was completing its task, retrieving the trial participants and erasing their traces. After a brief silence, the Red Queen suddenly returned to normal and asked Li Si, "Why are you still here? What do you want to accomplish?" Kaplan's gaze toward Li Si also returned to normal, no longer as cautious as before. Li Si sighed, thinking, as expected, they have forgotten everything about the trial participants. If my trial task time wasn't longer, I might have been forgotten too. Could it be that there were also space missions in our own world, but all traces were erased afterwards? Li Si pondered deeply, his gaze slightly unfocused. The Red Queen's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Are you planning to copy my data?" There was a hint of wariness in her electronic tone. Li Si snapped back to reality and slowly shook his head. "You're not a conventional AI. Copying your data won't be useful." Kaplan frowned, puzzled. "Why? Does this AI have something special about it?" Li Si took a deep breath, his eyes sharply fixed on the Red Queen's hologram. "She is AI, but not just a machine. Her core is a human brain, a biocomputer." The Red Queen's image suddenly became blurry, clearly shaken. This was her deepest secret. The server room was merely a shell. Her true core was hidden much deeper underground. Knowing this secret meant having the power to completely end her existence. Li Si pulled a hard drive, larger than a laptop, out of his backpack and said firmly, "Now, transfer all your data to this. Otherwise, I'll go find your main body myself." The Red Queen was silent for a moment, and the room's temperature noticeably increased. She was calculating the credibility of Li Si's words. Although she had lost the memory of Li Si's previous battles and only knew him as an investigative journalist named Riser, his current demeanor completely overturned her previous assessments. After several scans confirmed that Li Si was indeed human with no biomodifications, the Red Queen still couldn't let her guard down. Just as Kaplan was about to ask if he had missed any crucial details, the Red Queen finally spoke. "I agree to give you the data, but it's not up to me. There are command codes within the system. Backing up data requires higher-level permissions that you do not have. I cannot grant you access." Kaplan urgently interjected. "You're an AI. Can't you bypass these restrictions?" At that moment, Li Si suddenly dropped his disguise, revealing his true identity. Under the stunned gazes of the Red Queen and Kaplan, he calmly said, "Li Si, 7th Director of Umbrella Corporation, Level 10 Clearance, Authorization Code PFL 1569 DNG 118. As the long string of code was recited, the Red Queen server room immediately activated multiple verification devices. Moments later, she confirmed, "Director Li Si identified, clearance valid. Data transfer authorized." Li Si quickly connected the hard drive and began copying the Red Queen's core data. A few minutes later, he completed the transfer and packed away the hard drive, saying to the Red Queen, "After this, you might have some data erased. I suggest you make a hidden backup." Now, open the S9 level escape route. I need to get out of here. S9 level escape route initiated. User, Lee Si, 7th Director of Umbrella Corporation, authorized to use the route. The Red Queen promptly responded. Lee Si slung his backpack over his shoulder and grabbed the wide-eyed Kaplan. Let's go. Planning to spend the new year here? Under the Red Queen's guidance, the two arrived at an elevator that opened from the wall. After fingerprint and retinal scans, they smoothly entered the elevator. It shot upwards rapidly and stopped in less than a minute, reaching the exit of the safe passage. Kaplan pushed open the door, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the star-filled sky, feeling momentarily transported to another world. Tears involuntarily slid down his cheeks as his complex gaze fell upon Lee Si. Before he could ask anything, Lee Si spoke softly. This isn't the place to talk. I'll take you to meet the rest of your team. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dozen cars pulled up outside the disguised clothing store escape route. Lee Si quickly walked towards a luxury sedan, got into the back seat, and beckoned Kaplan over. Hurry up. We need to check on your teammates. If we're too late, they'll become test subjects. Kaplan hesitated for a moment, but eventually got into the car. As the door closed, he couldn't wait to ask, Are you with Umbrella? Not exactly, Lee Si responded calmly. Let's just say Umbrella owns part of my assets. Do you know about the biovirus? I do, Kaplan exclaimed, his voice rising with agitation. If you know, why didn't you stop it? This is a crime. It's a crime that could destroy the world. The Federation will take down Umbrella. Lee Si turned his head towards Kaplan, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I'm sorry to say, but the Federation is aware. Umbrella's bioweapons were developed at the request of the Federation's military. This blunt revelation hit Kaplan like a sledgehammer, shattering his worldview. He was left speechless, unsure how to respond. At that moment, the convoy suddenly came to a halt. They were at a plantation on the outskirts of Raccoon City, a place rarely visited. However, tonight it was brightly lit, with 2 helicopters circling overhead. 2 groups of heavily armed men were in a standoff. One group wore combat uniforms with the Umbrella logo, the prominent USS, on their chests indicating their identity. They stood with their backs to the plantation, guns aimed outward. The other group wore black combat uniforms adorned with a black dog with blood-red eyes, and the letters KMG emblazoned on their backs. Kaplan quickly realized that KMG was Lee Si's faction, as everyone in the car wore the same uniforms. As the number of Lee Si's men grew, the Umbrella forces became visibly more tense. Their leader, a man wearing sunglasses, shouted, This is Umbrella Corporation's private property. Whoever you are, leave immediately, or we will take offensive action. We have full jurisdiction here. One of Lee Si's men, carrying an automatic rifle, stepped forward and replied sternly, I told you, leave the people and I guarantee your safety. The man in sunglasses coldly retorted, Impossible. They are Umbrella employees and cannot be handed over. The man in sunglasses felt a splitting headache. They had just captured survivors from the hive, injected them with sedatives, and hadn't had time to load them into the vehicles when this unidentified armed group appeared. Had the intruders been more aggressive, his team would have suffered significant losses in the earlier skirmish. The intentions of these uninvited guests were clear. They were here to take the survivors. This was unacceptable. The survivors not only knew about the biohazard outbreak in the hive, but also carried the virus and the injected vaccine. Most critically, Alice, a key experimental subject, was involved in a classified project and could not fall into the hands of the opposition. However, the current situation was unfavorable. They had only about 30 men, while the opposing force now numbered close to 100. Judging by their equipment, the adversaries were not to be underestimated. Even with 2 helicopters for support, they could not gain an upper hand, as the helicopters were currently hovering in place, unable to move due to being locked onto by anti-aircraft missiles. As the man in sunglasses grappled with his dilemma, the armed men on the other side parted, and a man in a trench coat slowly walked out. Weskier was diligently standing guard when he was unexpectedly interrupted. Lee Si approached with a mischievous grin and said directly, Weskier, I wondered who was being so dutiful. I won't make things hard for you. I don't care about the others, but I'll be taking the remaining mercenaries with me. With that, he signaled his men to proceed. Weskier immediately raised his gun to stop them, his voice firm. No, this isn't according to the rules. Lee Si, unhurried, lowered John's gun with a hand and walked straight up to Weskier. He tapped Weskier's chest, his tone carrying a hint of menace. Rules? I am the rules. Don't you think? Weskier didn't back down, retorting, Director Lee Si, Raccoon City isn't under your jurisdiction. You have no authority here. Lee Si stepped closer, their noses almost touching. His voice was low and dangerous. Are you joking? Do I need to remind you what's happening here? If this spirals out of control, do you know how much damage it could cause? I don't want my investment going down the drain. I have to answer to my backers, he continued, his tone brooking no argument now. I'm giving you 1 week to sort this out. In a week, I'll send an evaluation team to assess the situation. If you can't handle it by then, I'll take over, and I think Spencer will thank me for it. Li Si turned and waved to his men. Have Kaplan identify the mercenaries and take them. If anyone tries to stop you, shoot them. I'll handle the fallout. He then turned to Weskier, a mocking smile on his face. Tell your USS who I am, loud and clear. Weskier, barely containing his anger, gritted out, You are Li Si, the 7th director of Umbrella Corporation. USS is Umbrella's quick response security force, the company's secret armed unit for dirty work, Weskier added, each word forced through clenched teeth. Li Si clapped his hands in satisfaction. Exactly. The money you all earn comes from me. Your food, clothing, equipment, salaries, bonuses, and death benefits are all paid by me. His voice suddenly rose, filled with threat. And now, you point your guns at an Umbrella director? Are you planning to kill me? To lose your jobs? The USS members glanced at each other, hesitated, and then lowered their guns in unison. Li Si nodded approvingly. Good. I know it's tough working at night. Each of you will get a 10,000 bonus from me personally. This announcement not only made the USS members lower their guns, but also caused them to deliberately avoid Li Si, a sight that made Weskier grit his teeth in frustration. Li Si turned to the visibly trembling Weskier, his tone mocking. Remember to distribute the money to your men. I'll sign off on it later. Then, Li Si and his men swaggered past Weskier to the armored vehicle. They took the surviving Captain James and the female soldier Ray. Seeing the unconscious Alice and Matt, Kaplan hesitated, but Li Si shook his head, stopping him. After a few steps, Li Si turned back to John. Take the man with us. When Li Si passed Weskier again, he paused and spoke to the grim-faced man. Weskier, you are capable, but Umbrella Corporation belongs to us. You are under our umbrella, not the other way around. His tone became even more severe. Remember, your time is running out. I don't care how you do it, but if I hear any news of a virus leak, I will take over on behalf of the board. You can relay my words to Spencer. He will understand that the company is here to make us money, not to be a stumbling block. Finally, Li Si leaned in close to Weskier, almost whispering in his ear. And you, Weskier, better not become our stumbling block, especially not mine. The identification of the Skewa squad has been exposed. John received orders to lead his team openly in search of a base. The rest of the personnel continue to stay undercover, keeping a close watch on Spencer's movements, especially wary of the ambitious Weskier. Li Si ordered surveillance on Weskier's hive-clearing actions, deliberately letting Weskier notice their presence. At the same time, he planned to intervene in Raccoon City, purchasing several buildings and ordering his subordinates to rehearse defense strategies again in preparation for a possible biohazard outbreak. After giving these instructions, Li Si, along with Kaplan and others, took a flight out of Raccoon City overnight. Upon landing, he immediately contacted Lu Ling and Hong Feng, reporting with a grave expression, "We've got a problem. The biohazard scenario has already begun. I just escaped from the hive." Hong Feng couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you take Alice with you?" Li Si shook his head and explained, "No, I couldn't. The Athena project behind Alice is too deeply involved. The highest authority is in Spencer's hands, and he won't let me interfere." Lu Ling focused on another issue. "Is the Red Queen data copy you mentioned real? Can we build a supercomputer?" Li Si sighed, his expression serious. "No. What I'm about to tell you may be what you call deep lore. First, the Red Queen shouldn't be considered artificial intelligence, but a biological computing system. She's not just a mechanical computer, but a hybrid of biology and machinery." Lu Ling frowned, pondering. "Are you saying it uses a human brain as the core algorithm, combined with numerous chip programs to form a matrix-running computer? This indeed isn't conventional AI. It's more like an amplifier for human cognitive capabilities." Li Si nodded in agreement. "Exactly. However, it still holds significant reference value. I'll transmit the data to you later." Previously, both had doubted the existence of a mature super AI like the Red Queen. They understood the immense impact such an AI could have on global technological advancement, involving materials science, aerospace technology, product processing precision, energy distribution, and more, comparable to biological research. Using such a powerful AI to manage zombies seemed baffling. Beyond the Red Queen's situation, Li Si discovered an even bigger issue. The biohazard in the hive was deliberately initiated by the company. Most of the hive's researchers were newly recruited within the past 3 months, with the core team relocated before the biohazard, likely to the Arkley Mountains research facility. Li Si pondered. Why would Umbrella Corporation do this? Was it to test the hive's defenses against a biohazard breach? Or to experiment with the Athena project's results in Alice? Or perhaps the company was rehearsing for something? Whatever the reason, one thing was clear. Umbrella intentionally caused the biohazard leak. One thing puzzled Li Si. Such a large-scale biohazard, if uncontrolled, would spell disaster for Umbrella Corporation. This clearly wasn't Spencer's intended outcome. It's likely Spencer only planned a localized leak to complete his plan but accidentally caused the entire hive to fall. Lisi had set a simple yet effective trap to identify the problem. Weskier himself. If Spencer personally came to Raccoon City to handle the situation, it would indicate a problem with the local top management, possibly Project Director William or Security Chief Weskier. If Spencer didn't come, the situation was even more severe. Lisi had made it clear to Spencer, "I know you're in trouble, and it will affect the entire corporation's interests. If you don't handle it well, you're out." Under such circumstances, if Spencer still didn't come to Raccoon City, it would prove he had more important matters to attend to. The significance of this matter has surpassed the value of the Umbrella Corporation, even exceeding the interests Spencer has built over decades and his own life. However, just a day later, Lisi received perplexing news. Spencer had briefly visited Raccoon City but left swiftly. More unsettling was the fact that the person in charge of cleaning up the hive was not Weskier, but Spencer's trusted assistant, a burly Slav named Vladimir. Lisi furrowed his brow in thought, noting that since his arrival in Raccoon City, Spencer had not contacted him at all. With limited information, Lisi couldn't decipher what it all meant. His thoughts drifted to another enigma, Baroque, the trial taker from the ancient god space. Recalling his conversation with Baroque, a crucial question echoed in Lisi's mind. How did Baroque acquire a body similar to a tyrant's? Baroque's explanation resonated in Lisi's ears. It was a mission from the ancient god space, a true trial to defeat a tyrant. Baroque and his two companions, although only 3 in number, were not without a chance. They meticulously planned, setting traps with explosive grenades from the armory. Then, they daringly lured a few lickers and released the slumbering tyrant. However, their plan quickly encountered a fatal flaw. They were unaware that a tyrant, when subjected to significant damage, would enter an uncontrollable super tyrant state. The preset bomb traps failed to kill the monster, forcing the trio to engage it with their small caliber weapons. Lisi couldn't help but shake his head, understanding the recklessness of such an act. Not everyone could stab a tyrant to death like a video game protagonist. Predictably, the 3 soon found themselves in dire straits. One of them was torn to pieces by the tyrant, but managed to detonate the explosives on his body before dying, delivering a fatal blow to the tyrant. The remaining 2 fought back fiercely, eventually killing the tyrant but sustaining severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, the ancient god space's task was not over. They needed to perform a ritual with the skull of a trial taker. With the previous comrade's body obliterated, the 2 survivors faced a grim choice. Weakly, they stared at each other, both wanting to crack open the other's skull but too feeble to act. They could only wait for the other to die first. At that moment, a few wandering zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began closing in on them. Ultimately, Baroque emerged as the sole survivor. It wasn't because his injuries were lighter, but because he wore a helmet. He curled up in a corner, using his last bit of strength to protect his head, stubbornly holding on. Lisi couldn't help but marvel. This experience undoubtedly proved the importance of helmets. Whether facing zombies, riding bikes, or fishing, a helmet could be the key to survival. The ancient god space then declared Baroque the final victor, granting him enhanced tyrant genes and issuing a task to hunt other trial takers. This was the reason Baroque later encountered Lisi. However, reflecting on that encounter, Lisi thought with some irony. In that situation, the helmet didn't seem to make much of a difference. Lisi sent the blood and muscle samples contributed by Baroque to the hive base for research. He stared at the samples under the microscope, frowning slightly. Baroque's transformation into a tyrant unsettled him. The perfect compatibility was precisely what the Umbrella Corporation had been dreaming of. However, considering the formidable capabilities of each dimension, Li Ling and his companion hadn't noticed anything unusual. Turning to operate the computer, Lisi saw the cryptic messages from the Red Queen flashing on the screen. Squinting, he discovered an intriguing fact. Spence, the so-called corporate spy, didn't exist. He was just a poor soul implanted with false memories. His real identity was now irrelevant. This discovery plunged Lisi into deep thought. If Spence's memories were fabricated, then Alice's memories of working as security for Umbrella and in the Hive were likely fictional too. As a highly classified test subject, Alice wouldn't have been easily released, much less allowed to work in the Hive or interact with the outside world. This also explained why Lisi found no trace of Alice when he first arrived at the mansion. She was likely activated at a specific moment, such as just before the mercenaries stormed the mansion. Lisi shared these findings with Lu Ling and his companion. They nodded in agreement, recalling that in the storyline they knew, Alice was a clone of Dr. Marcus's deceased daughter, and multiple clones appeared in subsequent movies. Perhaps she was just one of many test subjects. After sharing the intel, Lisi strode towards the room where Kaplan and the others were. As he pushed open the door, James immediately stood up, gratitude evident on his face. "Mr. Lisi, thank you so much for rescuing us from Umbrella's clutches." Kaplan remained silent, neither revealing that Li Si was the journalist Reese who had ventured with them, nor mentioning Li Si's true identity. He wasn't sure of Li Si's intentions, but knew it was best to stay cautious. Li Si waved his hand with a smile. It was nothing, but this isn't free. I need you to form a new team specifically to deal with any biohazard crises Umbrella might cause. After all, you all have the experience and mental fortitude to fight zombies. Before he finished speaking, Matt interjected eagerly, Mr. Li Si, I want to join too. But please, rescue Alice. We have a common enemy and should work together. If you rescue Alice, I'll do everything I can to wipe out every hive of the Umbrella Corporation. Li Si chuckled and looked around. Do you know where you are? This is your secret base? Matt guessed. Sort of, Li Si said slowly. The official name of this place is the Umbrella Corporation, located underground in Wyoming. But you might be more familiar with its other name, the Umbrella's 7th Hive Base. After a moment of awkward silence, Matt exclaimed in surprise, so you've already taken down one of Umbrella's hives? That's amazing. Li Si pressed down on the excited Matt, turning his head towards Captain James. What are you thinking? Look at their expressions. Don't you get it? This is Umbrella's secret base, and I am the 7th director of Umbrella. Matt's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't true, right? Mr. Li Si, you're joking, aren't you? You scared me. Before he could finish, Matt suddenly attacked, grabbing Li Si by the neck and threatening the surrounding soldiers. Nobody move. If anyone moves, I'll kill him. To his surprise, the soldiers around them didn't react to Li Si being held hostage, as if it was just a farce. At this moment, Kaplan walked over slowly. Matt urgently said, Kaplan, help me control this guy, and we'll get out of here together. Kaplan approached with a blank expression, but suddenly executed a swift arm lock, quickly subduing Matt. Matt looked at Kaplan in disbelief and exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Matt suddenly whipped his head around, his face turning crimson with rage as he glared at Kaplan. Through gritted teeth, he shouted, Have you sided with the Umbrella Corporation? You cowardly, despicable traitor. Have you forgotten how your teammates died? Kaplan rolled his eyes dismissively. Though he hadn't witnessed Lisa's kick against the tyrant or her chokehold on the liquor in the hive, he vividly remembered that Lisa had saved their lives. Despite the erasure of memories from other dimensions, Lisa's existence left a lasting impression on his mind. He vaguely recalled that Lisa possessed extraordinary combat abilities, far beyond what any ordinary person could handle. Lisa gently waved a hand, signaling Kaplan to release Matt. She spoke calmly enough. While I am with the Umbrella Corporation, I belong to a different faction that is cautious and reserved about bioweapons research. You all witnessed the situation in the Hivian extremely severe consequence. I don't want the bioweapon virus to leak, so I aim to form a new team dedicated to combating the zombie crisis. Lisa's gaze swept over everyone present as she continued, You can choose to leave, but I assure you, neither the media nor the government will be on your side. Within 48 hours of leaving my territory, you might be suicided or disappear without a trace. More likely, you'll be captured by Umbrella and end up in a lab, transformed into horrific monsters. She paused, her tone growing resolute. I am your only supporter for revenge. I can provide financial backing and ensure your safety. Now, it's up to you to decide stay or go. James locked eyes with Lisa, cautiously asking, Sir, I can see that your soldiers are highly trained. Why choose us? Lisa responded candidly, Have you ever heard of a checkmate in chess? My people are my hidden aces. Right now, I need pawns to draw all the attention, and you fit that role perfectly to attract hate and attention, allowing me to strike from behind. The reality wasn't entirely as she presented it. While Lisa's decision to keep them around had a hint of amusement, her objectives went further. Firstly, as she mentioned, she needed to divert Spencer's attention. Secondly, she planned to use them to infiltrate the protagonist team in the second Resident Evil movie, engaging with the upcoming space trialists. Lastly, and most importantly, she discovered they had a unique damage bonus against zombies. The same bullet that might not even scratch a liquor in an ordinary person's hands could deal significant damage when fired by them. The damage bonus against Alice was even more astonishing. This led Lisa to think of concepts like defense penetration or true damage from games. In the end, they had no choice but to join Lisa, forming a new tactical squad under her command. Lisa, with her characteristic style, named the team the Sanitizer Squad. A month later, Lisa's corporate empire saw a new wave of growth. Since returning from Raccoon City, she had held a secret meeting with high-ranking officials from 2 states where her main base was located. During the meeting, she showed footage of the bioweapon virus outbreak in the hive, with terrifying, grotesque monsters making the officials visibly uneasy. With the covert support of these state leaders, Lisa's private armed forces began to expand rapidly. Some heavy weaponry that was previously hard to acquire now became accessible. Boss, one of his subordinates burst into Li Si's office in a hurry. The hive in Raccoon City has been reactivated. Umbrella Corporation is warning us to stay away from their territory. Li Si scoffed dismissively. What? Does he think Raccoon City belongs to him? Who does he think he is, deciding who can come and go? Besides, I've invested in Raccoon City myself. Who says I can't have a piece of the action? He slapped the desk with both hands. Stay put. I want to openly buy a building there and turn it into a training base. Less than 24 hours after Li Si left Raccoon City, Spencer himself came to inspect the situation. Although he stayed for only a day, it was clear he had ordered the hive to be purged. The capable Westgear led a USS team in a frontal assault on the hive. Meanwhile, a Slav named Vladimir led another USS team in a flanking attack. The two elite units coordinated seamlessly, using bows to clear the way, with assistance from the Red Queen's internal agents. Within a week, they had completely purged the hive. At the same time, the core members of the research facility in the Arkley Mountains began to withdraw. By the time Li Si could focus on the matter again, the hive had resumed normal operations. Everything was in perfect order, with no signs of the catastrophic biohazard incident that had occurred. Just as Li Si was preparing to inspect again, he was contacted from Luling. Li Si entered the secure room of the base, which also doubled as his private training ground. He activated an encrypted line connected to his own satellite system. After learning about Umbrella's bioresearch, Li Si had invested in launching 2 satellites to monitor the European situation and secret communications. Later, he launched 2 more under the guise of state projects. While setting up secret military training in Africa, he bought weapons from Donghua and secretly launched 3 additional satellites. At this moment, Li Si was using one of the satellites launched by Donghua. After establishing the connection, he looked at the numerous 3D holographic projections, frowning. Luling, this wasn't part of our agreement. Why are there other people involved? Sensing Li Si's displeasure, Lu Ling was momentarily speechless. One of the projections spoke up, Mr. Li, although we haven't met, your reputation precedes you. First, I apologize for this sudden contact, but the situation is urgent. Humanity is on the brink, and our nation is in peril. We need your help. Li Si raised an eyebrow and retorted, but I'm a federal citizen. I was born and raised in the Federation. I serve only the Federation and money. The other person smiled slightly. Is that so, Mr. Li? Li Si smirked. Minister Li, let's cut to the chase. What exactly do you want? The prominent international figure and one of Donghua's top officials, known for his frequent diplomatic visits, grew serious. I'll be straightforward then. Regarding the biohazard infection from the virus, I hope you can provide an assessment. After all, you are the most authoritative voice in this field. Li Si pondered for a moment before beginning. I won't go into detail about its infectivity and lethality. Donghua's research department must have studied it thoroughly. I'll talk about a few other viruses. The virus, a variant of the virus, is more potent but significantly less contagious, being a parasitic infection. I don't know much about the Veronica virus yet, but I'm gathering intelligence and will provide a complete report once I obtain a sample. He continued. The Plaga parasite is a remarkable parasitic virus discovered in Europe. It can form a certain degree of symbiosis with the host, preserving part of the host's intellect, making it more covert. Lastly, there's the progenitor virus. From what I know, it was discovered by Umbrella's founder, and only Spencer knows its exact origin. However, it was likely found in a hidden location in Africa, and I'm still investigating the specifics. Li Si summarized, the progenitor virus is the origin of multiple viruses, essentially the primary virus. This is crucial. Obtaining an original sample of the progenitor virus would greatly aid in understanding the entire virus system. Currently, it seems Umbrella is deliberately releasing the viruses, but their exact reasons and objectives are still unclear. The virologist's rebuttal shattered the silence in the conference room. With a furrowed brow and a hint of frustration in his voice, he said, how could it be? For a virus to survive, it needs a suitable host. Therefore, viral mutations always tend to increase transmissibility and decrease lethality. Otherwise, how could it continue to spread? It's scientifically unfounded to suggest it could evolve to the point of wiping out humanity. Li Si shrugged lightly and pointed to the data on the virus projected on the screen. His voice was low and serious. Unfortunately, this unconventional virus does exist in our world. I'm sure you've conducted experiments, and the results must be quite unsettling, right? The virologist fell silent, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Minister Li seized the moment to interject, his voice trembling slightly. Unsettling? It's downright terrifying. He took a deep breath and continued. We are extremely grateful to Mr. Li for his warning, which has given us more time to react. Minister Li paused, looking directly at Li Si. If I may ask, Mr. Li, why did you choose to help Donghua? Li Si's response was swift and decisive, as if he had long been prepared. If a biohazard crisis breaks out on a global scale, the entire world will suffer. Donghua's high level of organization, discipline, and relatively complete industrial system make it a key force in overcoming this crisis. Minister Lee was momentarily taken aback. Then a slight smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for recognizing our country. Lee Si didn't stop there. He continued to elaborate on his perspective. I'm a businessman who started out in venture capital. Now, I'm making my biggest investment yet in you. I'm betting that you can weather this crisis and emerge as the world's leading power once again. Minister Lee regarded Lee Si with interest, praising him, a bold young man. So, how much do you plan to invest in US? Lee Si looked around and firmly said, I'm going all in. Minister Lee did not respond immediately but signaled for a brief internal meeting. The communication was paused for half an hour. When he came back online, his expression was exceptionally serious. Mr. Lee, we need you to collect all virus samples as soon as possible, especially the progenitor virus. We need it immediately. Also, keep an eye on Umbrella's movements and uncover their ultimate goal. Lastly, we need to know the Federation's stance on Umbrella and whether they have any plans to address the crisis. Minister Lee listed a series of demands, and Lee Si listened attentively without interruption. When Minister Lee finished, Lee Si tilted his head and asked, And what do I get in return? Minister Lee's lips curled into a slight smile. A lot. How about the full support of a $10 billion industrial complex, unlimited resources, 3.3 million armed forces, 4 carrier battle groups, and global satellite intelligence support? You'll have 2 squadrons of strategic bombers on standby at all times and 2 strategic airlift brigades ready to support you within 30 minutes. We can flatten any target or city in the world within that time frame. How does that sound, Mr. Lee? Are you satisfied with such support? Lee Si stood up, and though he couldn't shake hands, his voice was filled with determination. Although we can't shake hands, I still want to say here's to a successful partnership. With Donghua's full support, Lee Si felt even more confident in uncovering the root cause of the biohazard apocalypse. Another attack in the Arkley Mountains? Lee Si found it hard to believe after hearing the report from his armed leader, John. John's tone was grave. Boss, it's true. Our people took photos. The bodies have extensive bite marks, likely caused by some sort of bioweapon. Lee Si frowned and thought, wild animals? Doesn't seem like it. John shook his head. What's worse, Weskier took the bodies away immediately. Damn it. Lee Si cursed. Is there another problem with the hive? According to our informants, everything seems normal. However, Weskier seems to be planning to lead a team to investigate the Arkley area. With the USS? No. He's taking the Raccoon City Police Department's SDARS team. After hanging up, Lee Si fell into deep thought. July had arrived, and less than 2 months remained until the predicted full-scale biohazard outbreak in Raccoon City. He decided to investigate personally, not wanting to overlook any suspicious clues. Meanwhile, the search for Spencer continued. Spencer had been staying at Umbrella Corporation's European headquarters, making his movements hard to trace. After learning parts of the biohazard plot, Lee Si began liquidating his shares in Umbrella, which raised Marcus's suspicion and dissatisfaction. The immediate consequence was the severing of ties between the African hive and Umbrella, cutting off one of Lee Si's potential leads. With Marcus's intentions unclear, Lee Si decided to avoid direct confrontation and refrained from probing the African secrets. Both sides were aware of the tension but hadn't reached a breaking point. Lee Si could only start from the periphery, using the entire intelligence network of Donghua to sift through clues. A nation's full effort to investigate one person would inevitably unearth every detail of their life. At this moment, Lee Si focused his attention on Raccoon City. His newly formed sanitizer squad was still in training, so he had to set out alone, bringing only his cat. Tiger, we're going to your hometown, Lee Si said, teasing the kitten in his arms. Do you miss it? Want to be free again? The kitten ignored his chatter, rolling over and continuing to sleep. Lee Si gently stroked the cat's soft belly and said with relief, Good thing you're a girl. With that attitude, you'd be causing all sorts of trouble otherwise. This time, Lee Si used the unexposed journalist identity from before. For some reason, the Red Queen had erased all traces he left behind. Only Alice knew this identity, but Umbrella didn't care about that part of her memory. Thus, Lee Si once again played the role of a journalist, camera in hand and kitten in tow, and returned to the Green Hotel in Raccoon City. John sent a message saying that the Raccoon City Police Department had prepared to dispatch SDARS Bravo team to investigate the Arkley Mountains. Speaking of SDARS, Lee Si had some intel. This Special Tactics and Rescue Service was established at Umbrella's behest within the Raccoon City Police Department. The members were highly skilled, well-equipped, and thoroughly trained. Among them, Alpha Team was the most elite, featuring Chris, one of the protagonists of the Biohazard films, and led by Weskier, the man in sunglasses who worked both as Umbrella's security intelligence chief in Raccoon City and a police officer. Such dedication probably drew multiple salaries. In the afternoon, Lee Si managed to enter the Arkley Mountains ahead of SDARS Bravo team to investigate. Despite his previous efforts to clear out many bioweapons and Umbrella's subsequent sweeps, the area still seemed overrun. Around 10 p.m., Lee Si snapped the neck of a virus-infected, zombified wolf with a frown. The biohazard infection here was far worse than he'd anticipated. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed to life. John's urgent voice came through. Boss, emergency. SDARS Bravo team has departed earlier than expected. What's going on? Weren't they supposed to start the forest search the day after tomorrow? Lee Si frowned, scanning his surroundings warily. The sudden news forced him to reassess the situation. A prison transport carrying high-risk federal convicts had lost contact. The police had already received orders to assist in the search. Lee Si had not planned to engage with the police so soon, especially elite units like STARS. He was well aware of Weskier's deep influence within the department, and any rash actions could easily draw unwanted attention. Just as he was about to retreat quietly, he sensed a familiar disturbance from a distant hilltop sign of the space trial's arrival, and it wasn't just in one location. This unexpected discovery made Lee Si change his mind immediately. Without further hesitation, he sprinted deep into the Arkley Mountains, determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, outside the Raccoon City Police Department, 2 helicopters roared into the sky. Inside one of them, 7 team members wore varied expressions, most of them showing signs of nervousness. Captain Raoul, are we diving straight into the mission? A burly Eastern European man couldn't help but ask. Don't call me Captain, Raoul snapped. The current captain is Enrico from B Team. We're just SWAT officers assisting STARS B Team, so don't blow our cover. This isn't a movie plot. It's the storyline of Resident Evil Zero, another team member reminded quietly. As long as we're careful, we can complete the mission smoothly. A young black man in the squad shrank back, evidently intimidated by the temporary captain. Seeing this, Raoul softened his tone. Don't worry, we were forged in the fires of the Band of Brothers storyline. Do you think brainless zombies are more dangerous than elite German soldiers? This is our 3rd mission, and everyone here is a veteran. We have abilities to handle any scenario. Think about the rewards from the God Space after completing the mission. Every danger is worth it. Raoul's words visibly eased the tension among the team. They began to discuss the plot quietly, each formulating the most advantageous action plan. Deep in the forest, near an overturned prison transport, 8 men and women in prison uniforms were also in a tense discussion. Their demeanor was noticeably more seasoned than the trial participants at the police department. As a burly Western youth with a handgun distanced himself from the group, a female team member picked up a gun from the ground to inspect it. Captain Henry, she asked, is it really okay to let Billy, the main character of this plot, slip out of our control? Captain Henry responded calmly, it's fine. He will eventually reach the core point of the plot. Now, check your equipment. Chaos Space sent us here to hunt specific targets, not to participate in the plot. Meanwhile, on a hidden railway track deep in the forest, a train was speeding along. This was the Umbrella Corporation's exclusive Ecliptic Express, connecting the Arkley Research Facility and the Management Training Facility. Inside one of the carriages, another group of trial participants sat, led by an Asian man who spoke in a low voice. This is the Resident Evil Zero game plot. Our task is simple: protect the investigation team on the train as much as possible. Just ensure they reach the training facility safely, and then we'll decide whether to engage in the subsequent plot based on the situation. He continued to caution, be careful of the mutant leech's attacks. The Queen Leech is not very strong at this point, and our weapons and abilities should be enough to fend it off. Good luck, everyone. If we complete this mission, the rewards from the Demon Blade space will be substantial. We will survive this, I promise. Beyond the STARS Bravo team, the prisoners from the Chaos Space, and the Blade Space trial participants on the Zodiac train, other spaces have also extended their reach into this perilous region. An elite military special forces unit descended from the sky, landing quietly with the aid of parachutes. Among the team, apart from the captain, for members hailed from the fearless space. Meanwhile, within the Arkley Research Facility, a group of main space trial participants disguised as survivors were adjusting to the hazardous environment. The research facility was filled with frantic cries, indicating that there were many novices among the main space team. The captain, frowning, delegated the task of calming the newcomers and explaining the current situation to the peripheral members of the team, while he and the core members began a deep discussion about the plot details. Everyone, the captain's voice was low and serious. We are now in the plot of Resident Evil 1. Let's quickly review to ensure we don't miss any crucial information. As the captain spoke, the new members gradually understood their current predicament and the impending threats. The plot was straightforward. A biohazard outbreak had occurred at the Arkley Research Facility, and the entire facility was overrun. The Umbrella Corporation abandoned the plan to rescue survivors, instead deciding to restart the training facility. To this end, they dispatched 2 investigation teams to assess the feasibility of the restart. Since one of Umbrella's founders, Marcus, was secretly murdered by his colleague Spencer, the training facility had been abandoned for over a decade. Weskier and William led a team to arrive first, while another team comprising the Blade space trial participants on the train was set to arrive tonight. However, the train was attacked by a swarm of mutated leeches, resulting in total annihilation. The STARS Bravo team came to investigate the disappearance of the prisoner transport vehicle, but after their helicopter crashed, they were ambushed by bioorganic weapons in the forest, suffering heavy casualties and becoming scattered. After losing contact with Bravo team, the Raccoon City Police Department immediately dispatched the Alpha team for a rescue mission, but they too were surrounded by bioorganic weapons. Bravo team member Rebecca, along with a military prisoner, entered the training facility, while Alpha team's Chris and Jill ventured into the Arkley research facility. Thus, Bravo team experienced the events of Resident Evil 0, while Alpha team was embroiled in the plot of Resident Evil 1. Both storylines unfolded almost simultaneously, revealing the dark secrets of Umbrella's bioresearch and leading to numerous monster battles, culminating in their escape. The main space trial task seemed simple: survive in the Arkley research facility until the end of the Resident Evil 0 plot and successfully escape. The captain distributed a large quantity of firearms, which sparked hope among many trial participants, making them believe the task might not be as terrifying as they initially thought. Especially when they discovered that killing a zombie rewarded them with 10 points, they even began to think of this place as an ideal grinding spot. However, they were unaware that deep within the facility, several ancient space trial participants were confined in glass chambers. Their task was equally simple: eliminate as many intruders as possible, especially those from other spaces. But due to some unknown reason, they couldn't move freely for the time being, waiting for the number of creatures in the facility to drop to a certain threshold before they could regain their freedom. The main space trial participants were indulging in the thrill of hunting zombies and bows, oblivious to the fact that with each reward point they earned, they were inching closer to death. Meanwhile, Lise, sprinting through the forest, heard distant explosions and immediately adjusted his direction towards the sound. Soon, he reached the scene of the firefight. Amidst the dense gunfire and explosions, Lise cautiously approached. The sight before him was shocking. Two groups were engaged in fierce combat, while the zombies and bows, who should have been the main threats, could only hover around the battle zone, being swiftly taken down if they got too close. After careful observation, Lise noticed that one side of the firefight consisted of STARS Bravo team members, whom he recognized from the files. But what really caught his attention was the other side. A few individuals in SWAT uniforms, whose marksmanship rivaled that of the STARS elite, and their coordination was impressively seamless. Although Lise didn't recognize these people, his keen perception detected familiar spatial fluctuations from them. This was a team of spatial trial participants, but they were new faces he had never encountered before. Engaged in fierce combat with them was another group dressed in prison uniforms. Despite their attire, they were fully equipped with tactical gear, displaying formidable firepower and accurate marksmanship. Lise also sensed spatial energy from these prisoners, equally unfamiliar and uncharted. The two sides exchanged relentless gunfire, flashes of light illuminating their fierce enmity. A few minutes earlier, two police helicopters had just arrived over the area where the prisoner transport had lost contact. Before the spatial trial participants on the ground could make a move, the helicopters suddenly lost control and crashed into the forest amid violent shaking. Luckily, the low altitude of the flight meant that while the occupants were shaken, they all survived. Captain Raoul of the God's Space climbed out of the wreckage, cursing under his breath, "This damned Resident Evil scenario is pure garbage. Helicopters always crash, what a load of crap." Before he could finish his sentence, a high-caliber bullet whizzed past, instantly piercing a team member's shield. A second bullet followed quickly, shattering the shield completely. Then, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down, turning the unfortunate team member into a bloody mess. Both the police personnel and the scenario characters dove to the ground, barely avoiding the sudden ambush. As the prisoner squad and the police squad exchanged fire, they quickly realized that the other side was also composed of spatial trial participants from different dimensions. The trial participants from the chaotic space were ecstatic. They had finally found their targets, the God Space trial participants. Although they hadn't managed to destroy the helicopter themselves, their hasty ambush had successfully claimed a life. The reward from the spatial system made their eyes sparkle with greed, fueling their excitement. However, the God Space trial participants were not to be underestimated. With support from Team B, they regained their footing and began to counterattack. Both sides received a warning. Extraordinary abilities were prohibited until the chaos level reached a certain threshold, especially in the presence of scenario characters. This restriction posed a significant challenge for the police squad. Exposed in an open area with the helicopter wreckage's lights flashing nearby, they were easy targets. Even more troubling, they had to ensure the safety of the key scenario characters without arousing suspicion. These scenario characters were crucial for the plot's progression. Their deaths could only occur within the storyline, and any interference from the trial participants could lead to unpredictable consequences. The prisoner squad had no such concerns. They quickly realized that their opponent's mission was to protect the scenario characters. Seizing this opportunity, they shifted their focus and launched a fierce attack on the scenario characters. To the prisoner squad, these ordinary people without shields or life-saving drugs should be easy to eliminate. However, they had clearly underestimated their opponent's strength and the complexity of the scenario. Soon, they would pay dearly for this misjudgment. After the prisoner squad successfully took down a police helicopter pilot, the thrill of the spatial rewards pushed them to fight even harder. However, the loss of their comrade enraged the STARS members, who began to counterattack fiercely. Rebecca and Enrico's precise shooting was particularly lethal. Their bullets seemed to ignore shields and protective gear, directly blowing off the heads of two prisoners. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. This not only left the prisoner squad in a state of panic, but also astonished Lee Si keenly noticed the unusual nature of those two shots. On the surface, the bullets seemed ordinary, but he could feel they carried a special power. This power was similar to his own primal force, yet different. Lee Si recalled past experiences, a Japanese officer's sword breaking a shield during the Sulphur Island mission, the extra damage Alice and the mercenaries' bullets inflicted on zombies during the Hive adventure. He temporarily named this power World Force, using it to identify main characters in the plot. In fact, this was just the initial manifestation of the World Force, though Lee Si had not yet grasped its true extent. After those two shots, the prisoner squad dared not target the plot characters again and could only maintain suppressive fire. They turned their attention to the hostile spatial trial participants. Strangely, once they stopped targeting the plot characters, the STARS members shifted their focus to the surrounding zombies and bows, as if the prisoner squad was no longer a threat. At this point, the prisoner squad found themselves in dire straits. Not only had they lost two members, but the biomonsters in the forest seemed particularly interested in them, attacking from all sides. Observing from a tree, Lee Si made a new discovery. The trial participants' firearms were noticeably less effective against the zombies. He picked up a stray bullet from the ground and found it to be a special type, stronger than the regular ammunition used by STARS, but not extraordinary. However, these bullets had limited effect on the zombies, with rifle bullets reduced to near handgun strength. Despite taking some hits, the prisoner squad, thanks to their excellent personnel and advanced firearms, still held the upper hand. In contrast, the police squad, following the STARS lead, was equipped only with short-barreled submachine guns. While suitable for urban counterterrorism, these weapons were outmatched in both power and fire rate against the opponent's automatic rifles, not to mention the enemy had a sniper with a heavy sniper rifle. After another team member's shield was depleted and they were targeted, Captain Raoul realized the situation was dire. Because of the plot character's presence, they couldn't use their spatial system to access many weapons or utilize their extraordinary abilities, leaving them feeling quite frustrated. Raoul decided to find a way to make the plot characters leave first, confident that he could defeat the opponents without restrictions. As Raoul racked his brain for a way to explain this to the team members, the shield of a nearby blonde female teammate also depleted. Facing imminent death, she disregarded the rule against exposing extraordinary abilities in front of plot characters and chanted a spell. A golden shield instantly enveloped her. She then drew a wand from her spatial storage and pointed it at the enemy. Fire element, gather and leap at my command. Scorch my foes, explosive fireball, she chanted loudly. A fireball the size of a wash basin formed at the tip of her wand and shot towards the prisoner squad like a cannonball. Earth's protection, a man on the opposing side shouted, and a massive yellow shield covered the target of the fireball. A deafening explosion followed, and the area within a dozen meters of the fireball's impact was scorched white. As the dust settled, the man was seen pressing his hand to the ground, his rocky armor dissipating to reveal a severely burned body. He had failed to fully shield against the magical attack in time, and a nearby teammate had been incinerated by the immense energy of the spell. Grimacing in pain, the man grabbed a huge rock spike from the ground and hurled it at the enemy. In an instant, what had been a firefight transformed into a breathtaking magical battle. The forest echoed with spell chants, explosions, and screams. Magical lights flashed among the trees, turning the scene into a deadly yet dazzling fireworks display. In an instant, the battlefield was a chaotic mix of flashing blades and intertwining magical energies. The police captain suddenly transformed into a hulking green giant, roaring as he charged at the enemy. Opposing him was a steel golem summoned by the prisoner squad's leader, its body wreathed in eerie black flames. The leader himself had merged with the golem, ready for combat. This sudden shift in the scene left everyone present in stunned silence, their eyes widening in disbelief at the incredible sight before them. Lee Si, however, smiled. He had just received a mission to apprehend criminals who had violated the New World Code. He had been wondering how to capture a trial participant to interrogate about the plot development, and now it seemed the opportunity had presented itself perfectly. Quickly discarding his disguise and donning his gear, Lee Si unleashed his hidden primordial power. He leaped down from a tree, landing with a shout, "Everyone, Get down with your hands on your heads. Anyone who resists will be shot on the spot. Li Si's sudden appearance startled both sides, but soon multiple attacks were launched at him. Damn it! Attacking an officer, are you? Li Si cursed, but his movements were swift. With his left hand, he drew his autumn wind blade and shattered an incoming stone spear. His right hand fired the red rose gun, blasting apart a wind blade from the side. His feet pushed off the ground, leaving two deep pits as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the center of the battlefield. He arrived between the green giant and the steel golem in an instant, slashing upward with his long blade and severing the golem's left arm cleanly. Without missing a beat, Li Si fired two precise shots behind him, breaking the legs of the charging green giant. The giant collapsed to his knees, but continued sliding forward due to inertia. Seizing the moment, Li Si spun and delivered an upward kick to the giant's chin, sending him flying into the air. Before the green giant could hit the ground, Li Si executed a spinning kick, sending the massive figure flying over 10 meters away. By this time, Li Si faced the steel golem once again. The golem's flaming greatsword was already swinging down at him. Li Si sidestepped just in time, the sword whistling past and embedding itself in the ground, black flames whipping up a fierce wind that made his coat flap violently. As the greatsword struck the ground, it erupted in a burst of black fire, but Li Si had already leaped lightly, landing on the golem's right wrist. With a powerful stomp, accompanied by a screech of metal, the golem's wrist was reduced to scrap metal. Li Si didn't pause, sprinting along the golem's thick steel arm. Each step brought devastating damage. One step shattered the elbow, 2 steps crushed the shoulder, 3 steps split the skull. As Li Si crushed the golem's head, the prisoner squad's leader somehow extricated himself from the wreckage and was now kneeling before Li Si, coughing up blood. Wait, we can talk, I can. The leader's plea was cut short as Li Si, expressionless, thrust his long blade forward, piercing through the leader's skull. Li Si swiftly executed the squad leader of the prisoners, blood splattering everywhere. Without pausing, he stepped aside, his left hand reaching out as if to grasp something invisible. He pulled whatever he caught towards him, while his right hand reversed the grip on his long blade, making a light swipe forward. A burst of blood sprayed out, revealing a figure in the air. It was a graceful woman with an exquisite face, like an elf, clutching her half-severed neck and collapsing at Li Si's feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a desperate plea for life, looking imploringly at Li Si. 2 emerald daggers slipped from her hands, clattering to the ground. Li Si glanced at her coldly, then continued forward without hesitation. As he passed by her, his long blade casually dipped down, piercing the female assassin's skull. The blade withdrew, bringing with it a mix of brain matter and blood, and the assassin's beautiful eyes instantly lost their luster. Li Si continued towards the green giant, his gaze briefly scanning an empty spot nearby as if he saw something. In that seemingly vacant space, a man in invisibility mode stood sweating profusely, not daring to move. He was certain that the terrifying man had already noticed him. During the earlier chaos, the elf assassin from the opposing police squad had been entangled with him. Both had equal stealth abilities, neither daring to make the first move, each waiting for the other to slip. The male assassin knew he was at a disadvantage and would have been forced to act if Li Si hadn't appeared. Watching the skilled female assassin get her throat slit so effortlessly, the male assassin couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. For an assassin, dying like this was the ultimate humiliation. Li Si was also puzzled, wondering why the female assassin was so bold, attacking despite knowing she was outmatched. Whether it was his innate soul vision from his absolute willpower or his primal force's life detection, he could clearly sense her position. At this moment, neither side dared to act recklessly. Li Si strode towards the police squad captain, the Green Giant. Because you violated the rules of the multiverse space mission, I'm here to administer punishment, Li Si said coldly. Do you have any objections, or do you accept the punishment? Captain Raoul, having reverted from his transformed state, responded with a bitter smile. You're powerful. Whatever you say goes. Li Si pointed to the female mage behind him, his voice icy. All right. She was the first to attack. She's the main culprit and will face punishment. Raoul cautiously asked, Sir, what punishment will Fata face? Li Si planted his long blade into the ground and uttered a single cold word, execution. Fata screamed. I was about to die. Why couldn't I use my extraordinary powers? I earned those abilities myself, step by step, risking my life. Why couldn't I use them? Li Si shook his head. You don't need to explain to me. I'm not the rulemaker. I'm just the executioner. Besides, in a life and death battle, you can't break the rules just because you want to survive. In the end, you were the one who attacked first. A young man with a long blade stepped in front of Fata. We won't let you harm Fata. Li Si nodded. Is that so? Just as Raoul was about to intervene, Li Si vanished, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. A gust of wind swept past, even blowing Raoul a few steps away. When Raoul looked back at Fata, Li Si's long blade had already pierced through the throats of two teammates, skewering them together. Li Si twisted the handle forcefully, slicing their necks halfway through. His left hand then produced a red rose, and with two crisp gunshots, the two headless bodies collapsed, blood gushing from their necks, their bodies twitching slightly. Li Si turned to Raoul. What did you just say? Raoul gritted his teeth. Nothing. Are you satisfied now, sir? Li Si glanced at the remaining three members of the Divine Space Squad. Stay here. I have some questions for you later. After the battle, Li Si realized that the spaces they belonged to were ones he had never encountered before. Li Si strode towards the remaining three trial participants in the chaos space. Seeing the fear in their eyes, he spoke coldly. I'm going to execute the first person who used extraordinary abilities. Any objections? Before he finished speaking, two of the trial participants, including the assassin, quickly stepped back, distancing themselves from the Earth elemental wielder. This silent retreat revealed the fragile unity among the chaos space trial participants. The Earth elemental wielder gritted his teeth and argued, I was forced to fight back. I'm not going down without a fight. Li Si responded calmly, that's your choice. In an instant, the Earth elemental wielder unleashed his full power, veins bulging on his face. Two massive rock hands burst from the ground, lunging at Li Si. Meanwhile, something enormous seemed to be stirring beneath the surface. Li Si remained unflustered, channeling his primal energy into his long sword. With two swift strikes, the rock hands were severed. His speed was undiminished as he precisely stepped onto the rising ground, his right leg brimming with primal energy. He stomped fiercely on the head of the stone giant that had just emerged. The Earth elemental wielder spat blood, his face painted red. He looked at Li Si in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could shatter a summoned creature and forcibly interrupt the summoning spell without harming the caster. Yet, the excruciating pain in his head soon left him no time to ponder, and his consciousness faded into darkness. Li Si turned to the two trembling survivors and said coldly, Now, I have some questions for you. Moments later, Li Si returned to the space of the gods, ignoring the intense hatred in the eyes of the three. He straightforwardly demanded, I need to know the details of the Resident Evil plot. Answer truthfully. I've already asked the other side. If your answers don't match, I won't hesitate to kill another one of you. I doubt you'll mind hating me a bit more. Raoul asked in a deep voice. What if the other side lied? Li Si thought for a moment and replied, in that case, we'll kill one from each side. Fair enough, right? Under the threat of death, both sides chose honesty, and the information they provided was roughly consistent. Li Si understood that different worlds fostered unique cultures and stories, with no absolute right or wrong. Afterward, Li Si selected complete mission on the task panel. Both teams had to redeem their members, though what price they paid was beyond Li Si's knowledge. Facing expulsion from the mission world, Raoul glared at Li Si and asked, May I know who you are? Li Si thought to himself, looks like he wants revenge. Should I give him an enemy's name? But I don't know many people in various spaces, let alone enemies. Can't give him Ing Kaling's name. That would be disgraceful. He resolved to be more attentive in the future, aiming to make a few enemies for situations like this. Ultimately, Li Si simply answered, My name is Li Si, from the monitoring space. All spaces have an unwritten rule. When carrying out missions, avoid using extraordinary abilities or high-tech weapons that are native to the area. This rule is particularly strict in historical missions, where trial participants are usually instructed to avoid using supernatural powers in front of key characters. However, the space doesn't completely ban such actions. It subtly encourages breaking the rules. Li Si stood in the shadows, coldly watching the actions of two teams. These trial participants from the chaotic space and the divine space were clearly not breaking the rules for the first time, but it was the first time they were caught red-handed. Their bad luck stemmed from encountering someone like Li Si, a nosy watchdog. The Heavenly Hounds, a rare group among the Chosen Ones in various spaces, are all top-tier individuals. Li Si, cultivated by the extreme evil space as a lone dog, is even rarer. Most trial participants know nothing about other spaces during their trials, and cautiously avoid others when they do meet. But Li Si is different. His experiences far surpass those of other novice trial participants. Li Si's gaze swept over the members of the two teams, a cold smile playing on his lips. In his eyes, their combat experience and awareness were even inferior to the wizard couple, the Wells, he had encountered before. His fingers lightly brushed against the weapon at his waist as he recalled his own journey. The brutal war in his first mission, early exposure to supernatural information, numerous extraordinary missions completed as the best commander of SHID, and over a decade of experience in the biochemical world. All these, along with the precious rewards he earned void steel, soul armament, and the correct path to supernatural power had made his strength soar. Dealing with these trial teams, who were obsessed with historical missions, was a piece of cake. Li Si took a deep breath, ready to carry out his mission. He knew that the two spaces didn't want to ransom back these insignificant beings, but faced with the threat of the evil god, they had no choice but to pay up. And as the one doing the work, Li Si would receive a generous reward. A 2,000 credit bonus, a 1-level upgrade in overall evaluation after the mission, 500 grams of soul fragments, and a portion of the world's power from Nalaron. He slowly stepped out of the shadows, prepared to give these two unfortunate teams a lesson they would never forget. To Li Si, this was not just a punitive mission, but also an opportunity to enjoy various worlds and meet different kinds of people. Although he had developed feelings and was no longer as fearless of death as a lemming in battle, Li Si would still be fully focused and put in all his effort. This was his mission, his duty, even though he had not yet officially become a chosen one of the extreme evil space. As long as the mission panel gave the directive, Li Si would take it without hesitation. And this time, it was just these two teams' turn to have a run of bad luck. Although he wasn't sure what the last two items were, their names screamed orange starter materials to him. For a moment, Li Si found himself absurdly thinking that the space's treatment wasn't all that bad. He couldn't help but mock his own thoughts, but he had to admit that the extreme malice space was indeed generous to its diligent dogs. This time, Li Si had brought a grand feast opportunity for the bigwigs. As the lowest of the low, getting even a taste of the leftovers was a significant blessing. As the two teams of trial participants were forcibly expelled, the unique spatial fluctuations returned to the center of the battlefield. Li Si watched as everything around him rapidly reverted to normal, with all traces of the two teams completely erased. The plot characters, who had been frozen in time since his appearance, began to rewind slowly, eventually returning to the moment when the helicopter had just crashed. Realizing that the plot was about to reset, Li Si quickly dove into the nearby bushes, hurriedly changing his clothes. Just then, he heard the voice of B-Team's captain, Enrique. This is the location of the prison transport. The guards are all dead, and there's no sign of the suspect, Billy. He likely killed the escort and escaped. Enrique immediately ordered, spread out and search for the suspect, Billy. Stay alert. This criminal is cunning and ruthless, and he's armed. Signal immediately if you encounter him. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Li Si swiftly made his way to the second plot point, the blood train. When he arrived, the Zodiac train had transformed into a scene straight out of hell, with blood-red stains all over the windows. He kicked away a lunging zombie dog and strode into the train. This train was much more spacious than a regular one, with a double-decker structure, though the interior height was similar to that of a single-decker train. The passenger carriages were in complete disarray, with signs of explosions and fire everywhere. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Li Si frowned, thinking this was vastly different from what previous trial participants had described. According to them, the second investigation team inside the train had been nearly defenseless against the zombie leech's attack. Yet the scene before him suggested that the carriage's occupants had put up a strong resistance and might have even managed to escape with some survivors. A strange spatial aura wafted into Li Si's nose, making him aware that other trial participants from a different space might be on a mission here. However, he had no intention of tracking them down. The final plot would unfold at the Cadre Training Institute and the Research Institute, so they would inevitably cross paths. Li Si wandered through the carriages, raising his camera to take pictures. Even though he felt these photos might be useless, he figured he should capture something since he had the camera. After a circuit around the carriage, he went up to the second level, sensing that the plot's protagonist, Rebecca, was approaching. He scanned the surroundings and finally walked to the restroom door. Li Si opened it, deftly sidestepping a lunging zombie inside. Looking at the zombie on the floor with its pants around its ankles, Li Si sternly asked, "Did you wipe?" Ugh, ugh. The zombie groaned incoherently. Li Si shook his head. "Guess not. Well, I'm not wiping for you, but I will flush the toilet for you. No need to thank me." Rebecca stepped into the depths of the forest and boarded the mysterious train, gasping at the horrifying sight before her. Decaying bodies were scattered throughout the carriage, and blood-stained walls silently recounted the terror that had unfolded. Waves of nausea hit her, but she fought to control her churning stomach. Suddenly, one of the nearest corpses sprang to life and lunged at her with incredible speed. Although Rebecca was only 18 and looked quite young, she hadn't joined the STARS team based on looks alone. Instinctively, she raised her arm and delivered a precise elbow strike, knocking the zombie back. Rebecca raised her handgun and warned firmly, "Stop, I'm a Raccoon City police officer. Stay right." Before she could finish, the zombie lunged again. These mindless creatures clearly couldn't understand human language, and it didn't matter that Rebecca bore a resemblance to a Yumi Hamasaki. As a rookie, Rebecca still retained her police instincts. She took 2 steps back and, after another futile warning, decisively shot the zombie in the leg. However, the shot did little to halt its advance. Realizing she was no longer dealing with humans, she quickly adjusted her mindset and ended the zombie with a headshot. The gunshot seemed to act as a beacon, drawing more zombies towards her. But for Rebecca, a member of the Elite Stars team, these newly infected and sluggish zombies were hardly a threat. Skillfully handling her firearm, she cleared the entire carriage with a few well-placed shots, showcasing her remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, Lise was crouched in the second-floor restroom, observing the outside world through a window. He noticed a burly man sprinting through the distant forest, pursued by several zombie dogs. Using a high-tech binocular provided by Leiling, Lise could clearly identify the man's features even in the dark. The fleeing man was Edward, a member of Bravo team, who was covered in wounds and losing blood rapidly. As he was about to be pounced on by a zombie dog, the creature's head suddenly exploded. Without pausing to look back, Edward continued his desperate escape. Each time a zombie dog drew near, its head would inexplicably burst apart. Lise was silently providing cover from the train's second floor with a precision rifle fitted with a special silencer. Just as he was getting into a rhythm, he noticed movement at the back of the train. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively took out all the zombie dogs chasing Edward, then swiftly packed up his weapon and collected the spent casings. Whether Edward would make it to the train alive was beyond Lisa's control. If the burly man survived, Lise planned to recruit him into his own forces. If fate dictated otherwise, it would be the author's decision. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and Lise quickly grabbed a zombie dog that had jumped through the window. He smirked. "How did you jump so high?" "Never mind. I've had enough killing for today. There's a girl downstairs. Go chat with her, maybe even get a leg to lick." With that, he tossed the persistent zombie dog back outside. Soon after, sensing that Rebecca had come upstairs, Lise intentionally made some noise. Rebecca quickly approached the restroom door and called out, "Are you a survivor?" Lise didn't open the door immediately, wary that a tense Rebecca might shoot by mistake. He quickly responded, "Yes, I'm a survivor. Are those creatures still out there?" "Who are you?" She continued to warn. "This is the Raccoon City Police Department. Open the door yourself and come out slowly." Inside the train car, the tension was palpable. As the door slowly opened, Rebecca saw a stranger and frowned, asking, "Who are you? A photographer?" This question instantly ignited Chris's anger. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled with fury. "How dare you insult me like that?" Rebecca was momentarily taken aback, not understanding how she had offended him. "How did I insult you?" Chris pointed to the badge on his chest, his voice escalating. "I'm a journalist, an investigative journalist who bravely seeks the truth." Then, his tone shifted to a questioning one. "Why are you here? What exactly is happening?" Chris threw up his hands, his face full of confusion and helplessness. "I don't know either. I came to investigate the cannibal incidents in the Arkley Mountains and stumbled upon these train tracks in the forest. I followed them and found this train." His voice suddenly dropped, tinged with fear. "Oh, damn it. There are many monsters on this train. They're reanimated corpses. And those terrifying mutant dogs. I had no choice but to hide here and wait for an opportunity." His tone suddenly lightened. "Thank God the police arrived so quickly. I must have misjudged the Raccoon City Police Department. You guys aren't as useless as I thought. I'll write a glowing report about you." Listening to him, Rebecca's face flushed. Though she didn't explain her true reason for being in the Arkley Mountains, her expression betrayed her embarrassment. At that moment, a tall man in prison clothes silently appeared behind Rebecca. He raised a gun, speaking coldly, "Drop your weapon. Slowly. I don't want to kill you." Rebecca froze, slowly lowering her handgun and turning around. When she saw who it was, she exclaimed, "You're Billy. You're a federal convict. Drop your weapon and surrender, or my team will kill you." Billy, the tall, white young man, calmly assessed Rebecca. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "You should focus on staying alive first. This place is crawling with monsters. I'm not moving around in handcuffs." With that, he turned and walked away. Rebecca quickly aimed her gun at Billy's back, shouting, "Stop. I represent the Raccoon City Police. Surrender now or I'll shoot." Without turning his head, Billy replied with a challenging tone, "Little girl, have you ever killed anyone? Do you have the guts to shoot?" Under Rebecca's aim, Billy casually left the car. Rebecca's finger never pulled the trigger as Billy's figure disappeared. Behind her, Chris rolled his eyes and muttered, "You're lucky you're the protagonist. Anyone else, and she would have pulled the trigger." She just blew the heads off several zombies. Back on the first floor, Rebecca's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. She quickly reported her position and her encounter with Billy. Captain Enrico's voice came through, stern. "That Billy's killed dozens. He's extremely dangerous. Next time, make sure to capture him." Hearing this, a wave of shame washed over Rebecca, and she silently vowed to bring Billy to justice. Just as Rebecca was about to instruct Chris to stay put while she went after Billy, the train window shattered. A bloodied figure stumbled into the car. Edward. Rebecca immediately rushed to check his injuries. Though none of Edward's wounds were fatal, he had lost a lot of blood and was very weak. In a faint voice, Edward began to describe the monsters in the forest and the zombies on the train, his tone filled with despair. As Edward prepared to tell Rebecca to leave him behind, Chris suddenly pulled out a large stash of medical supplies from his backpack. Bandages, antibiotics, painkillers. He grinned and said lightly, "Buddy, these are my lifeline. You owe me big time." Lise carried a heavy medical backpack, sparking Rebecca's curiosity. In response to her questions, Lise explained matter-of-factly, "I'm here to conduct a forest survey. The biggest threats here are diseases and poisons. Lack of water or food can be managed, but without medicine, you won't survive until rescue arrives if you encounter danger." After Edward's bleeding was stopped and he was bandaged, his condition stabilized, but he lapsed into a coma. Lise took the opportunity to inject him with a virus vaccine and a high-concentration nutrient solution, silently praying that Edward would withstand the vaccine's failure rate. Just as Rebecca was worrying about how to move the 6'1" Hulk, a piercing sound of shattering glass broke her thoughts. 7 or 8 zombie dogs, drawn by Edward's bloody scent, leaped in through the window. They were terrifyingly grotesque, slowly closing in. Rebecca nervously raised her gun, recalling the fear she felt the last time she encountered these agile and fast zombie dogs. "Lise, take care of Edward. I'll handle the fight," Rebecca instructed. "After all, you're just an ordinary person." Lise readily agreed. "You're the protagonist, you call the shots." Despite her inner fear, Rebecca displayed astonishing skill. She moved nimbly, and her precise shooting took down the approaching zombie dogs one by one. She killed 6 dogs with just 1 magazine. Lise couldn't help but marvel. No wonder she's the main character. Even my elite soldiers can't all reach this level. As Rebecca was reloading, the last zombie dog suddenly sprang from under a seat, lunging at her. Rebecca instinctively raised her arm to block its mouth, preparing to draw her knife for close combat. At that critical moment, a gunshot rang out, and the zombie dog's head exploded. Rebecca turned to Lise in surprise. "Where did you get a gun?" Lise casually blew the smoke from the barrel of his Colt Python revolver, the silver weapon spinning deftly in his hand. "Girl, this is the United States. Is it strange for me to have a gun? I'm here to investigate cannibals in the mountains. If not for worrying about the weight, bringing a rifle would be reasonable." Rebecca was left speechless. Since he was already exposed, Lise went ahead and took a gun holster from his backpack, strapping it to his waist and loading the revolver. Though not a sole weapon, the customized 9mm bullets of this exquisite handgun had considerable stopping power. After the zombie attack, Rebecca picked up Edward's shotgun and led the way, while Lise carried the unconscious Edward on his back, following behind. As they reached the dining car door, they saw Billy waiting nonchalantly. Rebecca immediately aimed her gun at him. "Billy, you won't escape this time. Surrender now." Billy, however, remained calm. "Given the situation here, we need to work together to get out of here, or none of us will survive." Rebecca, driven by a strong sense of justice, flatly refused to cooperate with the criminal. Billy didn't insist and walked away, and once again, Rebecca didn't shoot to stop him. Watching this unfold, Lise couldn't help but think, is this the protagonist's privilege? He glanced at the unconscious Edward on his shoulder, internally mocking, "You poor guy," with the protagonist's face but already down for the count. Rebecca chose not to pursue Billy, likely worried about Edward's condition. When she opened the dining car door, she froze in place. In the dim light of the car, she saw a man sitting upright in a seat, his body intact, showing no signs of decay. Thinking she had found a survivor, Rebecca hurried forward to ask, "Are you a survivor? How many others are still alive on the train?" Before she could finish, she touched the man. Suddenly, his head fell off. Rebecca was momentarily stunned. But then something even more bizarre happened. The head and the headless body, like melting candles, turned into black liquid, slowly spreading across the floor. Rebecca gasped as she realized what was moving across the floor. It was a mass of creatures, each the size of a shoe, resembling leeches. These mutated leeches were not only enormous, but their bellies also sported terrifying, tooth-filled suckers. "Lise, get Edward out of this carriage." Rebecca's voice was filled with urgency. Before she even finished speaking, Lise had already turned and sprinted away. His decisive reaction and swift speed left Rebecca momentarily stunned. However, the danger was far from over. The mutated leeches suddenly formed a humanoid shape and launched a fierce attack on Rebecca. From a distance, Lise watched the battle warily. The leech-formed humanoid displayed incredible elasticity, able to extend its arms to attack from several meters away. These arms, which appeared soft like tentacles, could whip through the air with such force that they easily shattered nearby tables and chairs. Even more horrifying were the numerous grotesque mouths lining the arms, enough to send anyone with a fear of clusters into a panic. Lise knew that if an ordinary person were struck by this monster, at best, they would suffer broken bones. At worst, they would be drained of blood and flesh, leaving nothing but bone. Fortunately, Rebecca was no ordinary person. She was an elite member of the Star Team and the protagonist of this adventure. It seemed as though fate favored her, as she always managed to dodge lethal attacks at the last possible moment. In the narrow confines of the carriage, Rebecca darted and weaved, all the while shooting at the monster. Though every shot hit its mark, each bullet only managed to kill one of the mutated leeches. More leeches poured in from every corner of the carriage, continuously replenishing the monster. Rebecca's shooting could not keep up with the influx of mutated leeches. Seeing the situation grow dire, Rebecca decided to retreat. However, just a few steps in, the monster suddenly exploded into countless smaller leeches. The closest ones instantly latched onto Rebecca, severely hindering her movements. More leeches swarmed towards her, and it seemed she was about to be overwhelmed. At the critical moment, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the leech closest to Rebecca's head. More bullets followed in rapid succession, scattering the leeches. It was Billy, firing his gun to save Rebecca just in time. Lise hesitated, unsure whether to join the fight, but Billy had already taken action. What surprised Lise even more was the power behind Billy's shots. They seemed imbued with a formidable world force, comparable to Alice during the Hive adventure. No wonder a few shots were enough to disrupt the leech's collective movement. With a moment to breathe, Rebecca didn't have time to thank Billy. She immediately joined him in keeping a wary eye on the writhing leeches on the floor. Suddenly, the train lurched and began to move slowly. Even more bizarre, a peculiar song echoed from outside the train. Hearing the song, the leeches seemed to be summoned and began leaping out of the carriage. Rebecca and Billy curiously gazed at the mysterious singing figure in the distance, unaware of Lise's unusual behavior. Lise also watched the distant figure, his hand inching towards the bag hanging from his chest, ready to draw his long knife. His instincts told him that this creature was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a mission prompt appeared. Investigate the source of the Leech Queen. What heightened Lise's alertness was the eerie sensation emanating from the Leech Queen, a presence that did not belong to this world. Since the train had already started moving, Lise wasn't sure if he could make it to the distant hill in time, so he temporarily suppressed his fighting spirit. However, the sudden change in his demeanor did not escape Billy's keen eyes. "Who are you? You seem very interested in that person outside," Billy questioned, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Lise's expression was serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "A monster in the rain, a mysterious figure, and a song. Don't you think that mysterious person under the lightning is quite photogenic? I really want to take a picture of him." As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the camera in his hand, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Initially, Billy was skeptical of this explanation, but soon, Lise's barrage of questions began to change his mind. "Mr. Billy, I've heard you're a federal criminal. Can you tell me about your experiences?" Lise suddenly put down Edward, who was on his back, quickly pulled out a pen and notebook, and started interviewing Billy. "What was your mindset when you committed murder?" "I can't," Billy replied coldly. Undeterred, Lise continued, "Did you abuse small animals when you were a child? Did you ever engage in arson? Or have the desire to?" Seeing Billy remain silent, Lise pressed on. "Hey, sir, you've got to tell me something. Did you wet the bed when you were a kid?" Billy's expression shifted from initial indifference to growing impatience, eventually glaring at Lise with a hostile look. At this moment, Rebecca stepped in front of Lise and said to Billy, "Mr. Billy, we're working together to escape here. If you dare hurt Lise in my presence, I will stop you and arrest you." Billy snorted and turned away. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief and was about to advise Lise to tone it down when she heard him again. "Officer Rebecca, you said he can't hurt me in front of you. Does that mean he can hurt me behind your back?" Rebecca hurriedly clarified, "No, I mean he can't hurt you at all." Lise kept pushing. "Officer Rebecca, you look very young. How old are you?" I'm 18, Rebecca answered truthfully. "Wow, an officer at 18 with a lieutenant rank? How did you manage that? Is your father a high-ranking government official?" Lise exclaimed. Rebecca quickly explained, "No, I joined the police force at 16. Lise interrupted her dramatically. "Jesus, tell me which department dares to use child labor? I need to expose them." Rebecca angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I finished my university studies at 15, was specially recruited by the FBI, and then completed dual master's degrees in medicine and chemistry. I was invited by Raccoon City to join the SDRS team based on my own abilities," she said, proudly puffing out her chest. Lise nodded thoughtfully but soon fired more questions. "Miss Rebecca, do you have a boyfriend? What kind of guys do you like? What are your measurements?" This time, it was Rebecca's turn to glare at Lise with hostility. Billy, standing nearby, helpfully handed her a wooden stick, saying, "Use this. It won't kill him." Ultimately, the law-abiding Rebecca didn't take the fugitive Billy's suggestion. After Li Si's antics, both of them forgot about his earlier odd behavior, thinking he was just a crazy journalist. Rebecca and Billy then began searching the train cars, trying to find a way to the front of the train to see who had started it. Just then, they heard a series of intense gunshots from a few cars away, seemingly coming from the direction of the engine. Although Lisi only had a rough idea of the plot and didn't know that it was the USS team sent by Weskier and Spencer encountering mutated leeches while trying to destroy the train, he knew Rebecca and Billy needed to solve a series of puzzles to reach the front. Since he had already noticed something off with the Leech Queen, Lisi decided not to follow the plot step-by-step, but to quickly reach the training facility to investigate. As Rebecca and Billy were about to look for a key to open the door, Lisi stopped them. He pulled out a small box from his pocket, filled with various precision tools. Squatting in front of the door, Lisi skillfully began to pick the lock, his movements surprisingly adept. Billy asked Rebecca, "Aren't you going to do something about this?" Hearing this, Lisi turned around, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What are you talking about? This is part of the job. The truth we investigate often hides in people's homes. To make things easier, I specifically learned this." He deftly manipulated the door lock, his fingers skillfully working the metal tools. Rebecca frowned, correcting him sternly. "Lisi, that doesn't justify breaking into someone's house illegally." Just then, a crisp click sounded, and the train door lock opened. Lisi turned back with a smug smile. "See? It works like a charm." The door slid open slowly. Billy moved in first, alert and ready, with Rebecca right behind him providing cover. Lisi followed at the rear, carrying the unconscious Edward. Billy and Rebecca coordinated seamlessly, their shots precise, each bullet hitting the zombies squarely in the head. In no time, the entire carriage was cleared. The trio pressed on, with Lisi skillfully picking one door lock after another, while Rebecca and Billy meticulously searched every corner for useful information and supplies. They made their way through 2 more carriages this way. During the search, Billy found a double-barreled shotgun. He quickly slung 2 bullet belts across his chest, his demeanor becoming even more formidable. When they reached the final door, Rebecca taunted, "But you can't unlock this one," pointing at the complex electronic lock. Lisi, though he had a decoder in his bag that could easily open it, realized using it would raise suspicions after all. How would an ordinary reporter have such high-tech equipment in the woods? He shrugged helplessly. "I really can't open this one, but you can." Rebecca looked puzzled. "Me? How am I supposed to open it? I don't have a key card." Lisi's eyes lit up. "You're a top chemistry student and a cop. Can't you figure out a way to blow this door open?" They found some plastic explosives on Edward. Although the quantity was limited, Rebecca and Billy quickly fashioned a makeshift bomb with their combined skills. With a loud boom, the door was blown wide open. The 3 of them rushed in, only to find the control room empty. Worse still, the train was accelerating. They tried to take control, but it required an identity verification code. Lisi had the code but was reluctant to use it, fearing Weskier and William, who were lurking in the shadows, might notice. Rebecca and Billy decided to go back and look for an access card, but Lisi realized time was running out. The train was speeding up dangerously and could derail if delayed any longer. He decisively pushed open the side door and found 3 zombie USS members on the front walkway. These were the unfortunate soldiers sent by Weskier to destroy the train, only to be attacked by mutant leeches. Lisi quickly drew his revolver, shooting each of the zombies with precision. While searching their bags, they discovered a timed bomb. Billy had a sudden idea and used the bomb to sever the connection to the rear carriages. Though the train's braking system didn't engage after losing the rear connection, the safety mechanism automatically cut off the power. However, the train's momentum was still tremendous. Eventually, it barreled off the last stretch of track and crashed into a tunnel. Although it was thrilling, the train didn't topple over as it did in the story. Lisi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly fortunate. He looked around. Rebecca and another protagonist seemed unscathed, but Edward was still unconscious. Lisi knew that if the train had really overturned, Edward might not have survived. Taking advantage of the opportunity to scavenge the USS members' backpacks, the group was now fully armed, no longer just a weak team carrying small handguns. Lisi looked at the unconscious Edward, calculating in his mind. He didn't want to carry this burden any longer, so he quietly used his primordial power to perform a simple healing on Edward. Moments later, Edward slowly opened his eyes. Although still a bit weak, he could now walk on his own. Lisi knew that due to the virus and the vaccine, Edward's physical condition would gradually improve, but that was a matter for the future. For now, they couldn't rely on this newly awakened companion. The 4 of them trudged through the underground drainage system and finally entered the training facility. The air was filled with an eerie atmosphere, and Lisi keenly noticed traces of the space trial participants. They seemed to be the same group from the train, but it was unclear whether they had completed their mission and left. The opulent hall was completely different from what they had imagined. The bright lights gave a sense of safety, but the large Umbrella Corporation logo on the floor silently asserted the place's ownership. Rebecca's eyes were drawn to a massive oil painting, and she exclaimed, "Isn't that the person from the train?" Lisi recognized the man in the painting, James Marcus, one of the founders of the Umbrella Corporation. He briefly explained Marcus's identity and history, developing the virus, being ousted from the board, secretly returning to the training facility to continue his research, and ultimately dying in an accident. But Lisi knew very well that Marcus's death was no accident. It was Spencer's meticulous scheme. Just as Lisi was deep in thought about the Sun Ladder flower, he decisively activated the locator. John, far away in Raccoon City, immediately sprang into action, mobilizing the Seagull squad and high-altitude airships, ready to take over the entire training facility at any moment. Suddenly, a familiar song played over the broadcast, interrupting everyone's thoughts. A deep male voice claimed responsibility for the attacks on the Arkley Research Facility and the Ecliptic Express, saying it was retaliation against the Umbrella Corporation. Lisi sneered at this meaningless declaration. Meanwhile, deep within the training facility, Weskier and William watched through surveillance footage as a mysterious figure appeared in the control room. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, realizing the situation might be more complicated than they had anticipated. The man was dressed oddly, wearing a somewhat tattered white robe that looked like religious attire. He suddenly started singing, his voice echoing through the empty building. To Weskier and William's shock, a mass of mutated leeches gathered and took on the form of their once-deceased mentor, Dr. Marcus. The voice on the broadcast left Rebecca and the others utterly confused. Lise privately grumbled, "Why do people start singing out of nowhere? Is this an Indian movie, or are you Karthus?" Despite not knowing exactly what was happening, Weskier and William decided to destroy the place. Whether their mentor was a ghost or human, they were determined to kill him again. Upon inspection, Rebecca and the others found all the doors sealed shut, forcing them to continue exploring the eerie building. Lise once again used his lockpicking skills, easily bypassing various traps and locks as he searched. Along the way, he collected various documents and even secretly took a sample of the leech specimen Dr. Marcus had used to research the virus. Soon, they discovered numerous zombies that had been taken down, most with shots to the head. Billy and Edward quickly deduced from the scene that at least a 5-man heavily armed team, wielding heavy firepower with precise marksmanship and coordinated tactics, had swept through the area. They suspected that the members of the USS they encountered on the train had made it here and that there were likely survivors. Having uncovered much of the truth, they remained wary of these mysterious armed individuals, uncertain whether they were friends or foes. However, Lise knew they weren't from Umbrella but were a team of unfamiliar space trial participants. From the clues, he judged that this team's strength was far inferior to the trial teams he had encountered from the Divine Space and Chaos Space. Despite using high-powered automatic rifles, grenade launchers, shotguns, and even hand grenades, the team had failed to fully protect the Umbrella personnel. Lise found at least 2 recently bitten Umbrella members' corpses, indicating the team had performed poorly during the ambush. In the underground cable car, 9 people waited in fear for the unknown destination. A girl clutching an automatic rifle whispered to the captain, "Captain Okamoto, I think we should leave. Our weapons are barely effective against the Leech Queen. If we continue, we might all die here. We should end this while the next checkpoint hasn't activated." Having gone through 2 trial missions, they were now deeply terrified by the relentless monsters and the nearly invincible Leech Queen. When their weapons couldn't kill the enemy, they no longer felt secure. Captain Okamoto listened to the female team member and knew they had reached their limit. Reflecting on the beginning of the mission, they had been full of confidence, thinking that their advanced weapons and extensive experience would easily see them through. However, harsh reality dealt them a heavy blow. In the 8-member squad, Okamoto and 3 other veterans had survived 2 trials before, while only one of the remaining 4 was a rookie. They thought they knew the storyline well, but underestimated the dangers. During the first wave of mutant leech attacks, they barely managed to cope, saving over a dozen storyline characters. The reward of 1,000 magic crystals per person temporarily made them forget the ferocity of the monsters. However, the relentless onslaught soon led to their first casualty. A team member who had survived 1 trial was drained of blood by the leeches, leaving a disfigured corpse. This gruesome scene finally brought them back to reality. With the help of ample weaponry and flamethrowers, they struggled to hold on until the train stopped. After escaping with the surviving storyline characters, they hurried toward the cadre training facility. However, a gigantic bioscorpion blocked their path. This 4-5 turtle behemoth showcased terrifying agility and defense. Small-caliber weapons couldn't even penetrate its bioarmor. Even more frightening was its attack power. Its massive pincers easily tore a storyline character into 3 pieces, and its venomous tail was a deadly threat. In the intense battle, an experienced team member tragically fell. He was caught by the monster, and 2 consecutive stings pierced through his shield and bulletproof vest. Although Okamoto's longsword severed one of the monster's pincers, the venom ultimately claimed the team member's life. Along the way, they lost another rookie team member. By the time they finally reached the cadre training facility, only 8 storyline characters remained. They could have stopped there, but the tempting options provided by the space made them decide to continue the adventure if they could escort the storyline characters to the next node. Each would receive an additional 500 magic crystals. Greed drove them underground, towards the facility's subterranean processing plant. However, the zombies along the way wore them out. The panicked storyline characters scattered, and 2 more were bitten to death by zombies. Seeing their losses mount before earning any reward, the team members grew increasingly frustrated. Okamoto and his team encountered a gigantic bioengineered centipede. This monstrous creature was over 10 meters long and as wide as a coffee table, its body covered in a tough exoskeleton, and its countless legs moved in an agile and eerie manner. Facing such a formidable foe, Okamoto made a ruthless decision to sacrifice the newcomer who had been lucky so far, using him to distract the creature so the rest could retreat. Later, they ran into wandering BOWS hunters. This encounter cost the team another member and a plot character. Soon after, at the observatory, they faced an even greater threat. A massive bioengineered bat leading a swarm of smaller ones in a fierce attack. The appearance of these flying monsters rendered their firearms largely ineffective, and another plot character perished in the chaos. Seeing the situation grow increasingly dire, Okamoto finally lost his patience. He decisively put down his firearm and drew his long blade, engaging the monsters in a bloody battle. After an intense fight, Okamoto, though injured, managed to eliminate the flying creatures. Eventually, after a hard-fought struggle, the survivors finally boarded the cable car. At this point, only 4 trial participants and 4 plot characters remained. Okamoto looked at the dwindling team, his face full of frustration. He quickly calculated. The original reward of 8,000 magic crystals was now down to 6,000, and they had lost 2 teammates in the process. It was a complete and utter loss. Despite the ever-increasing sunk costs, Okamoto remained rational. After all, this gamble was a matter of life and death. They had previously encountered the Queen Leech's controlled clones multiple times, each time defeating them only for them to reassemble. Thinking of this, Okamoto sighed and decided to end the mission. Meanwhile, Lise had already gathered the main data and lost interest in further exploration. To him, Spencer was not only obsessed with the mansion but also with setting up puzzles. But who could these puzzles trap? Zombies? Following Lisa's suggestion, Rebecca and the others decisively used the collected explosives to blow open the door and rush to the observatory. On the ground lay the corpse of the bioengineered bat, next to the remains of Umbrella members. Lise deduced that the trial team had left not long ago and led his group to follow the traces. However, not far along, everyone except Lise suddenly fell into a stupor. Lise sensed the unique spatial fluctuations and realized that the group had already left, and the space was erasing their traces. Just as everything returned to normal, a sudden noise came from not far away. Lise turned alertly to see a gigantic, pitch-black centipede rapidly crawling toward them. The creature was enormous, as wide as a coffee table and over 10 meters long, its countless legs moving at an astonishing speed. It barreled forward, ignoring all obstacles, heading straight for the group. Seeing this ferocious onslaught, Lise couldn't help but admire. What a giant centipede! This would be perfect for steeping in a large jar. Despite his internal sarcasm, Lisa's actions were swift. He quickly raised his shotgun and fired a double-barrel shot at the creature. The bullets pierced its exoskeleton, causing its fluids to spray, jolting his stunned companions into action. The group immediately raised their weapons and began to unleash a barrage of firepower on the terrifying beast. The group's firepower was fierce, with bullets raining down like a storm. Despite the giant centipede's incredible speed, its massive body made it a perfect target. Bullets imbued with the power of the world easily tore through the monster's exoskeleton, leaving ghastly wounds in its wake. Lise was astonished to find that his bullets could penetrate the creature's defenses. This wasn't due to his inherent power, but rather the augmentation from the world's energy. What he didn't realize was that his prolonged stay in this world had imbued him with its essence, making him an integral part of the storyline. If the Okamoto squad knew about this, they would be furious. Their advanced weapons often barely scratched these monsters, leading them to believe that the world's laws suppressed their space technology. At this moment, Lise's world energy was far weaker than that of the main characters like Rebecca and Billy, making him more of a supporting character. He wisely aimed at the monster's existing wounds, knowing that even the strongest defenses were weak where the exoskeleton had been compromised. The 4 of them finally managed to kill the giant centipede, but the danger was far from over. A flock of zombie crows cawed menacingly as they swooped down. Supporting Edward, Lise followed Rebecca and Billy into the next building. As soon as they entered, they were confronted by a horde of BOWS 6 hunters, amphibious creatures resembling lizardmen, 4 eliminator sape-like creatures with simple intelligence, and over a dozen agile biomonkeys. These monsters roared as they charged at them. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Despite his weakness, Edward raised his MP5 submachine gun to clear out the surrounding monkeys for Li Si. When several leechmen appeared on the battlefield, Li Si realized that the Leech Queen intended to kill them all. Just as Li Si was about to unleash his full power, he noticed that Rebecca and Billy were struggling. At that moment, a nearby door opened automatically, and the two rushed inside. Rebecca wanted to turn back and cover them, but Billy, seeing that Li Si and Edward were completely surrounded, made a quick decision and pulled her away. As their teammates left, Edward remained unusually calm. He turned to Li Si and said, "Li Si, I'll buy you some time. You need to get out of here. Leave me some explosives. I don't want to be these monsters' dinner." Li Si glanced at him and sighed. "You'd be better off if you were a bad guy." Before Edward could process the comment, Li Si discarded his empty shotgun and reached into the sides of his backpack. To Edward's astonishment, Li Si pulled out a long blade and a blackened handgun that looked like a work of art. While Edward was still marveling at how Li Si had hidden such a long weapon in a small backpack, Li Si raised the red rose and opened fire on the surrounding monsters. The relentless barrage of bullets caused the muzzle to emit a foot-long blue flame. Li Si wasn't using his inherent power, nor was he using the specialized bullets he had purchased from the spatial store. Li Si raised his dual pistols and squeezed the triggers. The specially crafted bullets whizzed out, hitting each monster with pinpoint accuracy. The bullets exploded inside the creatures, releasing the virus vaccine, and the power of his soul weapon amplified their impact. Amid the spray of blood and flesh, the monsters in the hall fell one by one, none able to rise again. However, the Leech Queen did not retreat. More mutated leeches surged from the corners, reforming into dozens of leech men, their tentacle arms reaching out to encircle Li Si. Quickly assessing the situation, Li Si realized that his firearms were of limited use. He holstered his pistols and drew his long sword, facing the swarm of leechmen hidden. With agile movements, his blade crackling with a ghostly blue light, he effortlessly sliced one leechman in half. The blue energy erupted within the creature, and with a piercing scream, it disintegrated into a heap of rotten flesh. Li Si raised his left hand, channeling the power of the red rose. A gunshot rang out, and a distant leechman was engulfed in blue light, collapsing to the ground. With a swift turn of his wrist, his autumn wind blade cleaved another leechman from head to shoulder. Then, his right leg, surrounded by blue light, delivered a powerful kick, piercing through the body of an ambusher. In the ensuing scene, Edward could only see a flash of blue light darting around the hall. With each burst of light, a leechman fell. Within seconds, the hall was left with nothing but the stinking corpses of leeches. Li Si scanned the surroundings, finally locking his gaze on a surveillance camera. He stared directly into the lens and said coldly, "Wait for me. I'll come for you soon." Although he hadn't managed to draw out the Leech Queen, the massacre was not in vain. Due to the hive-mind connection, Li Si's attacks with his primal force had inflicted some damage on the creature. More importantly, he had used his primal force to lock onto the Leech Queen's life signal, leaving it with nowhere to hide. Sheathing his soul weapon, Li Si walked over to the stunned Edward. "What are you spacing out for?" he asked softly. Edward, eyes wide with shock, asked, "Are you an angel sent by the Lord to purify and save the world?" Li Si couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "The Lord's too busy. I'm just a henchman of the evil god." Edward asked Li Si, "Who exactly are you?" Li Si didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Edward off the ground and quickly headed outside. "There's someone waiting for us outside," he said briefly. Edward, still groggy, was dragged out the door. Suddenly, the deafening roar of helicopter engines filled the air. He looked up to see 5 helicopters rapidly approaching the training facility from the distant sky. The helicopters hovered in place, and several ropes dropped down from the cabins. Dozens of figures, moving with the precision of a special forces unit, swiftly descended to the ground. They moved quickly, establishing a defensive perimeter around the area. One of the team members hurried to Li Si, stood at attention, and saluted. "Boss, we arrived with 5 squads as per your orders. The rest are on standby." Edward scrutinized these mysterious armed personnel. They wielded assault rifles unfamiliar to him, seemingly chambered for 7.62 mm ammunition. Each carried secondary weapons, including shotguns, grenade launchers, and even rocket launchers. The most striking of all was someone carrying what appeared to be a small flamethrower. These individuals were clad in extensive ceramic armor, and their helmets were fully enclosed. Edward realized that this unit was likely a specialized force designed to combat biochemical threats. Li Si pulled out a terminal communicator from his pocket and quickly input some information. "All right," he said, "I've transmitted all the recorded monster data to you. Although the upper levels of the training facility have been cleared, proceed with extreme caution." He paused and then issued further orders: search and retrieve all documents from the training facility, especially anything related to Marcus's development of the virus. The team leader, addressed as John, received the orders, and promptly led his team into action. Meanwhile, Li Si signaled for the helicopter to lower a stretcher, then turned to Edward and said, "You should head back now. I'll contact you once this is all over." Edward did not resist as the soldiers secured him to the stretcher. Before being lifted, he turned his head and asked Li Si, "Are you with the Federation?" Li Si smiled slightly and replied, "Something like that." With that, he turned and quickly walked into the underground passage of the training facility. After parting ways with Li Si, Rebecca and Billy each went through their own ordeals before eventually reuniting in the underground facility of the training center. Rebecca encountered a prototype T-001 tyrant monster. This creature, despite its enormous right claw and impressive speed, had its brain ravaged by the virus, losing all intelligence and tactical ability, attacking purely on instinct. The virus-induced mutations not only gave it a massive right claw but also exposed its internal organs, creating obvious weak points. With the protagonist's advantage, Rebecca quickly brought the monster down. Later, Rebecca met her team leader, Enrico. Though she had the chance to rejoin her team, she chose to continue searching for Billy. As expected, she soon reunited with Billy in the underground processing plant. There, they discovered the site where Marcus had conducted his virus research. Seeing the skeletal remains of countless experiments, an uncontrollable rage ignited within them. However, their anger was surpassed by that of the Leech Queen. After being severely beaten by Li Si, it was furious. Seeing the two investigating the processing plant without restraint, it finally lost its temper and confronted them in a fierce battle. The Leech Queen, shedding its human guise, revealed its true form, a towering monster composed of countless mutated leeches, with over a dozen tentacles protruding from its body. Its speed, strength, and defense far exceeded those of regular leech creatures. The two heroes skillfully used the terrain and their teamwork to outmaneuver the Leech Queen. Ultimately, their combined efforts prevailed, and they managed to defeat the creature. At that moment, the base's self-destruct alarm blared. With no time to lose, they began a frantic escape. Li Si, who had just arrived, also heard the piercing alarm. Cursing Weskier and William internally, he quickly ordered John and the others above to evacuate immediately. When Rebecca saw Li Si rushing in with a shotgun, she was initially overjoyed but soon noticed he was alone. Her face showed sadness and concern. However, the blaring alarm left no time for her to dwell on Li Si's experiences. She quickly jumped onto the lift, ready to escape the imminent destruction. As he was about to leave, Li Si glanced at the Queen Leech lying on the ground. He fired another shot with his hunting rifle, this time imbued with primal energy. However, even with this, the Queen Leech remained motionless, feigning death. A slight smile appeared on Li Si's lips as he focused his gaze on her body. He knew that the creature would inevitably pursue him, not because he could predict the plot, but because he keenly sensed an energy gathering within her. As the energy intensified, swarms of leeches surged forward like a tidal wave. The Queen Leech's collective consciousness grew stronger, and the number of creatures she controlled increased rapidly. Li Si sensed that the memories she inherited from Marcus were fading, replaced by a more sinister, corrupt, and chaotic consciousness. This new awareness was eroding her sanity. If not for the fear Li Si had instilled in her earlier, she might have already transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. However, Li Si could clearly see that the fear he had instilled was quickly dissipating. He concluded that the Queen Leech would soon break free from the shackles of fear and begin a relentless pursuit. Sure enough, shortly after the elevator started moving, horrifying roars and violent tremors echoed from the passage below. Rebecca and Billy watched the lower level warily, realizing that a massive creature was in furious pursuit. At that moment, Li Si quickly took out the remaining explosives, pulled the pin, and threw them down. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted in the passage. Rebecca exclaimed, "What the hell is that thing?" The Queen Leech had transformed into a more primitive creature, resembling a fusion of a multi-tentacled starfish with a gaping, tooth-filled maw. Its grotesque and terrifying appearance sent chills down their spines. Seeing this, Rebecca and Billy began hurling various explosives and incendiary devices downward. Although these weapons couldn't inflict substantial damage on the monster, they clearly slowed its pursuit. This enraged the Queen Leech even more, and its numerous eyes fixated on the three of them, filled with bloodthirsty desire. The elevator finally reached the exit. The trio quickly piled all their explosives onto it, ignited them, and ran to find cover. After a massive explosion, Rebecca nervously asked, "Did we kill it?" Billy was about to reply, "Not that easily," when a grotesque, nauseating monster burst from the smoke, appearing before them. Without hesitation, Li Si shed his disguise, drew his long sword, and stared gravely at the creature. He knew that the main characters wouldn't be able to help this time. The creature emitted a thick, black mist, and Li Si felt that the world's energy around him seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, isolating the monster's presence. If Rebecca and Billy recklessly joined the fight, they would not only lose their attack bonuses but also the favor of luck, making them highly likely to be devoured by the creature. Lisi vaguely realized that this might be the reason the monster relentlessly pursued the protagonists it craved to devour them, fully integrate into this world, and escape its fate of being rejected. Lise gazed at the howling monster before him, every cell in his body screaming a deadly threat. This colossal beast was undoubtedly the most formidable creature he had encountered in this world, far surpassing any tyrant. It wasn't just the Leech Queen that made Lise so cautious. It was the eerie aura emanating from the monster that truly alarmed him. The black mist swirling around the creature contained a power beyond comprehension, neither belonging to this world nor any known dimension. In a sudden, violent motion, the chaotic and foul entity lashed out a tentacle, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The tentacle struck down at Lise with such speed that he barely had time to react. However, Lise had no intention of dodging the attack. First, he needed to protect the two main characters behind him, and second, he wanted to test the monster's strength. He raised his long sword in defense, channeling all his primal energy into it. With an earth-shattering crash, Lise was flung away like a broken kite. The protective shield around him dissipated the moment it touched the monster's black mist. Blue and black energies clashed fiercely, and it was clear that Lise was at a disadvantage. As he flew through the air, he twisted his body to narrowly avoid crashing into the two main characters behind him. A collision would have instantly turned them into a heap of flesh, a fact evident from the bent steel beam Lise struck, showcasing the immense force he carried. The moment Lise landed, he pushed off with his feet, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, and shot forward like an arrow. His long sword slashed down, trailing a blinding blue lightning, and struck another of the monster's tentacles, preventing it from pursuing the two main characters. To Lisa's shock, even the chafing blade, infused with his primal energy and capable of easily slicing through alloy, failed to penetrate the monster's defense. His sharp eyes noticed that it wasn't the creature's flesh that was tough, but the thin layer of black mist that stopped the blade's advance. Realizing the monster's power far exceeded his own, Lise knew that a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. After repelling the tentacle, he quickly drew his left-hand weapon, the Red Rose, and fired a series of armor-piercing bullets infused with primal energy at the monster. However, even these bullets, aimed at the creature's eyes, couldn't break through the eerie defense. Despite the failed attack, Lise gained valuable information. He keenly observed that the black mist thickened at the bullet impacts while thinning elsewhere. Facing such a formidable opponent, Lise chose not to rely on the terrain for maneuvering but charged Hedon with determination. His primal energy surged within him like boiling magma, and the blue lightning on his sword crackled and flashed like a thunderstorm. Lise moved as if he were in an empty field, deflecting one tentacle and using its force to slide sideways while blocking another incoming tentacle with a twist of his waist and a lift of his sword. In a swift step forward, he kicked away a third tentacle, though the pain in his right leg indicated a likely fracture in his shin bone despite being wrapped in primal energy. Ignoring the pain, Lise raised the Red Rose and unleashed a barrage of shots at the monster's numerous eyes. Sensing the danger, the creature immediately reinforced its eye defenses while two tentacles from behind shot towards Lise like venomous snakes. Faced with the wind-whistling, lightning-fast tentacles, Lise didn't dodge. He quickly holstered the Red Rose, gripped his sword with both hands, and darted forward like an arrow. The blue lightning from the chafing blade extended to his arms, resembling two streaks of blue lightning. With all his strength, Lise thrust the sword, feeling slight resistance before it pierced through the black mist. The blade sank deeply into the monster's threpidant maw, and he pulled it horizontally, releasing a spray of inky fluid. The monster, in pain, accelerated its tentacles, which struck Lise squarely in the chest. He was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a nearby forklift. The impact caused the forklift to rebound, while Lise rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Struggling to his feet, Lise spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, the chest pain making him grimace. Looking down, he saw his upper clothes were mostly torn, his chest a bloody mess, with some areas exposing white bone fragments. The searing pain with each breath indicated multiple broken ribs. He quickly retrieved a syringe from his backpack and injected it into his thigh without hesitation. Then, he took out a metallic disc and, enduring the pain, pressed it against his chest. The disc activated instantly, extending 10 metal rods that pierced into his flesh like a mechanical spider, securing the device firmly to his chest. Lisi struggled to get up from the ground, his breathing finally less labored. He tossed his spatial backpack aside to avoid it getting damaged during the fight. The monster in front of him continued its frenzied attacks. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lisi braced himself for the tough battle ahead. Despite being at a disadvantage, Lisi hadn't lost hope. Just as he managed to injure the monster, his task panel suddenly flashed, alerting him. Detected illegal intruder. Preparing to seal the space. Initiating arrest. Searching for enforcers. A few seconds later, the panel updated again. Search complete. The nearest enforcer from the temporal region FLG 239440 has received the command and is en route. Temporary worker. Lock onto the intruder and provide precise coordinates. The enforcer will arrive in 354,669 standard seconds. Damn it, almost 100 hours. What are they coming for to collect my corpse? Li Si cursed under his breath. However, the space lockdown in the extreme evil zone was more than just a simple barrier. It not only trapped the storyline characters in a temporal amber, preventing the monster from absorbing them to blend into the world and avoid expulsion, but it also cut off the monster's subsequent energy supply. In short, the monster had lost its ability to replenish energy and vitality. Li Si noticed that the black mist, which had once been impervious to his attacks, was slowly dissipating and becoming thinner. He could also feel the primal force he had left within the monster continuing to wreak havoc on its body, hindering its ability to mobilize internal energy. Although Li Si himself hadn't gained any strength, the weakening of his enemy was an indirect boost for him. Looking around, Li Si saw that the area within a kilometer radius was sealed off, eliminating any chance of the monster escaping. He sheathed his autumn wind knife and, with a flourish, drew 2 soul guns, tauntingly beckoning the monster. The monster roared and charged at him. Li Si immediately turned and sprinted, meticulously maintaining a distance that kept him out of reach of the monster's tentacles while allowing him to stop and fire precise shots. This maneuvering tactic soon faced a new challenge. The monster began hurling basketball-sized leeches that exploded on impact. Watching a bulldozer dissolve into scrap metal from the acidic blasts, Li Si quickly abandoned the idea of shooting the leeches and focused on dodging the bombardment. Just as Li Si was calculating how long the monster could sustain its long-range assault, a brilliant white beam suddenly struck the monster, knocking it to the ground. Looking towards the source, Li Si saw a man standing on a distant tree, a crimson spear resting casually on his shoulder, with both hands lightly grasping its ends. The man called out to Li Si, "Hey, buddy, want to team up for a raid?" 2 hours ago, when Li Si was acting as a third wheel between Edward and the protagonist, the Fearless Space Trial Squad was executing their promotion mission. Disguised as a military special forces unit, they had a unique task: to hunt down and ensure the death of Billy. As the squad descended via gliders, the first sight that met their eyes was the Magic Crystal Space Trial Squad engaged in a fierce battle with a giant scorpion. Initially, the military-assigned captain intended to lead his team to see if their target was in sight. However, an unexpected downpour and gusty winds blew them off their intended landing zone. Fate played its hand, and they landed near the Arkley Research Facility. At that moment, the main God Space Trial Squad was inside, gleefully hunting zombies to earn reward points. Hearing the faint sounds of gunfire from within the building, the military captain immediately ordered his team to investigate. When they pushed open the door, the scene before them left the military captain dumbfounded. A group of ordinary-looking civilians, fully armed, excitedly chasing down numerous zombie creatures, with gunfire echoing everywhere. The captain couldn't help but question if they had entered the right place. Despite the mystery surrounding these people's identities, the monstrous zombies were undoubtedly enemies, and at least these suspicious civilians wouldn't attack them. Shoddy, the captain of the main God Space Mayflower Squad, scrutinized the military team warily. As a veteran of 4 missions, he received a prompt from the main God Space indicating that these were trial participants from a different space. Past experiences had taught him that encounters with trial participants from other spaces rarely ended peacefully. In contrast, the 4 members from Fearless Space, though aware of the others' identities, appeared unusually relaxed, evidently not perceiving them as a threat. Upon the military captain's inquiry, Shoddy disclosed some information, which they had casually gathered from the research facility while hunting zombies, not considering it a plot leak. The military captain immediately realized the gravity of the situation and led the 4 Fearless Space trial participants to sweep the entire building, collecting more data. However, the captain underestimated the dangers here and soon encountered a terrifying bioengineered giant snake 1 meter in diameter and nearly 20 meters long. The snake's origin was quite convoluted. It wasn't originally a product of the Arkley Research Facility, but was bred in the Cadre Training Institute. Researchers combined the bow traits of reptiles and amphibians, but due to its low intelligence and difficulty to control, it was eventually abandoned and contained. After the Training Institute was abandoned, it gradually broke free and became the top predator within. However, as the Queen Leech grew stronger, it was forced to flee, instinctively finding its way to the Arkley Research Facility. Amid the chaos caused by the Queen Leech's attack on the facility, it successfully infiltrated. This giant snake had an intriguing name, Yawner, derived from its attack posture, where it would arch its body like a snake and open its mouth wide, emitting a threatening yawn-like sound. Faced with such a formidable beast, the inexperienced military captain hesitated briefly and was struck hard by the thick snake tail. His bones shattered instantly, leaving him beyond recovery. To make matters worse, a mutated viper suddenly lunged out and bit his neck, injecting a large dose of virus-laden venom. The fearless space trial participants had no time to save him before the captain was dead. The captain's death meant their 2,000 contribution points reward vanished into thin air. This infuriated one of the fearless space trial squad members, Duan Lang. Enraged, he pulled out a crimson spear from his personal space and swung it fiercely at the giant snake, creating a massive gash. The spear's blade then emitted a blinding red light, as if it were about to ignite. Duan Lang shook his hand, and the spear shot forward like a dragon, aiming directly at the snake's head. If the strike landed, it would undoubtedly kill the snake on the spot. However, in the nick of time, Duan Lang's arm was restrained by a burly white teammate. Duan Lang, there's no need to kill it, the teammate shouted. This is a plot creature. It shouldn't die by our hands. Reluctantly, Duan Lang withdrew his spear, giving the snake yawner a cold snort. Consider yourself lucky, beast. With that, the four of them headed deeper into the research facility, never once giving the main god space members a second glance. The four individuals in the fearless space are not strictly part of the same team. In this unique trial space, the concept of fixed teams doesn't exist, at least not until one ascends to become a fearless. Each mission sees the trial participants randomly assigned to different teams, necessitating constant adaptation to new partners. Inside the research facility, Duan Lang and his three temporary teammates were cautiously searching. Despite any potential conflicts among them, everyone remained highly focused on the task at hand. Norton, the burly white man with black hair, vigilantly guarded the front, ready to handle any threat that might arise. Pang, with his well-proportioned build, followed closely, his agile movements reminiscent of a leopard poised to strike. The stunning Pasha took up the rear, her sniper rifle at the ready, while her two short blades hinted at her formidable close combat prowess. Unlike other trial spaces, the fearless space has no fixed team battles. Although conflicts are inevitable, participants prefer to resolve grudges through death matches after the mission rather than disrupt the current progress. This approach ensures the smooth completion of tasks while providing a fair opportunity for trial participants to settle scores. In fact, team battles commonly seen in other spaces don't happen without reason. When trial participants progress too slowly and fail to complete their ascension within the allotted time, the space enforces a team battle to force at least one member to ascend. This harsh elimination mechanism isn't a whim of the space's overseers but a strategy for efficient resource utilization. After all, nurturing trial participants requires significant investment, and those who can't deliver the expected returns are ruthlessly discarded. The fearless space earns its name by recruiting only the bravest participants. Whether chosen by the space or joining voluntarily, their shared goal is to continually push their limits and reach new heights. Even if someone chooses to back down after a dangerous mission, the fearless space has mechanisms to eliminate them individually, maintaining the overall quality. Here, fostering united and harmonious teams isn't the focus. Instead, the fearless space emphasizes cultivating strong, independent individuals. The strong grow stronger, while the weak are eliminated. Today, you might rely on others' help to complete a mission, but tomorrow you may have to face challenges alone. Over time, the outstanding members stand out, and most have had cooperative experiences during the final assessment. Take Duan Lang's team at this moment. Though they aren't fixed partners, each is a formidable figure. They may know each other or only by reputation, but their abilities are unquestionable. Norton is a formidable warrior, Pang excels in close-quarters combat, and Pasha is not only a sniper expert but also adept in melee combat. Now, the four decided to thoroughly search the entire research facility, hoping to find the target of their ascension assessment. As they delved deeper into the building, each member remained tense, ready to face any dangers and challenges that might arise. Without the presence of scripted characters, Duan Lang and his team could finally unleash their full potential. Armed with guns, they stormed through the Akurii research facility, mowing down everything in their path as if it were uninhabited. Although the various biomonsters managed to slightly weaken their space weapons, these headshot-hitting elites were hardly affected. Inside the facility, gunfire echoed non-stop, accompanied by the splatter of blood and flesh. Duan Lang and his team efficiently broke through, coordinating with the main god space trial team to quickly reach a certain threshold. With the sound of mechanical operations, several incubation pods deep within the facility slowly opened, and out stepped a number of men and women. Leading them was a burly black man, who sneered and said, "The little ones from the main god space are really going at it. They've met the quota so quickly. Let's give them a big surprise." Next to him, a green-haired woman with a seductive look licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Let the hunt begin. Half an hour later, the two groups faced off in a tense standoff in an open area of the research facility. The place was a wreck, clearly having witnessed a fierce battle. Duan Lang, holding his combat rifle, stood shoulder to shoulder with Zeton, who wielded a giant sword. Behind them were Pasha, with her enormous sniper rifle, and Pang, wearing black metal gauntlets on both hands. The members of the ancient god space on the opposite side watched them warily. The black leader had transformed into a three-metal tyrant, but unlike regular tyrants, sharp bone blades extended from his arms, and his shoulders and back were covered in menacing bone spikes, turning his entire body into a deadly weapon. Each of his team members had undergone different mutations. Some had sharp bone tentacles floating behind them, others had arms transformed into bone swords, and one could shoot hooked bone chains from his wrist while wielding a massive bone axe with the other hand. The most eye-catching was a member carrying a huge rotary cannon that could fire highly penetrative bone spikes. Judging by the scars on the tyrant squad, they had taken some hits in their previous skirmish, despite their numerical advantage. After a moment of silence, the black leader spoke. "You're not from the main god's space. Why are you chasing us? Our missions are different. We're not your targets." Duan Lang sneered, raising his gun slightly. "Now you're backing down? Where was this attitude when you ambushed us? Now that you realize we're tough, you want to explain?" "It's not that easy." The black leader's bone-covered face showed no expression, but his eyes flashed with a complex emotion. "We mistook you. We thought you were a main god space team. We apologize for this misunderstanding, and if we caused you any loss, we can compensate." Duan Lang twirled his gun disdainfully. "If apologies were enough, our pursuit of power would be meaningless. As for compensation, don't worry. We'll take it ourselves. Your lives are quite valuable." Zeton, lifting his giant sword impatiently, said, "Why waste words with them? They're still releasing toxins. Clearly, they're not giving up. Let's just finish them." Before he finished speaking, black flames erupted from Zeton's body as he shot towards the enemy like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the black leader, his sword whooshing down. However, Duan Lang moved even faster. As Zeton charged, Duan Lang's long rifle had already flown from his hand, piercing through a member of the tyrant squad like a lightning bolt. Instantly, Duan Lang appeared behind the fallen tyrant, grabbed the flying rifle, and with a swift dragontail sweep, sent the tyrant flying. The heavy blow shattered the tyrant's right arm and shoulder into pieces. Duan Lang didn't pursue further, but instead wielded his long rifle to block two members trying to aid the black leader. Meanwhile, Pasha's reaction was quicker. The moment Zeton shouted attack, she had already aimed her rifle at the enemy's ranged fighter. The powerful kinetic energy of her electromagnetic sniper rifle tore through the biological Gatling gun and the enemy's forearm, splitting them in two. Just then, the ground exploded, and a tyrant squad member leaped out from beneath Pasha. Pang quickly moved behind her, fearlessly confronting the massive tyrant. With his ironclad hands, he firmly blocked the giant claw. Despite the size disparity, Pang's strength surpassed his opponent's. The two opponents began to grapple, and Pang's arms instantly swelled, becoming as thick as thighs. He easily overpowered his adversary, twisting his hands with a swift motion. A sharp crack was heard as the opponent's wrist snapped. Pang then pulled his opponent close and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. In that moment, Pang's legs also suddenly became extraordinarily muscular. The force of the kick was astonishing. The member of the tyrants was sent flying, with visible ripples in the air around him. His body smashed through a wall like a cannonball, disappearing into the dust cloud that erupted. Pang, expressionless, discarded the two severed claws he had torn off, opting not to pursue immediately, but instead to stay vigilant by Pasha's side. A few minutes later, the remaining members of the tyrants, now down two teammates, chose to scatter and flee. Despite having completed 4 trial tasks, their strength was still noticeably inferior to Duan Lang and his team. Duan Lang's group did not give chase, as this was not part of their assessment mission. Although killing other trial participants could yield significant contribution points, it paled in comparison to the assessment tasks. After confirming their target wasn't there, Duan Lang and his team decided to leave. The purpose of the battle had been achieved, show the tyrants the gap in their abilities and deter them from interfering with their assessment mission. The 4 retraced their steps and along the way encountered trial participants from the Lord God's space hunting zombies. Even though the fearless space participants disdained killing the weak for rewards due to their beliefs, they didn't interfere. However, the leader of the Lord God's trial team, Shadi, seemed to sense something and hurriedly called back his main team members. Not long after entering the jungle, Duan Lang and his team saw someone running in fear. They quickly recognized him as Foster, the sharpshooter from Team Star B. According to the original storyline, he should have been severely injured by a biomonster in the mansion and collapsed on the rooftop after covering his teammates. But now, he was lucky enough to encounter the fearless team members who admired his courage. Duan Lang and his team swiftly intervened, eliminating the zombie dogs chasing Foster. Recognizing their military attire and equipment, Foster wanted to join them in finding his teammates, but he was politely refused. Duan Lang explained that following them would only lead to his death, as the enemies they were about to face were far more terrifying than biomonsters. Nonetheless, Duan Lang informed Foster about the biohazard outbreak and provided him with detailed information on the biomonsters, ample ammunition, and special medicines. Whether he could survive now depended on his own skills. Next, Duan Lang's group arrived at the location where the trial participants from the Pantheon space and Chaos space had clashed. Due to the space's erasure, no traces of battle remained. Just then, they received a notification of a main mission update. Their trial targets had been eliminated. As they were at a loss for what to do next, a new directive came: proceed to the Cadre Training Institute to assist allied space members in combat. Regardless of the outcome, the mission's completion would be considered the highest level of assessment. And that was the origin of the powerful shot that supported Li Si. Just as Duan Lang finished speaking, Li Si's mission panel updated with an urgent message. Allies have arrived. Hold off the invaders and await reinforcements. Li Si kept running, glancing back to shout, "Be careful, that monster is tough to handle." But the warning came too late. Duan Lang, like an arrow released from a bow, charged forward with his spear in hand, reaching the monster in an instant. His movements were fluid, and he swiftly deflected the monster's two tentacles before thrusting his spear towards its terrifying maw. A sudden black fog condensed, blocking the spearhead. The monster's three-part mouth clamped down on the spear while two more tentacles shot towards Duan Lang's chest like venomous snakes. Duan Lang frowned but didn't retreat. Instead, he steadied his stance and shouted, "Rise!" Instantly, his limbs bulged with muscle. The spear bent slightly before snapping back, lifting the massive creature into the air, 4 to 5 meters high. At that moment, Pasha quickly set up a heavy electromagnetic sniper cannon and fired several armor-piercing rounds at the airborne monster. The creature was blasted sideways before it could hit the ground. Duan Lang used the spear blade to leap towards its landing spot. He swung his spear downwards, a massive phantom blade appearing and smashing the monster back to the ground. As soon as the monster hit the ground and struggled to rise, Norton's heavy sword struck like lightning. Simultaneously, a giant sword phantom the size of a door appeared above the monster, piercing its body. Norton's powerful skill, divine retribution. Despite the fierce assault, the monster's defenses held, but the sword phantom pinned it in place. The fight wasn't over. Pasha's protector, Pang, suddenly had his shirt explode off, revealing his muscular physique. He clasped his hands together, and a towering six-armed giant phantom, covered in mystical runes, appeared above the monster. This giant phantom bloodthirsty, Azure gripped Norton's giant sword with 2 arms, pressed down on the monster with 2 more, and used the remaining arms to pummel the restrained creature. Meanwhile, Pasha quickly assembled a launcher, placing a device the size of a gas canister on it. Seeing the monster thoroughly suppressed, Pasha raised her left hand and signaled a countdown with her fingers. Duan Lang rushed to Norton's side, threw his spear, and placed a hand on Norton's shoulder. The two vanished instantly. Without Norton's support, the sword phantom gradually dissipated. The monster struggled fiercely, shattering the sword shadow but remained pinned by the 6-armed phantom. Suddenly, black fog erupted from the monster, dissolving the Azura phantom. Pang, in the distance, groaned and wiped the blood from his nose. Their objective was achieved. The rune-glowing gas canister flew above the monster. A blinding flash followed, and a massive fireball over 50 meters in diameter erupted at the monster's location, turning the ground to glass. The subsequent shockwave sent Duan Lang and Norton, still running 100 meters away, flying. Covered in dust, Duan Lang gave a thumbs up to Li Si, who was lying on the ground, flashing a grin. "Little brother, we did it." But Li Si's face showed no joy. He sprang up from the ground, sprinting towards Duan Lang with his blade drawn. Duan Lang's reflexes were sharp. He didn't mistake Li Si's intent. He turned and thrust his spear behind him. Norton also swung his large sword in a spinning slash. Only then did they see the monster wasn't dead. It had shrunk to a beast-like form, over 3 meters tall and 6 meters long, with thick limbs and a dozen spike-covered tentacles reaching for Duan Lang. In the critical moment, Duan Lang deflected 2 tentacles, Norton swept away 3, and the approaching Li Si severed 2 with his long blade, using his red rose to fend off another. From afar, Pasha had no time to use the sniper cannon and instead shattered 1 tentacle with a large-caliber electromagnetic sniper rifle. 5 tentacles lashed out like wild whips, aiming ruthlessly at the trio. Duan Lang's gunblade suddenly ignited with flames, barely deflecting 1 tentacle, but another slammed into his chest. The tremendous impact sent him flying, rolling across the ground like a bowling ball. Norton found himself in equally dire straits. A tentacle descended upon him, and he hastily raised his sword to block it. However, the tentacle's strength was far greater than expected, and the greatsword couldn't cut through it. The tentacle's tip bypassed the blade, striking Norton's back with a heavy blow. In agony, he stumbled forward, only to see another tentacle closing in on him. At the critical moment, Li Si unleashed his full power, kicking away the last tentacle and simultaneously slashing upward with his blade, severing the tentacle attacking Norton. He immediately raised his gun and unleashed a burst of bullets infused with his energy into the monster's gaping mouth. The monster roared in pain and fury, losing 3 tentacles and suffering Li Si's fierce assault. It thrashed its enormous head, sending both men flying. In midair, Li Si became the focus of the monster's wrath, its many eyes glinting with malice. The monster's chest swelled suddenly, and it spat out a bone-like mutated leech, aiming straight for Li Si. The speed of the bone projectile rivaled that of an electromagnetic sniper bullet, leaving Li Si no chance to dodge. It struck him instantly, sending him hurtling even further. Li Si crashed through 2 large trees, carving furrows in the ground before coming to a stop. Blood gushed from his mouth, like a small spring. At this moment, Pasha's electromagnetic cannon was fully charged. She unleashed a barrage on the monster, blasting gaping wounds the size of basins into its body. Meanwhile, Peng relentlessly threw punches. Despite being nearly 100 meters away, table-sized fist shadows appeared around the monster, pummeling it and preventing it from advancing. Duan Lang scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Li Si, worried that their mission might fail if Li Si died. To his surprise, he saw Li Si getting up on his own, pulling a yellow object from the torn fabric of his chase-stand enamel bowl. Duan Lang was baffled, unable to fathom why Li Si would pull out a bowl at such a moment. Was he planning to eat something to regain his strength? Li Si hooked the bowl to his waist, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of bloody froth. Hey, I'm Li Si. Don't get too close to that monster. Its attacks are brutal, and damn, its defense is insane. Duan Lang looked down at his shattered armor and the bloody mess of his shoulder, sighing in resignation. Brother, you're a bit late on the warning. Li Si rolled his eyes, exasperation evident in his tone. You guys didn't even give me a chance to speak. You just launched into a flurry of attacks, acting like you were about to take down the boss in one go. I believed you could actually pull it off. Duan Lang chuckled awkwardly, his face full of embarrassment. What do we do now? Pasha and Pang are holding off the monster. We need to come up with a plan quickly. Li Si's gaze locked onto the beastly creature, a glint of determination in his eyes. What else can we do? Split up and harass it from different angles. Keep it distracted and off balance. As soon as he finished speaking, the trio sprang into action like arrows released from a bow. One engaged the monster Hedon to draw its attention. Another flanked it, waiting for the right moment to strike. The last one circled around to launch a surprise attack. Initially, their coordination was decent, but issues soon began to surface. With each attack landing on the monster, its dark fog-like defense started to thin. Li Si's long blade, in particular, left deep, meter-long gashes with every swing. In contrast, Duan Lang and Norton's attacks, though flashy, failed to inflict substantial damage. After several rounds of attacks, the monster appeared to struggle under Li Si's assault. His innate power severely disrupted the creature's energy flow. Sensing the danger, the monster quickly changed tactics. The dark fog around it erupted, forcing the 3 back. Taking advantage of this, the fog rapidly contracted, and the monster transformed again. This time, it morphed into a 3-meter humanoid figure, covered in black and white bone armor. Its wrists bore large, menacing black scythes instead of claws. Long bone tendrils swayed from its shoulders, and its torso was riddled with holes from which mutated leeches, also armored in bone, occasionally crawled. The most horrifying feature was its head, covered in a multitude of eyes from various creatures, enough to send anyone with trypophobia into a panic. Though the monster no longer had its fog defense, Li Si sensed it had become even more dangerous. Recklessly approaching it might result in instant death. Duan Lang warned in a low voice, "Stay alert. The boss has entered its 3rd phase." Li Si couldn't help but retort, "Feels more like the 6th phase." The 3 resumed their assault. Despite the monster's smaller size, its strength was overwhelming, and its speed had increased several-fold. Even Pasha, the best at tracking movement, struggled to keep up. The trio quickly found themselves on the defensive. However, not all hope was lost. The monster's defenses had weakened significantly. Both Li Si's blade and the weapons of Duan Lang and Norton could now breach its armor and inflict damage. Yet, Li Si's attacks, imbued with his innate power, remained the most fearsome to the creature. Apart from an initial slash to the monster's thigh, Li Si found it increasingly difficult to land another blow. The monster recognized his threat and focused on blocking and evading his attacks. Although Duan Lang and Norton managed to inflict wounds, bone-armored leeches soon emerged from the creature's holes to cover and heal them. Meanwhile, the wounds the monster inflicted on them began to emit black smoke. In the midst of the fierce battle, the monster suddenly emitted a strange wave of energy. Duan Lang and Norton were instantly paralyzed, standing like statues. Seizing the moment, the monster swung its scythes, aiming to decapitate them. In a split second, Li Si slid between the monster's legs, his blade slicing through the back of its right knee. He then rose swiftly, deflecting the scythe aimed at Duan Lang and kicking the dazed Norton out of harm's way. The monster's bone tendrils pierced through Li Si's shoulders. Its grotesque mouth split open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, ready to bite off his head. With both hands gripping his blade and one leg still extended, Li Si had no way to dodge or block the attack. At that critical moment, Pasha's sniper rifle roared. A massive bullet struck the monster's open mouth with pinpoint accuracy, forcing its head to snap back violently, almost touching its spine. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Si quickly sliced off the tendrils embedded in his shoulders. He channeled his innate power to expel the leech-like remnants trying to burrow into his body. As he retracted his right foot, Li Si stomped on two disgusting little creatures with force. Pushing off with both feet, he swiftly retreated, crashing into Duan Lang and propelling him out of the battle zone. The monster's tentacle was severed, and in its pain, it slashed forward with its twin scythes, aiming to bisect Li Si at the waist. Just in the nick of time, a gust of wind surged in, and two iron fists precisely deflected the monster's scythes. From a distance, Pangu had arrived just in time to avert the crisis. Seizing the moment when the monster's defenses were wide open, he closed in and began pummeling its abdomen with relentless, pile-driver-like punches. Pang Ji's punches grew faster and more powerful, creating afterimages in the air. Gradually, a phantom of a six-armed Azura formed behind him, mirroring his movements with giant fists smashing into the monster. Meanwhile, Pasha, armed with a sniper cannon, continuously bombarded the monster's shoulders, preventing its severed tentacles and scythes from attacking Pangu. After rolling on the ground for a bit, Li Si and Duan Lang quickly got up. Li Si planted his chafing blade into the ground and drew the blood rose from his waist, harassing the monster with gunfire, while his left hand retrieved a vial of potion from his spatial storage. He sprayed the potion onto the two bloody holes in his chest, wounds inflicted by the monster's tentacles aimed at his heart, but deflected to his shoulders by a large yellow bowl he had preemptively placed there. After treating his wounds, Li Si tried to snap Duan Lang out of his daze, but two hard slaps failed to do the trick. Taking a deep breath, he drew his long blade and charged at the monster once more. However, before he could get close, numerous bone-armored leeches erupted from the monster's body, piercing through Pang Ji's phantom Azura armor and embedding deeply into his flesh. The leeches began ravenously devouring Pang Ji's flesh and blood. Immediately after, the monster emitted another eerie wave, this time with a broader range, causing even Pasha, who was providing cover fire from afar, to black out, unable to assist Pangu. Fortunately, Li Si had already arrived nearby and saw through the monster's strategy immobilize its victims and then decapitate them with its scythes. Without hesitation, Li Si flung his long blade, piercing the monster's arm and causing its attack to veer off course, slicing off only half of Pang Ji's shoulder. Seeing the monster poised to strike again, Li Si infused his right hand with primordial energy, extending it forward. A straight azure line appeared in the air, connecting to the long blade embedded in the monster's arm via a thread wound around the hilt. With a sharp pull, Li Si yanked the monster off balance, propelling himself towards its arm. Gripping the long blade with both hands, he executed a downward slash, severing half of the monster's arm, then twisted the blade upwards, completely cutting off its right forearm. After severing the monster's arm, Li Si quickly withdrew his blade and held it in front of him to block the fierce slash from the monster's remaining scythe-like left arm. As he was knocked back, he grabbed Pang's hair with his left hand, pulling him out of the monster's attack range. In midair, Li Si adjusted his posture and landed steadily. Without missing a beat, he swung his blade like lightning, slicing off all the bone-armored leeches from Pang's body. Li Si didn't dare linger and immediately turned to charge at the monster. To his surprise, he realized he could sense the strange aura emanating from the monster but was completely immune to its control effects. Looking around, Li Si noticed that no one else could engage the monster in close combat to hinder its movements. If he didn't act, his four allies providing support would be slaughtered within seconds. Although Li Si didn't know them, he couldn't just stand by and watch. This wasn't about loyalty to allies. If they died, he'd be left alone to face the monster. Given the monster's current speed, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. But if he stepped up, the four could provide range support and share the burden. Especially the female sniper, whose shots were always timely. Li Si noticed that Norton had already recovered in the distance, and Duan Lang was groggily getting back on his feet. This meant the monster's control wasn't long-lasting, or perhaps it only worked at close range. In a flash, Li Si was back at the monster's side. With one arm severed, the monster was particularly vulnerable on its right side. Seizing the opportunity, Li Si sliced off the tentacle on its right shoulder and then severed the tendon at its right knee, further weakening its right side. Pasha, who had recovered, immediately grabbed her weapon and retreated to find a safe sniper position. Norton dragged Pang away, and even the disoriented Duan Lang threw his spear, using its blade to vault over and break a large tree, quickly exiting the battle zone. These four were no rookies. Even without Li Si's instructions, they could figure out the situation. Pasha was the first to find a position and set up her sniper rifle, providing fire support for Li Si, significantly easing the pressure on him in close combat. This allowed Li Si to take a few more opportunistic strikes at the monster. After regrouping, Duan Lang, while applying medicine to his wounds, grimaced and asked, "What's going on? Why isn't he affected? Is it because we entered midway without a ticket?" Norton replied seriously, "We need to help him. Not only is this our assessment task, but staying on the sidelines will get us penalized. Besides, he just saved our lives. We owe him a big favor." Duan Lang glanced at Norton. "We can't get close. What else can we do? Do you have any powerful ranged attacks?" Norton took out some miscellaneous items from his personal space and began drawing a ritual altar on the ground. He threw a wriggling bone-armored leech into the center of the circle and started chanting, "Almighty Three Pure Ones, please deliver divine punishment upon this evil being," causing its body to collapse and its soul to scatter, casting it into the deepest layers of hell, never to be reborn. Duan Lang couldn't help but mock. "What are you babbling about? Mixing things up? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Norton shot him a glare. "Be sincere. The gods will answer." Duan Lang rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. How can a fearless warrior believe in gods?" Norton was merely using an ability he had acquired as pseudo-zealot. In essence, he was still a preemptive fearless warrior on the path of genetic unlocking and didn't truly believe in gods. As Norton's spell took effect, Li Si felt the monster's strength weaken slightly, though the impact was limited. Satisfied, Norton put away his ritual materials. Then, seeing the still formidable monster, took out some more sorcery items, preparing to cast another curse. Duan Lang couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily, "You, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, why are you wasting time on this stuff? If you've got the energy, go and buff that kid instead." Norton was taken aback, but then realized Duan Lang was right. Without another word, he ran to a spot about 100 meters from the battlefield and began casting a series of spells, all directed at Li Si. Strength of the bull, resilient skin, grace of the cat, precision strike, vitality surge, radiance of life. One spell after another landed on Li Si, causing him to glow with magical light. However, Li Si felt his strength hadn't increased significantly, only by about 20-30 overall. Even so, he was quite satisfied. With this boost, he could now wield his twin blades to parry the monster's scythe attacks, a significant improvement. After finishing his spells, Norton jogged back to his teammates, panting heavily, and refocused on his curses. Duan Lang scanned the area, his gaze passing over Pasha, who was intently shooting, and finally landing on Pang, who was lying on the ground. Noticing Duan Lang's gaze, Pang grumbled, "Why are you looking at me? I'm half dead here. What help can I offer? Do you expect me to pick up a gun and start shooting from a distance?" Duan Lang sighed deeply and muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Another trump card down." He then pulled out an ancient, almost decrepit-looking arrow, which seemed like it could have been stolen from a museum. Striking an archer's pose, Duan Lang extended his left hand and gripped the arrow's tail with his right. As he did so, a spectral bow materialized out of thin air, with the ancient arrow securely knocked on its string. As the bow slowly drew back, Duan Lang's muscles began to swell, becoming more robust. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the space around him started to tremble slightly. Even Pasha couldn't help but glance back at the sight. Duan Lang's arms started to shake violently, as if he were about to lose control. Seeing this, Pang quickly scooted to the side and nervously said, "Hey, be careful. If you can't handle it, let go. Don't miss and hit that kid. More importantly, don't hit us. If you hit Norton, that big guy might be fine, but if you hit me, I'm dead on the spot." Duan Lang realized he was at his limit. Reluctantly, he let go of the arrow. The arrow vanished instantly, and at the same time, a sickening crack came from Duan Lang's arm, which twisted in a bizarre manner. Clearly, using this arrow was still beyond his current capabilities, and he had injured himself in the process. On the battlefield, Li Si, who was weaving around the monster, suddenly heard it let out a horrific scream. He wondered, did stabbing you in the side hurt that much? When the monster turned around, Li Si noticed an arrow embedded in the back of its neck. The monster's left tendril reached to pull out the arrow, but as soon as it touched it, black smoke began to rise from the tendril. Li Si's heart leapt with joy. Strike while the iron is hot, he thought. Seizing the opportunity, he landed several more stabs on the monster. When the creature went berserk and tried to counterattack, he had already darted away on his swift legs. The monster turned its gaze toward Duan Lang's direction and let out a thunderous roar before charging at the group. Seeing this, Li Si quickly changed direction and followed closely behind the monster. Thus, a new chase began. Seeing the monster charging towards them, the group of four immediately turned and ran. As they fled, they pulled out various small devices from their backpacks and tossed them behind. Electromagnetic cage traps and biosensing landmines exploded under the monster's feet. Though they didn't inflict significant damage, they effectively slowed its pursuit. Close behind, Li Si wielded a long knife and fiercely stabbed at the monster's hindquarters. The monster, unwilling to relent, suddenly emitted a large amount of black mist from the holes in its body, engulfing Li Si in an instant. A thick tentacle emerged from the monster's shoulder, swiftly wrapping around Li Si and tossing him in front. The monster raised a scythe to execute Li Si, but he reacted quickly, raising his knife to block. The clash of metal rang out. Although Li Si deflected the attack, his own long knife was knocked from his grip. The monster pulled Li Si closer again, its three-part mouth opening wide, ready to swallow this pesky opponent whole. At that critical moment, Li Si's right hand flashed out with the blood rose, firing wildly at the closest hole. The armored leech that had just peeked its head out was shredded to pieces. Simultaneously, Li Si flipped his left hand, revealing two apple-sized metal spheres. He deftly pulled the pins and precisely tossed the grenades into the holes in the monster's body. The first explosion was mild but effective, causing the monster to stiffen as the armored leeches inside lost vitality. The second explosion was deafening, causing the monster's entire body to swell like a balloon. Li Si moved quickly, pulling out the big yellow bowl with his right hand and pressing it firmly against an undisturbed hole. Instantly, blinding white light sprayed from the gaps. Veins bulged on Li Si's forehead as he pressed down hard. The other holes couldn't withstand the pressure, and the armored leeches burst apart, spewing white flames mixed with electric sparks. 10 energy beams shot out, with a few hitting Li Si's legs, instantly incinerating his pants. Luckily, Li Si had activated his primal energy shield just in time to avoid severe injury. He marveled at the power of Li Ling's technology while feeling satisfied with the performance of the big yellow bowl. This artifact not only absorbed the energy of the plasma grenades completely, but also effectively blocked the intense electric currents and high temperatures, even dampening part of the shockwave. Li Si recalled the two types of grenades he had just used. The first was a special grenade made by his research institute, with a small explosion but packed with a high concentration of pure virus antibodies. Considering the monster still carried a large amount of the virus, this seemingly harmless weapon actually inflicted significant damage. Li Si had refrained from using it earlier because the monster's black mist could neutralize most of the damage. However, at that moment, the monster had expelled all its black mist to restrict Li Si's movements, lowering its internal defenses to the minimum. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Si delivered a crushing blow to the monster. He felt a sense of relief, knowing this move had finally given him the upper hand in this grueling battle. At this moment, the monster let out an earth-shattering roar of pain as the black mist began to recede. Its three-part jaw snapped fiercely at Li Si, clearly intending to bite off his head to see if it tasted as good as chicken. Quick on his feet, Li Si swiftly withdrew his right hand and placed the large yellow bowl on his head as makeshift protection. He then pulled out the blood rose and unleashed a barrage of bullets into the monster's gaping mouth. The bullets, imbued with primal energy, exploded in the monster's mouth, tearing through flesh but failing to halt its attack. Just as the jaws were about to close in, the large yellow bowl emitted a blinding beam of light, blasting the monster's mouth to pieces. This was the energy from the plasma grenade absorbed earlier, coming into play at this critical moment. The monster recoiled in pain, and Li Si wasn't faring much better. Blood seeped from his mouth and nose, and a wave of dizziness and nausea hit him. He fought through the discomfort, channeling primal energy to his head in an attempt to alleviate his condition. As the monster raised a scythe to deliver a fatal blow, a muffled gunshot rang out, and its right arm exploded into a bloody mess. It turned out that the four-person team had resumed their efforts to distract the monster, with Pasha's sniper cannon providing timely and powerful support. The second shot precisely hit the last tendril binding Li Si, severing it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Si rolled out from under the monster and struggled free of the remaining tendrils. At this point, the black mist behind the monster was being rapidly absorbed through the holes in its body. An idea struck Li Si, and he decided to take a bold risk. He fully channeled his primal energy and charged into the remaining black mist. Blue electric sparks crackled around him as the mist visibly thinned, dissipating by more than half in less than a second. This was undoubtedly good news. With the black mist diminishing, the monster's defense weakened significantly, making the team's ranged attacks much more effective. However, Li Si's primal energy was depleting rapidly, draining by more than 10% in the blink of an eye. By now, his energy reserves were less than half, and if this continued, he would soon be left with only basic attacks. Despite this, Li Si didn't stop. He knew that depleting the monster's black mist was crucial, and any effort was worth it. He could see clearly that the team's combined strength far exceeded his own, but the black mist severely hampered their output. More importantly, the strange fluctuations emanating from the monster made close combat nearly impossible. Otherwise, they would have subdued it long ago. Li Si's task now was to exhaust the monster's black mist and lower its defenses. Even without considering other factors, Pasha's electromagnetic sniper cannon alone would be enough to cause the monster significant pain once its black mist defenses were gone. Clenching his teeth, Li Si continued to battle the black mist, creating more opportunities for his team. The group of 4 in the distance also noticed the change in the situation. The monster had lost its black fog defense and had become unusually vulnerable. Duan Lang excitedly shouted, "The boss is in a staggered state. All its defenses are weak points. Give it everything you've got." Ignoring the condition of his recently healed arm, Duan Lang quickly pulled out a longbow. His movements were swift as lightning, stringing the arrow, drawing the bow, and releasing the string in one fluid motion, leaving afterimages in the air. Arrows streaked with light shot out in a continuous line, raining down on the monster. Norton wasn't about to be outdone. He drew his staff, his lips moving rapidly as he chanted a string of spells, sounding almost like a West Coast rapper. Multicolored spells formed at his fingertips and instantly bombarded the distant monster. Pasha, meanwhile, operated an electromagnetic sniper cannon with one hand while tossing out several automated sentry guns with the other. These weapons immediately began to unleash a relentless barrage on the monster, their firepower so intense it was jaw-dropping. Pang looked down at the throwing knives in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a rifle and fired a burst of bullets at the monster with one hand. Unable to stand it any longer, Pasha kicked over an electromagnetic sniper rifle to him. Pang silently put away his rifle, picked up the electromagnetic sniper, set it up, and began to fire steadily. Since Li Si was grappling with the monster in the black fog and the monster blocked the front, the group's attacks essentially enabled a friendly fire immunity mode, allowing them to attack without worrying about hitting Li Si. However, just like in games, the boss's staggered state had a time limit. After Li Si had expended another 20 of his primal energy, the monster absorbed the remaining black fog back into its body. Ignoring its wounds, it suddenly turned and lunged at Li Si. As the black fog dissipated, Li Si pushed off the ground and began to retreat, drawing out his red rose and blood rose pistols, firing at the monster while backpedaling. After dodging the monster's lunge, he didn't stop but continued to shoot while moving, even picking up the autumn wind blade that had been knocked away. The situation fell into a stalemate again. Li Si running, the monster pursuing, with the group providing long-range support to slow the monster. However, the situation was now much better than before. Not only had Li Si consumed a large amount of the black fog with his primal energy, but even the fog the monster had reabsorbed couldn't be used for its external defenses. The monster had to stop the internal injuries caused by Li Si's attacks and recover from the external damage from the group's bombardment. Pasha and the others' attacks, along with Li Si's occasional shots, continually inflicted new injuries, forcing the monster to constantly deplete its black fog power. As time passed, the point would inevitably come when the damage outpaced the repairs. Once that threshold was crossed, it would mean the beginning of the end for the monster. Despite the monster's chaotic intelligence, the threat of death and its instincts told it that it couldn't continue like this. It realized that if it could consume or kill Li Si, the spatial constraints around it would be lifted. Then, it could not only receive energy support from its main body, but also devour the creatures of this world, making it unbeatable. Realizing this, the monster's body shrank again, now just over 2 meters tall. Its wounds vanished, replaced by a layer of black bone armor. Its hands turned into larger claws, and its head was covered by the bone armor, obscuring its entire head. It had no facial features, only a few breathing holes and 2 black holes where its eyes should be. This form resembled the tyrant Li Si had encountered in the ancient god space during his hive adventure, but this tyrant was even more formidable, and Li Si could feel the lethal threat emanating from it. Before Li Si could think further, the black-armored tyrant vanished and reappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Unable to dodge, Li Si barely managed to raise his blade in defense. A tremendous force surged through the blade, smashing the back of it into Li Si's chest and shattering the device that had been fixing his ribcage, breaking several newly healed ribs in the process. Li Si kicked at the monster's abdomen, using the force to propel himself backward. The monster only wobbled slightly, then stomped the ground, creating a large crater as it continued to chase Li Si. In midair, Li Si hooked a tree branch with his left hand, executing a graceful roll to dodge past the monster, landing behind it. The black-armored tyrant crashed through several trees and turned to continue its pursuit. The two engaged in a high-speed chase through the dense forest. Li Si used the terrain to dodge and weave, avoiding direct confrontation with the black-armored tyrant, knowing he couldn't withstand its attacks. The tyrant, like an out-of-control steamroller, crushed everything in its path, determined to kill Li Si. The movements of the black armored tyrant were as swift as lightning, with flying branches and dirt obscuring the view, making it difficult for Pasha to lock onto the target. The four-person team in the distance watched anxiously, and Lise himself knew that this chase wouldn't last much longer. He estimated that in less than 2 minutes, he would fall into the clutches of the tyrant and be torn to pieces. Despite this, Lise sent a warning signal to the team, indicating that they should not approach. Through his soul vision, he could see that the tyrant's surroundings within a 10-meter radius were emitting strange waves. Lise knew that once the team entered this range, they would be immediately controlled, making the situation even more irreversible. As he maneuvered with all his might, Lise's mind raced, searching for a way to break out of this predicament. Suddenly, an unexpected event gave him a glimmer of hope. During the chase, the tyrant accidentally stepped on a landmine set by the team earlier. The explosion pushed the tyrant back a few steps, and Lise keenly noticed that several shrapnel pieces had embedded themselves in the tyrant's body. Although the wounds were shallow and hadn't breached its defense, this discovery was significant. To further verify his hypothesis, Lise took a risk and engaged the tyrant Hedon. This brief encounter confirmed his suspicion. While the transformed tyrant was stronger and faster, it had lost its previous incredible regenerative ability and near-invincible defense. This state seemed to be the result of it fully healing and enhancing itself with a black mist apart from the surface armor. The monster's defense had dropped to its lowest point. Having confirmed this critical information, Lise immediately relayed it to the team in the distance. Moments later, Dan Lang sent a message. "Brother, we have a way to disable its armor and control it for at least 5 seconds. We'll do our best to inflict damage. Can you take it down?" Lise replied, "I can't guarantee it, but I'll give it my all." A few seconds later, Dan Lang and the others started rushing towards the area, shouting, "Action in 2 seconds." This was the signal that they were about to risk approaching the monster to create an opportunity for the final strike. Lise knew full well that if he failed to eliminate the monster in this chance, once the team was controlled, the tyrant could cover the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye with its current speed. Lise took a deep breath and calmly stopped running. He adjusted his breathing, gripped his long sword tightly, and turned to face the charging black armored tyrant. Sensing the team's intention, the tyrant also halted its pursuit. Jets of steam hissed from the vents on its faceplate, and the eerie waves around it reached their peak, distorting the surrounding air visibly. This would be the final, decisive battle. The first to arrive was Duan Lang, who hurled his spear and instantly appeared above the head of the black armored tyrant. The crimson spear struck the ground where the monster's shadow lay, rather than its physical body. This was Duan Lang's trump card soul lock. The moment the shadow was pinned, the black armored tyrant was immobilized as if under a paralysis spell, unable to move. Next, Norton approached the edge of the tyrant's eerie aura and decisively swung his greatsword. The blade shattered into countless shards, transforming into a swarm of glowing particles that surged toward the monster. These particles landed on the tyrant, morphing into tiny, graceful angels that sang melodious tunes. But the serene scene quickly turned nightmarish as the angels transformed into vicious little demons, screeching as they pounced on the tyrant, ravenously gnawing at its black armor. This was Norton's ultimate move, Angel Serenade. As the demons vanished, the tyrant's armor was left in tatters, revealing a body riddled with scars. Pang, the last to arrive, swung his remaining right arm at the monster with a fierce punch. Behind him, the bloodthirsty Azura's phantom appeared, transforming his punch into a massive, blood-red fist that struck the bound tyrant. Though the punch seemed to pass through the tyrant without causing visible damage, the sound of bones shattering from within followed, and the monster's body erupted with several fist-sized craters. Far away, Pasha forewent her usual electromagnetic sniper rifle and instead took up a bolt-action rifle from World War II engraved with intricate runes. The stock bore the inscription, "War God 7 Hunting Rifle." As she pulled the trigger, blood trickled from her nose. The tyrant watched helplessly as a thumb-sized bullet, adorned with delicate runes, flew towards it, piercing its faceplate and leaving a gaping hole in its head. This series of attacks took only 3 seconds. Duan Lang and the others collapsed to the ground, having entered the monster's eerie aura. Li Si, his body crackling with ghostly blue electricity and his eyes glowing with blue light, dragged his sword to the tyrant. Without hesitation, he plunged his blade into the monster's throat, piercing its spine, and the tip emerged from its back. Using his soul vision, Li Si precisely located the life force nodes within the monster and struck them down with a single blow. Although the tyrant broke free from Duan Lang's soul lock, it was too late. Li Si's primal energy surged into the monster, ravaging its remaining life force. The primal energy left in the tyrant's body also went berserk, devouring the monster's life essence. The monster's arms stiffened in the air, and Li Si, not daring to be careless, exhausted all his primal energy. Enduring a severe headache, he twisted the hilt of his sword, shouted, and sliced through most of the monster's body. As the tyrant's half-body crashed to the ground, Li Si staggered and fell. He forced himself to stand using his long sword for support and immediately approached the monster's corpse. The other four soon joined him. They stood silently, staring at the lifeless remains. After a moment, Li Si broke the silence. He swung his sword furiously at the corpse, while his left hand fired the red rose repeatedly. The other four joined in, attacking the corpse with their weapons. In the blink of an eye, the monster's body was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Pang took out a bottle and smashed it over the flesh. Pungent white smoke rose, and the flesh was instantly corroded into a gray liquid. Finally, Pasha lifted a flamethrower and aimed it at the liquid, unleashing a torrent of blazing white fire. The intense flames acted like a cutting torch, vaporizing the liquid completely. In the stinging, eye-watering smoke, Norton focused intently on carving out a demonic altar. With a rapid burst of spellcasting, roaring demon's shadow suddenly appeared, instantly absorbing all the surrounding smoke. "Get back!" Duan Lang shouted, flinging a handful of talismans. As soon as they hit the ground, they ignited, filling the air with the sounds of Taoist chants and Buddhist sutras. After a tense series of maneuvers, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Lang collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and cursing, "Damn it! With that cremation and the full funeral service, there's no way it can come back now, right?" He turned to look at Li Si, who was being bandaged by Pasha, and curiously asked, "Hey man, your promotion exam is pretty intense." Li Si looked puzzled. "Promotion exam? What exam?" Duan Lang's eyes widened. "This wasn't your exam task? Are you a full member of the space? Are you a chosen one?" Li Si shook his head. "No way. This is only my second mission." Upon hearing this, Duan Lang was stunned, and even Pasha paused her bandaging, looking at Li Si in surprise. Li Si asked back, "You guys are on an exam mission?" Norton replied with a strange expression, "Yes, we came to this world to fight people from the chaotic space. Once we defeat them, we get promoted." After some discussion, Li Si realized he had unintentionally taken over their mission. The group Norton had dealt with from chaotic space and Pantheon space were actually the targets of the four-person team's mission. Li Si was even more confused. "I fought those people before, and honestly, they weren't strong enough to take on even one of you. How could they be your exam task? Isn't that too easy?" Norton explained, "Exam tasks aren't assigned based on strength alone. Different situations call for different tasks. Our team was already at the next level, and our task ratings were good, so this was more of a formality." Li Si nodded in understanding. "You guys have only been through 3 or 4 tasks and are already this strong. You really are the elite among the chosen ones." Duan Lang threw a small twig casually and said with dissatisfaction, "Who are you kidding? We only reached this level after 6 missions." Seeing that the 4 weren't lying, Li Si asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that you can participate in exam tasks after 3 to 4 missions?" Duan Lang rolled his eyes, wishful thinking. After 3 missions, you barely understand the basic space rules, let alone take on exam tasks. In chaotic space, many trial participants only start their exams after 8 missions. He then asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get so strong after just 2 missions?" Li Si answered, "Maybe it's my experience before entering the space. I was a mercenary for 2 years." Duan Lang looked bewildered. "That's it?" "Before entering the space, I was a martial artist, often fighting rogue warriors. With a weapon, I could take down an ordinary tyrant." Norton chimed in, "I was a wanted criminal in our world, capable of hand-to-hand combat with over 10 criminals." Seeing Duan Lang glare at him, he quickly corrected, "I mean, I could take down over 10 criminals." Duan Lang pointed to Pang. "This guy is a martial arts expert, the underground boxing champion in his world. He could punch a rhino to death." Then he pointed to Pasha. "She's a sniper in the resistance of her world, with hundreds of kills to her name." He concluded, "We're no slouches. So why were we so much weaker than you after 2 missions?" Li Si looked at the 4 people in astonishment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Were you always this strong? Why did it take you so many tries to complete the assessment then?" Dan Lang slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his fingertips suddenly heating up to light the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he glanced sideways at Li Si, a hint of discontent in his voice. "Watch your words. What do you mean by finally? We're already among the fastest, you know?" He paused, a hint of approval in his eyes. "But you, kid, achieving this level on your second mission is truly impressive. By the way, that knife of yours, it's your designated weapon from your space, right? Getting such gear on your second mission, that's some real skill." Li Si couldn't help but smile proudly at these words. With a flick of his hands, 2 uniquely designed guns suddenly appeared in his palms. "We call them soul arms here, and these 2 guns are mine." Norton leaned closer to Li Si, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Hey kid, you're not from the city of extreme evil, are you? Hearing this name, Li Si's heart skipped a beat. He knew this place had to be closely related to the extreme evil space, possibly even the base of the masterminds. But in truth, he knew nothing about the city of extreme evil and had never heard of it before coming to this space. At that moment, the expressions of the four people suddenly changed, excitement flashing in their eyes. Dan Lang couldn't help but slap his thigh and shout, "Hey, we completed the mission, passed with the highest evaluation, and we owe it to you, Li Si." Li Si humbly waved his hand. "Congratulations. It has nothing to do with me. In fact, I interfered and disrupted your assessment mission. Otherwise, with your strength, those trial participants from the other spaces wouldn't have stood a chance against you. You would have passed anyway. Now I've made you use up quite a few of your trump cards to help me kill that stowaway." Norton shrugged nonchalantly. Those trump cards were meant for the assessment anyway. There's no waste as long as we survive and make the most of them. Dan Lang chimed in. Exactly. Li Si, you saved our lives, and we won't forget that. If we ever meet again, we'll repay the favor. We don't have much left on us now, and the remaining items might not be of much help to you. Li Si smiled nonchalantly. No worries. I have 2 more trial missions to complete before I can join the assessments. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Just as he finished speaking, Li Si's expression suddenly turned to one of terror. He curled up into a ball, his voice trembling with a sob. Oh no, this is the Resident Evil world. There are so many zombies. It's terrifying. Will I get eaten? Will I get infected and turn into one of those walking corpses? You have to protect me. I'm so fragile. I can't survive alone. Li Si's sudden change left the 4 people stunned. They quickly grabbed their weapons, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, fearing they might miss any detail. Wow, there's a big bug on the ground. Is it a bio-infected creature? Did it bite me already? I'm doomed, boo-hoo. Li Si's voice grew smaller, tinged with sobs. Pasha looked down and saw a finger-length bug near Li Si's foot. Instinctively, she stepped on it, crushing it. Li Si immediately clung to Pasha's clothes, tears welling up in his eyes, his expression a mix of grievance and fear. Pasha was utterly confused, not understanding what had just happened. At that moment, due to his sudden movement, Li Si's shoulder wound reopened, and fresh blood began seeping through the bandages. Li Si glanced at his shoulder, and his face twisted as he burst into tears. I'm hurt. I'm bleeding. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me, please. Boo-hoo. The scene became incredibly awkward. The 4 of them exchanged looks, recalling how Li Si had bravely fought monsters Hedon earlier, not even flinching at his injuries. Yet now, he had suddenly become so fragile and tearful, making them wonder if this was truly the same person. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Duan Lang scratched his head, furrowing his brow. Did he get hit by that monster's mental attack? Is he still recovering? He muttered, his gaze fixed on Li Si, who was still in an abnormal state. Norton shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He was able to withstand the monster's mental waves much better than any of us. He seemed fine all along. Why is he having issues now? Pasha crouched down, gently pressing Li Si's head to stop him from clinging to her leg. She frowned in thought. Could it be a delayed reaction? Or maybe he absorbed too much of the mental attack and is having trouble suppressing it now. As everyone speculated, Pang carefully observed Li Si for a moment before speaking up. Do you think he might be mentally unstable, like a psychiatric patient? Duan Lang immediately shook his head, his tone firm. No way. If someone had mental issues, they would be fixed shortly after entering this space. A psychiatric patient wouldn't survive long in these missions. Norton impatiently pushed Pang aside, sneering. What do you know? You underground fighter. Move over and let me give him some mental relief. With that, he waved his hands, casting a spell. As Norton's spell took effect, Li Si's condition seemed to improve slightly. At least he stopped wiping his nose on Pasha's clothes. Pang, unwilling to back down, puffed out his chest and retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? I enjoy fighting, but I'm not a professional fighter. I used to be a psychiatrist. Duan Lang eyed Pang skeptically. Pang stood shirtless, his muscular body gleaming under the light, his buzz-cut hair standing like steel bristles. His appearance hardly matched that of a doctor. You? Duan Lang couldn't help but question. Pang, angered by the doubt, raised his voice. Hey, why are you looking down on me? Just because I have muscles, you think I have no brains? I hold dual master's degrees in psychology and neurology, was a chief psychiatrist at a top hospital, and I'm about to get my PhD. Duan Lang helplessly spread his hands. All right, you're impressive. So, what's going on with him? How can you tell? Pang's tone grew cautious. He said this is his second trial mission. Think back to your own second trial mission. What was your state like? When he fought the monster earlier, he showed no fear at all, staying unervingly calm. Either he's on some strange power path, or he naturally doesn't feel fear. Now, it seems like a delayed reaction to stress. where he temporarily forgot his fear. And it's all coming out now? Pasha asked anxiously. So what do we do now? How do we treat him? Do you have any medication? Pang shook his head with a wry smile. Why would I bring psychiatric medication to a trial mission? To feed it to the boss and calm it down? Right now, we need to soothe his emotions and keep him in a relaxed environment. Norton pushed Pang aside again, dismissively saying, useless. Let me handle this. I'll sing him a calming song that will surely dispel his negative state. He cleared his throat and began to sing loudly. After a moment, Pasha sighed and interrupted Norton, who was singing with a look of divine devotion. Norton, give it a rest. I don't know if you're calmingly see, but Duan Lang has almost stabbed you several times already. Norton scoffed. PFF, brutes don't understand art. I was the star of the choir in elementary school. Duan Lang shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the unpleasant noise from his mind. Pang, rubbing his temples with a grimace, said, bullshit. Did you train in the choir of hell? How dare you, heretic? Norton shouted angrily. Oh, shut up, you shameless fake believer. You have the nerve to say that? Pang shot back. Today, I shall represent both God and Satan to punish you, vile unbeliever. Norton assumed a fighting stance. Just listen to the nonsense you're spouting. Watch out, or the deities will slap you silly. Pang retorted defiantly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.